that we strive for. The composition every hand aspires to create. The point where all paths converge as we bend our own lines of fate ever closer to the perfect design. Now we gather to witness those bold enough to seize the golden thread. To cheer every victory that pulls their pattern tighter. To remember every moment that threatens to tear it all apart. The Aegis of Champions awaits in Shanghai, China! A living tapestry that chronicles the legends of our past. 8 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins!
And some might say the battle only begins today, because yesterday was all upper bracket. You might see it as maybe a little bit of a warm-up to get used to playing on this grand stage. But now, if you felt the nerves potentially yesterday, then today, Tigov, it just got tenfolded.
No, 100%. And that is where, of course, you are going to see the players that have the experience. This is where they carry it over to today. Like, they've been in this position before. They've played so many other tournaments. So now it's like you have to lock in all that experience to make sure this is not your last series.
And this is your double down game that you have to win.
Let's find out if it will be a double down.
Patayin mo yan, walang buyback yan. Patayin mo yan. Walang buyback yun. Huwag kang mamamatay, huwag kang mamamatay, Watson. Huwag kang mamamatay. Nice one.
Liquid, they felt they had the edge, they had the buybacks, they went all in, but now seconds.
Divine.
They can't do this. It looked like they had this one. They had a few mistakes early in the game. It's not buyback. 40 seconds until Boxy comes back.
Mirana lang yun, Mirana lang.
There's a clip available, and they do it 3 versus 4. The tier 4s are falling. Dropping fast. They're going to do something significant with the upload. The top one is somebody push that.
They will fight to the bitter end, but can they beat Bubble?
They have the scope control now for the beginning in time towards Mickey. Mickey's got the top control.
Nice one. Patayin nyo. Nice one. 2-0. Chico. Dali. Dali, Watson. Tapusin mo.
I'm speechless. Flying onto the radar a little bit as they come consistently top 4 in any given tournament they partake in. If they want to do that right here in Shanghai, they will need to beat Iron Wing in this upcoming best of 3. A lot of pressure on all 10 players and their coaches on the stage, as we will focus on Iron Wing first this morning, because this team, Rhea, has done better than any team throughout this entire season.
Which is surprising to think about, right? Because it was all so heavily focused on the start of the season. You know, as during EWC, Blast Slam, and Dream League and Wallahia, I felt like they just weren't hitting their stride anymore. And one of the things that they said earlier this year, 33, he said they really, really want to win this season. Like they actually, I mean, obviously every team wants to win every season, but they said they were going to try as hard as they could. They were going to boot camp more than others. Like they were going to put in 100 billion extra %. And somehow it all kind of crumbled until they came third at Essence 2, and now into TI, they have started to look more informed. But there's just these last few problems that they need to shake out before they can get the W.
The thing is that they were one of the best teams at doing quite poorly at a tournament, winning, poorly winning. But like the thing is, like, the British curse. That's the problem. It's our fault.
We can only win in Birmingham?
Yes, exactly. Because Ari lifted the trophy in Birmingham in front of a home crowd.
Right.
Everyone was like, oh my God, this could be the year, you know, British TI winner. Oh my God. And then, yeah, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tournaments where they just slumped.
Just bombing.
Yeah, I just think it was Birmingham's fault.
I mean, you can boot camp as much as you want, you can train as much as you want, but you can't control the patch, you know. And I'm afraid the current meta, the current patch just doesn't. You can't. Oh, maybe you can. Maybe you can. You know.
Sorry, back to you, Winter. Sorry.
Maybe you can if your name starts with P. But yeah.
Winter.
But it's difficult for them, you know, because the patch doesn't really favor their kind of play style, and they are trying to find solutions, but it's just really not working out. I don't know what they have in store for us today. Hopefully they find another different way of solving the problem. But it's an uphill battle for them, you know, from here on.
I don't want to see this dude. I'm not
We have the follow-up here, though. Arrow, anybody get him out the arrows? He's shooting in, he's just, oh my God, he's got away! A fully aggressive move there from Nisha. He hasn't got the Aegis to rely on. See if he can get out. Put the BKB on run. Midas going to be coming out.
To see stats on heroes by Midas and their win rate, because I feel like I see them lose every time. It just is such a waste of gold. It's 2,000 that goes into nothing. I've seen heroes misalign their hero timings throughout this tournament because someone got a blink timing while someone else with the same amount of gold has a Midas, and then they just can't play together.
What if you're Ogre?
That's fine.
Exception to that.
Still, by the way, maybe not an Ogre as well. You know, it's that bad of an item. I know I didn't want to be negative, you know, on day 1 for myself, at least for TI.
Oh, it's my day 2. I'll be very negative.
Could you just, you could do the translator for me. Just keep
be nice.
Absolutely hating on, Midas, it could be okay.
It's terrible. Why do they keep buying it? 0% win rate.
And I feel the pros might be able to be right in this scenario.
They have no idea what they're doing. We're in the lower bracket, guys. Stop buying this item.
Thank you so much, Rhea. I couldn't do that myself on day 1 for myself. But,
All right, we're focusing on Ironwing as well, T-Gov. You wanted to take a closer look at your British boy, Ari, as he's got some big shoes to fill. He's playing a very particularly good Hoodwing.
Yeah, and I feel like whenever people look at tournaments, they look at the win rate and they go, oh, this hero has a really low win rate. Why do you keep picking it? But I don't think that reflects of the intensity of TI. Often comfort beats out the meta, and I feel like in this tournament so far, like even Yandex and Spirit and Ironwing, like all of them are playing Hoodwing to such a high level, even though it only has like a 42% win rate. And it's like historically in TI winning games, we've had heroes like this where it's like Falcons pick up like a disruptor with a sub 50% win rate to win TI. Liquid pick up, you know, a Grim. Okay, we have the graphic here. Absolutely wonderful. So Spirit, pick up a Grimstroke with 48% win rate. Liquid pick up a Puck with a 46% win rate. Disruptor as well. Like historically in a TI winning game, they have gone for low win rate heroes to lift the Aegis. So Hoodwink right now with 42% win rate, it's not like it's going to be forgotten about. They're not going to look at this stat and go, it's bad. In the upper bracket with Ari playing multiple Hoodwink games, they're not going to go, oh, we have to stop. Like, this is not the thing you do at TI. You pick the comfort and you win with the comfort.
Question, though, do you think he will fall out of favor if Bounty continues this uprising trend? Because I think it's hard to play Hoodwink when you want to scurry in and out of fights, but you're just tracked.
I mean, there's always an argument that maybe there's a conversation that Bounty jumps into the conversation a little bit, but Ari and Hoodwink, like when he wants to play the hero, he will keep playing it. I would like to just see teams continue going for what they know they can do and trying to find solutions elsewhere potentially. So I don't think it's kind of Ari's fault about yesterday. I feel like other players might have just kind of...
I blame 33.
That's perfectly fine. We hate Midas. Why did you buy Midas? Sorry, it's my day 1.
No, I actually have a legit theory why the Hoodwink is like kind of losing a lot. I think for Ironwing, because 33 has been doing badly in his lane. And traditionally, you pick Hoodwink to win your lane. And if you're picking Hoodwink and you're not contesting the lane and your carry is farming, not your carry, but maybe he's the carry, 33 farming the back camp, then it kind of feels weird because you're not killing the heroes.
I mean, you also were quite nice to Pure. I feel like Pure yesterday also kind of, he struggled a little bit.
He did struggle a little bit. On the side of Boom Boys, they did not struggle as much potentially. We'll talk more about them, of course, in a second, but I'm sure everybody wants to get one thing in particular on their screen, so let's get it started.
Boom Boys. Game 1.
I'm talking about the draft, of course. This is coming your way in just a second. We got Boom Boys playing from the Radiant side this time round, and we got IronWing on the Dire side with the first pick going to Boom Boys, and therefore that overall last pick heading the way of IronWing. Yesterday we had some conversations about how we felt that first pick in particular just felt Winter a little stronger because you would be the team dictating the pace of the game and basically forcing the hand of the team that has second pick.
Yeah, you're kind of like making sure that you are in control of what's the trade. Because nowadays, I think the second pick team would just leave some heroes in the pool, and the first pick team would just choose what to get, and the second pick team would just look at what to trade. So I feel like most of the team would prefer to be on the first pick side. And there's also another thing about like this pick order. I think traditionally in the past when IronWing was doing well, 33 was just first picking his hero on the offlane. But I think right now you cannot really do that because most of the strong heroes are the carry heroes. And you're kind of putting yourself in a lot of trouble when you pick your offlane hero first because your lane is going to go really, really bad. I think that's particularly one of the reasons why they are not really doing so well at the moment.
I mean, also like in regards to like priority heroes, you know, the Largo, the Coddle, both of them, these teams that they want to pick up, haven't been banned at all in the phase, kind of flooding the pool.
Game 1.
Lina, that's been quite prevalent yesterday as well, also is available. So I think both teams have kind of like respected each other, but also gone, we both like to play the same heroes, so, you know, we know what you can do with it, we know what we want to do with it. But there are multiple options in play for Boom Boys to go for.
Yeah, I think it's also super interesting to bring up that, of course, these teams faced in the group stage, and Boom Boys won that 2-1. Comparing to the third game of that series, where it had the same pick order as this game, Boom Boys have actually banned the exact same heroes as they did in that match, whereas IronWings have switched it up.
Ano bang prediction ko dito?
Before, but after that, they had banned the
Ano kaya prediction ko?
Undying
I forgot.
which are now all through. But Largo gets through. It was first picked by Boom Boys in that game as well. And then it was responded to by a Hoodwink. So will we see the Hoodwink?
Bet Boom pala tayo. Bet Boom.
I like the fact that IronWing entered this draft. Like,
Boom
you're
Boys.
probably going to first pick Largo if it's available. So they already take away the Ember, the Puck, that us GPK's probably best mid heroes. That combo with the Largo to utilize the Croak to be really oppressive. Sure, there's Storm Spirit, which is still available. The Queen of Pains, like the classics of like day one patch, but Ember, Puck are currently the big ones.
Okay.
And don't forget the IO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The IO is
Aray ko,
probably the
Lina.
craziest one of all. Maybe not exactly like a mid hero.
Yun ang win rate ng
Still really,
Lina.
really insane in the team fights
Hindi
later on in
natin
the
alam.
game.
We saw Shira Jr. played yesterday in the mid lane. I'm sure maybe GPK can try his hand on it. I say that
Ilan ba
nice
win
foul
rate
because I
niyan?
don't think he will. It will be if Boom Boys misses out, A will most likely go to Kirtich as he
Magana
does
ba yung
play
ano ko?
very well.
Yung PGL,
In
wait
a
lang.
lot of the Largo games yesterday
Yeah.
where we witnessed the opposing
Who
team
wins
had
map?
trouble killing heroes because of
Predict.
the lack of damage. And Lina is damage.
Where is
And
it?
it's also just like Largo wants to play on like movement and
Boom
and
Boys.
spacing, and Lina can always play on that.
Matic
She has the
yan,
range,
Boom
she has the
Boys.
spacing to match that. Like if Largo wants to play like a 20-second fight, Lina can also play
Yeah, but-
a 20-second
But what
fight.
do you guys think about maybe going
Yung
with
map ba
Fizzle
yan?
or some
Boom Boys tayo,
aggressive
Boom
Lina
Boys.
build, you know, against Largo?
I mean, I personally like
Wait,
seeing
what?
the just
What?
Daedalus, the right click, because if you're going magic damage and try to burst the Largo, if you don't get the kill, Largo will kind of heal up, you'll
where's
have
it?
sustain elsewhere, and then your Lina might feel like there will be a window where she can get that kind of the burst damage, but I just prefer the insurance of physical.
Maybe somewhere else in the draft they can do with Largo though, if there are heroes that she needs to do magic build against. Yesterday in the games, a matchup I really liked the look of was Wyvern
Di
into
ko
the
abutan
Largo,
yung
because we
liquid
talked about
mamaya.
how, the catchy lick dispels so many things, right?
Eh,
It's
tuloy
like
lang
Aeon,
tayo.
for example, but
Tuloy
Wyvern
lang tayo
can
ng
also
stream.
reapply her Q onto Largo, and like we saw the Largo suffer in lane so heavily as a result.
And also the fact that you have like a good combo with the Lina. I think Wyvern plus Lina has been a very traditional combination. You can get a multi-hero curse and the Lina LSA, and the team fight's all yours.
Yeah, it's very, very easy to take that fight. I mean, it also helps that Chasm Stone kind of just get introduced, and now Wyvern play. It's like Mana Boots, Blitz,
That's my
Chasm.
favorite item.
It's your favorite item?
Yes, my
On what
favorite
hero, though?
item.
Is it on Wyvern?
Every support hero.
Don't gain any
Chasm.
focus. Just auto buy. All right, great.
Auto buy.
So which guide are you following? So I need to unsubscribe from them.
The governor guy.
Oh wow, I don't make them.
All right, one ban here that Iron Wing has before the next pick phase, and
I think they have to ban Io.
yeah, I was exactly going to say that. It feels like if they don't, it's one of those, we're going to let it through and see if we can beat it situations.
If
They
they
do
don't
get
ban-
pick out of this phase, though, so maybe they want to play it themselves.
Yeah, if they don't ban it, it means they probably want to pick it, I want to say.
We can't. Okay, I'll say also if they don't ban it, then there's still the Doom route to to regain
it's
Winter's
not.
No,
favor.
no.
Ignore
Bro,
that.
no Doom.
Sorry, I didn't
Ignore
see
the
that. My
ban,
bad.
yep.
Okay, there you go, Coddle.
Also started out with the ball of light there for a second, but it was the keeper of the light that we did see banned out in that previous series that they played against each other. And it is a hero that Ari is very comfortable on as well.
I don't really like it against the Lig though. You don't do a lot against Lig because it dispels your solar bind all the time in the team fight, and that's your main spell that you do damage with on this hero.
But I think it's just like it adds multiple layers. Like Coddle just isn't just a solar bind. It's of course reducing spell cooldowns. It's miss chance. It's keeping your heroes on the map, giving them regen through health and mana, and it's just a lot of like map presence. And if Largo wants to take a long fight, guess what? Coddle can do that. Already mentioned Lina can take long fights. I think Iron Wings is respecting the concept of
Ayan,
Largo
Mirana.
and matching your
Matic.
fight style with our fight
Mirana.
style. It's the same thing. And
Bane
Blue Boys
Mirana.
it's the classics, the Bane Mirana. I mean, when you look at this team, you think about the supports. Often described as some of the best support druids in the world at their first 15 minutes of the game. Like, the way they move
Hoodwink.
on the map, it is often quite exceptional. Runes are the main thing they play for. And when you have Bane Mirana, back in 2013, 2015, you're going to get every kill on the map. Still, to present day, it's going to work the same way.
Maganda rin sana yung ano
I
eh.
think when we've seen these drafts as well,
Bounty
with,
Hunter.
the two supports, you usually like to have something that does a bit more damage and something that likes to have a bit
Nakita
more
naman
save.
nila
I
na
think
ano eh.
Coddle,
Gumagana
what
yung
I've
Bounty
seen in
Hunter
this
eh.
TI so far actually makes drafts a little bit weird in that way. Because he doesn't really provide either in like burst. So how are you going to protect someone that's getting slept and arrowed? Like, these setups are so scary, but you also don't want to keep playing more like ranged save and backlines.
Yeah.
Ringmaster?
Lo,
Yeah.
di nila kinuha si ano.
It's just really
Ang
good
dying.
against Koto in the lane, because Koto, during the laning phase, you like to hide on the trees and channel your Illuminate to push out the wave, get the pull, stack. Bane kind of just looks for you, sleeps, and kills you, And now, you guys mentioned
Ang
about the
dying
Bane
sana,
Mirana
para
series,
doon sa
the Bane
ano.
Mirana, very, very nice.
Tombstone
One of
save.
Whitemod's best hero of the
Mas
tournament
maganda
so
pa yun eh.
I'm really worried for Boom Boy's damage right now. Whereas, like,
Pagka
laning
nag...
phase, sure, there's some outplay potential,
Ano
some
kasi eh.
rotation chances.
Ano
But in the
yung
kind of the
skill
mid
nito?
game, they have no way to go. We are going to kill heroes.
Pag
Especially if
nag-escape
Central
up
goes
ka,
for instant heart build,
ganun din, hindi ka rin naman makakatakas eh.
and Ringmaster supports
Saglit
like
lang
to
eh.
keep
Ilang
people
seconds
alive.
lang to.
There is an
3
argument that
point
Boom
to.
Boys will just walk to an objective and go,
Tapos mabagal yung
win a
takbo.
tower, but killing heroes, not so much.
They don't have team fight right now.
Hindi ko trip.
They have Largo, but it kind of comes online later. The Bane, Mirana, and DK
Mas
kinda
gusto
feel
ko yung
similar
ano.
to the single target heroes. They're very good at picking off. They're very good at killing one target, but that's it. It's not the same against the Ring with the Wheel and the Centaur Stampede. Those two heroes are way, way stronger in the team fight. And right now, it kind of concerns me that Boom Boys have everything in one direction.
And they only have the one pick left, and that is most likely a hero for Kiritich. So can he really solve that with a carry pick?
Probably not.
Uy,
Well,
DK.
I honestly feel like it's the other way around. When I look at Boom Boy's lineup, I see the ability for them to use DK and Mirana to like put kill pressure on mid, or to get that blink and then put kill pressure on the mid game. And Iron Wings, like, who really
DK
makes the
mid
play?
na naka
Centaur's
Mid
gonna go
Slayer?
down the Dominator.
Pwede,
Their
Mid
blink
Slayer.
comes out a little bit later. It feels like with their build with like heart and stuff, they're kind of just being more tanky and a nuisance rather
greedy.
than actually kill threat. Your Lena's going to be farming. Your support.
Mid Slayer, dagger,
When is
threads.
Iron Wings ever making a move in this
It's
game?
the carry pick. Usually it's
Pinaka
Bjorn's
the
one
best,
that's
tapos
gonna
SNY na.
game, Maybe with some kind of, I think usually he
Or
plays like
BKB,
Kez, the
depende.
tiny- I mean, he does
Pero
have
hindi mo
some
naman kailangan
skills
siguro
like playing
BKB.
jungler, like playing
Kung naka Mid
carry, but
Slayer
I
ka.
think this game he needs to be like some early game hero, like Gyro, Kez. There's no Kez, so there's Gyro, maybe something that can actually come alive.
Unless sobrang
It doesn't
tindi
really have
nung
a initiation,
safe
but he
laner
does
nila.
give you damage in the early game when you
Pero
want to
kung
defend
safe
your tower,
laner
because
tong
I know
Lina na
the
to,
DK is gonna wanna hit
Mid
that tower.
Slayer
So I
lang,
think
pwede
Gyro
na.
against DK as a carry is always very, very nice. When the DK pops level 6, pops
Mhm.
Dragon Form, he hits your tower, you can always tell a team to be ready, and you can connect to the fight and defend the tower with your cooldown.
I mean, there's also an argument that you can go back for like the Alchemist that he's played before in the tournament, the super generic carry.
Yeah.
It has the blink, it plays the lane. Like Iron Wing,
Eh,
their
check
wave
na natin
thing is
yung ano,
about efficiency. Like if they are the better team
yung
the first 50
sounds.
minutes of farming, on paper,
Sounds. Mahina. Mahina yung sounds. Mahina yung sounds. Let's go back.
you're ready for that timing.
It needs to be a cheap one.
Yeah.
He can't afford to pick a hero that needs to farm a lot. And,
Yes.
And Boom Boys here, they have a very, very good lane setup, I would say, despite not having team fight, but their laning phase it's gonna go well. I think this DK against Lina matchup also very favorable for DK. I'm sure GPK he's gonna do really well, and the Bane I already mentioned is very good into the Kotal matchup in the lane. So laning phase wise, they have to do really well, come out on top, and try to use that advantage and snowball. Because if that doesn't happen and the game goes to the mid game with the team fights, it's gonna be difficult for Boom Boys. And now they have the TA to even accelerate the game, so they can take Roche, they can take Tom. TA is really good against Santo in the lane, very good against Lina and Kotal in the game with the shard, the silence. I think this is a very, very good pick for Boom Boys to round out the whole lineup.
Are we set on Lina to take that mid lane, or is there a chance Pure will play it instead and they can have something instead and they can have something instead and they can have something instead and they can have something
It's not bad, no, like a Necrophos or something.
Yep.
Just to fully shut down the DK, you let the Lina farm, and then you kind of connect that way.
It's
through
so
the game.
greedy though. You're playing to win the lane, and I think we already had this conversation before yesterday where laning phase doesn't really feel like it's that important anymore nowadays. You can win the lane, but how much of draft integrity are you sacrificing to have a matchup to win the lane?
Quite a lot, for sure.
Yeah. How do you play the mid game? If you don't have a hero that can come into the game and fight with the Necro, maybe the Santo has to sacrifice his game. He kind of has to buy dagger early. Maybe that would solve the problem, because if he goes for his normal build, Helm into Heart, then who's going to play the game with the supports?
I mean, yeah, the main thing is I like that TA just broke open the game for Boom Boys, right?
Yeah.
Secured a lot of the kind of concerns that we had, because like once you get to your kind of Deso timing, like you already mentioned, the script is already there for Boom Boys, so they don't have to worry too much now. It's like they can go even, and then they can make the moves when they're ready. So
Yeah. I guess there's actually more flexibility than we thought too, because we've seen Centaur mid this tournament. It could be Lina carry, Centaur mid, and then they pick a different offlaner for 33.
They will pick the Chaos Knight.
Never mind.
Excuse me.
I love this hero.
I love
here.
Chaos
I love
Knight.
this hero.
And the thing is, like, every time we go to a tournament throughout the entire season, in the back of my head, it's like, I wish I see more Chaos Knight. It's like high burst hero. You can buy Orchid, Armlet, Blink, like items that are kind of forgotten in pretty much the meta.
Fights early.
Yeah. The problem is, of course, like your damage into AoE heroes can be awkward. Into Largo, you sometimes can feel a bit.
He's not gonna worry about the damage too much, I think, because Ring, Kotal, Lina, they give you damage later on. I think his concern is that they need to find a hero that can play early. He's very good with the Kotal, the Chakra, you already mentioned that. He can play with the supports, he can initiate. I think that's what they need in the draft. You know, it might seem strange, but I think CK is the hero they needed.
I think the kill threat in lane is kind of high.
I mean, the main thing as well with CK, like he can burst a lot of heroes. Like he's not a carry that struggles to burst tanky guys. Like he can burst the tankiest of heroes in Dota with the correct itemization, because he can buy Bloodthorn as well. So yeah, I think Pure, a lot of eyes on him, because he's got given a hero that not many people play, but he can break open this game if he plays the CK well.
So we do think that in the laning stage as well, against a Largo and the Mirana, he will have a good time.
Yeah, Ring Master and CK, they are very, very strong at the early levels, especially Ring. Like you don't really trade against Ring, you have to. But if you add CK with the way that the hero wants to play very aggressive in the first 2 levels, there's a very high chance that kills are just going to happen the moment you hit level 2.
But at least for Boom Boys, when you look at their heroes, these are heroes that they have been able to obtain multiple top 3 finishes, top 2 finishes. Like this is a draft that goes, if you took away the team names, that you go, that's probably Boom Boys. So that alone, when I spoke about comfort, they now have that comfort.
Well, speaking of the draft, let's talk to someone who knows all about it. We're heading over to Slacks, who's talking to Moon Meander.
Pag umabot kayo ng mga 20 minutes, tapos ano.
Mr. Moon, Good to see you again, my friend.
Sumon
It is great to see
meander,
you
ah.
on this TI stage, but let's get in the draft. So, a lot of familiar heroes coming out from the Boom Boys. You must have saw it coming, but a very unfamiliar last pick with the CK. Was that mostly because of their aggressive lineup in the lanes, or did you have that one in the back pocket?
That one was in the back pocket. This is our NT Largo strat. So we like the Largo specialist. So
Hello.
we know what counters it.
All right. You worried about anything in this draft? It seemed like you guys got a lot of W's. There's a lot of save. There's a lot of ways to deal with their heroes. Is anything out there particularly scary, you think?
Yeah, the DK combo Marana, as long as
Dire-diretso
the
nga
BGM doesn't die to this old age-old combo middle constantly, I feel like we got this in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. BZM is doing quite well. We saw his Invoker yesterday was absolutely insane. What do you think is going to happen with the CK? Do you need to win the lanes? Do lanes even matter anymore with how long these games have been taken, Mr. Boo?
I feel lanes definitely do matter. Late game is all about team fighting, and I feel a lot of games get to late game because a lot of teams are terrified to go high ground.
Are you guys scared?
Hell no.
Hell no, baby, but we're going to see that high ground soon, I hope, for our
Ayan, nag-high ground na sila.
and see how it goes down.
Sabog. Oh, patay na si Kataomi.
It's first blood. BZM able to take it on Katomi. Miero also.
One down. Oh, stun pa ni Pure.
You know what? No matter what, the first game of the day, you're gonna get some first bloods early.
Atik.
Start it real
2-0.
quick. Once the arena starts bleeding red all around us, I know what is happening, and it's Iron Wing who are going to strike first. And a lot to dissect here from this draft, from that interview. Got a lot of knowledge, you know. I mean, I get nervous every time coming up on the stage. You know, coming to cast, I can feel the butterflies. The ground is shaking. I'd be a little scared to pick a CK at this point. I love this hero. I think he is definitely a little underexplored, and we've been seeing this development near the end of these drafts, where we're seeing the bans come out on Sven, on Tiny, on Alchemist. These like slightly active early game carries who provide a stun heading into the mid game in these very crucial team fights you just heard Mumiander talking about, right?
Patay si Miero. Hindi. Wala palang mana.
To bring him out.
Well, and this is what they said was specifically the anti-Largo tech paired together with Whitemon.
Low na kagad si Miero. Kakabalik lang na.
Ringmaster, probably the best ringmaster in the world. It feels like there's going to be insane kill potential. And as
Ay, mamamatay.
Tame the beast, get the kill. Whitemon does it. Yeah, this could be scary because he just died too. Did he out? 20 seconds on his DP.
Yeah.
Oof.
He's got a walk of shame, and of course there's no river on this side. You can't start surfing down to speed your way back over there. So it's going to be a slow one getting back. I like the idea too of the early whip as well, right? Like you have this dagger, but there's the lick counterplay, and they just don't give him a choice on the level 1 bullying.
Nicely done there to trade over the Nightmare. Ari not letting 33 get pulled underneath the tower. You know, it's interesting because when I was listening to the panel, I felt like at the 4th pick for both of the teams, all of the analysts like hated both of the drafts.
Pangit nga tong drop ng
I kind of felt like it too.
Boom
I was
boys
like, we're gonna end up like 30 minutes, no kills, like people are just chilling. And then the last 2 carries were super interesting.
Magti-TA ka versus Lina.
The CK as the last overall. How much
Di nagagana yung first kill mo
think about these drafts now at this point?
Yeah, the TA is massive because it goes from being like, okay, are they going to have some carry that doesn't do anything for 25 minutes and then like still is kind of slow to come online, or are they going to play faster? He is still level 1 on Miro right now.
Yeah, and Pure, I mean, it doesn't even feel good to not die almost at this point. Like
Whitemon's walking him down with 25% HP.
Oh, he'll take a tower shot. I mean, you probably don't want to take tower shots, to be fair. But, you know, it's exuberant. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, but this TA, it ties it all together. This is a classic Boom Boys lineup. This is how they like to play the game. And Templar Assassin, the best thing this hero does for you is the ability to secure these 2 big objectives around the 20-minute mark of the Tormentor and the Rush, right? You hit these timings of Deso and of Blink Dagger, and you are just ready to roll.
CK rin naman
something to play for that you know they're going to be looking for. The question is,
CK lamang na lamang saan.
counters out this Largo super hard in the laning state. Moon said, you know, lanes and matchups still do matter. I think they matter in like you can't win the game.
Tulad yan, muntik ka na naman.
Really bad lane. Miero,
Wala na, taob na yung offlane.
find out another way to deal with this.
Lip ko yun.
Already 15
and 8. Katomi in the
1-0
meantime,
agad,
ran it by Ari a little bit. Kiritich turns. Not going to be able to bring down the Coddle, but they are absolutely winning the lanes on Iron Wing right now.
And this
Yata
game is
yung
set
ano
to
ko,
develop very
prediction.
differently than a lot of the games we had yesterday, because you guys kept seeing this bounty hunter. It was coming out constantly, over and over all day, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, it won every game yesterday.
Yeah.
And the way that it won, that style, I mean, it reminded me so much of obviously
Pati sa last hit, lamang na lamang yung ano, Iron Wing.
You don't have to draft around it as much. You can just like live on the other side of the map kind of for free as the support. Still be providing this healing and getting all this vision. As Miro again gets whipped. Defensive arrow from Save. That's not really what you're looking for in your Marauder, right? Defensive arrows are not
Hindi
the goal.
natatanggal yung ano.
I feel like that if we just look at the damage
Ang
numbers
tawag
even
dun?
at this early point, 4 minutes in, it's
Yung
gonna be insane.
impalement.
Look at how much gold advantage this
Hindi
is.
siya natatanggal nung ano, lick.
This is like consumables and all these other things. I feel like Pure and Whitemon have absolutely destroyed.
Patay ka na
He's got
naman.
raindrops right now, and he's still getting beat down.
Look at how much it is. 4,500 damage done at 4 minutes.
And
it's cookie.
The other hero that does this is the Mirana. As you can see, 2.8k, right? Like, she's also known for doing this in the laning stage, but it just can't match up to what they're doing to Miro on this Largo. A hero who's known for having a bit of cheeky regen.
Wala namang ginagawa kasi si Largo sa lane.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're needing to figure out something to do here.
I mean, Save just came back
Nandidila
and
lang
hit
eh.
the
Dila
salve that
tapos
Miro had
ano,
to buy. So
babato
again,
ng palaka.
burning into that network.
I will say there's maybe like an element of Ember
Kasi pinipick pa nila Largo.
for Largo. If he can still get the levels up, if he can still sort of, you know, get to that level 6,
Bagal
obviously
mag-scale.
you're going to run into, you know, mana problems and all the rest of it, but he will be able to have some value.
There's a reason this frog is so
Eh,
gargantuan.
pare Vision, hindi pinipick yung Largo.
Gluttonous hero. This guy is never satisfied. He always needs more items, you know? Like, I don't... Playing for the levels is a bad time. Sometimes you can get away with it if you're playing for your Croak, but is there a good Croak combo this game?
Yep.
Not particularly, right? There's no beastly combo like a Muerta, an Ember, a Puck, or something like that. It's nothing spectacular.
See how he does.
Try ko pati rin yung mid lane, logi.
Oh, they're gonna kill his courier. I mean,
Yeah.
when it rains, it pours, brother.
It's, I mean, everywhere that they're trying to go.
Okay, Miro, do not click Miro. Whatever you do, all right?
6 minutes, 3k yung advantage.
Channel, don't look.
He's cute.
The Midas is queued up.
Hanip na yan.
It is danger zone for the frog. Oh my gosh, there's a drought. The marshland is just all dry. The bed is cracked, and he missed the window. You know, the frogs, they hibernate under the mud lyrical. That's what they're supposed to do.
I hear
He
ya.
didn't get under the mud in time.
Yeah.
He's left out.
Poor old.
Medyo mahabol na rin siya.
Or like, he's gonna convert from a frog to a toad.
Network.
He's gonna
Network,
go live-
network,
it's like when
network,
they find
network.
a dog living with a pack of wolves.
Yeah, exactly.
Aray ko, ang layo ng network nila.
His life is pain.
This explains like so much of the draft too, right? This idea, like, because they didn't seem concerned about the Largo, and they banned the IO and everything. But some of those other counters, like, they really understand this hero.
Well, right, because it's 33, like his most successful hero. I feel like over
Definitely
the last
as of
5.
late, no doubt. Yeah.
And you know, when you play that much of it, you understand how to counter it out.
Yeah.
EZM in the meantime is going to get found. The creeps are in the way, so can't quite get the arrow combo. And in fact, Katomi gets
big.
hit. EZM.
Give him the kill.
Oh, save.
Hindi niyo binigay kay ano?
Still being involved.
Largo?
Anything is helpful right now.
Yeah, they couldn't risk it. There's no way you could like guarantee it from Miro. So just make sure the death happens. Help out your poor offlaner.
Kuha
Whitemon,
pa yung
though,
shrine.
Yeah.
he took advantage, you know? He gets in, got the shrine. While that's happening, that might not even be worth it in the end. A stun hits on the stage. Got one more leap. Is it gonna matter?
So, hindi tumama yung impalement. Swerte.
Get some separation there, but yeah, you can see this CK. I mean, we have not seen a lot of this hero. So, what is the like downside to CK? Because he's looking amazing right now. Why have we not seen this hero before? And is there
Masakit
any way
yung
that
CK.
Boys can take advantage of that?
Sobrang sakit niya.
I mean, his itemization, I really like the hero because you can kind of buy anything.
Pangit lang kasi mag-scale.
Yeah, you can kind of buy anything, which is really cool.
Kailangan
So one
ano,
big
aggressive
issue is
ka.
He's not like fully solved in some ways. Like he doesn't have this insane item build. Like he can't go like Mjolnir or something and farm up like crazy.
Oo,
He's
hindi
a
makapag-farm.
melee core. Melee cores have
Exactly.
been struggling quite a bit without a natural farm accelerator. Ever since they've lowered the cooldown of the Phantasm, it has become sort of his pseudo farm accelerant, right? Like you just ult and you farm through the camps and stuff. So I'd say that's maybe the one concern. But if you succeed in the lane like this and you get the kills, this is how you're supposed to accelerate the hero.
I see.
But to move on to something other than just this very difficult top lane, one bright spot I thought might happen would be the mid lane here.
Alam ko usually
he
ano
does quite well on the mid.
mataas ang armor nito eh.
BZM is not someone who often pushes his advantage. BZM is also crushing this game. We haven't mentioned it, but
Ano stats niya? Wala na stats dito.
he's back, he's farming, and again, this is what I mean about the game developing differently. There's no bounty hunter in this game.
Wala kasing
So
stats.
this area back here, it feels very safe. Eventually, there's going to be this roaming.
Pero mataas ang armor niya, pwede nga siya mag-radiance eh.
Was the off lane. The Mirana's far behind. They don't have the confidence to push forward. You don't have this offlaner who, you take the top tower, you start controlling this space. You get a helm or something, the waves are in your control, and that opens up all this breathing room for the supports to go and hunt these cores who are farming the jungles like this.
Radiance man, parang life stealer pwede siguro.
This game is very narrow.
Right, like the Mirana Bane combo is very, very strong when you compare them together, but if Bane had left that bottom lane, then Kiritich at this point would not have a game.
Yeah.
So they kind of have to wait until he was self-sufficient before they could make that move, and now 33 get his helm, and so they're going to be more free to roam around and try and make stuff happen.
I mean, Save's trying to do it anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is going to be very successful. If he gets spotted here, he's very close to the vision of BZM. He just skirts past him, so he's going to get a really deep observer ward here. There is a dire ward, but Save is skirting fully around the vision it gives. Oh, he sees a courier. He's going to kill that. That might give away the ward he just planted, though.
Yeah.
But, Wand, Blood Grenade Sentry.
And there aren't any other sentries right now on these heroes to go and get the D1.
And now he's stealing the Lina's camps. He's back here arrowing the tomato and finishing off the potato. So this is his solution. If I can't gank the Lina and fight her, I'm going to try and take her camps. Unfortunately, he's killing your mid tower.
Yeah, this part is a little bit tough. And with 33 sending in...
Ngagaw ka nga ng camp, nakapag-push naman siya.
IronWing to get this early tower advantage and transform this net worth lead into objectives. Now, can they do this in other places? There's an immediate smoke.
Alam nila nandiyan ka.
And now the boots of travel are out.
Alam nila, yan na, sinirkelan ka na. Alam nila nandiyan ka eh. Oh, yari ka. Yari ka, alam nila nandiyan ka eh. Kulit mo eh. Hindi ka lang pinupuntahan. Support diff.
Doesn't quite connect onto the stomp for Kiritich, so both supports falling. As IronWing push this advantage.
After killing Ari's already down here backing them up, and this is what you heard T on the panel talking about, this idea of just keeping you out on the map, right? He's throwing out these chakras, he's throwing out these heals. He's going to ensure that even though they just kind of dove the tower a bit and fought this Bane, they get to stick
Iba
around.
naman yung Largo. Parang support na. Hanap na yan. Pinipili kasi pa yung Largo.
You can't chase this thing as Kiritich. No. So what's the response? GBK coming in. His ult is running a little low, but he's got enough time for a fight.
Okay.
Oh, the hurricane he
Uy!
gets the nightmare though. And then they use the stun onto the creep, and now BZM turns.
Bakit yung creep? Ano
The
yun?
creep.
Yeah.
Like, there's no hope on the Centaur.
And in the meantime, Pure also takes the top tier 1 tower. Because when he is solo against Miero, I mean, Ringmaster is still in the area, it ends up being enough to take that down. 5k gold lead now at 12 minutes. Yeah, they really turned on the acceleration in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Miero, he got pushed out of his Ancients area as well. I mean, obviously he's a Largo too, so it doesn't feel that great to be farming in there. He's back on those only 2 camps he can access on the hero.
Yeah.
It's rough. I mean, he's the same level as
Midas. Hanap na yan.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Losing the wisdom will also do that to you.
Yeah.
So, 12 minutes now, and Boom Boys, I mean, they're not a team that's super
Sure ka? Magdadagger ka?
from behind, but they can extend
Midas ka na lang din.
trying to cut waves and all the rest of it. Is there any hope at all still for that, like, timing of the Deso on Kiritich, or are we going to need to wait for a later one?
That's a toughie. I mean, the Deso Blink, I think you still just have to fight it, right? Like, you have a DK.
Right.
He's going for the Blink Dagger. I'll be curious to see what his second item is. If he sticks for the Shard as well, I feel like he might just have to. Just to, like, try and get some ability for wave push and maybe just, like, staying up in this game. But, I mean, there's no doubt that Iron Man have full control of this game at the moment. A lot of it's going to come down to the decisions they want to make and the itemizations they want to go for. Like 3-3 is going for the helm straight into the heart. I think this is a pretty good game for it. Like, they've already gotten plenty of kills. They've secured a ton of space around the map. They've gotten their towers. They can, I'd say, go for the final push on this bottom tower pretty soon. Like right now, the Wildling Ripper is just down here solo taking it, and Kanomi's too scared to go in. They're just pulling the wave off, and this tower's just dying to creeps.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable, right? He's going to have to pull it over now and try and pull that to Kiritich. But this is the danger, right? Things could go wrong, and if you lose this TA and any of her farm accelerates down, or decelerates rather, then you're just going to not be able to fight for almost at any point in this game. Pretty catastrophically in this game.
It is, as the last tier 1 tower falls. What they do have to work with though is the Blink Dagger of the DK finished, and of course level 3 arrow. So that'll be the dream.
Kailangan lang mag-catch up yung Largo tsaka DK. Raiko, pag nakuha yan.
Yeah, they're just gonna give it up again. Another one of these shrines dropped.
5 level 6. Diyos ko. Hindi sila nagko-contest. Ayaw nila mag-contest.
Listen, you gotta keep morale going some way. That might be a morale breaker, to be fair. I mean, okay, so let's think about this. You're down...
Thinking cap on Miracle.
You're down 2k on the DK. You're down 3k on the Largo. It feels bad. Like, how bad is it seriously, though? Like, is there a way to fight back? What is Miro need to fight?
They need to pray that Whitemon doesn't hit Escape Act.
Okay.
That's what they need to pray, right? Because, like, the whole play is going to be, all right, we're going to smoke up, we're going to blink, we're going to stun, we're going to arrow, someone's going to die. And then if the Escape Act comes out and you hear the horrifying phantasm of and Pure just starts blowing up one of your heroes in 2 seconds, it's gonna be bad.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is take a fight when Whitemon is not there.
Yes.
Try and, like, find pickoffs, sort of.
Vision, knowing where Whitemon's moving
Malabo
is very
yun.
helpful as well, of course.
Okay.
Wala si Whitemon dun. Malabo yun ah.
Understandable. I mean, again, if you've got
Malabong analysis yan ah.
that has traditionally been a combo that's quite good at finding those pickoffs, but it also depends upon you sort of forcing Iron Wing to play in bad positions. Or
well, part of that is happening now. It is nighttime. Bane gets a big edge during the night. You get more vision than other heroes. So that could open up the opportunity. Boom, another one down.
Hey, they're killing those.
Another Helm Creep bites the dust here.
I mean, the TA's top net worth now because of that.
There you go. Doing something.
Nightmare, they force a TP. Like to see that. That's the other type of play that you can do with Bane, is maybe make these moves happen around. Iron Wing still seem to be playing very clean Dota, though.
Yeah, I feel like they're chilling a little bit until 3P finishes the heart, just because it's going to be such a massive upgrade. There is an Arcane Rune sitting bottom, and Whitemon's still able to just hold it for a while for BZM to rotate into it. BZM going first for the 4-step. Very good item versus any Bane, DK, Mirana combos. You try and just, obviously remove your ally from the path of the arrow before it connects. Right. So now they have a second problem, other than this, just the Escape Act.
And so the other question then is, for Iron Wing, are we going to be seeing this team try and, like, pressure quickly? What are their sort of item timings that they're looking for to sort of take this next tier of towers, or likely Roche, I guess, is going to be.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. Like, how much do you force the Roche right now is Iron Wing? Because there's definitely a situation where you maybe greed it a bit too much. Like, you're gaining a lot right now. Like, you still control the map. I like Tormentor for them. Tormentor for them is very quick. Right now, they're just drawing the line. I mean, top is pushing in pretty well right now. Mid's an okay spot because you still have your tier 1 tower, so they're going to try and make their way down bottom. It's not the most, I'd say, like, advantageous smoke right now for Iron Wing.
Yeah.
Their scan did connect for a moment on Kiritich, so they know that someone is moving in this area.
He's backing away. Does look like some of Boom Boys is heading down this direction, as well as Kiritich, understanding that movement, is able to back away. Bane comes
Patay ka,
in,
Katomi.
try and break the smoke. Don't think he's getting out of arrow, as the arrow will land, but
Huwag na kayo lumaban.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of sold it a little bit, right? Because, 3-3 has a heart, so he's willing to play more aggressive. So it's not necessarily like 100% guaranteed they're, like, moving through there, but that was a correct read there from Boom Boys. Only costs you your Bane. You're not too unhappy about it. I guess you could say, DK has also ulted. Right. BZM again bottles up a haste rune as well here as they're chasing through.
Naku, sinolo si Miero.
Miero's in trouble as well.
Aray
They
ko.
find it with pure move in for the kill. Save
Ginagawa nun dun.
escape from that one. So they'll lose the frog again. 1-7, 18 minutes in, a 6,000 gold lead. Now stepping forward, finding Whitemon. Is there any follow-up here? The arrow is going to connect. GPK looking for a kill. Now escape or stick around. Okay, they're feeling confident.
All right, is there anything you can really get off of this? Mid tower is really low, but you're missing your Largo. I mean, he's very close to Kaya Sanj on the Largo, and he's level 12. So honestly, Miro's in a pretty good spot.
He's recovered.
Considering everything, this is pretty good.
I mean, yes, he's, what, 3,000 gold behind the other cores, but it's like, yeah, there's something cooking a little bit.
Yeah.
I guess every minute that goes by where Iron Wing are not taking objectives is Boom Boys sort of slightly marginally cutting into the lead.
Very, very slightly. I mean, Kira's also about to have a Manta relatively soon here, which is quite frightening for a Largo who's so underfarmed.
And a Blink Dagger done for Centaur now, too.
Yeah, Largo, obviously a hero that succeeds a lot when he can get through the burst of the enemy lineup, and currently he cannot. Alright, so they are indeed going to take away this road from Boom Boys. Boom Boys, they don't have any real vision on the dire side of the map, so not any clear idea this is going on. With the way the CK illusion is moving, you might have seen this happening, but there's nothing they can do about it.
I also really like the idea of doing this right before the 20-minute mark, because you see that line drawn, they can go immediately into the Tormentor after the fact.
Yes, this was a classic in some of our previous map metas here. They missed the blink here onto Miro. He's going to get away with the hot foot hustle.
Nicely done. So manages to escape. In the meantime, TA, the glyph is there and has to blink away from BZM. So Kiritich not going to get found.
Now they do an observer ward here from Kataomi near the Tormentor, so this could be their moment.
I think, again, they're just trying to do anything they can to slow this down. Like, every nightmare you see where there's nobody around is trying to bait Iron League into a reaction.
Yeah, and do they want to just keep this pressure up? Looks like. I mean, why would you back away, right?
Yeah.
You have the Aegis. I don't think you need to go back to the Tormentor now. It's going to be there for a while.
True.
There's no hurry. You can get an answer. I mean, they don't have an ult on GPK right now. Like, he was just losing his Dragon form up top while they're pushing that top tower.
Yeah.
So the Radiant Catapult is hitting the top tier 1 right now, but they're just going to lose their tier 2. A very smooth game from Iron Wing.
Mid, they're starting to TP en masse to come in for this. As BZM shows up to defend their mid tier 1 tower. They are going to try and pressure all the way and finish off that bottom tier 2 tower.
I wonder if this impacts the tormenting at all, or no, they're just going to stay with the plan and immediately run back. It looks like they are. I mean, DK form is back up. They could twin gate in theory, but there's no way you get all the pieces connecting in time as Boom Boys. It's more likely the better play is to do what they're doing. Farm up these camps, give away the Tormentor. I mean, not bad on the charge. They're pretty good, you know. Auto 2 charges versus Largo is really nice. Something to deal with one of the licks rather. So later, of course.
I mean, yeah, this feels pretty bad, but I can see a pathway out of it for Boom Boys, at the very least. They're spreading out, they're farming, they're trying to make that stuff work. And on the side of Iron Wing, I mean, you know, Moomiander was talking about this too. There is a fear of going high ground eventually.
Well, but not for them.
Well, yeah,
he said they're not scared.
You know, that's fair. The coach has to say that, though. I don't know if he was being completely honest. I think people respect high ground. But we'll see. Nero playing his little guitar for all he's worth. And in towards mid, you can see the movement from Iron Wing. Gonna try and make that pressure. The other one that we always talk about is TA level 25.
That's true.
Eventually get
every game is winnable with TA 25.
With blink back, Kiritich, good reaction, arrow, not gonna land onto BZM.
Or sometimes level 30 if they take the instances instead.
PK, on the hunt, blinks away, mid-reality rift. Now they're smoked up. Are they gonna try and take this fight right here?
Ulti's back in 1 second. So the their
there it is, the big jump, he's immediately gone. Kiritich finds a target, and now Pure turning on to him, but the Moonlight Shadow, they have detection down. Not really. 33 gonna have to stampede out of there. Look how much damage was done.
Stay tight, play the guitar.
Now looking, save, throws an arrow, not gonna land on the Whitemon. But this burst that they have can be pretty significant. Iron Wing up on the high ground, finds the stun onto 2, not bad at all. They have enough to get the kill. No, Whitemon gets the heal, and one shot onto Katomi from Pure. Save still running, and Kiritich aggressively moving forward, finds 33. He's in trouble, dropping down dead. Can they get some more? The catchy lick onto BZM. Boom Boys, they waited for their moment, they waited for their time. They are reaping what they sowed, and so are Iron Wing, as they find and kill the Coddle. A moment right there. In your moment of triumph, celebrate the fullest.
Hold ya, depende sa
Yeah, the cup was
laro.
empty once you lose the Aegis, I think. That sticking around there, a bit dangerous for Iron Wing, and they get punished. It's amazing because you see these incredible plays, like the healing coming up from the Calder, like 4,000 healing, and the two supports just saving each other back and forth.
He did use grip last time. Katomi got him. Kiritich, he's on top and going to take down this CK Pure. Well, wait, is he turning away, trying to arm a toggle, but GPK is there. Comes in for the finish.
That's unbelievable to get that afterwards as well. What a find from Katomi. I mean, this is why this team loves the Bane so much. Both their support players are extremely good on it, and he brings that element that we talked about in terms of like the bounty hunter or the tree. Like, you can really roam solo despite not being invisible and set up some incredible plays because of your long time durations on the stuns.
You know, I think Boom Boys, a team that at various points has been criticized for not being able to keep their cool. It's so awesome to see this type of, you know, growth and move from them as they are playing very clean. Even just yesterday on the main stage, Kiritich slamming the desk off the frustration of that loss. And now they're coming in, they fall behind early and start to make this a comeback. This is going to be a good game.
GBK having some very nice plays. That's the second one where he's just getting away by
May
the...
play lang tayo dito. Yeah.
I mean, Iron Wing, you can see in that team fight too, though, like they played so well. The saves between the two supports, like passing the heals back and forth with the Lotuses, the escape back and everything, but at the same time, they almost played it too well, keeping the supports alive, you know?
Right.
Then there was nothing left for the cores at that point, and then they just get focused down. Again, coming in, Katomi feeling brave.
This is a bit of a bait, though. They've got a couple heroes behind him.
BK has Force Staff and BKB. They're not brave enough inside of Iron Wing to go for it. That lead dwindling down. Level 20 on the Templar Assassin. The minus armor is going crazy right now. I mean, the Centaur, right? You know, we have the Helm into the Heart build, very common. He's got that plate mail to help out, but it can still really chew through you when it's TA.
Well, and we saw the burst potential that came from Boom Boys. There is also the other burst that's going to be Pure on this Chaos Knight.
Daedalus ba to?
When he's got Heart up and online, this hero
Kapag nag-Daedalus yan, iyak talaga kayo.
to deal with, like, obviously all the instances of you know, refraction from the TA and everything else, but yeah, it's going to be something to watch for.
Yeah, Psyblades can like single-handedly win this game. The angles that Kiritich takes are probably going to be the most impactful things in these fights, especially as we get tankier and tankier onto the CK.
Right.
Because he really is going to be the damage for the side of Boom Boys for quite a while.
Yun na nga, Daedalus na nga.
Yeah, and unlike, you know, some of these other mids that transition, I'm thinking of like Snapfire the other day and stuff, where you turn into like a physical damage carry afterwards. You kind of seeing what you get from DK.
Yeah, he tends to often more for the Shiva's Guard and more like control-oriented vision for your teammates, which is really good with TA.
Right.
And like having a vision advantage is amazing heading into the late game. So if you can get into that Shiva's, it feels really good. You're going to have the Moonlight Shadow, which I feel like hasn't really been a tool that's been utilized very much by Boom Boys this game, just because of the nature of how the lead has been for Iron Wing.
Right.
But, you know, that could be the 1-2 punch where that second hit coming in from a nice Moonlight Shadow might fully eclipse the lead that Iron Wing have and actually propel them into a better standing here. Surely Boom Boys are just waiting for the next Roche, right? They have a Templar Assassin. They want to play for that. I'd love to see a trap.
Could be nice for them to get that going. Another 10 seconds till we're going to know how long Roche respawn is. And also next Shrine of Wisdom is up right now.
Ito, BKB. Yep.
Now,
oh, naka-pike din.
still nursing that one. but feeling
next
very
item.
close between these two squads that have had a penchant for going into the
Shiba?
late game. I would not be
Kailangan niya
surprised to see
Shiba,
this one
guys.
going 40-50 minutes again.
Shiba. Dapat
Yeah,
mag-Shiba
you
to.
decide to make one move that's a little aggressive, right?
Shibas.
Sticking around after the ages. and
Shibas
feeling like, oh, we're
Regal.
still stronger. Like, we definitely win this fight, but you just get outplayed a little bit, and suddenly the hesitation starts to loom in. Fear is the mind killer, they say.
Ayos yung chis.
You know what the problem was? They weren't afraid of high ground. They should have been
Omelet
afraid of tier 2.
dupamage.
Fear is the mind stabilizer. Is that what you think?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. A healthy level of fear is very good for you. I mean, that's just evolution.
You know, you're not wrong.
Wala nang ano ah. Arcane na.
Dagger for Whitemon. A little bit here too. But likely, as you see these traps coming out, there could be another play that we see later on if this TA thinks about going for an Aghanim Scepter. But looking at the item queue up that she's got, like Kiritich is just going all damage. Daedalus first, Shard. I mean, it's going to be pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
Get towards that Nullifier.
Yeah, one plan on the mind for Kiritich, but I mean, that makes sense, right? You have a Largo, you have a DK, let them do all the other work. Currently, it's Miro who's considering going with the Shiva's Guard, which I like that idea. Obviously, going to boost him up quite a bit with the AoE bonuses, and instead they're going to have GPK go for an earlier Nullifier as well, just to try and deal with the Ringmaster is the point here, guys. If you're dealing against the Ringmaster, you get the Nullifier to make sure this Escape Act won't work. But it's a very expensive item, so we still have a big window here, and you're going to see it right now. There it is.
Escape Act is already out. The arrow, long duration stun, had Fiend Script not wanting to use it.
And I think that brings up an interesting question in terms of the Aghanims for the Centaur. Because currently, you know, he's looking for the Shiva's Guard as well in 3-3, because he wants even more armor. He turned his first plate mail into a Lotus. But should there be a consideration for him to be picking up the Aghanims earlier in this game for BZM?
Dapat na nag-Shivas na lang siya.
Obviously, there's a lot of damage, but
Kaysa
BZM,
sa
you know, he's not the
Lotus.
carry Lina. He's the mid Lina, much more magical focused. He's going Shivas next, so he's not really a great target to save in that regard.
pala
And then, of
nag-Lotus
course, you know, CK is based on multiple units for a lot of his damage,
Oy.
not just the individual.
Meron ng
So it
Lotus.
sort of hurts the Centaur in this
Delay
way that
na
the
yung
draft
ano
is
mo.
constructed. And mostly how this game has played out, to be honest.
Yeah, it is a strange one, because this has
Attempts.
oftentimes been the thing that makes the Centaur feel better than all these other offlaners that buy Helm, is that you have Stampede for the save, and then also, obviously, that Workhorse. But no option for it this time. I think some of it, too, is that it's both drafts are just so heavy physically minded in terms of their damage. Obviously, Lina, as you're talking about, going a little bit more into the Shivas and the magic build, but still a huge components of right-click damage there.
3-3's Creep's going to get found out. Couldn't find any sneaky spots to perhaps scout the Roche, but of course that doesn't mean that they're aware this is happening.
Smoke coming out.
They're going to hit it and move out.
Yeah, I think 33 and Iron Wing realized that there was at least a chance, and you take it very quickly with TA.
So he's got 31 armor on Centaur.
Okay.
All right, he's got a Lotus, and he's got 3,600 HP. Can he die if they jump him first, do you think? Like, with an Escape Act and a backup, surely that fight goes well for Iron Wing if he gets jumped first, right?
I think so. I think you can lay him out as bait, and that's why he's playing so far forward.
Yeah.
I mean, the flip side to that is that if you start, like, spilling off the TA traps, it's still going to take a lot.
Yes, it might be a little scary to go for an Escape Act on that guy.
Yeah.
You don't want to walk too close.
Also, there is the full data list done, so if there are some big crits that come out, that's another way that things can start to look a little bit better. As for the moment, though, Kiritich, while everybody else was hanging out around the Roche pit, goes out to farm more camps and just trying to accentuate this lead right now.
Save has done a good job paying attention as well to the itemization environment. He's already picked up the dust with this Glimmercape bot, but not even used yet. So you don't even get that like one fight for Ari where you get to surprise him a little bit. Yeah, just instantly ready to pop that and make the fight a bit more difficult.
But this is more the type of gameplay that I was expecting out of these two teams. The early aggression in the laning stage kind of had me feeling like maybe Iron Wing were just going to be able to roll this, but seeing now the backing away, trying to play the map, dodge out from them, this is much more traditional of both of these teams.
Yeah, these are two teams that play for objectives and the big fights around those objectives. As Ari, great positioning to pop a smoke. Your question is, can he get out after?
Nope. Definitely no.
Not even a little bit. So had the right idea though, you know? He is trying to figure out where they're at. Drops an Ob Sentry on the high ground here from Whitemon. Wondering if they're going, but they go into the pit.
They see the little mini Centaur, and now looking for a chase. They're going to buy back, but BK trying to finish this one off. Can they go into it in time?
They're committing here.
They're breaking this. 33. They're breaking the Blink Dagger, not letting him go in. Kiritich trying to finish it. Gets bashed by Roach. Looking for a wraparound, but they're not going to be able to get there in time. Aegis onto Kiritich. Jump forward. Stun. Hits onto 2. TPK finds the CK over the side. They're keeping him out of this fight. Kiritich, BKB is out, is going to blink up to the high ground. Boom Boys, +1 Aegis.
Woo, nice Nightmare pullback from Kataomi to save that Aegis. Otherwise, Kiritich might have got locked down into the Wheel of Wonder. Turns his attention and pulls him right out of that one. And instantly picks up a couple of smokes. He's feeling it. He's got the Agnums done on the Bane. So, I mean, this is classic save Bane. You know, he used to play position 4 Bane, rush this Agnum Scepter. Now he's got his butt on his team doing it. And save working towards his own Agnums. But it's going to be a while because he's now picked up the gem. So, some map control. Oh, he might lose this gem, though. 3-3. He saw the arrow. He saw it.
Oh, jumps in.
Oh, give me that.
And immediately.
Wait, they didn't see it. They didn't see it.
Uy,
oh,
hindi nila nakita.
Kala
ko nakita.
Guys,
they're on it.
Please.
Listen, the supports from Iron Wing,
yeah,
they're on it.
Core players, you know, they don't notice that as much.
Good ward placed down now. So the last couple of minutes have definitely been favoring Boom Boys, but Iron Wing taking out that gem in spite of the Aegis and getting a deep ward. There could be an opportunity for them to make some plays off of this.
Yeah, grabbing that tower in the mid as well off of that beautiful stuff here. Now, this top tower did not go too well last time. So, I mean, the waves pushed out to their own tier 2. You have to consider that a bit here. Still full damage on the menu here for Kiritich. This Aghanim Scepter ready to be used by the Bane, and now we have the Nullifier up and ready to go here on the DK. So they're definitely set for a good smoke out here. Got to get some map control, though. Miro has been running around and kind of just throwing his body into these lanes. He's willing to take the risk, being kind of the poorest, poorest scorer by a margin on the team, but this is helping him to catch up. Because he's not really worth going after. He pushes relatively fast, and he's opening up the rest of the map for his team to try and make some of these more aggressive maneuvers. As they're getting pretty close to Pure here. I mean, this is a guy with no BKB, but not enough of the catch is close enough here yet.
Another thing to keep in mind is that Nullifier just completed does open up kill potential. Pure can no longer just depend upon Whitemon saving him.
I mean, so many other tools too, right? Like the Force Staff potential to help out from the Lina, the Box, the Glimmers, the Force Staff from the Coddle.
Anong ginagawa na Aghanim si Bane? Phoenix Grip. Oh. Okay.
No grip for you, Miero. Trying to back out. You're still on.
Okay, pinapatay si Miero. Flick. Wala, patay talaga.
Miero now also in trouble. Iron Wing finds the other. 4-second stun. Gone. Chaos Knight. When it's looking bad, you can depend on that guy to get some kills.
He is a big feast or famine hero in team fights. Like, he's one of those heroes that really needs everything to go according to plan and to have a really solid opening in the engagement, and then he just goes nuts, right? And then you see it right there.
I mean, this is really one of those games where the initiation from the team fight, they find him, that ward placed down! Oh, they got it! That vision is all they needed.
LSA.
Oh, Kiritich, BKB tries to get out of there for the moment. They got the grip on the Centaur. How much damage do they have? Pure is eating through all of those refractions into this Nightmare to try and keep him alive. Laguna might back away, Force Staff. He's living. Kiritich survives that Aegis jump, but man, that ward, Whitemon got it down. Exactly what they needed to start that fight.
Yeah, looks like it's even been there a while too. They have to drop a sentry. They get the reality.
Ayan na naman. Patay na.
Can't save him. Oh, they get the kill. He's dead for 90, and now Save also in trouble.
For a ward.
They are not afraid to go high ground. That's what Moon said, and they meant it. Iron Wing take down. That's all of their damage. Are they going to be able? Oh man, what's going to happen?
So much backup still behind them from this Coddle's Ringmaster. It's so hard to deal with these two.
Why would you ever leave? Why would you ever not go high ground? What could possibly go wrong? Pure starts to hit the racks. And they're going to slowly and steadily, and I mean, and like all this chip damage just
Okay,
doesn't
ito yung
matter.
kote.
No, they just regen too much. I mean, they're double hardcore sitting in the front with a Ringmaster Caudal behind. The healing is too much. They get on the BZM, but again,
Nullifiers don't have the damage.
Laki yung damage.
Trouble toe, and he's gonna go down. The chase is
Thrower.
there. TPK is gone. Nero also in trouble. Stomped. Iron Wing. Sensing fear in their opponents, trying to close this one out. Triple kill onto the tier 4 towers. Oh, Iron Wing.
what a read. They know. They're not coming back. We got this one. Whew, it started out really hot for Iron Wing. So many great plays during the laning stage. So many kills, building into a solid lead. But then Boom Boys, they find that moment. They strike back. A tiny little hole in the armor.
Python just unicycling and triumph around the Ancient. Yeah, drop the voice lines. That's what you love
Iron
to
Wing,
see.
get him a pair of Heelys.
Listen,
I want to see him doing it on the stage.
We've got 4 seconds left, but GG is called. Boom Boys know what's coming. Iron Wing come out victorious.
A quick, emphatic victory. Pure taking a bath in the well right now, going after Kiritich, making a statement as they take game number 1 with a beautiful last pick. They said they understand the Largo. They know what to do. I believe they were correct.
What a performance. And again, for Boom Boys, there were so many points in that game where it was starting to feel like maybe they could turn. You were slowing things down with Katomi on the Bane. And then in the end, it just was not enough. And again, that ward, it was these supports.
Yep.
The supports for this team are so good.
I think they deserve a lot of credit as well, because this is a hard game to win with this draft. I think you have to be very consistent throughout the game. Like, I mean, you saw it, right? They made one mistake and suddenly the game felt tilted back in Boom Boy's favor. And you're like, oh, okay, ooh, this looks a little risky for Iron Wing. But it was that big lead they generated early with the help of the Chaos Knight. And again, BZM doing much better in the mid lane than he has recently. I feel like he really got a solid lead and helped control this game for Iron Wing.
Impressive performance by Iron Wing as they take the victory. See if they can do it again for game number 2. For now, they're victorious.
Thank you
Here's
very
Iron
much,
Wing.
Trent and Lyrical. The first game of this best
Yeah, Iron
of
Wing.
3 elimination series goes the way of Iron Wing, and it looked fairly even for quite some time in that mid portion of the game, but at some point, Winter, it was just over, and it felt like Boom Boys had nothing left in the tank.
I mean, also the fact that the game started out with like a couple of kills, I think that kind of tilted the off lane for the Largo, kind of tilted also the DK's matchup, because I expected the DK against Lina to be more evenish, but he kind of had a hard time in the laning phase, probably due to the kill, the extra kill that the Lina had before the game started. It upsetted the balance of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Iron Wing at least had one mentality in this game, which was move forward, right? Because after the laning phase, even if the kill score wasn't really going up, they were always just trying to just be annoying and just make some move happen. Like, they were trying to go for kills, maybe it didn't work out, but they were just slowly chipping down, progressing the map. Sure, this wasn't the cleanest game, I'd say, from them, but I think they had the correct mindset of brush off a mistake, go again. And I think that mindset did allow them to eventually just pretty much close out the game in a very swift move. But yeah, Iron Wing, a couple things might need to be cleaned up in the next game, but that aside, we get to see an unpicked CK show off some of its strengths within the tournament, even though other teams don't respect it. Against Largo, it did a very good job in the lane.
It did do a very solid job in the lane, and we are witnessing a part of the game right now where we thought, you know what, Boom Boys, they have a shot of making a comeback happen. They've got some items on board that we thought would propel them forward and have a solid success in the mid game, but it was very short-lived for you.
It was, and I also thought they were going to do well because they got the Aegis right off it, and this was the fight that they took afterwards, which just went terribly. It felt like when CK could find the right target, the damage output was just unbelievable, and Boom Boys just get pushed right onto the back foot because they don't really have like save supports. They have Nightmare, and they have like Largo's heal, but there's nothing that really stops the 1,000 illusions of CK from beating your head in.
I mean, it was also kind of hilarious because like before that clip, there was multiple times that both CK and Centaur were Blink trying to stun people, but they're probably the worst Blink initiators because of how clunky their stun is. So you got to see DKTA just blink away from multiple engagements, which kind of gave Kiritich, who was having an incredible game, right? Top net worth, pretty much the lifeline of BB, a potential chance to get back into this game. But then eventually, when you don't blink, dodge, or stun, when you actually do convert on that initiation from Iron Wing, then you get moments like this where they're suddenly in your base and go, you know what? I think it's just time to end it.
I mean, I also want to add something to that. I feel like the other problem that I noticed throughout the game is this Largo and DK, they just don't really mesh together very well. Like we've seen Largo with Ember, Largo with Storm in the past, any magic damage, Spirit Hero, it works really well with the Croak, but with DK it just doesn't really feel like it's the same. GPK kind of had a decent game, kind of great game, but I just didn't really see like the combination with this hero. They first picked the Largo, and I felt like the DK as a follow-up because they just wanted to have a good laning setup against the Lina, just didn't really cut it, for the draft.
Yeah, and you talked about the laning, right? And the idea of Largo, he didn't have that natural pairing. Not only did he not have a natural pairing, but when you get completely shut out of the lane, let's remind you, brother, at this point, Miro, he had a Midas in his quick buy. I was like, please, for the love of, do not do this. Of course, he then goes back for Sanj and Kaya, right? But like, this was just a complete outclass in one team understanding. As a Largo team, how do you beat Largo? And this was exactly it, because I didn't really get to see Largo ever enter the game. He ended the game at 0-5-5. Sure, he eventually did get to, the BKB, the Shivas, the Sanjkai, like eventual items to be tanky enough to deal with a CK, but it was never in time. It was never at the right Largo timings that we're expected to see so far at the International. And yeah, I think the CK alone in laning phase did exactly what it had to do.
Maybe, Ray, we'll see more Chaos Knight. This was the first showing we saw of the hero here at the International, and it looked solid.
I really liked it as a last pick. They pulled it out of their back pocket. Moon Meander said that it was their Largo counter, and it did do that job, especially with having Ringmaster as such a strong laning support. You can just pressure him so hard because Largo wants to be able to dispel like one thing, but Ringmaster's playing with multiple charges on his dagger. It's like really hard to deal with that amount of damage and kill threat, and they just keep going on him. But I think it's hard because now they are aware of it, and I don't think CK thrives if you have to pick him earlier in the draft because there are a lot of heroes that can deal with him, and there are other supports as well, and heroes in this meta that makes illusion heroes like that struggle. It's like one of the reasons I think Meepo is so bad is because you have like Underlords and Wyverns every game, so it's like CK kind of struggles from the same. He seems very niche. I'd like to see him maybe picked now that we know that he exists.
I do wish we saw Orchid though. That's my one critique, dear Pure. I feel like CK is built on the burst, the wow woo woo, that ooh wow, and no Orchid doesn't allow to do that. I think he went a little bit greedy going for like Echo and Manta and Heart. It's a lot of like strength and clunkiness, and maybe some of the mistakes that they made in that kind of 20-minute mark could have been rectified by having an Orchid. But that aside, I can't complain. They picked an unpicked hero. I'm being greedy now, critiquing itemization on an unpicked hero, but I know CK though, absolutely wonderful hero.
Yeah, how can you critique the Midas and say that,
Day one of my TI, so I'm...
And we saw it, of course, an answer to that Largo, and it had great success in BB's offlane. And to dive further into that offlane, we're heading over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the impact that lane had on the game, because it was gigantic, actually, with that CK pick. Now, the reason it was so effective in this game as a lane winner is because of these two combos here. He throws the first stun, and then it allows Ringmaster to land his follow-up stun as well. So tons of damage, tons of disable, and every time they decide to spend 100 mana each, Miro loses almost all of his HP, which means he basically can't lane at all. The impact that this has on the game is gigantic. Here's the first shot. Iron Wing easily takes both of his supports. That means the levels for the enemy supports on Boom Boys are going to be super neutered, so they're going to be harder to play the game. They end up taking the mid tower uncontested.
Yep.
Boom Boys don't even show up to this because they know that they're not going to be able to do that. It was just a Helmet Dominator creep headed over, two supports in the mid. They're going to end up taking this tower by themselves uncontested, so that's a gold advantage. And in the meantime, Chaos Knight, who loves staying in the laning stage because he doesn't jungle extremely well, he basically gets anything he wants. And when he ends up pressuring here, we actually do see a really cool scan that spots out the enemy support rotating over. So Miro, again, knows I can't be here either. So this tower, which normally is ignored in almost all games, is taken completely for free because they're like, well, they can't contest it. We might as well take the gold and the map control. So all of these things cascaded downstream. Even this pressure that happened on the reaction to seeing them pushing the tier 1 tower didn't produce anything for Boom Boys. So this is all downstream of that smart Chaos Knight pick that pressured the Largo, that put Boom Boys so far ahead that their tri-core combo, which should be amazing, they've got Dragonite here to set up a stun. They've got an arrow setup. They've got a Nightmare into arrow. They just can't use these heroes in their draft the way that they want to because of that lane going so poorly for them. And ultimately, they did a great job not bleeding more. They only lost like the Bane in this example at a 17-minute smoke, but the downstream cascades of that pick was gigantic, and it was the reason truly that Iron Wing was able to win this match.
And when they did, and it was so important for them that they did, as this is elimination. We're in the lower bracket here of the main event of the International, so this is pressure on. Now for Boom Boys, they are with their backs against the rope, so I'm sure they have to find ways to deal with that pressure. Let's learn a little bit more from Yero and Save and how they feel about this main stage.
Our journey in the group stage was starting from a little bit problems, and we got some mistakes that we need to work on, so we'll keep improving on it.
But eventually we knew that in the elimination match in Decider, Aurora picked us. We knew it's going to be a different game, you know. So we won, and we were super happy.
Of course, everybody in this tournament want to win TI. As for me, this thing is the same one, but for me, going through the playoffs and play on this arena, my family watching me and our fans, most important thing.
I mean, it's my dream to win a TI, so obviously it feels very special all the time. It's my 5th TI, and obviously I want to win so hard.
That's my 4th TI in my DOTA history, so for me it's the most important one, like for every player. So for me, it's just my aim and purpose to achieve the ages.
I think our expectations were always the same. Like before the tournament, we wanted to make it to the top 3, something like this. I think it's kind of the same, even though we didn't have a really good group stage. It's still like the same.
Playing on the crowd is really good, and it gives you more feelings about this tournament. So this tournament, it's different between other tournaments, of course.
I'm super happy that we have this possibility to play in front of the people that cheer for us. So yeah, I'm super happy and grateful for the support from all the fans.
Third, second, and 4th. That's just the last 3 placements that Boom Boys have gotten in the last 3 tournaments they played before TI. The last 3 Tier 1 tournaments. So this team getting top 4, that's normal. They have had an incredible year. Top 4 majority of the events they played. And I think T-Gov then being faced here with potential elimination at top 8 is disastrous.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably the biggest shocker for them, right? That the idea, when you come into TI, you look at your previous form, you're like, you know what, guys, we're making it to Saturday, we're making it to Sunday. Like, you have that confidence. And I think just the group stage, it probably took a lot of wind out of their sail. Like, no, wait a second, we're not in the form that we were in earlier in the year. Like, what's happened? Like, nothing should have changed since, you know, the tournament before to now being at TI. But of course, that is just the beauty of TI, the pressure it applies. And right now, it is hitting Boom Boys extremely hard because this is not the team that has been able to dominate and be a contender in multiple tournaments throughout 2026.
Hey, at the same time, I felt they did really well yesterday against Vision. They were able to take a game off. So yesterday, I think they did well. But maybe you're right, you know. Today, it's an elimination game, totally different series, and the pressure is really getting to them. Because they kind of go back to their lane dominance.
Yeah. The pressure was felt, and lane dominance has been something that every time Boom Boys is on stage, we talk about it, because that is, in the past, always been how this team wins games. They win the lanes, and then they push that advantage into a successful game. This first game, Rhea, no winning lanes. This was not part of their formula at all. Is that where you would want to see things change going into game number 2 that is coming our way soon?
I mean, no one could have seen the CK lost pick coming.
True.
Let's just write it off as, oh, they got us, those guys, those funny little guys. And now we know that it exists. We're not going to get caught by it again. Like Winter said, their match yesterday was so high skill. They should have won the first game, which meant they honestly could have won that entire series. This is definitely a team we can see go all the way. So I think even though this one looked rough, I would just call it an off game.
Yeah, and you also kind of fell into a bit of a drafting trap, right? Like when you see from the bans of Iron Wing, like throwing kind of all these bans into heroes that, you know, BB haven't really been first picking compared to like the Coddle, the Largos, these other options, the Banes, and now suddenly it's like, wait, we have all these options that we love picking. Let's take the Largo, and now, you know, many picks later, now CK appears, right? I feel like the entire time, this feels like something that was in the playbook from last night. Like, Moon Meander's like, guys, this is what we're going to do. When we get to 24 pick, we're ready to pick this hero. Like, we don't care about Largo at all. Let's test them in game 1. So I think coming into game 2, it can only get better for BB because you don't have this many, you know, strats all perfectly prepped. That just felt like the perfect, you know, playbook prep.
Yeah, that's why it's important to get the right pairing with the Largo, because the Largo's problems was the CK. And if the Largo had the conventional pairings, the Spirit Heroes, any magic damage, then the CK wouldn't have been a problem. Sure, it's also an overall last pick, so you can't really account for that. But that's the thing with drafting. You need to have your drafts be prepared to deal with whatever your opponent throws at you.
And also, it's like when you think about these two teams, right? Miro honestly is quite a staple in BB's success, right? He often is the flexible offlaner that has creativity in his hero pool that will make moves throughout the map and just be a nuisance in the early game, utilizing what the supports do. And then you look towards Pure, probably one of the more inconsistent carry players, I'd say, in regards to laning. Sometimes he looks incredible, sometimes the opposite of incredible. Again, TI, love the game. But yeah, I feel like Pure's inconsistency is something that you should look to lean towards, and giving him that last pick, the perfect counter pick to a Largo, showing us like that normally doesn't happen in drafts. So I feel like BB can draft in a different way to force, you know, Pure's hero earlier, give Mira the counter matchup, create that volatility in Pure that we often see in tournaments. And that's where we see Iron Wing in the lower bracket. Not like, again, the game we just saw, that's an upper bracket Iron Wing. That's a very dominant performance. Like, yeah, there are ways for Boom Boys to get back into this.
Maybe then don't ban Doom, let them have it.
Honestly, I think watching 33 play last game was actually really exciting for me. I think a lot of people find Helm boring at this point because they see it every game. And they're like, oh, this stupid creep can do so much. I love it. I think it's amazing. And 33 last game was having so many good moves with it around the map, like taking mid tower with it early. Like, this guy is farming camps, right? He is increasing his net worth whilst having impact on a mid push to take that tower, that crucial tower. He's also blocking the ancient camp with his creep. And on top of that, he's also like scouting and giving vision. He's controlling the Roche, which he knows the TA wants. This guy did so much with his helm.
He had tremendous impact. So that the team Iron Wing crushing that game 1. They are in the lower bracket and they do not seem phased by that at all. That performance was stellar. As Tigov said, they played like an upper bracket Iron Wing. Whereas Boom Boys, they are left struggling. They are now 1 game away from elimination here from the International. They have still got a chance though, because of course it is a best of 3. 1 game down doesn't mean you're out. Let's see what's gonna happen next.
Iron Wing versus Boom Boys. Game 2.
We got ourselves a tiny bit of a repeat in the sense that Boom Boys for game number 2 will be on the Radiant side. Again, Iron Wing on the Dire side. But where Boom Boys was first pick in the previous game, this time around, it is Iron Wing that gets a first pick. And therefore, Boom Boys get that overall last pick. So potentially they can utilize that last pick the same way Iron Wing did in game number 1 and setting someone up for tremendous success. We got a couple bans out already. First pick is coming in. Winter, what do you hope to see? We already cannot see the Largo coming out anymore.
I want to see Bounty Hunter, please. I'm sorry.
I don't know if that's going to happen on the side of Iron Wing.
That's fine. There's more series today.
There are more
We'll see Bounty at some point today. Don't worry.
I'm sure. I want to see a Bounty and a Spirit Breaker chasing him.
Okay, all right.
Everybody can have dreams, Winter.
I mean,
I
if
won't take
OGD
it away from you.
We're still in the tournament, they'd be playing it, so.
Yeah, we got Lina. That's a lot more stable. Instant Isle. No hesitation whatsoever.
This is Kiritish's best hero.
They have got some flex potential, right? Save and Kataomi both also play IO if required.
It's not a support hero in my opinion right now. The hero has to be a core.
just gasped somewhere a mile away.
It's not. You can play it as a support hero, but the hero just excels at a core role.
Yeah. No, again, I feel like at least within the openings, I think Boom Boys respected the ideas of Largo Coddle. They also were kind of, I think, happy to be on second pick now because they feel like they got a bit figured out in regards to the first pick, the Largo. So it kind of gets the full mental reset coming into game 2, and then 2 heroes that have just been dominating in the games that we've been seeing, right? So you can't really fault either team picking them up. It's now how do you complement them? Like IO, you know the Ags timing, the level timing that you're playing for. You need heroes to rally around you, play through you. And for Lina, it's about protection. Have that front line, have ways to initiate, kind of create that spacing so Lina can be that turret.
Yeah, again, the Undying now banned.
Again, the pairing. Last game we had the Largo pairing. This game we have the IO pairing. I think yesterday when Saber was here, he also mentioned that whenever you have IO as a carry or mid, you want another core on the other lanes to be a good pairing. Like Slug was one of those pairings that we saw during the group stages, which worked really well.
The Slug was always good because it's been picked into an Ember response, right? In every game that I've seen so far, it's always been like, oh, we see Ember mid, I pick Slug, and now I's got a good time, so I don't mind the concept of Slug, but with Ember already banned out, maybe there's some other options in play. Maybe some like off-lane Night Stalker eventually down the line for Miro that you can also play on, where it's like this insane movement vision, but there's fun options available that we probably haven't seen yet at TI.
Oh yeah, I would love to see Night Stalker. I really liked when WS played it in the group stage. I think he showed the strength. Even though they lost that game, I believe it was a little bit of a throw, and I think he showed the strength of a hero when a lot of people have written it off, especially since the change to Essence Distill that gives the vision of him and shares it. So I think that hero's great. I think it's really good against IO Wyvern, especially if Ironwind want to look towards it. I don't know if 33 likes that hero. Oh no, he's played it, yeah. I do want to see Mirana picked again. Personally, throughout these games, I felt like the invisibility has been such a nightmare for everyone. This includes the bounty as well. But when you're playing so much invis, it feels like it makes the map so much harder to play for the team against it, and then we end up seeing teams carrying double gems. Like they'll steal, sometimes they steal them from the enemy, sometimes they just buy a second one. You invest so much economy into gem, into sentries, that it just makes the game so much harder.
And on top of that, maybe also with the map being bigger, means you need more sentries, mean they're out of stock a lot. So yeah, you do have to risk it with those gems.
It kind of secures the rune for you. Every 2 minutes you have MLS for the runes. So it kind of, I feel like generally the team with the Mirana has control over the runes.
Ah, Winter!
Nice. Nice. Bounty, Lina, Darkseer.
I think this bounty is so good into IO. Because something I was thinking with the IO is how he farms the duo camp, but Bounty's gonna be able to go and disrupt that so much because he can just block the camps with his body and then again like force sentries onto the camp. But IO can't kill Bounty, right? Bounty's just gonna run away. So he can be so annoying for IO.
Yeah. And also, like with the Darkseer, picking it into IO, you're kind of just doing a trade of farm. Both heroes will happily farm their lanes. There shouldn't be any kill threat on either side. Darkseer will get to go pipe to deal with the eventual kind of magic, kind of damage timing of IO. So I feel like they're going to be pretty happy with the pickup on Iron Wing. Still, I am looking towards Boom Boys being very comfortable. The Kiritich IO, GPK getting his puck with pretty much no lockdown for him at the moment. That is a major question that Iron Wing needs to answer. Especially if Lina does go towards mid, now you're looking towards Pure, or the position 5 being that lockdown often isn't the best answer to a mid puck.
Do you like it though? When we have IO, we talked about wanting another core pairing, and now your mid is going to be a puck, which feels a bit bad in my opinion.
The offlane can do it, right? The IO can twin gate and go towards an Axe or Slaughter. There's so many
bans, so no.
I mean, type hero, you know, any of these offlaners that are aggressive and move forwards on the map will be the IO pairing. But yeah, I'm looking towards Miro to kind of activate the IO in that way. And the classic hoodwink, what, 42% odd win rate? Again, saves on the team, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it just gives them like the setup, right? They were lacking stuns, their Wyvern and IO, like Puck Pearl is not enough. So you need something else, and the pushback is the perfect spell to tie everything together. Whereas right now, I mean, if you're looking to find answers on carry against Puck, you want heroes that could either build Orchid or have some sort of silence against Puck. And I think like, okay, so they just go for the counter from the support role. They go for the Lion with the Hex. not the most like a conventional hero on the position 5, but Whitemon does play this hero well.
You don't need to be careful on Iron Wing for the old classics of like the Lycans and the Beastmasters right now. Like when I look towards Bounty and Lion,
Lion, Lina, so many squishy heroes.
It's like everything just feels squishy. And like as much as it's not like the best partnership for an IO, I think it in itself will break the map enough that you can like tether the wolf. You can just do these annoying things. So I'm worried for the Zoo.
Can they preemptively pick a carry that would deal with those heroes right
now? For sure, yeah. It could be 2 bans elsewhere, pick a carry to deal with the Zoo, and then you kind of cover yourself against 4 heroes. That is an option, but that's currently in my mind for how Boom Boys can make this draft go from just annoying to potentially just game-winning. But respecting the global play with the Underlord at the moment, of course with Puck, pretty much GPK, other than the Lion, of course you can deal with that with Aeon Disc or Lincolns or whatever. You are just going to be jumping around the map and setting a lot of things up. So again, I can see the Underlord ban, respecting the relocate plus the Puck setup, and then a Fiend's Gate on top.
Yeah, they possibly want Tiny because they're banning the Underlord. Underlord has a percentage damage against Tiny. Very good later in the game. And Tiny is something that could preemptively protect them against the Zoo heroes.
Did you guys see how... I missed these games. Did you see how BB utilized Legion in their games? Because I feel like she would be a nice pairing with the IO. They have the burst damage to complement her duel, and it's like a really, really strong save against Lion.
Yeah, so that was like 8 days ago against OG, so I don't know how much stock I can put into a Legion.
Yeah.
No disrespect.
It was against a Mirana. I think they picked the Legion into Mirana. Like, you have something good to dispel. Like a save, and it's a pretty strong lane.
We'll see where they go with it. For now, it is Boom Boys, assuming that Lina is going to go mid once again in the hands of BZM, so they're banning out some carry heroes, with the Kez already mentioned being banned. On the other side for Boom Boys, Piero is looking for his hero, and it's Templar Assassin that's the other carry that will get banned. Let's see what Pure wants to get for himself. Last game with the Chaos Knight, he got a hero that sealed the deal in favor of Iron Wing.
Yeah, the annoying thing is, like, because of the Winter Wyvern, okay, they do go for the Doom. I mean, against, like, Io and Wyvern, even the Puck, like, Doom is, like, you kind of want to see it because it just deals with them really nicely. But with the way that they're drafting, it didn't look like they're going to go for it. But, of course, you can just play it in the carry role. So, yep, nice pickup.
And I would call it one of his signature heroes as well. Pure plays this frequently, and especially when it was still very actively in the meta, he was very active on playing the Doom.
And they did bring in some pretty decent control that we were looking for. Right after the Puck pick, the Lion and Doom, they are like the big answers for it. So a lot of pressure though on these 2 players, because it is pretty much those 2 players to deal with GPK, but also you want them to deal with the IO as well. So they kind of need to have an exceptional game, because they're going to be like having to bring the lockdown to pretty much everyone.
I think this also helps answer our question about like Lycan potentially, because when we saw Amar pick Doom as the counter to Lycan, to PL, sorry, because you can just buy this Radiance, you can buy the Shivas. It's like this hero covers a lot of bases for them.
Talk to me about the Centaur. Does it pair well with the IO? That's something that we wanted to come out of this offlane. It's a very different archetype than the Legion Commander, for example. It is a hero that's been very popular, especially when paired up with ranged carries, and Kiritich on the IO can be considered a ranged carry.
It's more utility than, like, if you compare it to like Stada, it's obviously not the same, but they wanted something to disengage against the Doom. Like, Centaur is always very, very nice against Doom. And Lion Doom, I feel like this is a lane where when you pair the Centaur with Hoodwing, you have kill potential. So I can see Miro being really, really farmed, you know, just from the laning phase itself.
I mean, honestly, Boom Boys draft, if they get into the mid game, it will just be beautiful, because like Iron Wing, to kill someone, it's like during the Earth Spike, during the Hex, during the Doom, and then you're going to have like Relocate saves, and then Winter's Curse or Cold Embraces to get spacing, Stampede as well. Like, there's so much kiting available that if Boom Boys can execute their team fight, they will just outplay Iron Wing with the limited ways that they have to kill heroes outside of them just fully snowballing the game.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a game 3 here.
We believe that Boom Boys has what it takes to force out a game 3, Freya.
I think it's exciting. We got the bounty, we got the IO. I want to see mostly the interactions between them and how much Ari is going to be able to disrupt his game. We're going to have a bunch of unkillable guys against a bunch of guys with a lot of damage, so it's going to be exciting.
is going to be exciting. Elimination on the line does add that extra layer of pressure to all players in the booth, as I'm sure that Boom Boys are able to shake off that loss from game number 1. This is a fresh game. They went for a completely different game plan. And as you heard my panel, they are set up for success, maybe a little bit more than what they normally are. And that is good news for Boom Boys. That is good news for Dota fans, as potentially that would mean that a game 3 is on the horizon. Let's see what's going to happen with this game. But first, some words from Coach Bull.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here with Bulk. So good to see you again. Very, very different coming out there from your first draft. It was more of a focused draft, you know, really getting down towers, getting down players, but this one more team fighty. Was this a big change just because of what you saw, or was this a change more for your team?
Ваш драфт на второй карте сильно поменялся по сравнению с первым. Тот был сконцентрирован на фокусе отдельных героев, а здесь намного больше АОЕ. Это адаптация к этому сопернику по ходу серии или в чем причина?
Мы просто набрали своих комфортных героев и хотим сыграть немного другую игру во второй карте.
We have picked our comfortable heroes and we want to play differently during the second map.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad to hear it. We have seen you guys do an absolutely fantastic season. You have had so many new fans come and support you. It's all on the line here. Elimination game. I want to hear it from you. Are we going to a game 3?
У вас был очень хороший сезон, вы приобрели много новых фанатов по ходу сезона. Что хочешь сказать? Добьемся ли мы того, что будет третья карта в этой серии?
Спасибо всем, кто нас поддерживает. И, это не может закончиться так, поэтому будет третья карта.
Thank you to everyone who supports us. It just can't end this way, so we should expect the third map to happen.
All right, it cannot end this way. I sure as hell hope that is true. Let's go into our game and find out.
Thank you so much, Slacks. And yes, it cannot end this way. After everything that this team has been through, it would be a catastrophe them to drop down. Again, you think about this team last year for Boom Boys, they were playing with Pure, managed to get top 4, and now potentially going out in that 8th spot would be a big movement backwards from where this organization has been able to go to. Trent, what do you think about the drafts? Any thoughts or things come out immediately?
I mean, I think the thing that stands out the most is definitely the Bounty Hunter. You know, you had a winner asking for it on the panel. We saw it win every game yesterday on the main stage. And we know Ari can play it. You know, he has tried to play this before in the past, maybe when Bounty wasn't seen as powerful. So I don't think it's any surprise to Boom Boys that Iron Wing are bringing this hero out today. I want to see what they have up against it, and if they're ready for this matchup versus the IO, because I think there is definitely an issue in terms of the body blocking and the warding of the camps. That is how you slow down this IO, and there's not much you can do against the Bounty doing that. We saw at the very beginning of the game, they did this group up at the bottom tier 3, then they smoked and they moved out, trying to find where the smoke popped, probably trying to get a kill on this Bounty, because we've seen them play very deep near the base to start the game to get these courier wards. They did pop their smoke near Ari's ward that he placed down there, but they didn't deward it. So that being said, you know, he hasn't sniped any couriers just yet. So far, so good.
You know, I'll say also coming into this tournament, I was not expecting to see 33 play a Dun of Darkseer, because while he has played that hero a lot, the hero has changed a lot too. And this type of move that he's making right now, going back to those 2 camps to farm them up while the Bounty Hunter stays in lane, this has been more the move that's been happening. And it's interesting seeing the Bounty get played with Darkseer. In the other games, Devi was playing much more in the lane, finding kills when they were trying to pull waves. 33 has definitely transitioned much more to just hard farming on this hero.
Yeah, there's definitely a very GPM-focused way to play this duo, I think, where you focus a little more on getting the stacks and then using the Ion Shell on the Bounty Hunter to farm multiple camps at once. So I'll be curious to see if they set that up. That definitely is more of 33's MO,
yes,
to play it in that sort of a style instead. But, like, you know, farming the camps and running back to the base, this doesn't look like a great way to start the game as the Darkseer.
No, I mean, you get, you know, very, very farmed, but you think back to the other one, Devi was able to find multiple kills.
Yeah.
T mentioned that this is a more difficult lane to find kills on the IO in lane with the Wyvern, but it's not impossible, particularly if they get caught out of position. But we'll see how that one plays out. And then, of course, up here top, the Centaur doing what we've seen Centaurs do a million times, playing together with Save. But it's against a Doom, which is a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, after farming those camps, like 3-3, sorry to keep going on Darkseer, but he's immediately back on the double stack and farming through it.
Yeah.
So he is going to take the top net worth here, just ignoring the lane completely, as you said. And if they try and contest like this, Kirtich, like, he doesn't have the damage yet on the Spirits. I mean, for one, they're on cooldown. And you've got this 9 armor on Bounty Hunter. This hero is absurd at trading during the laning stage. It's actually ridiculous. So if you don't have spells to deal with him, he will just right-click you.
Right. No, it will be an issue. And that's going to be something to watch for, is like if they come and contest this at all, it gives a very free game.
Top though.
Arrow, double edge down, dead. Whitemon draws first blood save, not able to do much to stop that, and does not get lucky with the bounces either. Very low, but not going to be able to find that kill.
I think in this game, the Doom is fulfilling a role that I think used to go to more like the Juggernauts and the Troll Warlords, where, you know, we know that Iron Wing just in general are a Doom team, right? Like they played on 3-3 all the time. Pure is no stranger to it as well. But he definitely helps carry some weaker supports through the laning stage, and sometimes that's what Lion is. You know, he's not the best 5 overall. He likes to have a little more breathing room. So having something a little bit more reliable as your position 1 really helps when you need this Lion pick to deal with the mid puck. Because GBK was going to have a completely free game if they just went for more, you know, stock standard support.
This is the play that you can make once those waves are pushed underneath the tower. Iron Shell, the bounty, run in a bit. They're not taking too many other chances, though, it looks like.
And now they can just pull the wave, too, because he just used the Arctic Burn.
Yeah.
So they're just out of here.
Right. It gives a lot to the IO.
Yes.
IO is having a free game. They're not trying to contest his farm, but it does sort of prioritize 33's farm, and he's going to get off to a good start.
And it should be that when he starts trying to go for the acceleration of the farm and the IO moves back in the jungle, that's where you're going to see the counter.
Whitemon low, not dead yet. With the rotation in from Ari, Miero going to be found. Finally gets the hoof stomp off, but with the bounty hunter there, Katomi trying to save a life. It's not looking like it's going to be there, though. So they get another kill. Miero dropping. Pure, again, not lucky with those bounces. I don't know if it would have mattered anyways.
No, Wyvern not enough with the TP. That being said, you know, they didn't block these camps. Very Alk-coded. You guys remember the past year, obviously. Alchemists were abusing these 2 camps constantly. IO very good at doing that as well, so we might see a block come out here. They're already scanning to see if Bounty's coming back through the Twin Gate, because that's probably what they're theorizing he's going to be up to. Instead, Ari's in the mid lane, trying to set up on this rune with, I mean, both supports so low trying to help here.
Yeah, if they're not careful, you could just end up getting caught and killed. The bushwhack out.
Crazy, bro. You're crazy.
Wow.
That is a greedy maneuver.
And I mean, it's sort of set up, as you can see, the GPK dive onto BZM, see if they can bring him down. Stun, not going to connect. So they back out. I mean, some of that is set up because they scan and don't see him coming through the gate, right?
Yeah. Very well done there, predicting his movements. 3-3, you know, he gets left alone down here. He's dragging away. He's starting to get very fat. Already has his Helm of the Iron Will, heading into the Helm Dominator. I think, you know, Lyric, I know you're very passionate about the Helm of Dominator and Darkseer. This game, though, pretty good. Can you agree?
Yeah.
It's okay, this game?
I mean, okay, so if anybody doesn't know, I have strong opinions about everything, particularly Helm of the Dominator. I think that it's also going to be an interesting game to see if they go for a Crozier.
I knew you were going to say that next.
That's the other thing I want to see.
Of course.
There's so much healing on this Boom Boys lineup, so much potential for turnaround and counter initiation plays.
Yep, I mean, Heart Centaur, IO, Winter Wyvern, it gets pretty crazy this game.
And they're going to need it because, again, this is a lineup that has a lot of damage from Iron Wing, but you got to break through that save potential that you've got. Cold Embrace, eventually the workhorse. You're thinking about those relocates. And obviously Doom is great, but if you can get somebody out of trouble, you need to make sure you're actually succeeding on finding those kills.
I think the 2 biggest wins strategy-wise on the laning stage for these
The
2 games,
problem here again.
for me at least, like that you could have predicted and coming into this for Iron Wing, has been BZM in this mid lane. Because they're picking this Lina early, and he again has opened up a big gap over GBK, which you're not expecting. GBK is a lane winner. That's what he does.
Right.
And I was not theorizing that they would be able to get BZM any like really solid matchups, but they just go for the Lina. They're just like, hey man, if it's there, like that is our priority in this series. It's going to help us in a matchup that's not favorable for us with how we tend to play our lanes. And it's working out really well. Now he's trying to put that pressure on, and that, I think, is also where the Helm build comes into play, because then we're going to have this Boots of Travel Lina moving onto the Helm creep of the Darkseer with the Bounty Hunter roaming around. There's a lot of aggressive potential there.
Right, and there needs to be good reactions from Boom Boys that are not overreactions.
Yeah, that's the hard thing to do.
So they do have the helm on the IO. 33 also pulling his over. You can see that separation between him and the Centaur. With Bounty chasing, this is where things get a little bit dicey. The Ion Shell gonna slowly whittle him down a bit here and just making him feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is the goal for the Bounty. You're not killing the IO, it is just trying to wreck his farm patterns, make like every little stun, every bit of slow means you don't get to this camp for a stack. You don't clear it before the respawn, right? Like those add up very, very quickly in these top tier carries because this is their life. All they want to do is hear that little clink clink gold noise, right?
True enough. And in the meantime, you're getting a triple stack on Ancients for this Darkseer. Double shells the creeps, can back away, feel very comfortable with how this is going. Boom Boys, they're gonna need to disrupt this farming eventually. At some point, this cannot allow to just stand.
And don't forget, you know, quick wit here, he's got 2 Ironwood nuts on Darkseer. So when he gets those 2 permanent primary attributes, that is plus 2 attack speed.
So strong.
Lyrical.
Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness. Unbelievable innate coming out here from the Darkseer. Too powerful.
A 2K gold lead. And I mean, it's not often that you see Doom as the lowest of your cores farming, and it's not like Doom is having a bad game. But Kiritich gonna have to be the difference maker, going towards this Aghanim Scepter, also picking up Lotuses. As we're getting close to this 10-minute mark, can GPK find himself a rune? Oh, don't jaunt there. Save nearby. It's gonna be an invis. Good bushwhack onto both. Ari running in though with this bounty hunter, trying to slow down, find the kill on the save, and will indeed get it. And now a relocate. Kiritich coming in with this creep, finding Ari for the moment. They're gonna Laguna Blade the creep. Not sure about that one. Ari low, Ari dead. Kiritich now gonna bring Katomi back with him, so they cannot find that kill on the Wyvern.
Yeah, 3-3 trying to kind of punish a bit here with Whitemon. Now they're gonna move to GPK. Does he really get caught here?
Hex,
Yep, Doom.
Everybody joins in, and the puck down. This TP is not, oh no, save. This is not what you want to have happen. 33, they're just chasing him down.
That's a preemptive tip.
Oh, he was so ready for that, and save is gone.
What?
Oh, man.
All right, Whitemon must just be a ghost. I thought they saw Whitemon. Maybe they didn't. I feel like the way they just played, they did not see the way Whitemon maneuvered in there. That's my only explanation. But I mean, they definitely saw by the time safety used. I don't know, because right now 3-3's farming their ancient stack.
Yeah, this
just
is
so
really
you know.
Bad. This is really bad for Boom Boys.
This is a triple stack that he is taking away from them right now.
Yeah, this is
Oh no.
bad. GPK comes in, and he can't really punish. Oh man, there's nothing there. Lose so much net worth. Now 6,000 net worth on this Darkseer, who's had a hell of a game.
And Ari just keeping him tracked up here as he plays on this side of the map. They haven't blocked Centaur's camps quite yet. I imagine that's probably what he's doing right now. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, very frustrating. Oh, Courier?
He's gonna wait for it maybe? No, just gonna head out. Already on the hunt.
Yep, he's gonna find GPK. Oh, that was a fat Courier going to Kataomi.
Throws out a track, runs away. Can't quite get that one. But, I mean, again, you're playing in an elimination game right now for Boom Boys. Your entire year of working to this point, wanting to make something happen, had good results, and to go out at this early stage of the tournament, be absolutely devastating for them.
It's massive lyrical.
Yeah.
It's like your dream is coming true, dude. It's a gargantuan Darkseer on the main stage. Like, he is 7K net worth right now. He's 800 ahead of BZM, who's also crushing this game.
Yes, he has been farming. There is no doubt about that.
They haven't even taken the bottom tier 1 in his lane, and he's the most farmed in the game. It's such an interesting way to play it. Like, it's just been a... I mean, he did steal so many of their ancient stacks, which is like his good aggressive maneuver, but typically, if the offlaner is this farmed, you must have taken the tier 1 by now.
Right.
Oh, he's got Boots of Travel. This guy's playing Turbo. So we're going to have Boots of Travel onto the creep. We have Lena with the Boots of Travel. Now, this is kind of like when you buy a bunch of blinks and you fail to play, right?
48 minutes earlier than normal. That's crazy. He's like, I'm not dying, so I need a way to get new TPs.
I guess so.
It's the only solution. Yeah, I mean, all right. I will be honest.
Is this too much?
This is a little crazy. Like, they could go all in on him and definitely kill him now, because he's not that like survivable on HP.
No, it's such an expensive purchase on a Darkseer of all heroes.
But they are going to TP in with the Lina, and they're going to be able to play fast. That's the other thing about this. So if it pays off, it's amazing, but there is a chance it doesn't pay off. Coil down, catch butt, GPK, get back and away.
Have to curse the Helm creep to try and keep Kataomi alive right now.
A wise decision. It was going to kill him otherwise. Okay.
I am of the opinion he's gone too far.
I think he might have cooked a little bit too much, too.
Like, it just, I mean, if he just keeps accelerating, maybe it's not going to matter, but it feels like there were more impactful items, but we'll have to watch, right? It all comes down to how he utilizes this map movement to his advantage. Maybe he's trying to keep up with the global potential of the island. Wants to always be able to respond, and they just want to make sure they're always outnumbering, because we've seen a lot of success from the Nature's Prophet. Maybe this is that same idea of, like, we don't want to be in a game where they just have more heroes all the time. But it's created this instance where they have a 5k lead, but stats-wise and like fight-wise,
yes,
they have to get in the correct position using these items to actually have a lead. Because you do not, you know, you're not any tankier from the boots if you're stunned up.
No, he has 1500 HP, and you know, you're getting closer towards Kiritich. I mean, Kiritich is going to be level 12 now, but when he gets that 15 talent, that's where this can really start to amp up, and that's going to be the timing that Boom Boys want to try and fight. At that point, I'm imagining 33 is going to be able to have his pipe already online.
Yeah, the pipe going to be absolutely wonderful this game. Obviously, there's a ton of magic damage coming here from the Radiant. I feel like the ability to slow down the farm of the IO has not been like fully realized in this game, which I think is very good news for Boom Boys, because I don't think they have the best like IO game this game. You know, there's none of these crazy combos that we've seen. I wouldn't say that the Centaur's okay. Right. I think it's another game where the Centaur cart doesn't feel great, to me at least, until like really late, when the IO becomes some insane, like, you know, level 25 beast. So I'm not imagining that comes out very early either. Puck, you know, same situation. It's a bit of a slow burn for the Tricore here of Boom Boys, since their Puck didn't get off to any sort of a ripping start.
Right, and I guess that the thing about this too that will be a little bit interesting to watch is like, how do Iron Wing want to play this? Because they don't really have like great objective takers necessarily. Like Lina can be, but it's not a right-click Lina. And then it's like Doom is your other core. So are you trying to pressure towers, or are you just trying to accelerate your farm with kills?
Yeah, and like, I mean, he's about to have his Radiance on the Doom, which obviously makes him quite formidable.
Most likely they're going for the kills.
To farm into his Blink, I imagine. I mean, he might join for Tormentor, or he might walk into a Roche or something, but
yep.
I don't think this Radiance is going to change the state of the game that much.
Alina is a magic type.
They're just playing the map is what it feels like. You know, trying to just farm up everything that they possibly can. Wait for their item timings, or wait for the moment when they want to battle, and then they can run in there and do it. Time will tell. Save Ari finds him. And I mean, again, these kills very, very easy.
Yeah, the bounty has not been succeeding quite as much as they would hope so far. They've had a lot of good sentries on their side of the map. In that case, I think he just caught the Vanish is what it looked like, and was able to instantly dust. And he's also going to have an Essence Distiller now, in just like 3 goals.
Meh.
So that is a big problem
What's happening
for the
with
Bounty Hunter.
Boom?
Being tracked up and watched as he tries to escape. Does have a Tumbler's Toy, that's going to help now. And of course, the greedy one.
The completed pipe is also being flown out right now. So what they decide to do with this, pipe, Radiance, couple big things online, and then for the Lina, you're sitting there with the 4 staff good to go. A wraparound coming through the portal. Will they be able to find it?
I see some pings here from Boom Boys as well as Iron Wing, so I think Boom Boys are in the know. Of course, that didn't save GPK last time. I feel like he also knew what was happening last time he died.
Backing away. Spirits, do they chase it? Save.
There's definitely turnaround potential with the Essence Distiller. It could give him the vision to fight this. Kataomi coming in first, has that curse ready. Grouped up between the Doom and the Line, and they're way in behind. Save, gonna pop smoke.
Yep, they jump for him, gonna get an easy bring down. So they'll take out the Hoodwink, but that keeps the rest of the cores alive. The problem is you are playing against a Bounty Hunter, right? So the track gold
there's an affiliate.
And that's something they've been lacking about this game, obviously. Only 6 kills so far. They would love to rack up a few more. The ball's a bit of an issue, you know.
Yari
If he happens to run into them or something and, oh, revenge.
Yeah, they're ready.
Oh, buddy, you're running out of places to run to.
There is nowhere left to go. So the stomp comes out, and now Kiritich comes in for the finish on this IO. And completed Aghanim Scepter, working towards the BKB, almost level 15. They're hitting their timings on Boom Boys. How strong is it going to be, though?
Yeah, that is definitely the big question. It's going to be coming into, again, this Blink Dagger on Pure, so he's going to be trying to remove someone from these engagements. So even when they do catch back up, this Doom is going to be crucial.
Just camping a ward right now, waiting for anybody to step into this area and save.
Same spot.
Jump in, GBK, silence onto 2. Now the coil connects onto the Lion.
Doom, Pure.
Hoodwink, he's in trouble. Pure low, Pure gone. BZM gotta run out of there before things get even worse. Slowed down by the Croaker, chasing in with Kiritich. He finds him with the Sun. 33 is there, but does he really have enough? GBK suddenly alone, has to jaunt away, and is going to go for the jump. Good bushwhack save, but there it is! The Winter's Curse comes out and now taking down the Bounty Hunter.
Oh, that was cute. The Splinter Blast as well to finish the kill. Very nice from Kataomi, well played. And GBK narrowly escaping there with the jaunt into the blink. And they were trying to control the space. I don't think they felt like this is the formation they play. You saw at the end of last game, they're so good at setting these like perfect little formations when they have their ideas, but sometimes they get locked into those ideas. Like this formation to push the tier 2 in last game, and they kept doing it after the Aegis. And in this case, they're holding this area of the jungle. And it starts out kind of okay, but it just wasn't quite perfect enough. You got a little bit outplayed, and now you've lost all this space. And every time you get pushed back on your side of the map, it just means that you're further and further away from helping out your bounty hunter to keep accelerating these kills. So like the waves are going to start pushing out now for Boom Boys. You're really going to need these boots of travel, I guess, to make your way to Ari if he's playing real deep.
Well, and I didn't want to bring it all the way back to there, but I will say, if you're leading by like 4K and you have 2 boots of travels, in the fights, are you really leading by 4K?
You got to run.
Not
Yep,
really.
yep.
Only if you're running.
Yes, exactly. And these heroes were very susceptible getting blown up. And again, you think about that Doom. You think of this as a big, strong, burly hero. Only 1,700 HP with the Radiance.
TP out from Kataomi. Save gonna get caught again here, though.
So Iron Wing get a little bit of retribution for themselves. Boom Boys finding some openings for themselves, but it is by no means out of the woods. This is still an incredibly strong Iron Wing team that has a tremendous amount of push potential. BZM shows it there for a moment, force out the glyph, back away on GBK.
And you saw Pure pivoting there. He bought the blink, instantly sold it, and is instead going towards that BKB. So it feels like that's the better option here because, probably because they can't afford 2 boots of travel on the blink dagger right now, stats-wise. We need a little bit of tankability on someone here. Like, we got to make sure that this pipe is actually useful.
The Darkseer went blink too. Yeah, so not a lot of stats on these heroes. They're still very susceptible to Kiritich, who has 2,500 HP just about.
Yeah. I mean, this is the complete, we are trying to outplay you item build.
Yes.
Like, that's what they're saying. We think we will play these fights better. We will be in a better position. We will get a better jump, which in theory you should be because you have this bounty hunter, but they're playing it really nicely on the side of Boom Boys. I'd like to see even more Observer Sentry combos if they could, because I feel like Iron Wing are constantly just like forcing this because they have to. Because they have these boots of travel, you can kind of guarantee that this bounty hunter is going to be roaming pretty deep.
Smoke up from GPK and Save. And heading into this area, they're walking directly towards the pit where a high priority target is up on the high ground. And it looks like they're getting close to finding him. Oh, but a good blink away. Darkseer gets out of trouble.
Blink here from Whitemon. He's hit some pretty big stuns before in the past.
But no, 33, playing it safe, sends out his creep, not going to get found.
All right, so he gets pushed back to his side. They are under an Ob Sentry combo here as well, so we're going to see them moving out of there. Don't think they saw the placement of the Observer wards, but good chance they get dewarded here if Ari brings in some sentries. For now, things quieting down a little bit. No Tormentor taken, no Roche taken by the 23-minute mark.
Elimination match. Playing this one safe. And Puck, I mean, very safe. Next item queued up is the Aeon Disc. Yeah.
That is the battle mode for sure.
Ari?
Just to me, that's like, I just got to get over the hump, and then we're going to be okay.
Arrow finds him. Big hit with the heart out. It's a long duration stun and Bounty dead. Now looking for more. The good winners. Curse connects, but a back wall even better from 33. Kiritich is already BKB'd, but not going to be able to get out of this one. The cold embrace will not save you. You're on the mark. They find and kill the Wyvern. That is the fight they're waiting for on Iron Wing, and Miro realizes it's not going to work. Has to cancel the TP. The stomp is there, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this. They got the Lina moving in, also an Iron Wing. Sensing some weakness, move in, find 3 kills.
GBK did get a pickup onto the line at the very least. Get them a little bit there, but I mean that
Yari sila.
play from 3-3 desperately.
The play
Well
prediction
played
ko.
by him, making use of this itemization here. Now they're trying to find something onto the puck down bottom. Gets out though, GBK. And now save.
The bushwhack
Okay.
one. They don't really have enough damage here. Yeah, BZM is going to live through it. In essence, Distiller, but like, I mean, just these right clicks, feeling desperate to get anything. It's not going to work. Iron Wing
Kunat
takes
naman
the
nun.
tier 2 tower. It's 10-10, but it's a 6,000 gold lead.
I can really appreciate that though. The use of the boost of travel to immediately move down here, almost open an opportunity onto GBK and get this tower. This is what they needed with the itemization they've gone for. And now, after the BKB, Pure has this Blink Dagger and Kiritich, man. These fights get a little hard. He's not this massive IO that you need to be to really dominate the game, specifically against the Doom. Now, that being said, you know, there was a Necrophos game last night. I was really worried for Digma. Like, going late as a Necrophos versus Doom, it's a hard game to play. They managed to win that one.
Yeah.
So Doom is definitely not the end-all be-all to these like big healing-centric heroes. I think IO less countered as well than the Necrophos, you could say. But they are already into an objective now. That Neon is ready here for GPK. Still 5-1-1, having a very nice game here on this puck.
Tagal.
With the Aeon Disc, we're expecting he wants to be pretty aggressive getting in there to make sure there's no good jump plays from this Blink Dagger on Pure.
And this is a very cool move,
Oi.
trying to get this done. And they're going to finish off the Aegis right as Roche leaves. So Iron Wing might have been getting set up down bottom for that Roche take potential.
Yes, they started circling.
This signals a little bit of a win for the Boom Boys. Mainly just taking that Aegis away from Iron Wing.
It's going to be a really hard time of the game to play though for Boom Boys because you have to be considering that you are going to get out-pushed constantly because of these double boots of travels that are here on the side of Iron Wing. So anyone who goes out to push a lane by themselves, like it kind of just has to be safe, honestly. I mean, the Wyvern can do it too, but it's quite a bit slower. Kiritich is being focused down here by BZM. It shouldn't be lethal or anything, but it's definitely a little fearful. You know, your Aegis hero just being bullied a bit here, seemingly with nothing you can do about it.
Trying to get into Mjolnir is going to be the next ask for the Boom Boys. Still very tanky, but also you're starting to build up that HP on the side of Iron Wing. You have BZM finishing the Satanic. The BKBs are done now too.
Yeah, a bit of like a mixed build sort of, right? Like the Kaya, Hurricane Pike, Satanic, but just sees that the damage runs out, which is the case for Boom Boys. I was this weird sort of consistent damage. It's just the balls flowing out there until you get the late game where you have this gadeless and like the multi-hitting and everything.
For Centaur, deciding that it is now time to go into that Aghanim Scepter. So Miero has that next on the mind for himself.
Layo.
Imagine it's going to be a little while before they're able to get it.
Sometimes the workhorse is also just for yourself in a lot of ways, you know? Like, it's not this incredible, like, Drow or Muerta or someone to save and then, like, play aggressive with it. Yeah, it was still fine. The puck is still fine, but the ability for you to also just keep moving with the additional workhorse in those fights can often just be the big difference maker anyway.
Kiritich moving in, but they're bringing in numbers now. Lots of Blink Daggers on Iron Wing. Can chase this if they want.
Keep this guy for vision.
Ayun na, pumasok.
33 opening up, fine save, now the silence, not bad, coil out, big damage, he needs to get something off, 33 in trouble, 33 low, 33 dead.
One.
And still chasing, finding the kill onto Whitemon. Pure now, his BKB is wearing out, Katomi's right there, relocate the chase down. They've got Pure in their sights and back and forth, the pendulum swings. Boom Boys.
Something about like 27 minutes in the game, they really come online, these guys. And they start to figure stuff out. Beautiful stuff here, and showing again, like Darkseer, you know, most 17K Darkseers a little tankier.
Yep.
Like, that's just the reality of it. But he just barely wasn't able to get out of that. A little bit of min-maxing, perhaps, thinking like, yeah, they don't have that much damage on Boom Boys, but if they link it together like that, if there's no save coming up from your line in time, you will get punished.
Well, it's why Dota is such a beautifully balanced game too, right? Because you have all these items, you've got Shivas, you got Blink Dagger, you got these things to try and help your team with the pipe, and it's everything to try and make the rest of your squad stronger. But then he's becoming a little bit more vulnerable and weak as a hero, and so it definitely when you go out there and you're that front foot forward, Boom Boy is able to take advantage and destroy him. And going in for the Hex next.
That relocate is ready to go here now. 40-second cooldown with the level 20 talent. Very frightening.
What's up?
So you must be very cautious. That it's kind of flipped the script a little bit now, right? This idea of how much do you want to separate on Iron Wing with all these boots of travel? Are you going to be a little bit more linked together than you want to be? Very quick pause. Katomi already ready to go. All
right, let's take a breath, everybody. This is
okay, take a little stretch here, folks. Just stand up, twist it around a bit.
Why always me?
I mean, the panel said that they thought this was going to be going to a game 3. Now, that said, when this turnaround happened in the last game, immediately afterwards, Iron Wing took an amazing fight and started to blow everything
they just
up.
ended it.
Yes.
It was just donezo.
But that was CK. That's a different dynamic than Doom. And yeah, look at the swing back, man.
It is how it's feeling right now, and some big talents still coming up here pretty soon. Level 20 for Puck and Centaur. Almost achieved. What do we have on Whitemon? He's got Blink, he's got Glimmer, he's going for the Aether Lens, so a lot of pressure on him in these fights for sure.
Okay, this is a nice little move for them. Whitemon, please don't die to this. Glimmer Cape, yeah, he's out of there.
They miss out on Ari. They get him with a dust. So Tormentor, but Ari kind of scouting him out, making sure that his team was going to get it safely, which they did. But they will lose not only just their Bounty Hunter, but their Tier 2 in the bottom lane. And Tier 2 also facing some pressure. It means they're not going to get the outpost. So map control really moving heavily into Boom Boy's favor at the moment. There is an Ion Shell Croaker doing its best to hit the Radiant Tier 2. Not quite the same effect.
33 now having a Centaur for himself. There's obviously some big potential there for getting a big vacuum into a hoof stomp from the Centaur, and because obviously the Doom also has one. The team fight potential out of this lineup could be pretty nuts if they can find people grouped together, but Boom Boys have been doing a good job of keeping things separated.
There's an interesting moment that could happen though with Lina moving in towards this Daedalus. She's only 100 gold away. Io only has 20 armor, which sounds like a lot, but Darkseer wall gets him Io hits decently hard. Get the illusion out. It's helping. Get the puck illusion. Anybody to help beating into this Io a little bit. Plus, of course, if there's a Doom, it's already hard enough just to play the fight without any sort of healing or regen coming out.
I mean, that's where Katomi is going to need to be quick on the fingers, definitely with either a Winter's Curse or a Cold Embrace. And, the big be-all, end-all in this is going to be the Doom as well, right?
Yep.
If Pure is able to find that good target, things could start to look a lot better. But yeah, Daedalus done. Strong right-click damage out from Iron Wing. And if you blow up the Io, the fight is really hard for Boom Boys to take after that.
Yeah. There's also an issue where this is a game where if you're just looking at 4 of the Boom Boys heroes, I think that the Doom Eggs looks pretty good. But versus the Stampede, it's a liability.
Yes.
Because then, obviously the Stampede could just escape multiple people away from your Doom, and then, it just ends. So the targeting of the IO can be better. That being said, you can also just use the Eggs and still hit the IO. It's also pretty good.
Right.
If you like to play with his buddies.
Although he's just going straight for the heart on Pure.
Yes, he is.
The right click.
No, he just wants to be a little stronger, a little healthier. I mean, I've never seen so much value in percent-based damage, as this tournament. Hearts all over the place. So heroes like Winter Wyvern are getting a big boost because of that, as you've heard many people talk about.
Now, last game, if we remember, it was these deep wards placed down by Whitemon, by Ari, to set up for a winning battle. There is a deep ward placed over by the off-lane camps. What's that?
He was going to go for a BKB, but 3-3 switched.
Oh, he did it.
Here.
Dude, this is what I've been talking about. I've been waiting for these guys to pick up the Crozier.
It's a pretty incredible Crozier game.
Well, because also, look, he was at what, maybe 2,000, 1,800 HP. Now he's up to 2,500. This item with the pipe, I feel like, is so nice in this game because it reduces all of that healing that they're playing around. The Centaur, everything. Gives him that tank ability, gives him what he needs to survive.
We'll see if that can be the difference maker here for them. Speaking of healing, that Satanic now out for Kiritich. So hitting for a solid 240 or so.
Yeah.
With a Satanic, that's a lot of health. But Doom is very, very valuable this game. And because he was a carry, as you can see, he doesn't even have the shard yet on this Doom. No Midas required, no shard. He is now considering it just so he can get some better abilities, perhaps. Lincoln Sphere now done for the puck as well. They understand the mission.
You know, the other thing, too, is as everybody's been getting these Essence Distillers, it means there's less, Spirit Vessels, there's less anti-healing. We saw this in the Liquid games the other day with the Largo Io. No Spirit Vessels, no Croziers picked up. They had a lineup where it was tough to do it on anyways. But the value of having this against the saves, I think, is going to be interesting to watch.
And I think Boom Boys are just playing for this, like, mega late IO.
Yes.
You know? Now, I mean, I'll be curious to see what happens with the talent. We've seen a lot of the relocate ones, but we have the tether.
Oh, do they know? Kiritich, he's just off to the side. Whitemon.
Don't follow the courier.
Wrapping around.
The Wyvern will be a great get.
They're going to find one. Jumps on the GPK. That's not good enough there to the side.
Hindi tumama.
Perfectly fine and nothing coming out. TP's away on the Doom. And 33 dead.
Disaster from Iron Wing. They go deep with the smoke. Nero, look how stone cold he is. He's not even smiling. He just single-handedly saved his IO from being exploded. And he's like, yep, days work.
Well, part of that deal was they went on two different targets. Like, one half of the fight was going up the hill. The other half saw the IO and a little zigged when they should have zagged, and it all fell apart.
Yeah, Ari's got a Blink Dagger in an empty slot. He's going to try and make this play. He is desperate right now. He's above the pit.
Ari does not want to have to play.
Oh, the dust is out. He's caught.
No, they got him. Ari goes down. And Boom Boys, another Aegis in hand for Kiritich. 34 minutes in, Boom Boys have come up with the answers.
Relocate. Down for the Wisdom. Easy.
Oh, yeah.
Level 24. It's coming.
He's going to be so strong.
Please take the tethered ally.
You think so?
Yeah, get the puck. Come on.
Oh, the puck would be interesting.
Right? He's got Parasma.
Hey.
You know, he's got 2,500 gold. GBK's just waiting to see which talent he takes. He's like, hey, bud, come on. Like, let's have a little bit of fun here.
I mean, so a quick commentary, too. You're talking about Miero not cracking the smile, not doing anything after he gets that big save on Kiritich. It speaks to the pressure in this game, right? Like this team on the verge of elimination. Boom Boys, they started to bring back game number 1, and it kind of faltered a bit. It's
Yan na. Level 25 na, malapit na.
Everything can shift so rapidly if they're for a second off their guard.
Yeah, especially against a team like Iron Wing.
Yes.
Yeah. And they still, you know, we talk about these tools a lot. The Blink Daggers, the boosts of travel. Those tools are the kind of things that change games like this, where it's just one quick play and suddenly they're back on your side of the map. You lose a couple of heroes, they're pressuring your tower. You think, oh, I can shovel this wave. You lose a third hero, and suddenly the game has just completely lost all the momentum you was built up in it.
Like, if you're at home watching these teams and saying, why are you doing that? It's like, it feels different in this arena, I'll say that.
The spaghetti Dota comes out in full force at TI. As we saw last night, I mean, those were some of the most spaghetti and glorious games I've ever seen. I think Malady put it well when he said, we played really poorly in that game, but luckily they played worse. That's kind of how we felt. It's just like, you know, obviously their worst is so far superior to our best, but they can feel that pressure. It makes them create more mistakes every single game than usual.
Well, we see another one of these items getting out now as well. Going to be the Eye of Scotty. You've seen that health restoration again. More ways to try and stop Boom Boys. And the question is, do they have enough tools now to deal with this?
It's interesting, though, because, I mean, BZM, he has no eggs.
Right.
He has no BKB. He is fully dependent on the Satanic to survive in these engagements. So the Stampede is a big point of pressure for him. And also, like, you know, just a curse. Like, just a bushwhack in the back line. The smallest little maneuver could wreck him. Even a coil.
Right, he took it. He took it.
The tethered ally?
He did. He
All
got
right,
it.
do we get the eggs? Oh, he's going to Octarine on the puck. brother, GPK, my sir, I'm gonna need you to change that item quick buy.
We just want to see cool stuff. They want to win. He's letting the creep, the range.
Ayan na, tinalunan. Aray ko. Nice one. Nice one, nice one.
I think panic there.
A little bit.
Not necessary.
Cart drops 2.
Time to back it up.
Are we seeing the spaghetti?
Uy, may Skadi.
Right on the edge. Coil now.
Okay, na-stun.
Breaks the coil, backs away.
Coil gets them out. They can't chase after it. They don't have good options versus it because of the lack of BKBs.
Right now?
No, you leave.
Yeah.
You back it up. You got 2 minutes on the Aegis. Like, you're gonna take panic back up, reset, take a breath. But Iron Wing, I think, could chase. I think they're gonna smoke. Yeah, instant smoke. They're coming out here. Doom, Blinken 1.
They're looking. They're
Yep,
thinking.
hahabol sila.
Alright, he's ready for the
May
blink.
dumpa, may
Can they find
dumpa.
Centaur in behind? Does he blink
May dumpa,
past
may
the
dumpa.
guy?
Uy, ayun na, ayun na. Ayun na, dudum ka na.
Now trying to control. Do they have enough there to keep him alive? There it is, the save.
Okay.
The Doom on the Centaur. Not sure if that one's gonna be good enough. We'll
Okay.
see. Katomi being chased by 33. They're gonna find him down, but
Oh, yung ano, yung Wyvern nyo.
not long enough.
EZM's just in.
That's 1 life dead. 2 supports gone.
Okay.
Each team. Kiritich kind of isolated. Nero pops that one now, and there's going to be a teleport back to the tier 2.
Unahin nyo si Darkseer. Darkseer? Hindi nyo inuna. Naku, vacuum. Sa taas, vacuum sa taas. Hindi.
An instant TP down bottom here from 3-3. He just wants to keep this pressure going.
Okay.
Can he find something here, though? Or is he just going to farm his way backwards?
No, I mean, that's... Oh, Aegis down. That will make you think for a second.
I mean, the time was running a little low anyway, so not the biggest loss. I think the fact they get out after is certainly a large win here. But you could actually instantly see the value that would have been in the relocate cast delay. He would have gotten out there.
Yeah.
If he had taken the other talent.
Right.
And they might have kept that Aegis alive. And it will be the Octarine core here. So Dreams shattered for a little bit.
I mean, we're getting to the point where he's going to get nags. Surely. This is that feel to me, at least in this game. I mean, obviously things could turn around quickly and they could run it down, but it has had the cadence this game of big fight, take a little objective, back out.
This feels so much later than 39 minutes.
Yes.
Like looking at the itemization of these heroes, like we have so many heroes that are just so stocked up on items right now. And it feels like one of those super tense late games. We got level 25s all over the place here. Oh, hey, he did the... Oh, wait, I think... Did they fix the Lena thing? Well, I don't know. Ah.
Well, they do.
Surely they fixed it.
Waning Rift 25 on the puck now, too. Extra distance out for it. So more maneuverability, bigger AoEs out from the puck. A late game Raps picked up for Ari.
Yeah, he's had that cube for a very long time. I mean, it gives him a little bit of more survivability when he's moving around the other side of the map. Might just be enough movement speed to get him out. Slight barrier. I mean, he already has the blink. I feel like we did that. Maybe a Force Staff could have been a choice instead for a similar idea and something to help his allies, I think.
I mean, my guess is also he's going to be going for that 15 damage taken in Shadow Walk. A talent as well. So if you're sort of doubling down on damage reduction, it makes sense to get a little passive one along the way.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's just, it's hard to play this hero this game. Like, your team, they played in the doldrums for, like, the last 15 minutes or so, and Bounty Hunter is very bad in that state of the game, unless you're sniping a bunch of couriers, which Ari hasn't been able to do. Now he is trying it. Well, he's got to have a very greedy track, but he gets back to his team.
And Bushwhack
Patay ka, Lina.
in trouble, broke in, stomped
Okay.
out, no BKB anything. They're gonna back this
Ayun, na ano. Okay, tago niyo si IO.
Follow-up not looking amazing for Iron Wing as of yet. They try and
Patayin niyo si Doom.
in fact, yeah,
Patayin niyo si
Pure
Doom.
needs to back out. He's in a lot of
Patayin niyo si
trouble
Doom.
there.
Still holding his BKB. Good read that he
Walang
gets
humabol.
on that.
Bold move and able to be
Kailangan nyo
served
ng
away.
hick.
But this is what I mean. These like little engagements where they don't want to fully commit, because if you go all the way in, you're either winning or you're losing, and they're not confident they're winning.
No, apparently not the team is. They are very tanky across the board here. So hard to get that final bit of damage.
Kung talo pa yung ano, Boom Boys
I'm finally
dito.
thinking like, you know, I need something defensive here. I think when it looked like Boom Boys were going to be pressuring into the base, he was thinking about just getting the Yasha Kaya to just sort of like round out his build, but now he's like, okay, we got some time, a little bit of breathing room.
Yep.
I can get a BKB, slot that in instead. And there it is, though. The Aghanim Scepter purchased up for Pure. So we'll see how he's able to make use of it. There is, so interesting, because there's the Lincoln Sphere on GBK, so there's still this risk of ever casting it aggressively, but if you cast it on yourself, you're dealing with the Stampede. So he has to find this balance of, you know, what is the risk value worth? Like, if you try and go for the Eggs cast onto the enemy and it gets Lincolns, you're going to feel so stupid. And you're going to be regretting it. Yeah. But if they Stampede out of it, you're also going to be having these same emotions.
I think that it's, reading the fight, understanding when is the right time to go. If it's a late self-cast on Ags, if you're able to bait out that Stampede early, that starts to make more sense. And also, the other thing about the AoE Doom is then you're not going to be able to get the saves from the Centaur.
Yeah.
Right? So that's something else to watch.
Yeah, he does not have any cast range buffs at all. So
Ayan na. Laban.
Smoke up now. Wrapping around
Laban.
BZM.
They
Takbo. Oy, huli.
Oh my god, they found him! BZM brought down, does have buyback. Roche, a minute before it's going to respawn. It is capable of respawning now. Obviously, team's not aware of it yet. Although, actually, I think they have a creep in there. Kiritich does, so he'll know.
Yeah. It has buyback, but massive pick for Boom Boys because they can just force things out here, scout out everything, get some really good wards down that are going to be very hard to deal with. That being said, they're actually walking through some wards. They don't scan the high ground with the gem, so they're just running under a dire ward at the moment. Bit of a mistake there.
They just, okay, they didn't get close enough.
No, they just, I mean, he just didn't throw it up, yeah. Oh, well, they placed it after the gem had moved past, so they never secured that vision.
Let's hope that could not to bite them.
We call this foreshadowing, everyone.
Honestly, that's something that could make a massive difference in a couple of minutes here. If this turns into a fight and they retreat back,
I mean, Ari's using it right now with how he's playing, right?
Yes.
Like, he's got the safety to his left.
There is an anticipation that they are going to be okay, and now
Hearts out,
jumps forward, already backs him away, saves him out. Now the Doom there onto the IO. He's still got him caught, but the hits, they keep on coming. Good damage, vacuum wall up to the high ground. 33 finds him. Miro is stuck in the trees.
33's almost dead.
Things getting spicy. Things getting very spicy, but they're forcing down these racks. Now, Lina is respawning. They're retreating through that vision. Would love to be able to chase here, but it's just a little bit too late, and now they're going to be able to go back and take out the ward.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
There was a ward there, guys. Great play from Boom Boys to recognize they don't have the damage that they have.
Yes.
We can go high ground. I mean, you saw it, right? That was a giant wall vacuum. Doom got in there. He's dooming everybody. Nice spacing there from GBK to get to the edge of the Doom, so the saves could still come out there from Miro. But they know if there's no BZM, we're not going to die. They got one hero spot, all damage, but he couldn't get it as he was dead in the grave. Now Pure picking up the refresher. We've had first Doom, but he's hoping for a second. 3-3, another cheeky helm creep gets found in the Roche pit as they send in Kiritich all on his lonesome.
They're pushing out mid first, and then likely we're going to see Iron Wing get together for some type of a move. They smoke up. GPK going to be the first person forward. Aeon Disc still on cooldown.
So clumped.
Ion Disc on cooldown for 15 more seconds. Kiritich not afraid of the jump, it seems.
Look at Miro.
Yeah.
He's so ready.
He's absolutely ready.
Off-sentry combo here from the Dire.
LSA hits. BZM backs away. Trying to retreat. GBK there. Immediately jumps. He didn't pick me at all. He's found.
He's out.
The right clicks are gone. There is nothing left there, but can they do enough with just BZM? He's hitting very hard. Kiritich just dropped it low. BZM trying to kill him, but there's just too much heal. Without the Doom, you're doomed. BZM is gone. No buyback. And with 3 dead, Boom Boys have put themselves in position to push this to a game number 3. Triple kill GPK. Give him another one.
The Bounty Hunter. He might finally lose a game on the main stage here, folks. And of course it's going to be to IO. Boom Boys. You know, they came in, they said, if that IO gets left in, we're ready for it. We can play it. Maybe they were trying to play with the Largo last game and got a little greedy. I don't know.
Oh, this is what you want to see. They step up, eyes on the prize, focusing it down now. The tier 4 towers, there is a glyph. There is a buyback that's there for the Dark Seer and the Bounty Hunter, but I just don't think that they've got enough in the tank now to deal with this. They will go for the buyback at this point. They'll try and hold. Save is there. They vacuum him into the fountain. Nothing doing. They're not going to be able to stop this at all. And as they focus down the throne, 33 has already used his wall. There's the Crozier out. Not going to do a damn thing. Boom Boys take that lead, push this to a game 3.
Excellent work pushing there when they got that kill on the Doom. That completely ended the game for Boom Boys once they recognized we just go right now. All right, they got nothing that can fight us. First, it's when Delina's down. Like they need everything on the side of Iron Wing to win this. And Boom Boys recognize that they just don't got left in them. And you go back to this game early on, like they spent so much on map control, on blink, on boots of travel, and they didn't progress it enough. They didn't get the big enough lead. They didn't get enough plays with the bounty hunter as you would hope for. And I don't know if we'll see them go back to it. I don't know if they're ready as a team to play around that hero to the point where you need to.
Well, I also think that it was a tremendous job from Boom Boys of taking these like measured losses, reading the map, dodging away from Iron Wing. You have 2 boots of travel heroes, Helm of the Dominator, and they didn't end up getting picked off by the bounty hunter either. A tremendous performance of macro play out of the Boom Boys as they were able to take this one there. And as the coach said, they were not ready. It can't end for them like this. We're going to game 3.
It cannot end this way. We heard it indeed from Coach Bulk. What a showing of Boom Boys with their backs against the rope. And this is where this team in the past has struggled, where that pressure did become too much for them. But we saw it here. When that pressure is on, they are still able to perform, Rhea.
Honestly, great game. I mean, it's all of a slow build-up, but they certainly were being pressured. I think Iron Wing were playing so far up on their map, like even behind tier 2 towers, probably when they shouldn't have, to be honest. But yeah, no, Boom Boys did a really good job of keeping tier 2 farmed. I think they just mostly took really good advantage of some mistakes. You know, punishing mistakes in a game like this is the #1 thing you have to do to win. They did it great.
I mean, Kiritich in game 1 and game 2, he had the farm, but there was other things kind of going wrong for the team in game 1, why they were to lose. This time around, I think Miro, he stepped up. GPK, he stepped up, right? The Centaur, of course, from the offlane on Miro, like, he was able to do his job, constantly being a thorn in Iron Wing's side, providing those saves. Like, we already mentioned that the limited lockdown Iron Wing had between the Lion and the Doom, and I feel like the Centaur, and then even the Winter Wyvern to some degree, did so much work at just prolonging their survivability, whoever gets jumped, that we never got to see the big kills. On top of that, Iron Wing's initiation, there's some room to question. I mean,
bad.
33 and Pure, they were like blinking in different directions, jumping alone in the high ground. Like, I'm honestly a little shocked at kind of Iron Wing's mid game, but alas, we're not there yet. We are looking at the early game.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely one of the few key problems we saw yesterday when they played as well on the Iron Wing side. Whenever Neta has to play like the initiator, it just doesn't really feel like he's super comfortable. Like, even in this game, they started the game really well. Like the first 10-15 minutes, it was great. They had like a 3-4k lead, and then there's this one fight at top where he actually just decided to dagger in. Like, I think the way he plays the dagger, whenever he needs to be the first point of initiation, he just does it in a way where it's too forced. Like, he doesn't see a very clear way. He just wants to start, but he doesn't really know how to start it. So whenever you look at their games, if Pure is the one starting the fight, usually the fight's great. Like when he's playing the CK or the Sven, but if Pure is not the one starting the fight...
Yeah, this is the one in question, right? Like this kind of the solo blink up by the Darks here. Now they're trying to like disengage, and now Pure is also by himself trying to jump the IO, and like it's this fight and multiple other fights where the same story happens, and at that point it's like, Boom Boys, they're not making these type of errors. They're playing together. They're always in a huddle. The support's in the right position. Puck is being super elusive, super annoying. Kiritich is kind of dangling himself in the creep wave, going like, please try and do me, because if you do, I trust my man Miro to save me, right? So it's completely different teams that coming into game 2.
Yeah. Super strong showing. Very happy to see them getting that success here on the main stage. And now for both teams, of course, with that win under their belt, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in game number 3. But one thing stood out from the way we were just talking about how this game went down, that Boom Boys, they had a lineup that made it very easy for them to capitalize on mistakes being made. And that also implies that Iron Wing was just making a lot of mistakes. And I want to focus on that part, because Iron Wing making those type of mistakes, Rhea, I feel like that's a little uncharacteristic for them.
I feel like it's quite characteristic.
Okay.
I mean, that's kind of why we're seeing them in the lower bracket, right?
Fair.
I think they just seem to be on different pages with each other. I think T brought up an excellent point. One of the clips we didn't even see there is another fight where half the team goes one way and Pure blinks on the backline for a hoodwink and doesn't even kill him and then ends up dying. It's like they just seem like their communication is all over the place. I don't think they have like a solid idea of what they're doing. This game, for example, in the panel beforehand, I said I wanted to see Bounty Hunter blocking the camps for Io and making sure that he literally can't do anything. They did the lane part perfectly. I think they won their lane. They got so much farm on the Darkseer. It was fantastic. But Bounty Hunter left this Io well alone to just keep taking the double camps and then farm the lane and then get all the farm he needed. None of the other cores on Boomboys had a game except Kiritich. Why were we not shutting him down in like one of the most simplest ways?
That's because Ironwing, they play on efficiencies. So when 33 went to the side camps to farm, Ari then took the wave. So in the minutes that other teams might have played wave to block camps, they played for jungle camps and wave. So they were getting double the gold. So they played for money, thinking that double efficiency would outweigh the IO. Of course, in hindsight, block camps, but in the moment, the way that these players have played for the entire year, they think about gold and they think about their own levels and XP, not always trying to shut down the opponent.
I don't think it needs to be body blocking and expending like your resources to, you know, be sitting on him in invis. I think it can be as simple as a sentry. Like if you watch those bottom camps, there's never a sentry there either by either team, right? They're never forced to have to unblock it. The supports can go play freely in the other lanes because no one has to attend to dewarding this camp. I think it's like a small thing that just could have made the game better.
It's not actually a small thing. I think it's a very big deal. You have Bounty Hunter, so there's literally no excuse that you can't do it. You can do it, and it's not just about the goal, it's about the XP, because if Io gets to level 15 with the Aghanims, it's just such a big power spike in the game itself.
Yeah, speaking of power spikes, this was one of them.
Yeah. This was a really nice mistake punish that we talked about. Ironwing were just playing way too far up. They keep trying to kill the Hoodwink behind tier 2 towers, and I think Boomboys this time were kind of ready for it. They set up, they had Wyvern in position, and also your puck is playing towards them for once, so when they step forward too much, they actually able to punish it, coil, fight, they bring in the IO reload, it's the first effective use of it, and then they just push them back. This is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, this is a smooth fight for Boomboys there, absolutely. There were a couple of other fights where it was actually Ironwing having a solid performance. Just a couple minutes later, Winter, there was a fight that you wanted to get some more attention on.
Yeah, I think this was the fight where they kind of like overextended. They tried to like push things too much. I think they got caught by the Winter's Curse and they didn't really get the right jump.
But also, it's like this is a fight for like Boomboys where like you get the Bounty Hunter kill, and then you've put yourself in a position where Ironwings, for a rare moment in the game, actually see the heroes they want to kill, and they can try and, you know, to some degree cleanly do it. But the problem is, they never could replicate this. It was kind of like a one blip in an entire game, where after this, I think Boomboys then recalibrated really nicely, and then they were always offering up the correct heroes. So it's like one little mistake in the mid game from Boomboys, but not enough to really give Ironwing the ability to kind of close out the game.
Yeah, they did not close out the game. There were a couple more fights that led to Boomboys eventually closing out the game, and one of them was, I think, the most damning Rhea for Ironwing, where it was clear that they weren't on the same page.
Yeah, they were like just, as he said, in different directions. I honestly think something that was amazing for this fight, it was more of the setup of it. They snuck the Aegis. This Aegis is massive because it makes Pure confused on who to go on. Right, his goal every game, even disregarding the Centaur card, he wants to doom this IO because it means he can't heal, it means he can't give that healing to someone else on his team. It basically ruins their highest net worth carry. But when Doom can't do that because there's an Aegis, he's going on a Hoodwink instead. You have the rest of his team, Darkseer, blinking in on who knows what. There's no idea of what to do. I think
yeah, but this fight was started poorly though. I feel like Darkseer blinked up. They had no vision, and he blinked up the high ground, and he popped his Shivas, and then he exposed his own position, and he got caught by Bushrock, and then he just died. So I don't know how much of that was pure like he's not knowing what to do, because the Darkseer kind of forced him to do something, because the moment he blinked up, you have to go with him.
That felt like, you know, me playing Overthrow at 2 a.m. in the morning. You know, that was not a fight. That was honestly, that was kind of egregious. I'll be real, lads. So I'm hoping for Ironwing's sake, they shake that off going into game 3. Because if they play like that, then we are going to be talking about Boomboys progressing through the lower bracket. Because there are some weird things happening in the initiation from Ironwings.
Yeah, I know, Winter, that when we were watching the game in the green room, you said, you know, give me some time to be a little critical about one player in particular, and you do mean a 33 on the Darkseer.
I think it's not just a hero-based thing. I think the way he plays the game, if he's the one that needs to be the first hero jumping in, it usually doesn't really work out on them. And I went back to think about like the Bounty Hunter. One of the reasons why they don't really like Bounty Hunter and they like heroes like Hoodwink, they've already multiple times opened their draft with Hoodwink, because it gives them a way to start the fight. So it doesn't put so much burden on the offlaner to be the hero that starts the fight. So I think this is like a problem where it's not going to be removed, but they have to use the draft to kind of compensate. You know, they need more ways of starting the fight, and it has to be on the pause 4 or the pause 5 to start the fights.
But we also have to respect the fact that in both games, Iron Wing around the 10-15 minute mark has been having this like 5,000 gold lead, 6,000 gold lead. They've been super aggressive, so it's not as if we're looking at a Iron Wing or the previous org names that they won earlier in the year was like the boring Dota. Like they're playing aggressive, they're doing these like overlapping motions, like they're playing the Dota that is like honestly quite exciting. It is the fact that when they enter the mid game, they seem to like mute mics, go crazy, and something goes wrong. So it's like if they can just solve that, I don't mind the concept of their drafts, the concept of what they're trying to achieve. They just don't have the discipline to execute on the pacing they're trying to go for. But it's also the pacing that allowed them to get through the group stage. So they haven't changed their identity. It's just they're so quick in nature that it's going to have mistakes.
Yeah, I think, Rhea, both games that we've seen have indeed for the first like 21-ish minutes had the same formula. Laning stage, Iron Wing does well. And then there's that one fight where the items are online for Boom Boys and they take a fight and the game is almost back to even again.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things that I noticed from when Boom Boys stabilized the game in the mid is that they had way better vision control. We saw that they were the only team with a gem for quite some time, and they had perfectly warded and sentried their jungle entrances on top and bottom. So we saw the map go from Iron Wing playing behind their tier 2s and crushing their side of the map to a completely even split where Boom Boys do actually now have way more farming room and space, and you see the other cores that are not just Kiritich actually start to catch up and then have the net worth to take these fights evenly.
I mean, it's always the repercussion of like beating an aggressive team when they're at your tier 2. When you get that kill, you get the fresh air to then break back onto the map, right? So I think once you overcome that initial hurdle, an early gem pickup, you'll always be able to have that vision advantage if you can win that fight, which clearly Boom Boys are finding the fights to win.
Yeah, Winter, if you were on the side of Boom Boys, how much effort would you put in the laning stage and them being able to finally, maybe not even win the laning stage, but at least play it even?
I think the laning phase is not really as important as before. I think as long as you have a playable laning phase, you could lose the lane 60-40, it's fine, 70-30 in some cases, but as long as you have the lineup that can allow you to play the macro game, the map, like in this instance, I don't think they're going to get the IO because IO just makes everything so easy, but they need to try to focus on that. If they have a draft that can play the map, have good team fight, I think that's going to be a good recipe against Iron Wing, because Iron Wing has clearly shown that team fighting, initiating, that is their problem in the game right now.
Seems fixable, because we know that all 10 players that will soon be ready to take the stage, all 10 players are capable of winning these games, are capable of having that synergy, the coordination, the communication, and it just depends on which one of these two teams will play that little bit better on the main stage of the International. So this might be a good time to just inform people at home that these two teams, of course, are no stranger to one another. The last 5 series, they played against each other. It was Boom Boys that took 4 out of those 5 series, and a lot of those series were 2-0. So maybe there's also a little bit of a stylistic issue that Iron Wing has when competing against Boom Boys, because those later stages, even in the first game that they won, it was that one fight, the slip up. It was a very unique situation where the Chaos Knight was able to completely sabotage Miero's game on the Largo that allowed them their victory here. Would you say, Tigov, that going into Game 3, you have a team that you feel like, from the 2 games you've watched so far, would have that little bit of an edge going into this?
I think if you look at the overall polish of the 2 teams, I think Boom Boys just look like the more complete team. They are the ones that are making the changes, understanding kind of the dynamics of the best of 3, and I think for Iron Wing so far, it's like they've won because of like a draft and the CK, and they're making way more mistakes across the entire series. Even in the game 1 win, they were making these little mistakes that even offered Boom Boys to potentially win that one as well. So I think as an overall team, Boom Boys are just looking to be better. But with the caliber of players that IronWings have, it just takes one conversation, one idea, one concept, BZM to step up a little bit more from the mid lane, and we will just see a game 3 go their way. Like, this is not just a definitive answer of one team is better than the other, but overall, Boom Boys just looks a little bit more ready for at least game 3.
Yeah, I know that you really wanted to see the Bounty Hunter, Winter. We just saw the scoreline of Ari. Of course, he played the laning stage well enough, but he is 0-11-4. Do you feel like he delivered the type of Bounty Hunter you wanted to see? I know the game is not as black and white as we just saw the stats to be, so that's maybe a little bit mean to throw the stats in over there, but overall, he did suffer a little bit.
It doesn't fit, I think, 33's playstyle. I don't think they're going to go for it again. I do feel like the hero is definitely very, very strong, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to be a hero that's comfortable for IronWing here. And I think you have one game left. If you lose this game, it's over. They're going to go back to what's comfortable, probably the Hoodwink, probably some support that can set up for them. So it's going to allow Neta to play his usual greedy style without needing for him to initiate for his team.
We've seen this position before from the team, right? Like, normally when you're a low bracket about to be eliminated, we're going to see Invoker and Centaurs or Dooms and Hoodwinks. Like, we're going to see all the classics, the Kez. Like, this will probably look like the draft of IronWing, but when you are in this position, often leading to that will be your kind of saving grace. Didn't work in the upper bracket though, but maybe in the lower bracket, it's a different beast.
Yeah, I don't know, Ray. I keep coming back to the Doom with you. and we did see it. Okay, it wasn't 33 playing the Doom, though, in that second game. It was the man on your screen. It was Pure playing the Doom, but maybe that's just a trap. Is the hero a trap?
I don't want to say the hero's a trap. I just think they need to find their win condition and then treat it more preciously. Because I don't really think they knew what they wanted to do in fights. They just had the bounty hunter running around with track and then a bunch of like nuking spellcasters, and they're like, okay, Doom, you go Doom someone, but they don't know like who they're meant to focus and find. They're not like placing the wards or using the bounty to like, hey, this is our #1 target, let's blow them up. They don't seem to know how to like translate the winning lanes into objectives or like proper map control, like how to hold spaces. I think that's the main problem more than the draft, to be honest. Is just not really having an idea.
I also feel like when you look at the player camera of Pure, right? When you look at all his previous events, like when they're in good form, when they're doing well, like he's always just got that smile on his face, the love of the game. But right now, like you can feel the frustration on him. Like he's sitting there, like he's annoyed with his previous game, maybe even the previous playoff games, the group stage. Like there feels a little bit of frustration within the team, and that is something that you can't just fix instantly. And I feel like if he can overcome that in this next game, that's when they can, start clicking together as a team. But right now, based on just the general vibe of what Pure's given, I am just a little worried for them. Just a little bit.
He needs a speech, Tigo.
He does, yes. Are you going to give it?
No, I was going to ask you to do so.
Okay. All right, Pure. You are playing with the finest British Dota player to ever exist, a.k.a. Ari. You should not let down my British fellow mate. Like you, yeah, I can't do
really
this shit. Back to you, Shiva.
Oh, that's wonderful. I hope that they had a good talking, because one thing that is clear is that from the series that we've seen, they are not playing the best Dota that we've seen them play even this tournament. So we know they can do better. We know both of these teams are gonna be disappointed at the end of the day if they get eliminated in this spot, because both teams have had so many tournament podium finishes this season, and ending on a top 8, you might as well end up last. Like that's the teams are just not gonna be happy with that. So let's see who comes out on top. It's only one game to stand in between elimination or advancement. Let's see what's gonna happen.
IronWing versus Boom Boys. Game 3.
For the third game in a row, Boom Boys will be on the Radiant side and IronWing will be Dire side. So the teams definitely both prefer that. It is IronWing that gets their hands on first pick once again, just like previous game. And that means Boom Boys gets second pick. And they were very happy with that last time around. They managed to get the IO in that position of the draft. Overall last pick for Boom Boys. Then as well with this upcoming game number 3, and we're all gonna find out how the adaptations will be made. Iron Wing in that previous game, they went for the Lina as the first pick for them. Let's see if Boom Boys leave that in the pool. So far, their bans are exactly the same, but we already see Iron Wing adapting. We have still got their Ember banned out. This time, the man of the match, the MVP from previous game, playing the puck, has that hero removed from the pool together with the Lina, leaving two heroes in that they banned previously, the Slardar and the Bane. Let's see what Boom Boys go for next. In the previous game, it was Largo and Keeper of the Light that they removed at this stage, but I feel like it's an entirely different ball game, and they will use some bonus time to think about what's coming next, because Iron Wing seems to be looking to surprise them.
I honestly like the Lina ban. I feel like BZM right now, it's like you played 2 Lina games, sure you've won one, lost one, but it's like the draft has forced you to be a first phase mid pick. You are a player that likes to go for the Invokers, the Storms, a little bit more of a playmaker, and you're forced onto a farming mid laner that has to outplay. It's like, sure, you got it in one game, but you're not going to get it consistently, so get rid of that, give BZM a bit more life to the draft, and then just respect GPK immensely.
Give him Invoker, first phase Invoker BZM. That's what I want.
I think that might be one of the heroes that they might be considering banning.
Oh,
because I think one thing that was clear in that previous game for Boom Boys, that they went for Comfort in that game too. And it worked out so well for them, and I'm sure that on an elimination game, as Winter said, that you're going to go for Comfort in a potential elimination game, and Invoker is just 1000% Comfort.
Yeah, the caveat to that is the only hero I'll accept from BZM first phase right now, because of the puck ban, is 8-picking Invoker. That is the only one. Everything else, please give him some room to breathe in the draft.
Him first picking Invoker is something that
is a classic.
I
would be happy with.
I feel like Invoker is like a 9-pick hero. Like 8-pick, it can be risky because there are some heroes that can totally ruin your game. I think Slardar is a hero that it makes life very, very difficult for Invoker because of 2 reasons. One, the track, from the corrosive haze, and number 2, in the laning phase, he just kills the Forge Spirit. So I think this is one of the hardest matchups in the game for Invoker. At 9-pick, you can see the first pick, and then you decide your Invoker. So I think it's easier to pick Invoker at 9 compared to overall first pick.
They have not gone for the Invoker, and they have gone for the IO. And for the second pick we see coming out here overall, it is Boom Boys that now get to show what they consider is the best pick against IO. And I think that's a unique situation, as we have talked about Boom Boys being the best IO team. So surely Kirtage know what is also the worst to play against.
Well, maybe they understand the need to block the damn camps. I would like to see that. I mean, the Bounty Hunter, right? I wouldn't even mind seeing that here.
I think Elk is very similar to IO. IO is basically like Elk. Whenever you're playing against a hero that jungles that quickly, you just need somebody to go into the jungle, infiltrate the area, and put vision or just block the camps, or at the very least, steal XP.
Yeah.
I mean, right now they're answering it with the Winter Wyvern. Of course, prolonging the fight against IO, trying to eat through a BKB charge or a Satanic usage, right, with the Cold Embrace. Even then, the Winter's Curse just to kind of open up, because IO naturally invites a lot of kind of clunky, kind of clumpy style fighting. So I can see why Boom Boys want to go for the Winter Wyvern. Katomi has done an exceptional job on the hero. He's been, throughout his entire career, he's like the Winter Wyvern guy. Like, he started as Tree, he moved to Winter Wyvern. Like, he's just like the guy to go to, and I don't mind it, but I want to see other ways to now utilize what Winter Wyvern does, because like you need damage now, you need more pickoff, you need a lot of things to help Wyvern within the game.
I think something I genuinely love about the Wyvern pick is when we watched last game, Wyvern was so good with just disengagement. I think Iron Wing, especially, we noted that their initiations were so messy and quite poor. If that is a weak point of the team right now, Wyvern is fantastic, because when they do finally get that good jump, or they do maybe get a slight advantage, this Wyvern lets them just peel back with the curse and just reset into a better position.
And they go for the Slardar and Storm. Nice bans from Iron Wing. Of course, already mentioned that Slardar is an important hero for Boom Boys.
Yeah.
No matter if it's Invoker matchup or not, they still will probably look towards it. But they have pretty much said, GPK, you are not going to play this game 3. Out of pretty much every single ban is towards you, boss. We respect you immensely. We want to try and eliminate you, and we're going to do it through the bans and also hopefully the gameplay.
But his Snapfire is still in the pool. He's so good at Snapfire.
Yeah, you'd like competitive players nowadays have more than 3.5 heroes to win the international.
Yeah,
all right,
so
I don't think GPK is too concerned, but Iron Wing is trying their best to ban him out.
Yeah, the threat is definitely clear.
Okay.
As we will see the return of the Largo. With this, of course, they also deny Iron Wing from having that combination of both Io and Largo.
I mean, hopefully they have a better combination with Largo. The first game was Largo and DK. That did not look good at all.
Yeah.
They need something that can use the magic damage.
I love this because I think it's going to be so fun to see the comparison between game 1 and 3, knowing that CK is something that Iron Wing may be looking towards now and how you want to deal with it. I think the draft is already better against the hero as a core, but...
I mean, you have Wyvern. That kind of already discourages the CK a lot.
But they left it in the game. Like, Iron Wing chose to leave his hero in the game now, and they know that they're playing into Wyvern. It's like, do they still pick the CK? Do they still rate it that highly? Do they have to find another option to deal with Largo? So many people are banning Largo because they have no answer. Iron Wing have provided us with one. Can they provide us with
Undying's good against Largo, like in the game. Like in the lane, the decay, and then in the game you slow him, then you have the tombstone, he can't hit the tombstone. So I would say Undying is a pretty good answer against Largo.
Yeah, it's just really nice once you kind of just get on top of him, right? Like if Largo's dictating the fight and you're already in kind of the snowball kind of mode of the game, no.
You overwhelm him with the damage and from your flash golem.
No, I really enjoy the concept of Undying against Largo. And then you put like Io together with it. Like even if it's Undying support or core, no matter what, Io's going to enjoy tethering this Undying because like he's the front line for you to then start, you know, throwing your Ags balls around and just going crazy.
And now they need like some catch because you have Io and Undying. You have two heroes that have no stuns, no catch. So you want heroes that can solve that problem.
And Lion definitely solves that problem.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we just seen it kind of, again, on different teams that we saw the heroes in play, but Lion Io in the same team, it is very simple. Lion hunts the map like Ari loves to do, big map playing position 4. He will find a guy, he will say, please relocate onto me, you get a kill, and then you disengage, reset. So, yep, very kind of clean looking lineup of strong lanes into pickoff.
It's their setup as well. The pos 4 having the catch so that they don't have to rely on like or the off lane or the mid hero to be so much of the catch. And it's Rubik pick. Why is Rubik the choice here?
Think about just the layers of sustainability, right? You got the lift to lift people back with the shard, you got the Largo, then the Wyvern. Like everything is about invite the initiation onto one guy, and whoever you jump on, there'll be 1, 2, or 3 people to save that guy in a different style.
And maybe with that, they also make sure that Iron Wing is not going for the Underlord, which would be a great global pair-up with the Io.
Yeah, it could have easily been a
The
nice
support duo just feels very lackluster, Rubik and Wyvern. It's very greedy for the start of the game. Usually with Wyvern, you want someone else that has damage because Wyvern lacks damage, and someone else that has initiation. Usually you see Wyvern with like maybe a Willow. Like it feels more like a balanced duo, but with Rubik, they both kind of do the same thing. They sit behind, they want someone else to go in, and then they cast their spells.
Again, it's the type of lineup where if I close my eyes and it's 20 minutes an even game, I'll like the concepts. Sure, the journey there could be a bit turbulent, but I think Iron Wing have been turbulent enough that they've invited Boom Boys to get to this position. So maybe Boom Boys are just a little bit too comfortable. Like, yeah, it's fine. We always make this little mini comeback in the first 20 minutes, so we can be a little greedy with our support.
We'll just lose the laning stage. It's all good.
We'll recover, right, guys?
Also, we know that GPK is still lacking a hero, and sorry, Rhea, but his Snapfire is out now too. You got another one.
I mean, both teams potentially here need mid, right? So we're just gonna ban. Like, there's gonna be no mids left. Sand King's gone.
Okay, so GPK's got what, like a Pango? Is that still?
Pango is in the pool. Void Spirit is in the pool.
Void Spirit.
Oh boy.
I know people don't like Void Spirit, but somehow the players do sometimes seem to still go for that regardless.
I mean, which one works best with Largo? That's the question. Like, what would Largo want? I feel like Largo likes like Lash type of hero, like a lot of burst, spell damage. Maybe with Void Spirit, still alright.
What do you think about Slark? You have a last pick.
For who, sorry?
Honestly, either team kind of looks nice. Better with Io though, in my opinion.
I'd rather see Pure play the carry Io, so therefore BZM picks up a comfort mid hero. I don't think he needs to play the Slark.
Yeah, but why not? There's nothing else.
I mean, if you're in this position and there's no mid laners, we have to start talking about heroes like, you know, OD, you know?
Oh, no.
Shaker, that's fine. You can't pick it into Rubik, though.
Yeah, but if there's ever, I mean, if you're banned out, then the meta dictates that the bad heroes have to become good because they're now the only ones available, right?
You know what a hero was that we saw yesterday?
Yeah.
It was a sniper. We knew the Pango ban was coming. Yesterday we saw a sniper coming out. I think this is really cool. Now, one thing to keep in mind, it's Boom Boys that get the overall last pick. So Ironwing has to play some 5-head Dota 2 in terms of the drafting here to figure out what they want to pick, what the counter to that is, and then what the counter to that would be and pick that one instead.
The main
they
thing
can't get countered.
But Ironwing have banned out pretty much every single gap closer that's very good in the meta. Therefore, if BZM wants to play the Arc Warden like he's already played, or he wants to play some silly OD that I keep suggesting for no reason, like if he wants to play like any silly hero, he can because the gap closers are gone. Like he can be greedy. You have a Tide in one lane, you have an Io in another. Like BZM now has the freedom, unlike the last 2 games of Lena, to actually pick whatever he wants. Like his draft is so clean that he kind of has freedom to go, pick me this hero, I will win you this game.
Do you think there's any possibility that Pure just plays a different carry? Like we just put Io mid? Because you still have a double camp to farm. Like there's still silly heroes like Lone Druid in the pool, right? And then you can play some carry that's gonna synergize really nicely with your Io.
Oh, well they respect that option because they ban out the TA.
Yeah, I can't remember if I've ever seen BZM play IO. If it does happen, then it's kind of cool to see it in a Game 3 lower bracket elimination. To kind of just go, you know what, TI meta, let's try it. But I still would rather see BZM take the pick here and just let Pure just play the IO.
I think even like an aggressive hero like Death Prophet could be good this game. Like you have the IO to tether you and you have Tide plus Tombstone, you take the map. Because if you look at like the Boom Boys lineup, it's slow. You have Rubik and Largo, Wyvern. It's gonna take time. And this is like the similar archetype. It's very similar archetype. They're gonna ball around the DK to take towers and take the map.
IO DK is also a good combo. You know, that's not bad. It's solid.
Don't try and hype up a DK Shiva.
Yeah, I know.
In all of time, DK has always been like
I know.
just vanilla.
It's a Timber game. This must be a Timber game, man. This has to be a Timber game. I know Timber is like not exactly like a mid hero.
No, the Viper.
Okay.
Right.
The break.
I mean, is that considered an exciting hero? No. Does it work?
It can be.
It can be.
It can be.
I mean, it's a nice hero here. I think it does a lot of things to deal with the Tide, the DK. You have the break. It's gonna cause a lot of problems.
We needed 2 more bans total, like 1 for each team, and then these 2 would have been banned, and then now we would have gotten this spicy mid matchup.
Don't leak the draft pattern for next season, Jesus. But no, I mean, Boom Boys, they reacted quite nicely with the Viper pick. To me, it's still a little volatile. I think mid Viper, it can win. It should win the lane. It can create tempo to play around, but it just takes one bad fight. You know, itemization from the Tide Hunter, like a Yules or something, to eat through that break duration, and now suddenly the Viper loses its value, and Iron Wing just kind of get online. You know the inevitable IO timings in play here. I think Boom Boys, they got a lot more pressure on them to now do well in the laning phase, rather than just play for a comeback. They have to play to win their lanes and to hold the game down.
Their supports don't really compare. I feel like they're gonna lose the 3v3. Like Undying Lion with the DK is gonna give them the edge in like maybe getting a couple of kills. I think you only need to be able to find one kill in the early game on the Viper. Like teams have already been known to do like some crazy, after the rune spawns you smoke and then you kill the Viper one time and then it totally upsets the balance of the lane. So they have to be very careful and anticipate moves like this. And even in the rune fights, the Undying and Lion, I would say that they will have the upper hand against the Rubik and the Winter Wyvern.
Rhea, what are you going to look for in this game at number 3? What are you going to look out for?
I mean, I want to know what Boom Boy's idea is. To me, the heroes have no way to properly start a fight. They have no real way to take towers. Like your Iron Wing, they have great initiation, great burst, great way to take tower, DK. It has it all, so what does Boom Boys play?
I mean, Boom Boys also need to show really good BKB discipline in this game. I feel like if at any point, if Keratic wastes his BKB, then suddenly all the slows, the stuns, the damage amps will just break him apart. So he's had a pretty decent series so far, but this game is like, he has to have a perfect game.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to happen because game number 3, maybe everything is a little different with the pressure placed on the players as we are ready to find out which team will advance in the lower bracket and which team will be sent home. We're heading over to Trent and Lyrical for game 3.
Thank you so much, Sheever. Man, the panel there, it was like the opposite of game number 1. They were excited about the early picks. This one, they're like, man, those last picks suck.
I mean, that's what happens when the bans come out. Very targeted against the two mids, for sure, in this one. I love the face-to-face of the two mids. Like, their expression just getting sadder and sadder as it continued through as more and more of their favorite heroes were banned. But this is where the best picks come out. You got to dig deep into your tool bag here and find a tool you haven't taken out in a while, like the GPK Viper.
Man, speaking of a tool, Viper, God, I hate that hero. It's so annoying to play against. It's also one of those that like can just, it feels either bad for the opponents or bad for you because you can't do anything. You don't want BZM and GPK to have to play him, but it was what was left. And you know what? Maybe there's going to be some magic happening here. Maybe we'll see some of those early boots of travel, some Aghanim Scepters, people jumping around. There's a chance to have a dream. Also, I thought it was very funny. Ray was like, they're not good at taking towers. They're not good at fighting. They're not good at initiating. But besides that, it's great for Boom Boys.
You know, they can read the mini-map. That is what they can do, you know?
Excited.
You gotta find your talents where they are. And, well, I mean, the big question, is what's gonna happen to Whitemon?
Well, that was not great for them. I will say that. He did not manage to get the gold from the Observer Award, and he gave over First Blood. It's Katomi that takes it, though, so at least it didn't go to GPK.
Really hoping for a positive there. Ari will walk through the same spot. He's actually going to kill the mid-courier.
He's coming back. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, they're cooking. Never mind. Oh, take down GPK.
A ceaseless dirge, I tell you. It does, it's not ceaseless yet. It's literally just the 30 seconds. But for the whole game, ceaseless dirge does that to you. It's just the fact that we're, you know, less than a minute into the game. It's like he's ceaseless, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, a kill onto GPK, feeling a little bit bad about that one, and then DK grabs the wave and pulls it all the way over here. Is going to get a deny and take out the Observer Ward for the Dire as well. But this is a nice way to sort of mess with the Viper a bit, right?
Yeah.
And force him to tank the creeps.
They've made a decision of, like, we took the DK. This is a hero who can do quite a few things in the laning stage against many opponents. You know, he gets pretty tanky. He's got Breathe Fire. He can also recover in the game with the Shard and a Blink Dagger. So, but then you get the Viper and you're like, okay, we gotta help.
Yeah.
We really don't want to get him sent down to the Abyss like we did to Miro in game number 1. So hoping to give him a bit of a match here as BZM just hikes the creeps around the towers. Katomi in 3-3, duke it out in the bottom lane. 3-3 on this Tidehunter. The classic triple gauntlets to start with a little ring of regen just to boost up the health a little bit.
Who says that jungling is dead in modern Dota? 33 is bringing it there. That's what you want to see.
I mean, definitely what they did last game with the Darkseer and the Bounty Hunter. Lots of Ari just sitting on the wave here. And game number 1, Moon Meander, coach, he brought up and he said, we are the Largo understanders. We're the best Largo team. We have the counter. I think they might consider themselves perhaps one of the better Kez teams as well with how much they pick it for Pure. You would think they must have a very good understanding of this hero. So I'm looking forward to see what sort of counters they have here other than just this Tidehunter to maybe survive through the lane.
Well, yeah, that's going to be the thing to watch for, and if they actually do have a good answer right here for the Largo in this game, because the secret tech was the CK with Whitemon playing on the Ringmaster. This time around, Pure is playing the IO, is going to be paired with the Undying. As you can see, finding the double decay there, very nice to mess with these heroes. But it's not the same level of just demolishing that we saw. Like, IO is obviously winning this lane, but it's not like completely destroying Fine. Well. Oh, goodness, that was scary. Whitemon actually going to take 2 tower shots while he's at it and save, trying to finish off the job. Will manage to.
All right, all according to plan here from the Boom Boys. Pure does back up and get the Lotus. Very nice on this hero, obviously. But does instantly consume it, so no help for his friends on that. And Save still just pushing him back, so yeah, he's gonna need a salve brought in here from Whitemon, and indeed he will bring it, so. They'll get recovered here, but yeah, they have not obliterated Miro this time. I think in this case, rather than focusing on countering the Largo, they're instead saying, hey, we got a better trade.
Yes.
I'd rather have IO. And I think after that last game, the main concern is how do we just make sure that we don't, you know, get run over by the Largo like we just ran them, or by the IO rather, like we just ran them over. And I hope it has to deal with the camps. We brought it up a lot in game 1. Didn't happen. Punishing the IO under your tower would be great.
A good glyph there, but not good enough. They take down Pure.
I feel like he used that Lotus really early, like had to use it in the pool there, and then still dives the tower with just a Fairy Fire. Very aggressive attempts here, maybe just feeling it from game number 2. Or 1, I suppose. Time's flying here, bud.
I mean, it's one of those things where you are now in an interesting position. Iron Wing, they make game number 1 look good, but it wasn't like completely clean, right? There was a moment where it felt like it was starting to shift into Boom Boy's favor. Then in game number 2, they get out to another super hot start, and then Boom Boys pull it back and eventually take the lead. There's some questions. What is it going to be like with Nerves on this big main stage? You know, I was looking at it and I'd sort of forgotten that Ari has not played a game on the main stage of TI up until this point. The only other time he made it to TI was in 2023, where he didn't make it to this high level. How's he going to be able to perform on this stage?
There's a lot of pressure on him for sure in this game as the Lion, already getting a few stacks up, which is great to help out the IO, obviously. And Tidehunter, a hero who's okay being alone, so he's taking advantage of that by trying to make this move up top, wrapping behind save. Rubik fairly vulnerable. They have a tether. Oh, they don't have a tether yet. He was almost level 4.
Yeah.
They kind of need the tether here.
I mean, they also have Wyvern in the area. So Save is going to spot Whitemon there. The turn, the stun. Miero might be able to walk out of this, but actually, now turning to hit, they're going to take down the Tombstone. And Whitemon in a little bit far, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 exchange, with the Tombstone also going the way of Boom Boys.
Yeah, IO's not necessarily wanting to take the tether this early here, so it kind of delays the attempt on the gank there, since you can't just rotate over. They have to wait for the wave to actually push in. That ends up costing them a life there, so. In the meantime, though, I mean, 3-3, still totally happy down bottom. He is farming away. That being said, it is trading for a free farm Kez. BZM's been doing great mid on this Dragon Knight, constantly pulling the waves back. You're not having this Viper just, like, pull away. In fact, he's actually ahead of him in terms of net worth. So that is a big concern, I would say, for the Boom Boys. Because you do not want a Viper losing its lane. And then, again, this problem of, you know, what can I do to give our team some action on the map as a Viper? Not much. Like, buy an Atos, brother. Like, I don't know. That's where your options go to.
I mean, and I
think
near. It's going to be an ulti out now onto Dragon Knight. Save ready to pull him back in, and this is what you were hoping to see more of. Obviously, that gank early helped, but when you get level 6 GPK, he finds the double kill, and that's more what you want to see out of the Viper.
Yeah, you can be really happy that you got your wins in the lane and everything, but you gotta know when to take the L, and then it is now. The 6 is there on the Viper. You don't get to return here as the Dragon Knight, so we're gonna see some stacks probably for both the Dragon Knight and the IO. Gonna have to be shared up. Tide, also a big stack hero.
Is trying to bully back 33 off the wave. With Lion moving in, realizes that's not going to happen. So Ari gets the wisdom stolen from him. That can actually feel good, as he is only level 3 on the Lion.
That's all right. Save just picked it up on the other side as well. But yeah, you're right. That's that ain't great. To be getting it and being not even level 4.
Yeah.
Like, well, he's doing a lot of running around, you know, stacking up for his team. I mean, they have so many stack farmers, and I think that's an issue here for Boom Boys is what are they going to do when Iron Wing retreat back to farm these stacks?
Right.
Because Tide wants stacks, DK wants stacks, IO wants stacks.
Going up top, maybe? Save? No, they can't do anything there. Niero's been playing with relatively low HP on this Largo as he works towards a Soul Ring, but they haven't really been able to punish and make any substantial move. Now, turning into the Tombstone, they go and they just try and hit it. Will be able to take it out. So Katomi gets it. BZM realizes it's not looking that great because Kiritich shows up and Miero has a lick to pull him back in. Finds Whitemon, gets the kill.
Nice, level 7 for Kiritich. He picks that one up here. GBK was even wrapping on the other side, and now he is after the stacks. This is a great use of the Viper. Let's go in here and take their stacks. I can't chase you, but the camps aren't going to run away.
Yeah.
And I know they're dependent on it. Kiritich, he's back. He's checking these camps at the top of the map. He's like, do they make stacks here? Should I be like echo slashing through this? Should I be trying to farm something? So they have this on the mind as 3-3 pulls the camp into the small camp here, just to farm it himself, and Kiritich forced to pull it off the tower. Bull ring done for 3-3, and yeah, so many interesting questions here for Boom Boys and how they want to try and push this advantage a little further.
There are more stacks being built for 33 over at the Ancients. Kiritich stops that one from happening. So they're just battling over these couple of creeps. I mean, this really encapsulates how both of these teams play this game, right? Like, there's no interaction with each other really at all, but they're like, who's going to come in and get the last hit?
Yeah, Pure's in between U camps now with the Spirits going. Ari just double stack near the Ancients for 3-3. This is very much the machine of Iron Wing. Oh, we caught him getting hit by the Bruiser, a classic. Sometimes the Ogre be smashing.
I mean, but that also speaks to what this game is going to look like. Nobody's getting completely skunked in the laning stage. Nobody is getting wiped out here. And that tells us that it's likely there's going to be some type of a breakdown of how the battles go, right? How are the mid-game team fights going to work out? And that's going to depend upon items, positioning, when teams feel like they're stronger than others. GPK definitely feeling like the strongest hero on the map right now.
Yeah, hopefully he can use that to bully, because that's what you got to do as a Viper. Make your presence known in the early game when you're at your peak. Just threaten to Viper strike anyone that walks too near.
Illusion Room taken by Miero, and GPK walks forward to take out that Observer Ward. BZM, they thought about it.
Yeah.
Decide not to go.
I mean, Save is closing in on level 6 as well. This is where Rubik's can have a big change in their games. He cracks into it now. Can you get a farming spell? Can you get a good ganking spell like this Earth Spike is always fantastic here as he moves in trying to find something, but can't quite get it. Omi actually smoked up behind. Gonna pass it over to Save. So Save kind of shows mid, dives a little deep, joins the smoke of Omi, and we're going up top.
What can they do here? They have a TP on Viper if he wants to show up.
And they have Steel on Tombstone if Whitemon drops it.
Catching the bully continues, and yeah, they've got the Tombstone immediately, saving it for now. So they're gonna have Tombstone if a fight breaks out, but they don't even need it.
Nice
this is
deal.
good from Boom Boys.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they'll often cover with the ulti on the Undying, but, you know, maybe just didn't want to let it rip there instead. And even ulti obviously doesn't feel that bad to get Rubik.
Finding him, GPK pops the Ravage, but he's dead. Cannot get away, but that, I mean, that also tells you the mentality. Like, they're not thinking about a fight at all right now in Iron Wing. That was a Ravage to make sure that he can go farm more. Because they're not anticipating fighting. And Boom Boys, you can see they're coming online right now.
I mean, it's so funny because Viper obviously a bit of a slightly dead hero right now, but this DK and this Tide, they can't play the game they want to this stage of the game because you know where they're going to be. It is not a mystery where these two heroes want to farm. And GPK doesn't need a catch item if he's just going to walk in with a Mage Slayer because they can't contest him. You know, they're not going to have the damage to fight him. But it is still the clock. It is the timer of this IO. What can you get done? You know, and they haven't really disrupted IO's farm that much. I will say, I feel like this is kind of similar to Boom Boy's game on the IO itself, where he was still able to get quite a bit done. He's still pretty high up on the last hits at the moment, the net worth. But they've gained a lot for themselves.
Right. Well, and they're going to take out this stack right here.
Omi's in there. He stole something.
Oh, he did. He's taken a little bit away from him.
And so much XP, right?
Oh, yeah. Using the winner's curse with bringing over some more heroes, they get the break, and now he's in trouble and going to go down again. Stolen Earth Spike.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, Save is going to have a good game if they're not careful. So, I mean, look, there's a couple of things that still look good for Iron Wing. Like, on its face, the way that Boom Boys is playing so far forward, it's solid, but...
I'm concerned.
I am very concerned as well. The one thing I'll say is there isn't like a natural pipe builder on Boom Boys, and the magic damage when it eventually comes out from IO is going to be a lot.
That's true, but it is this like slow, consistent damage all the time, which versus the Largo, you know, if you don't also have heal reduction, isn't going to be that effective. That being said, they have a DK, and unfortunately, you know, it's hard to get into a Scotty build these days, and Shiva's Guard doesn't work, so maybe a Tide Crozier could be good. Yeah, the heal reduction is a little hard to come by, actually, in this Iron Wing draft.
See what they decide to go for. Oh, IO Crozier. Now we're talking. There's no way that's good.
Or we'll find something, don't worry, surely.
Dare to dream.
That's right.
Well, yeah, I mean, Iron Wing, okay, they're going to go now with the Lion and the DK. You've got the Blink Dagger reveal here on one. Finger of Death obviously can really make or break these situations. Ideal target would be Kez. We'll see if they decide to take the Wyvern if they run into him.
Yeah, Kez very far back. Scans coming out from both teams right now, trying to figure out what their opponents are up to. And Tide is going to show.
Go, let's go.
Shows as well. BZM, he breaks.
Oh,
he gets the stun off, but it's
yun
not
lang.
enough. The teammates came in immediately. And now Tide pops the
Napag-ravage.
Ravage. This is not going to work. This is not good at all. Boom Boys. They kill 33 again.
I mean, GBK is just too happy to answer the call. If you want to start a fight, he's
Patay na yun si Whitemon.
on the side of the map as well. He tried to get out. Not going to
Yep.
happen. I mean, the good news is that BZM retreats back to the Wisdom Shrine and gets that. That's the only positive that's going to come out of that engagement is save. Very happy to start spamming the voice lines once again, as he's having a fantastic perforence on this Rubik so far.
Let's go.
We've seen plenty of heroes struggle with when they try and bring it out. These players, like, they love playing Rubik, obviously, but you've got to be so tight.
Parang parehas ba kami nung prediction ng isa?
Been at least so far. But this is the question for Iron Wing, is how do they respond to this adversity? They're now down 4K gold at 15 minutes. They've been waiting for this timing with Io. He's almost at the Aghanim Scepter, still 4 levels away from finishing off that level 15 talent. That's obviously the timing that they're waiting for, but how much are they going to lose in the lead up to it?
And on top of that, I mean, you mentioned they don't have a good pipe builder, which is true, but we've got the Mage Slayer done on the Kez. We got the Mage Slayer done on the Viper, so they're finding other ways to deal with this overwhelming magic damage that's going to be coming out here from Iron Wing. And you're seeing the kind of sad items coming out. Like the Yules on the Tide. That's a sad item. That's not a feel-good item on Tide Hunter. You don't want to be doing that.
I mean, it's very good in this instance. It's exactly what he needs, but the fact that he needs it doesn't feel good.
No, it's not. If you can wrap your head around that one, you've figured out Dota.
That's right. 12-2. I mean, I feel like at this stage,
Ano binibreak
we've
ba
also
dito?
got to start thinking about, like,
Wala naman. Relocate, overcharge, spirits out.
I mean, they do have an amplified damage rune on GBK. It's a little early for my liking, you know.
Ito lang ba relocate?
Only pure while he doesn't do anything.
That's fair.
Ah.
But this is where the catch comes into play. They don't have the Stolen Earth Spike anymore. Saves wrapped behind by the TP.
Spirits in dapat to. Mali to.
Oh, just barely getting out of there.
Denying beats accurate. Good. And look at Whitemon way in behind here. He's going to just try decaying the wave from the fog. This is what they're reduced to right now. Hiding at the top Lotus Pool, spamming out decays. They are just playing off the map right now, trying to delay everything that they can.
Yeah, there's just
Oh,
not a lot
nakita
of
ng
good things happening
naka-Yules.
right now for them. And I mean, at least the gold lead is staying steady. You know, the farming is good. If they can continue to delay and keep this net worth lead sort of stagnant, then they've got something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm humoring a little bit. Like, they've actually done a pretty good job so far. Like, pure escaping there is big, because now he gets his relocate.
Yes, and this one is nice. They move in, find the kill on Nero. Can they find any more
May dagger ba yan?
Pure relocate wearing
Gusto
out
pang tumuloy ni Pure.
and tether away. So that is the type of thing that we need to be seeing from Iron Wing.
Yeah. And a lot of that comes just from how Whitemon was playing. Up there, like, pushing out the wave. They had a ward in the lane from Ahri as well, trying to control this space. So they punished Miro a little bit on this Largo. Is a slower hero who really wants to be farming up. And, again, lowest net worth of the cores. The hero's struggling so far here today in the series. Not getting into any sort of a dominant position. Kanomi is going for the Blink Dagger, so he's going to be their first real good way to jump into a fight. Not the best hero to start the fight. He likes to see a fight develop a little bit more when Kanomi's playing with Winter Wyvern, but just getting something forced and trying to lock Iron Wing into a fight might be enough, because they just, you know, they have overwhelming potential to win these engagements in a fair fight for Boom.
Bilis pumalo nun.
18 minutes, 3,000 gold lead, and going to be going into the BKB for Kiritich. The Boom Boys getting these items and then likely going to be playing together around a map. Iron Wing very clearly just wanting to play around Aghanim Scepter. For Io, relocate plays, some pickoffs here and there.
Yeah, and this is a game you're seeing Ari starting to fall behind this Lion, right? Lion is not good in a game like this. You're not good at pushing out waves. He's just trying to Earth Spike for the flag there.
Patay ka.
No chance to play.
I mean, they're gonna, well, they're sort of around this area with the Lion and the DK, and now it kind of falls apart. Ari is going to get jumped upon, and Kiritich is going to take him out in just a moment. It's happened so quickly.
Yeah, the two supports trying to do something down here. Meanwhile, 3-3 getting walked down in the mid lane. GBK just chucking the Viper Strike on him, reducing him to half health.
I mean, that's the thing that's weird, right? Like, you see that move come down. They were bringing in Whitemon, Ari. They're trying to make a kill happen, and it just didn't really function that well. You can see Dota Plus is saying we're just at 50-50. Even though it's a substantial lead right now for Boom Boys, this one's not going to be decided immediately.
To me, it's because there's a burden on Boom Boys still to pressure forward here, but they have the tools for it, right?
Yes.
Like, they have this Spirit Vessel with many charges on save, so if they try and fight them with the DK or with the IO or with, I mean, Tide obviously has got the Dispel of the Blubber, so that's nice, but, oh, sorry, we can call it Kraken again now, my bad.
There we go.
Of the Kraken. And that is, you know, that is the item you need to just kill this IO and DK. They got nothing.
Well, the only thing that they need to do is find those targets, get them into a fight, and Iron Wing is
Tormentor
going to
sa
continue to
baba.
dodge whenever they're at all possible to do so.
Yeah, they're a very frustrating team to play up against. They're definitely one of the best teams in the world at doing this, at both reading the map and doing this, as we call it, ghost pushing, where it seems like waves is disappearing, you're not getting the full vision of where they are, you're not getting this this pressure that you're expecting from what you feel like is control of the map. You see Io relocate into the mid here.
Yeah, knows that they were tormenting, so can come on out forward and pressure this. And get some damage there onto the building. Backs it away. Ari gonna take a long walk, try and steal a shrine, I guess. As yeah, the call comes out, he's heading that direction.
Yeah, that's nice.
Largo's over in that area too, and the TP over from Rubik.
I mean, this would be great news for Save if he manages to get a steal from this.
Well, they also are bringing in the Wyvern. Oh, just walks into range and now they see him. Yeah, he got it again.
Oh, that's
Found
so
and killed.
good. They're both going to be level 12 now.
Yeah, that's nice.
Not quite Katomi, sadly. He's a little behind. Gem picked up. Okay. Boom Boys are done, folks. They're picking up the gem on the Winter Wyvern. They're going to make their way to Roche. They have a stolen Earth Spike. They want to take over this game. They got 5 Spirit Vessel charges ready on save. He is ready to play some Dota. He wants to fight. They throw the Viper Strike. Very low mana Io.
Pure, No Man's Land tries to go for the tether to get away, but he's still being brought very, very low. And Kiritich right on him, finds him. You were waiting and farming all this time, and just nothing.
I love that BKB usage. I love that just to like guarantee this kill, you know? Yeah, he didn't end up needing it, right? He could have got it without it, but if there's backup, if there's something else there, suddenly the IO escapes and this Roche doesn't feel as good, but they are hitting the timings they want. That being said, the burden is still here. I strongly believe that Boom Boys still have a difficult road to follow here, and that is the strength of the Iron Wing draft. But currently they are on track. Just so annoying, dude. Yules into Ag Scepter on this Tide.
A little bit of a jump from BZM and then the back away. And now the Winter's Curse. Oh, this could go really bad, but there's no BKB on Kiritich. Keep that in mind. Goes for the Finger of Death onto the Wyvern. Kiritich low, but not solo. Ravage out, just barely able to connect. The big stun coming out from Save, though. That's what they needed. And Kiritich, he will live through it. Finally, they bring in the Io. Pure trying to do what he can. Good Scepter lift up to stop the chase, but it's not looking like enough. Pure comes back in just to die, and 33 in trouble. Iron Wing, farm all this for what?
Save my goat, dude. The stun into the Soul Rip heal gets a gush at the end there as well. He's chucking out Spirit Vessel charges everywhere. The heals of the Largo, because they go into this fight without the Io, right? Like, he's dead for quite a while before they can relocate Pure into this engagement. He was pumping out the damage on that Rubik, second only to the Viper in that fight. Like, Save was a beast in that one.
Doing ravages of his own, and
they were close, right? Like, they almost had something, but just, I mean, it didn't fully connect.
this is a really tough way right now with 4 kills. Iron Wing on the verge of being eliminated unless they can pull something together here. This is not the way you want your TI appearances to end.
Well, it's funny because they just picked up the Heritage gets a little aggressive here, but they don't.
There's no follow-up. Nobody's here.
There's nothing. They just got the eggs on tide, which to me is like, okay, we're full rat mode, right? Like we are just pushing waves, we are not engaging, and then they go for this fight, maybe thinking that someone had already left and they would immediately split and pressure out. It reeks of desperation a little bit there, and rightfully as it should, I suppose. BKB up here on
Patay ka na naman, ay oh.
He can't afford to go in there right now, or rather go down. But yeah, the BKB is maybe going to be enough to make people a little bit less hesitant, but save. Wait, they jump in and kill him though. Okay, save gone. Okay, GPK's doing a lot of damage. 7 seconds to get away. Miro tries to chase. How much can GPK do? Needs a few more hits, but Pure manages to get out of there. He's still burning down though. The damage.
Uy, namatay.
Somebody has to pop the BKB.
May shard na ba yun? May shard na yata eh. Wala pang shard yun, no?
Back it up right now.
What a scary Viper.
All that for a Rubik kill, you lose your DK. Not how they drew it up here. And Miro nearly into a BKB just as the recipe to go here on the Largo. So give him some staying power in these fights. Help out his team. You know, if he pops BKB before the Ravage, then he can help heal up everybody, get some clutch dispels out as well. And very good Lotus game as well if he wants to go into that after. Like, he already has the shard here. We haven't talked about it either, but the combination of the Croak, right? Like, not a typical one in the Viper, but works great. Anything amplified by Spell Amp is going to get the bonuses from Croak Genius, and Viper obviously has plenty of damage that gets amped. So this is a totally doable combo.
I will also say, as much as both of these teams are known for their like clean gameplay and making sure that they're not overextending, this is TI main stage, it's an elimination game. This 10,000 gold lead that they have right now on Boom Boys can be undone in a second with bad positioning, with a bad, you know, just putting one hero forward when they shouldn't have. Boom Boys have to be clutch, they have to be clean to close this one out.
Right now, playing very aggressive here. CM on the tower with 3-3.
The wraparound comes, Ari spots them, Hex onto the Viper, but there's no follow-up, there's nobody there to help. BZM starts to hit on the save is there.
Oh, inuna niya si save. Okay. Katomi. Patay kaya ata Katomi. Ah, nabuhay.
The frog keeps him alive, tries to get
Yun lang. Stun.
Can you do it? Oh, just barely. Dying in the fountain damn near, but will manage to survive.
Di pa namatay.
Well, coming in clutch on that one. We still have Ari actually in here with that catapult, as he's still lurking around where this fight happened. Has a TP out if he needs it. All right, 2 supports for a support and a core. Still ends up being relatively even on the gold and the XP. Nothing too crazy overall here, and that will be the end of this game. Expiring in 20 seconds here.
Ready natin yung...
Yeah, that could have been another one of those moments.
The focus on the save, they really want to take him out of this fight.
Yes.
He has become a very large problem here for the side of Iron Wing, so focus him down.
Ari on this ward, heading up, Kiritich on the hunt. Does he pass through? Does he have an inkling as to where that lion might be? I think so. Hex is out, throws the Earth Spike, Tumblr's Toy, and a Blink TP.
At the same time, they were chasing 3-3 up top, but they don't quite find him. He gets into the tree line and TP's out. A couple of Iron Wing heroes escaping out of this one. And GPK losing a bit of his luster as the game goes later. You know, he's obviously still very high in the net worth, but this ability to just Viper strike someone and almost guarantee that they're dead is starting to wane here.
And worth noting that the Iron Wing reset that they've been able to do. I mean, you're going to lose Whitemon. He's going to have to go for the Tombstone. Unfortunately, you can't TP out while you're in the Tombstone.
Oh, next patch, you think? Or no?
Probably not.
That might be a little unbearable.
He is going to be back again with that Ceaseless Dirge. But yeah, like, the fact that, you know, you get this big lead, you've still got your greedy enchantments, you're still farming up all the lanes. They're not out of this one yet. But I would definitely rather be playing the game from Boom Boy's position right now.
We did see what happens as the game goes later with this IO, though.
Yes.
It does become completely absurd, and even though DK is a here that's not over, it's right click.
And Kiritich, they have enough to burst him. He's low, he's gone. That's what we're talking about. That move right there can lose you TI, get you out of this tournament. That's all it takes.
Yeah, nice maneuver in there. The chain stun there from the line always gonna be powerful, and that's the gem.
Stun. Chasing for more, finds the follow-up BZM. Oh, Iron Wing.
I mean, your lead just got cut in half.
Boom Boys
That happens real
humble.
quick, dude.
See that floor coming up at you. It's not what you want to see. 24-9.
Boom Boys have looked their best when they're fully grouped up, right? When they're pushing an objective, when they know that there's something to gain if they just all move together. In this case, they're getting a little pulled apart, again, because of this push that's coming up from Iron Wing. They're still smoking their way back through. They will not find the Largo. But Pure might run into Miro here. But shouldn't be able to deal with them. Yeah, I'll just peek it.
This is a scary moment right now. I mean, again,
and look at BZM's build here, right? Like
yeah.
He sees where the game is going, and he wants to help his IO. He wants to become a powerful force to play with this hero and not just go down the beaten path of every single DK this game or this entire tournament, going like blink into Shivas, you know?
Kiritich, he's waiting for him. Ooh, reveals.
I mean, it was hard to get that last kill. They had everybody.
That's true.
I don't think you really want to force this right now as Iron Man.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, they needed the Ravage, and that is going to be one of the big limiters for this, is the cooldown on Ravage for 33. Obviously, positioning is immensely important.
Yeah, I'd like to get his shard here soon, too. He's currently sitting on 3k gold, trying to figure out what he wants to do. Bit of a tough call for the Tide.
Again, as this game slows down, this IO becomes stronger and stronger. I mean, so too will the Kez, but like T was talking about right before we came into this game, that BKB timing, it's a limited window where you're able to fight.
Yeah. And you actually feel like this really strong force who can like lead the fight. Then it kind of feels like you're like the second jump in. You don't really want to be the focal point of any engagement as a Kez later on.
Iron Wing, take down Tormentor. Ari gets the shard.
He did so much off of this Kez kill. I feel like you could really just go back and watch a replay of this and just think like, what happened after that Kez died, right? Like they rotate in. They're able to just like clean up some space. They get the gem, they get some D wards down, they push out their waves, they make their way to the Tormentor, all grouped up, and that's 8k now gone from right when they jumped that Kez.
A little bit of daylight, they'll run through it. Trying to work their way out of this pit. Found themselves in.
Miro is also in a bit of an ugly spot here on this Largo, where he's halfway towards his Agnum Scepter. He's not going in towards the Lotus. He wanted to go for something a little bit larger here, but it's you know, at this point in the game, there's going to be some big engagements. He might just be sitting with a point booster in his inventory.
33 having this Crozier almost completed. So now one of the other big things that we've seen be effective for the Boom Boys is healing up after the fact. Now this one right now could be the game decider. Less than 1,000 gold.
Kung sino manalo dito, panalo.
APK trying to take down Roche. It is already roared.
Palagyo na yan.
The 33 ready to
Palagyo
walk
na.
into this. Are they going to come and
Palagyo na.
contest?
Forget about save though. He's waiting for
Palagyo
this
na,
Ravage
palagyo
to
na.
go in.
Do they know what's going to happen? Stun already out
Nice.
on the arrow, and Aegis
Okay.
on Kiritich. They get it. They
Wala
get
pa.
out.
Too many cancels on the blink from 3-3. They're throwing those frogs out there from the arrow. They find where the Tide is and they lock them down.
Amp damage down bottom. You can see the Crozier. He's gonna be strong, but it only works if you can get on top of people.
Yeah, BZM's also nearby here, but he's gonna get out. And Kiritich really trying to find somebody here.
Para sabi yung Crozier niya.
That Roche felt necessary for Boom Boys. Based upon
You
the way
enter
that the game
Ghost
was
form
starting
for
to
4
swing.
seconds, become immune to physical damage, but are unable to attack Sobro Scepter.
With this Aegis, maybe
Still
seeing some of these items, right?
6%
Thinking like, hey, they
movement
want their
speed
Largo
from
to get
enemy
towards
heroes
eggs, or
in
they want to push or
900
fight or
range
something, but they actually haven't
every
separated.
second.
So what is
So
the
if
good
2
fight look like for Iron
seconds,
Wing right now?
12
Is it
sec,
anybody
12%.
separated? Is it particular heroes?
Or
I mean,
on the other side.
look at their
Putrefaction
scan right now.
aura
This is what they think is
effect
happening.
is
They think
increased
that
to
someone's down here
90%.
trying to finish their items and they're not grouped up. And
All of the
I
lost
think that is the read,
health
as you're saying, like,
restoration is
Boom Boys
redirected
are
to you
worried about
every
being found
second.
out like that, so they are playing quite a bit tighter.
Okay.
Save does show up in this top tower.
And immediately they kill him. Kiritich runs in. Might go here on to BZM. Spots him. Echo Slash. Silence. Looking for the slowdown. The stun is there.
Uy, wala akong ano.
Forcing out the BKB. TP away. Oh. Uh-oh.
Ano sa'yo mga kampi mo?
Feels pretty bad right now because now that Aegis is just nothing. Right? Like, he doesn't want to come and engage with no BKB for a minute and a half. That's half the Aegis. He might be forced to, honestly, because the rest of his team is pretty ready here, but BZM reveals the full Mjolnir, just puts it all together. Now, you know, in that time frame, we've got the Aghanim Scepter finished here for Miro, so he's quite a bit tankier, but Akez still can't go into this engagement without his BKB. And does this Largo Ags even change that much for him? I feel like it lets him farm and split push a little bit faster, and it'll feel great if he gets a Catalyst.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it's looking like at the moment.
They need that for sure. And
Hindi
obviously,
pa siya
being able to throw
nag-Shiba.
the
Dapat
Genius
nag-Shiba na siya.
onto the Viper, that is something that can make all the difference in the world. Like, it's percentage-based damage. It's good stuff, but I don't know. It's scary. Scary, scary.
Yeah, and this is, again, it comes back to this idea of just like the pressure that was here for Boom Boys to keep going. The burden that you have in this draft is very heavy. You must keep pushing on the map. You must keep getting objectives, and they stalled out. And they itemized to create the stall on Iron Wing, and they have succeeded. They have done this so many times against so many teams, and I'm sure it never gets less frustrating to play against.
Frustration. All it takes is a moment. Mess up. Now they scan, they hit, they find Whitemon, but he's hexed. Gets inside the tombstone.
Uy, tatalon.
Moment now in trouble.
Naku po, mag-isa ka lang dyan.
Scan, but they still get him.
BKB is back up.
Tapang naman nito masyado.
Try and do something after.
Tinayang mo lang
A
yung
lot
ano.
of respect here from Iron Wing. Just gonna let him go down bottom.
Aegis.
3-3 is chasing after GPK a little bit here, kind of bluffing, like, no, they're
Yeah,
here, they'll be right
PUBG.
here. And well, here they come.
To the team moving in. GPK already
Ari
goes to the
kayo.
back line. There's no save for GPK. He's got to run.
But now his teammates are here.
Can they chase down Pure? Can they do anything at all? BKB already popped from Kiritich. He's in. On to Pure.
Wala kang
Now
ano.
on to BZM, and now trying to run in, but he's pushed away. The Ravage to turn it. The arrow. It's not meant to be.
3-3.
Yan, patayin nyo ayo. Nice. Sige, habulin nyo, hindi tinamaan.
The chase onto 33. So just when you think with Miero dead, that's starting to look good. He gets the blue.
Dagger.
Save. Not able to put the exclamation point on the kill there. Wow.
Man, they needed that kill desperately on that IO.
Yes.
The Crozier came out during the Kez ulti. That was Kiritich's big play, right? It was like to get off the Raptor dance, heal up a little bit, and then keep going that fight. But then the Crozier happens, it's like, oh, I'm not healing very much right now, am I?
Had to jump away from that one with the grappling hook. But you can see, back and forth we go. I mean, this is what you want out of a game 3.
Oh, yeah. No, it was looking problematic there, especially with that last play. Losing the IO on this path to level 25.
Puro ka,
Maybe
magaganuns
one last
ka.
window here for Boom Boys to actually force something decent for them.
Okay.
But I am concerned with a Mjolnir, Dragonite, and an
Bonus
IO
magic
25.
resistance. Increase other bonuses.
I mean, that's going to be the thing to watch for. Like,
Puro ka.
Viper no longer universal with his little ability there. But you do still have an incredible amount of
Hindi mo, mas
right-click
maganda
damage
pa
coming out
Daedalus
from him.
dyan.
And I kind of wonder how strong the Croak of Genius Viper combo will be.
Yeah, it is good.
Daedalus
I
na
think
siya.
it's, I mean, Kataomi though, the weight upon him
Pero
on this,
Boom
like,
Boys
you
nga
could
pala
just
tayo.
win this game with a curse.
Boom Boys.
Likewise, you know, maybe a stolen Ravage here. It's very hard to get though, as you already saw.
Nasaan na yung
Sage's
ano mo,
trying,
Daedalus mo?
getting hit with the Kraken Shell, big tide buffs.
Oh,
Ayan.
and Largo did not get it. Not get the Catalyst. Instead, Enchanter's Bauble.
Oh, game 3, he says. I be bobbling. Okay. All right, so basically, if he gets the bobble, I guess not necessarily says he thinks it's going late.
Well, he didn't have an option for it. I checked. But he didn't have an option for Conjur's Catalyst.
Oh, no, but I just mean compared
Yes,
to other
I
items.
see.
But yeah. Yeah, exactly. And likewise, though, the Tide Hunter did get the catalyst. So throwing out the, I mean, these waves are just going to explode. All right, Shadowblade finished up for the Dragonite. New avenue into the engagements here for BZM. Satanic done for GPK. He is really going into the identity of the tower in this game. Very limited mobility. he's a very hard-hitting and tanky slug, but a slug nonetheless.
Yeah, that is going to be the problem. I mean, the Hurricane Pike is nice at least. Kiritich, I mean, again, like, you've got these jumps that can happen from Lion, which hypothetically sound good in the late game, but, like, is Io really going to be able to kill Kiritich in the duration of a Lion disable? Probably not.
I feel like you just need a Swift. I just think you need a Blink sometimes.
Oh, for the Viper.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like, you know, bring back TC Dota. The Blink Viper gamer himself.
Ari trying to run, will make his way out under the cover of that Glimmer Cape. EZM, in the meantime, is in pretty deep here. He is a little surrounded. Okay, they find him. He didn't get it off in time, and Whitemon tries to salvage it. Not gonna happen. Just gonna end up dead as well. 2 down. Oh boys, find their target. 33. He's Croziering, but the winner's first. They've got him caught again. The rest of the squad coming in, but I don't think they're going to be able to help him.
On to Ari,
in fact, they've got him. Ari under fire with Nero chasing. Wait, 33 got out?
Made the space.
Oh!
And the stun, he's looking for a blink.
He's trying to get out of there. Let him escape. It's not going to happen. They find and they kill the Lion, but he got his Tide Hunter out of dodge.
Credit where credit's due. He definitely saved him on that one. And Pure takes advantage of this. He's pushing the bottom tower right now with a creep.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it forces out the glyph. They're constantly doing these counter plays across the map with the relocate. It's very frustrating. That's, you know, the talent at 20 and the level 25 with the -2 seconds. He is just everywhere right now. It does mean you don't have to worry about this attacking the tethered target with the DK at the very least.
Well, Trent, I will say, I'm wondering, we've seen a lot of these games with some split push, some rat Dota coming out. Can you imagine? Is there a way? Is there a possibility?
A Stygian DK Io hitting the base?
I don't know.
I tell you, it'll be very fast.
Let's see if they end up going.
He gets level 30 or something on this Io. When we get into that stage, it's going to be really hard to deal with. Of course, they do have the best solution. Yeah. You know, they picked it first after the Io. It is the winner Wyvern.
Well, the other problem, they're going to need to deal with this pressure coming into the base. The creep already very low. Stun out from Ari.
Yeah, I'm trying to sneak a bit here on the top with the invis, but there is a sentry down.
Building falling. They don't have great answers to this. They tried to take down that banner, but the banner still stands.
Kataomi's way back on the Wyvern.
33 broken. Stun. 33 trouble. 33 dead. And now jumps onto the DK. There's no buyback on 33. No buyback on DK. Why did he go in right there? Oh no! Oh, the crumble. The crumble. He relocated nowhere. What is happening? We're dying. He's trying to get out of there.
GG.
For the moment, the tombstone, but he's into the fountain. That doesn't mean you're safe, sir. They're chasing in. They're going to the fountain. Yes, they do. They take him down. Oh, boys, say enough. We are done with this main stage game. We're going to end this now.
Nowhere is safe.
No buybacks. No answer. We're thinking about 15 minutes down the line.
They've just bought a death zone. This game is over.
This game. GG is called. Boom, boys. Knockout Iron Wing.
A haymaker to the face. They just sit GPK up there. You can run from the Viper, but you can't hide. You go in your face. I will come for your buildings. They won't move away from me. Give me the croak. I will do the rest. That's telekinesis plus the break from the Viper. Blew up 3-3. The fight was over.
He destroyed that one. That was nuts. And again, one of these moments where, like, it was looking sort of like maybe you had a way back into this for Iron Wing. Things were
prediction.
Oh, God, it's gotta hurt. I mean, get knocked out like that this moment for 33 on the main stage.
I mean, you know, that's like our defense. Tide Hunter. You're thinking, like, yeah, I've got these waves. I'm going to come in with this rabbit. He's calculating. He's thinking about all the possibilities. The Rubik. I had my Krakatoa. And he was gone. He had a win. You know, he's got Krellos. They're saves all about him, but he couldn't press any of the buttons, Lyrical.
Boom, boys.
Yeah.
They managed to take them down, and while it's got to be hard to go out in that way, former teammates
Hey, what's up?
shaking hands with
What's up,
Pure,
Emerty?
last year were able to make it all the way to top 4, now eliminate them here. A lot of respect shown between these two teams, but it is Boom Boys that were victorious, that come out on top and get getting a little bit of love from the crowd.
I mean, what a clutch up performance by these players. That high ground siege, you guys have all seen it. You know going high ground's not easy. They had so many perfect plays there to break down the defense that was there from Iron Wing, and they made it look so easy.
A beautiful performance indeed. And again, one of these moments where, like, you think about the players and how much it means to them to be there up on the big stage, and just were not able to pull it together for Iron Wing and Boom Boys. An immaculate performance. They were down so much in this series. There were so many times where we thought they were right on the edge.
There was a lot of ups and downs. They risked it. They gave away the IO.
Yes.
In that last game, after just dominating with game 2, they had the answer in this one.
We'll see now as we hear from the champs as they move on forward down on the stage.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访。那现在在我身边的是来自 Boom Boys 的 Critic， 以及我们的 Slugs。Thank you so much, Marshall. So good to see you up here, my man, Kiritich. Kiri meow meow, if you will. This has got to feel good. You have got to feel amazing right now. Am I right?
Of course.
Good to hear. Are you feeling a little better than yesterday? You know, the whole the incident, you know? What was it like getting through that to now having this incredible win?
Yeah, just yesterday, P-Vision destroyed me. It's a bit for me sad and I'm a bit tilted, but good conclusion from yesterday game. Right now I'm ready to fight, ready to lose, ready to win. That's it.
好了，首先上来的话也是问了一下 Kirich 的昵称 Kiri 喵喵，想问一下他昨天的话，其实看到他有用力的拍桌子，不知道他今天获胜了之后的感觉好一些了没有 ？Kirich 也说的话，其实昨天输给 Vision， 我们确实打的没有对方好，但是我觉得给了我们一个很好的复盘机会，我们现在已经做好了准备，准备去赢，准备去输，准备好了 TI 上任何应付一切。Well, it looks like we now know who is the better carry IO. I mean, you gotta say, you put down Pure. Any words for that man? A bit of a competition for you here. 我们现在可能也知道了谁才是更好的 IO 大哥1号位，你也是战胜了 Pure， 你觉得呢？
I don't know what to say. I think best IO it's Anna, of course. I'm after Anna.
我觉得最好的 carry IO 可能还是安娜，但我觉得我应该就在她之后了。Yeah, absolutely. Talking a little bit about Anna, you've talked before about Miracle. You've talked about all these legends that have been on this stage before you and how you hope to gain to their heights. Do you feel like you're getting close, my man? 那既然你提到了安娜，那像你之前的话，你说过你也特别喜欢 Miracle 这些传奇的选手，你觉得今天你在台上，你有没有感觉自己离他们越来越近了？
I don't know what to say. Miracle, Matumba, it's my hero. I love them so much, but of course, I want to play better. I'm not on the level Miracle right now. I'm not playing super good. I just play casual. I'm still less than my like said. Like I'm короче.
Блях. Biat.
I want to say something fun, good, but my English not high level. But okay, it doesn't matter. Miracle
Napamura na lang eh.
to be like him.
Yes, reach those heights. You
All
know what?
right.
Screw it. Just say it in your native language. We'll get it
Yep,
translated too.
very good.
我觉得只有 Miracle、马土这些选手一直都在我的心里，但我觉得我现在的话可能还没有达到他们的高度，但是我永远会向着他们去出发的。All right, my friend. Now, last question for you. Thank you very much. Pure's BB team made it to.
Lihat pa nga.
You took over this team. You gave it dedication. You brought the reins in, and now you are close. When will you be satisfied? Will you be satisfied with now 6th that you have? Will you need 4th? When will you be happy, my friend? Pure 的 BB 在去年拿到了前4的成绩，那今年的话，你战胜了他们，然后你现在是前6，还要往前走多久 ？Curtis 觉得他才会满意
Can you repeat like?
Yes. When are you going to be happy? Is it 6th place? Is it 4th place? Or do you need the win to go home, baby?
Bro, I'm right now so happy. I'm playing on TI in Shanghai. It's so good. I'm so happy. If I'm losing, if I win, I don't care. I'm so happy to play here, so we will see what happens. I want to just play better, learn my lessons from game, make good conclusion, and improve every game.
我现在真的非常开心，能够在上海来参加我们的国际邀请赛。我不想管我的成绩，我只想打得更好，打得再好一点。我会不断的学习复盘，然后去进步。也是感谢大家对我们的支持。
Thank you so much, incredible job. Thank you.
好的，也是感谢 Slacks， 感谢 Heritage。我们把剩下的时间给到我们的分析台。
A lot of smiles and happiness on that stage as Kirtic and his team Boom Boys, they advance here and they have eliminated Iron Wing. A lot to break down here with this game because I want to talk about Kirtic, but can we just for 1 second? They banned out Ember, Puck, and Lina, Slaughter Storm, Snapfire, Pangolier, and guess what? GPK still beyond godlike, Rhea.
Yeah. I mean, his Viper was so good. I kind of wanted to know what would they do. They were going to win their lanes. Obviously, that is what you do. You pick your Viper, you farm your items, you show up and you say, no one touched my Pookie. You go and Viper
Tama ba spelling ko?
that everyone wants to step up and try and be a tank for his team. You don't allow them any map space and you ruin every single fight that they want.
Yeah, I mean, they just read Iron Wing perfectly. Like, in the adaptations, understand, like, okay, we pick our Viper. We're not going to sit back and just... The fear of the break. It's like they went across the river, they broke the Tidehunter multiple times, and they kind of shut them down to the point where Iron Wing thought they could maybe fight. It's like, come on, guys. You like lost the early game so hard that you're scrambling into the game. There's no IO timing to play on. And like, you're going to see it here in one of the team fights, right? Like, I think the Tidehunter had just picked up the Ags. Like, the IO's already dead. The Winter Wyvern's hitting the curse. Like, this is basically Iron Wing's way of saying, we really want to try to fight, but we've already made the mistake, like, in the first 20 minutes that we're already putting kind of the first nail in our coffin and the eventual elimination of our team.
Yeah, this is why I felt like even though I like the Iron Wing draft, but based on just like how they want to play as a team, this is not the setup that they're very comfortable. Whenever Pure is playing a hero that kind of AFK farms for 20 minutes, the team just doesn't really feel like they have a lot of moves to make, and there'll be a lot of like, random deaths on the map because nobody's trying to play the game. Everyone is just farming, so somebody's going to die somewhere.
Yeah, and a lot of people died somewhere. One thing that a lot of teams sometimes have very much difficulty with is going high ground. It seemed like Boom Boys did not have that issue whatsoever. And that means Iron Wing has played their last game on the main stage. I'm sure that they are going to be very disappointed with this result. This is a team that has had most Tier 1 tournament victories the entire year, and that's a lot of pressure to bear also from themselves that they put on themselves going into this year's international. So disappointment is where they are, and it's going to be a rough one. But of course, we got to have some final words. So let's head over to Perian.
Yeah, thank you. I am here with Ari. Ari, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I know it's horrible to talk to you under these conditions, and we're sorry to see you go out of the tournament. It felt like you guys had such a great season, and then things that were perhaps outside your control with orgs and stuff maybe unsettled you. Do you think that's fair to say?
对于整个赛季的成绩非常亮眼，但是战队遇到了一些变动，你觉得对你们会有影响吗？
It's true that we've definitely underperformed in the second half of the season, which is very sad. Of course, we really wanted to do well this TI. We actually did feel confident going into it. But this doesn't erase the fact that the first half of the season went very well, and we're still very proud of what we achieved in this time. So overall, I still think we've had a good year.
Absolutely agreed. I can still remember giving you the trophy on the Birmingham stage, felt like yesterday. So many close series of this TI and so many great teams. Do you feel like you were unlucky that it could have gone a different way on another day, or was it just you weren't feeling it? Sorry.
还是说，整个队伍在这个赛季的前半段表现非常亮眼，虽然在第二阶段表现的不如意，但是也不能抹杀他们在整个赛季前半段的成绩，所以他对整个赛季的表现还是非常满意的。然后这次比赛的竞争非常激烈，这样的结果会不会觉得是缺少一些运气？
I wouldn't say unlucky because in the end, on the day, the better team wins. But I did feel like we were finding good form as this tournament went on, and we were feeling confident. And I do think we could have beaten any team in this tournament on a good day, but today just wasn't our day.
我不觉得是不幸运，因为强者为王。我觉得如果我们状态好的话，我们能打败任何一支队伍。
Ari, is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans and the fantastic crowd here in Shanghai that have been supporting you guys all year?
阿宇，最后有什么想跟现场粉丝，还有整个赛季支持你的粉丝说的吗？
Yeah, I'm super grateful to all of the fans and all the viewers to watch. The crowd is really what makes these events special. The lands we won as well as the CI, playing on stage in front of such passionate crowds is really what makes the experience amazing. So super grateful and super privileged. I hope to be here again next year.
非常感激所有支持我们的粉丝，还有现场的观众，你们的热情是让整个比赛变得更有意义。包括我们之前去参加过的所有线下比赛，包括本次 TI， 都非常感激你给我们这次的机会，也希望明年再见。
A heartbreaking loss, I'm sure, as Ari has still got the presence of mind, of course, to reflect back on a year that was still very successful in the first half. And I think actually, Winter, that is a little bit of a commemoration there. That is impressive to do at this stage after just getting eliminated, I think.
Yeah, it's very hard to like maintain your composure. Like throughout the season, I think it's very disappointing for sure. You know, from their perspective, they start out so well. They obviously feel like they should be able to keep the train rolling. Everybody wants to keep the train rolling, but you can't play every tournament at a 100% level all the time. There's patches, there's breaks. You need to take some rest on the team, and everyone resets. And unfortunately, Dota is a very, very tough game.
It is a very tough game. We're going to see what made it extra tough, because the game we just watched, there was one person in particular that might have flown under the radar a little bit.
Yeah, check this clip out. Sorry, bring the hype up. Watch that Wyvern. The way he plays this fight is incredible. The Lion actually broke the smoke from Boom Boys as they went high ground, and the Wyvern was able to catch the heal onto the Rubik, which delayed his death. And this clip is moving way too fast. It's really hard for me to point it out. But he is in such a good position on this high ground that the fight that they take over Iron Wings is just so in their favor. The delayed Rubik death means that Lion had to end up committing Finger onto it, so he couldn't use it on someone else. And then right after that moment, Wyvern then blinks down to the low ground and gets the curse off onto the Io, so Io can no longer enter the fight. Tide gets caught in the curse, and they also cannot like counter engage with the Ravage. And then on top of that, Kataomi Wyvern then flies over the Roche pit and kites the DK around, who's then trying to kill the Wyvern and just can't. So this guy single-handedly managed to disable at least 3 heroes by himself, which allows his team to clean up the Undying kill, remove the Tombstone from play, and then chase down the remaining 2 cores and turn a very decisive fight to look towards their victory. I honestly, absolutely sublime positioning and spell usage from Kataomi Wyvern in this game.
Yeah, I'm sure as a fellow sport player, Tigov, you also saw Kataomi like, yeah, that guy is going to go far this one.
I mean, it's Kataomi Wyvern, right? You say those 2 words together, you're going to expect plays like that, right? Of course, the best Winter Wyverns in the world, they understand all these little, minutiae of the hero, and I think that was a perfect display of what the hero can do, and a reason why Boom Boys do consistently pick this hero whenever they have access to it. Compared to other teams where they often quite ignore this hero, Boom Boys, they will go for it, they will pick it up. But yeah, you can see from the stats on screen, they had an excellent game. We pretty much said we want to see them win the lanes. We want to see them just own this game. Throughout the best of 3, they're kind of improving, shaping themselves to understand what they had to do. And I think in game 3, it just truly it was the perfect example of like why they are meant to be the winners here. Like Iron Wing, they weren't making these developments, but Boom Boys, the perfect game 3 from them.
Yeah, adjustment definitely there now, also with a total of 6 games played on the main stage. Looking fantastic, looking strong, and looking still very much alive in the lower bracket. We're going to give the MVP to GPK. He was heavily focused in this game number 3, Winter. He was targeted in the draft. He was a menace in the game. Well-deserved. 2 games in a row, we gave him this MVP.
Yeah, he made a very, very important ganks towards the Tide, like the couple of Viper strikes to kill off the Tide. I mean, some of them may be avoidable for 33, but I think overall GPK, he understood where to attack. He can't really kill the Io on the top lane, so Tide was a very, very obvious target for him. And as soon as the Tide had to retreat and he can't really pressure the bottom side, the whole map became theirs, and they just kept farming, and they weren't really rushing. They were just playing for their timings, and they got to their timings, and IronWing just couldn't really fight them anymore.
They could not, and if you can't fight, you lose, and that's what they did. They are eliminated, and that is part of the competition. And it's beautiful because that's also what made Kirtic so happy on stage, because he did not get eliminated. We have one more in store for you today. One more elimination. One more lower bracket series coming your way. And it is between two teams that we all expected would face each other eventually, but maybe not in the first round of the lower bracket. I'm talking about Team Liquid and Falcons. We are gonna see them going head-to-head. The series yesterday, that's probably, both of those series are probably part of the reason why so many predictions were ruined at the end of yesterday's 4 best-of-3s. Yandex, Enigma Galaxy, happy in the upper bracket after knocking these two down. And we're going to focus our attention first on Team Liquid, Tigov. This team, you know, game 1 of the series against Yandex, it was very close. And we're like, okay, you know, that can happen. And then they got absolutely smacked down by Yandex. And this is a team that we don't expect ever to see smacked down like that.
Yeah, I feel like game 1, all was kind of, the drafts are fine, is the gameplay in the moment, you know, niche with an Aegis hitting a mid-tower, overextending at the high ground the entirety of Liquid and overplaying their hand. Game 2, you can just chalk it up to a bit of an outdraft. I think, you know, the Slark into the end mid, the IO to pair with the Slark. So game 2, draft can be improved. I think you focus more towards game 1. That is the game where I think Liquid in form, when they won TI a couple years back, that is the type of draft where they wouldn't throw away that lead. They would just close out that game cleanly. So I am looking to them to just kind of look towards that game, improve on it, and today they'll be a better team because they, yeah, that first game, I think that was probably one of the best games from yesterday because of how well Yandex held on under the pressure that Liquid applied.
Yeah, and Team Liquid has had a great year as well, and I think that's worth highlighting here.
Yeah, they did have a pretty good year, but I think they picked it up just before TI mainly, right? I think they just won, my apologies. They just won the previous TI event coming into TI. So they kind of had a bit of ups and downs to some degree, but overall, as you can see here, they had some 4th, some 3rd, some 1st. So they had pretty good results, but the general track record of the 5 tournaments pre this TI was a bit more of a pickup, as you see here. Yeah, it's the first at Essence, and then EWC, Blast, Dream League, and Vlahe. It's kind of like, it's okay, but for a team like Liquid, you expect a lot more. But again, critically, they got that first place at Essence, so coming into TI, they have that win. Is it a curse? Is it not? Who knows? Right now, it feels maybe like a little bit like a curse. Again, Tier 1 event wins pre-TI historically don't go down too well.
Yeah, so far also, we're talking about Team Liquid. We got to talk a little bit about sports there too, because they're a large region as why they do as well as they did, Rhea.
Yeah, I think they're fantastic. I'm glad that they brought Ace and Tofu into the team together because they have such synergy, even though they have split apart on the lanes. I think, you know, they went through a lot of trialing of talking about what's best for the team, and at the end of the day, they really didn't want to disrupt Boxy's playstyle because he makes so many calls and he is very proactive with smokes and kills and playing with mid. But Tofu has been a fantastic 5. He's a lot more of an adaptable player. I think he mentioned that in the past, like, Boxy doesn't want to play certain heroes. If he were to play 5, Insania also avoided certain heroes, but Tofu is much more willing to fit what is needed for the team. And he has been a massive asset since February. He talked about moving into the captain role and getting more into drafting as well. So this guy is honestly incredibly good. I think even like Eki was talking recently about how you watch 5 games of Tofu playing and you will learn so much about the support role. He was like solo carrying games against Spirit in previous tournaments. Watch this guy's gameplay. He is elite. He is so elite.
He is definitely a star player, and he swapped roles seamlessly, and that is very cool to see. Of course, it has been very cool to see Liquid, especially in the group stages where they did really well. Yesterday might have been an anomaly. We'll have to find out if Team Liquid can find that form again, but first we have to welcome them on the stage.
Yan sila.
Team Liquid.
They are historically known to take the long routes in best of 3 series, so let's make it all 3 games. So there's a double elimination bracket. Let's go on the longest route possible to make it as deep as we can. And in the lower bracket, they find themselves. Let's see how far they can go. And their first opponent is Team Falcons.
Team Falcons. Aura.
Team Falcons.
The defending champions of the International still very much alive this time around in Shanghai. Can they make that long route all the way back to the grand finals to defend their ages? Yesterday, knocked down, but not out. They are ready to take the fight to Team Liquid, as I'm sure they've done a lot of preparation against a team that they are so familiar with. They have their work cut out for them, and a lot of rings to their name already. And I want to start talking about a player that has 2 of those rings, namely a Skeeter Winter. This guy is a pivotal player in the roster.
He's the glue of Falcons. I think he is the person that puts everything in place. He's not a very greedy carry. He plays usually the blink stunners. I think in most of the games you see Skitter do really well in this team is when he's playing the Sven, he's playing the Elk, anything that allows him to be the lead, the initiator, because it also pairs really well with Snaking's hero pool. Snaking generally likes to play also very greedy position 5 heroes, which need the cores to go in. So Skitter needs to kind of be on the Sven Elk type of heroes most of the time. And I think the reason why they have a lot of up and down results recently is because of the introduction of SF, Drow, and your carry kind of has to try or play the aggressive late gamers, and that doesn't really suit Falcon's playstyle.
I also just thought that if Skeeter wins this TI, his win rate of getting an Asia, this is his 5th international. He's got 2 rings already. 3 out of 5 is pretty darn impressive. 2 out of 5 obviously also super impressive, don't get me wrong. But that is quite the feat. This guy has what it takes to get through these sticky, hairy situations called lower bracket, you know, backs against the wall, Rhea, and he'll fight.
He will fight, and I do wonder if they will adapt throughout the tournament or if they'll just stick to what they know, because obviously the reason why Skier plays the way he does is because he wants to enable Amar, who I think Knoxville laid out the stat that he was the only offlaner who on average outfarms the enemy carry at 10 minutes, which is an absurd accomplishment. So this guy, I think a lot hinges on Amar's gameplay doing the kind of core carrying, but that also means that we need Crit to do really well, because Crit massively enables Amar. I guess what I'm saying here is this is a team effort.
Yeah. I mean, for sure, I think the entirety of Falcons and why they always do well is because they're a system-based team with 5 players functioning at a very high level. Of course, Crit, as you see on screen with the Lions, the SDs, the Clock, all of these heroes want to play through another hero. They're not independent guys that are going to like solo break the game. It's like, I'm going to go as a Clock to go get information for someone else to get a kill, a Lion to set up, an SD to save. Like, he's very much a systems type player, and that allows him to excel when everything's firing at 100%. I think yesterday, Falcons, the reason why they're in the lower bracket, they're a little bit kind of reminiscent of what we just saw from Iron Wing. The same type of initiations was what was happening with Falcons against Nigma, especially in that game 3 between the Tiny and the Doom. But I think in general, if Falcons are in form, of course, they will make a lower bracket run. Same thing for Liquid. Again, my fantasy is in shambles. Both of these teams are meant to be my upper bracket semi-finals. I have at least both of them in my player predictions as well for my bonus points. So I'm a little upset that they're both in the lower bracket. I would like to get a new terrain, but it's okay. But yeah, I think both of these teams in form, easily lower bracket run teams.
I want to give hype to Crit again as well, because I think that he is so amazing, and it's kind of the Loki thing. where, do you remember that game against VG? And Amar got an 11-minute GG out of them on his Necrophos. Everyone praised this Necrophos. They were like, "This Amar is amazing. Best Necro I've ever seen." If you watch Crit play that lane, he set everything up. Like, every single cog, he got the maximum amount of efficiency on Clockwork to just bully them down to a point where Necro could get those kills. And then he rotates mid, and then he enables Malrine to get a kill. And then he secures your runes, he goes for the Wisdom Shrine, and all of a sudden, everything is completely in a flow state. I think if Crit reaches a flow state ever in these types of games, he will just dominate and set up his cores to look so good.
I mean, you just described Dota in a nutshell, right? The cores get all the praise always,
It's
right?
so
So, come on, that's all you just done.
Well, we've highlighted a little bit of how Falcons got to this lower bracket. Winter, how do you feel Team Liquid got to this lower bracket? Because yesterday definitely didn't go the way they planned.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit confused about what heroes and what type of playstyle they want to utilize. And we know Liquid has been traditionally a team that wants to play really fast, but unfortunately, again, they have the problem where the patch doesn't really reward fast teams. You have to figure out how to balance everything out. You need to have late game security, and that's not really how Liquid likes to play. They both kind of want to play with a very active carry, but I think as a team, Liquid is less greedy compared to Falcons. Falcons is a lot more greedier. I think in this particular matchup, Liquid should have the upper hand in the early game because they tend to play faster. And the thing they have to accomplish is they need to stop Falcons from getting farm on their greedy cores. And if they can accomplish that, and they can, like what Rhea mentioned, they can stop Crit from creating the space, then it will put them in a very, very good spot.
I'm also intrigued to know if Falcons are going to continue trying to run the Centaur, right? Against Nigma, they did it, of course, against Boom Boys as well. They tried the Centaur mid. Like, it is like their kind of little strat and playbook that they're trying to bring to the tournament. Is it something that's going to carry over today in the lower bracket? If it is, what is Nisha going to be ready to play against it? Like, it's quite a clunky mid hero that just kind of ice sit and farm. Whatever you pick will also farm, but of course it provides other kind of properties later into the game.
They are trying to find like flex heroes, and a lot of them that I've seen so far, I like the Pango actually the most, even though Pango is probably not the best hero right now, but I think for Team Falcons, it's a hero that has very high value. In the past, they tend to use like Razor, Husker as a flex pick, but right now I think Pango is probably a hero that would suit them a lot more. I agree with you, T, that I don't think Centaur fits the build that much, even though it looked like it might work, but in terms of strategy, it has a lot of weaknesses, it has a lot of holes, and it's not really that great on the mid lane.
Yeah.
Are there any niche picks in particular that when these two teams appear on stage that we think about? It's like, oh, I can't wait to see Nisha's... Well, I can't wait to see Nisha's Ember. I think it's going to get banned, which is a shame.
I think Enchantress might be a hero that would be good. Because again, like I said, the early game, the support battles, how can they control the runes, how can they make space for the core, is going to be very important. And what is the best support in the early game? Enchantress. Enchantress can win the lane, you can get the creep, you can dive the mid laner, you get the tower, you create a lot of pressure. So that is a hero that I would say that maybe would be the key hero here in this matchup.
And also, I just want to see potentially just classics as well for Falcons. You just mentioned the Razor. Like, you can still pick the Razor. Like, if Liquid's picking like Luna carries and trying to go for more like, melee bro off lane with a range carry, why not go for Razor and just try and run through with like Manta BKB or whatever? Like, there's not a world where you have to just lock in these main event heroes that we've been seeing so far. But yeah, I think it's just gonna be just potentially maybe one of the best series today, in my opinion. I'm just, these are two teams that coming into the main event, like they could see the Aegis.
Yeah.
Like, there's probably one point in a scrim or something they're like, you know what? We can do it. We can do it. Like 2 years ago, 1 year ago, we lifted it. And now they're down here. Yeah, exactly. So I feel like this is probably, again, maybe I'm just biased because I'm here, but it really does feel like this has the makings of the best series.
Well, this is a series that happened not too long ago. In essence, too, this was the grand finals, actually. 3-0 in favor of Team Liquid. And in case anybody remembers it, yes, there were like some long games and one really close game, but overall it was pretty one-sided in favor of Liquid. But before that, it was Falcons smashing Liquid with the 2-0, and it's been very back and forth this entire season. The record between the two, in terms of games, if we don't look at series, but in terms of games, it's 13-10 in favor of Liquid. But what's 3 games? It's very, very very back and forth. I love to see what's coming with the pressure of the lower bracket on their shoulders here on the main stage of the international. As we just saw two players on screen that I want to focus on. We saw Nisha and Malrine being compared to each other, and I think that's going to be a very telling story going into this one, Rhea, because both of these, they have a lot of pressure. We have such high expectations from them.
Yeah, Nisha is always an overachiever with his gameplay. This guy comes out, he styles, he gives everyone fantasy points, and he dominates the game. I think I always look to Nisha, but I don't feel like it's a solo endeavor. I don't feel like there's any like weight on his shoulders. I think whilst this team, when they have tripped up, it has been kind of like people overextending, including him. You know, Mike is also a very good, very reliable carry, and Ace always plays very solid offlaners as well to kind of round out the trio. With Malrine, though, I feel like Amar always wants to farm a lot, and Skit is going to be a little bit more sacrificial. It always seems to me that Malrine has a little bit more of a job to do with the supports. That being said, when Nisha runs over a game, he runs over a game. Like, he can 1v5.
That's why I want to see Nisha protected in the draft, right? I think when you look towards Malrine, like, you can throw his hero at any stage of the draft and like he's going to perform. And Nisha, he can do the same, but he excels and dominates when he has a bit more protection. Like when he closes the second phase of the draft with his pucks, his embers, like when he sees his mid matchup or kind of knows roughly, he's probably going for that hero. He performs on some like ethereal level, but like when he's blind picking an Ember, getting counter picked by Slark, when he's put in this kind of position of you have to play comeback the entire game, he does very well. Still better than often many mids in the world, but he doesn't truly shine to the point where he can just like solo lift Liquid to like another grand finals, right? So I just want to see Nisha a little protected in the drafts.
Yeah, it's the system again. We go back to the system. I think Liquid, they tend to put the win condition on their mid a lot right now. And sometimes it can be, like you say, it's very hard to do in the draft. And they need to figure out how can they actually open up with flexible supports enough for them to allow the Nisha pick to maybe come later.
I want to talk about the coaches of the teams. AY 2000 on the side of Team Falcons and Blitz on the side of Team Liquid. They've got, of course, a lot of work to do here with the draft that's incoming. I feel like they have also somewhat of a similar coaching style, Tigov. Is that fair to say? They are there. They're not always necessarily pressing the buttons, as we do see AY standing, whereas Blitz is sitting down.
So I was reading the lobby chat, I'll be honest. So your question was they have the similar coaching style?
Oh, I'm asking.
No, they have polar opposite coaching styles, I believe. I feel like Aoi's very analytical, very like game directive and like kind of authoritarian in like how he wants to see the game played, whilst complementing his team's opinions. And then I feel like Blitz is more of like the let's try and link up our ideas together, try and facilitate good conversation, make sure that we have the correct vibes. But I kind of feel like if you were to kind of explain what coaches do in Dota, I think Blitz and Aoi are kind of on two sides of the spectrum.
Okay.
And then the coaches kind of filter in between those two lines. But again, both do exceptionally well. I think in Dota, you can't always just have one type of coach do well. Like some teams need the Blitz, some teams need the Aoi, right? And the reason why certain teams don't succeed is because they have a Blitz when they need an Aoi, they have an Aoi when they need a Blitz, right? And again, two exceptional coaches.
Not discount Jabs' existence as well, who's a fantastic coach alongside Blitz for Team Liquid. I mean, sometimes like if Blitz isn't able to attend tournaments, you see like I see Jabs with the team and like how much he's like pouring over the drafts and trying to help them and work with them. Like this guy puts in a shit ton of effort, and I think it's been very good for them to have both of those people with the team.
Yeah, sometimes you need Puppy, you know, to tell you what to do.
I guess if there was a triangle, then there is on one side of the point is Puppy there as well as
he's new on the block. We're still trying to work out where the spectrum
where
is.
he fits in. Absolutely. Something I didn't ask yet. With both teams coming in, we've got a lot of good things to say about the teams and their records and how well they play. And they're so amazing. But surely, guys, one team must be better than the other. So who you got?
And based on play style, would favor Liquid. I think Liquid is going to have the slight edge here overall with the hero pool, because I think Falcons, they're kind of limited again. You know, they have the problem with the hero pool. So I think they're going to struggle here. Maybe they have some answers in the first game. I want to see what they decide to do. But based on the games yesterday, I felt like they're struggling to find answers.
Yeah, I feel like, again, Liquid's loss felt like they could understand it a lot quicker. than Falcons, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Falcons kind of feel like, oh, this is the limit of the team right now.
Yeah. And like Liquid, it's like you make a draft mistake, you make a gameplay mistake. Like that's an easy replay review. That's an easy discussion with the drafter, you know. But for Falcons, it was like there were so many little mechanics going wrong and things happening that, again, they have the ability to have this conversation. But I think coming into it, it's very close. But I'd say it's like 55-45 to Liquid. But I wouldn't really go further than that. Like, it's still a very competitive series. Unless you look at the Essence tournament, and then technically it's kind of very one-sided. But I'm not looking at that random online tournament. I'm at TI.
I think, I mean, when you're looking at both these teams, especially during the group stage, Falcons did not have a single game that went to 2-0. It was all 1-2s or 2-1s. Yes, they 2-0'd Vici Gaming at the elimination round, but other than that, they always went the distance. We're going to find out how things fare here in the lower bracket, and it's a best of 3. Let's see how things play out.
Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. Game 1.
The first game of this elimination game is having Team Liquid on the Radiant side and Team Falcons on the Dire side. We got ourselves a first pick coming out from Falcons soon as well. And that means Team Liquid get that overall last pick. We saw in the previous game, obviously, one player heavily targeted. And I know that in the past, that is something that is also done by
Let's
Puppy
predict tayo.
Just ban out one player in particular, and I think maybe for some teams it works. Team Liquid does heavily focus on banning out some heroes for Malrine, and that seems to also be a trend here, team.
Yeah, they, of course, the Huskar, the Earth Spirit. I mean, Earth Spirit, it's auto ban at this point. Like, just close your eyes and ban it. That's the start of every single draft, right? And they even still respect the Centaur, but Falcons promoting Bounty Hunter to first pick, which I believe is the first time they are going to be doing that in the tournament. So using the upper bracket information, the 4 best of 3s we saw yesterday, they see the advantage of what it can bring to a draft, the space it can bring in the opening, 15 minutes of the game. And when you have cores as farm heavy as Falcons, you want a bounty on your team to make that space, to buy time for them to get online.
Is it a crit hero though? Does it fit his playstyle?
I mean, we just saw the clockwork style heroes that he's played, the information. I feel like, yes, I think he can run around and be a little pesky crit.
I agree. I think if his goal is to be able to assist multiple lanes and just be so annoying, Crit's got that. I think his map movement is a very big strength of his.
It just depends on what Amar wants to play, because there is a concern that if you pick Bounty Hunter, and then Amar has like a specific type of hero that wants to win the lane, and then you have a bounty,
he doesn't play Darks here, so that's like an issue, because Amar is like a person that wants to win the lane heads up, and Bounty Hunter doesn't really do that, for you. You just kind of want to like survive the lane, and then Bounty is gonna roam around, and you're gonna be on your own device, and that doesn't really sound like what Amar wants to do usually in the game. And maybe, like you said earlier, maybe the Razor could allow them to do that.
That is just, I think, going to be the biggest kind of talking point in about 3 picks time, is just kind of understanding how they've thought about this Bounty Hunter. But if you're first picking it in a game, there's probably like, you already know the next 3 or 4 picks to the Bounty Hunter. You're not just like kind of cold going for it. So yeah, we'll have to see where they're going. Liquid, of course, goes to Lina. Tried and tested.
Yeah.
It's Lina.
And I think Liquid received the Yandex Saxa Bounty Hunter yesterday, and they're going to have that fresh in their minds. I think they're going to be way more aware of it and how to deal with it this time around. I'm sure they have thought back on how they were beaten and fixed that. But at the other side, Falcons might have just looked at how Yandex did that and just want to recreate what happened on the main stage there in that second game where Liquid did not stand a chance.
They also haven't played IO at the tournament, so if they really want to do first, it's, first Bounty Hunter for them, first IO for them. They could just copy Yandex and see how that goes.
I think one point to the bounty with Amar that you were saying is he can always play an offlaner that can farm Ancients, because the carry just typically doesn't take that space for the first 20 minutes of the game. You can just stack a lot, and then you can farm that and come back. He doesn't have to win. He wants to win the lane. He doesn't have to win the lane. if you can pick some hero as well that can like buy and get a Dom, then he can just run that creep around 18 times in the top lane, farm up some big wave, and then farm it.
I mean, the thing with his playstyle is he's very different from 33. If it's 33, I could understand it working, because 33 just, as long as he's farming, he's going to be happy. But for Ama, because he's a very aggressive player, if he doesn't put himself, or the team doesn't put him in a position where he's allowed to win the lane and pressure and attack the tower, he would die, he would feed. He will make mistakes because he just keeps pushing it. So I think they're very different type of players, and you gotta try to bring the best out of them, and you want to give them the best sort of position to play their natural play style.
Do you think that maybe they could?
Because I don't think you can change the player. You have to let them just be themselves and just give them the best options in the game.
So then in that case, do you think it's more important that they pick a safe lane where the 5 can rotate through gate and then focus on like deep warding gate? And
yeah, possibly. I think Enchantress would still be great for that.
Yeah.
Well, they'll get themselves a Spirit Breaker at the very start of the day. There was one wish that Winter had. I just want to see a Bounty Hunter and a Spirit Breaker against each other and charge against each other. And I know, T, you're also a big Spirit Breaker fan already, so I feel like it's Christmas.
I mean, it is. It's going to be absolutely delightful. Spirit Breaker is, you know, if you go back in the history of Dota, in this annoying hero that is ruining my day, you pick Spirit Breaker and just charge him on repeat, and then you know exactly where he's going. If you really want to be advanced, by the way, you backpack your boots and your move speed so that you charge slower to get more information to see if you place a ward. Just fun tip for you. And Falcons do actually go for the Razor. But yeah, for Liquid, I mean, Spirit Breaker into Bounty Hunter is going to be pretty good. I think the Shard has to be respected with the planar pocket. Being able to absorb utility and spells is going to be quite something to keep out. If Falcons go for anything single target, Spirit Breaker can counter that. But again, Cow versus... What is a Bounty Hunter? A cat?
He's like a rat, isn't he?
Is he a rat? Whatever animal he is.
He's a little rodent.
The cow should beat the animal, but then the electric thing should electrocute the cow. So yeah, that's why they're in a fence normally.
And one more thing to add with the SB is SB and Lina together is very, very nice. Because whenever, at least for me when I'm playing SB, I want a mid laner like Lesh and Lina, so it's easy, high damage. When I charge over, I can just instantly kill. So I always have the option to rotate to mid. You don't want to be like laning with a mid laner which doesn't really have a lot of damage, so you can't really set up kills. So again, you know, this Underlord, very, very nice here. Pairs up very well with the SB. You charge, you find someone, and the Underlord connects to you. Very, very annoying. It's also a Bounty Hunter counter. You see him on the map, you just pit him, and he like you Fiend's Gate and you pit him and you kill him.
Right, we come to a conclusion. The bounty has been dealt with. All right, I think we've found the answers. He's been shut down. I mean, also the main thing, Liquid, they just have the front line, right? Lina is very much protected. Through the Underlord, the Spirit Breaker, like there is no question, Lina will be very difficult to find. And Falcons right now, they have Moonlight Shadow, they have Bounty Hunter Track, so they have tools to try and get into good positions to maybe get the vision advantage, but they still don't have the way to consistently find the backline and get the kill. And then Liquid on top of that go for a Rubik, so they'll be able to utilize the shard that Save used in the previous series to keep Kiritich alive multiple times to also help the Lina. So right now it's like 3 protect Lina, and Falcons don't have the answers yet to stop a farmed Lina from just ripping through them.
Maybe the answer's going to come now.
Does it mean the Rubik is what, cost 5? Are they going to lane the Rubik with Underlord and the SB is going to be on the safe lane?
I'd assume that would be the current setup, yeah.
And that is a Sven. Do we like Sven?
The blink stun on Skitter, yes.
That's it. Blink stun on Skitter, check.
Yeah.
Got him.
Yeah, see Lina, Skitter, go kill her. That's basically it. That's the simplest narrative for the pickup.
That sounds like a very easy script that's being followed. I'm always a little worried if there's a clear script that's being followed, that the team on the other side knows exactly what's coming and therefore has been able to prepare for it. Yeah. Gonna find out that. We got Wind Ranger banned out, so we're looking for a hero for Nisha. Most likely we can swap the Lina to mid if we want to, but that's on the side of Liquid.
There's flexibility there. I think Falcons, the main, not concern, but I think Skitter just has a very good game, because if he doesn't, Spirit Breaker can just bash him throughout the BKB, and Sven is a hero that you are locked into. If you have BKB, you can kill. If you don't, you have to respect the ability to kite you, and you probably won't do as much damage. And then, of course, Rubik, like we already mentioned. So I think both supports on Liquid, if they have a good game, they may stop Skitter ever doing the perfect damage that you require from this pick position, where you kind of feel like the main source of Lina threat.
I mean, one of the nice things, though, at least, talking about Spirit Breaker and his potential, is the Mirana pickup in response is a support that naturally wants to buy Yules as a first item if it calls for it, and this is a fantastic Yules game. So Spirit Breaker, he's going to want to stand at like jungle entrances, break smokes, and play like that, but if Mirana is there in these Moonlight Shadows, right, she can just Yules and he can get that pick off easily.
Honestly, it could just be a double Yules game. Bounty and Mirana might just want to buy it. And it is difficult for Spirit Breaker.
It's good for Force stuff too. I think one of them should buy Force.
There you go.
Yeah, it counters the Rubik and the Pit. I think having double use, it's nice, but I think in practice you want to have one use and one Force stuff, and they have to distribute the items accordingly.
Double use, double Force. How about we have everything?
I mean, if you're that rich, sure.
Hey, it is Bounty.
I mean, your Falcons, they're going to be fine. They're going to generate the gold in the game. It's fine.
I think they have a nice ball right now, because when I look at Liquid's lineup, when you play with Spirit Breaker, you kind of want to be on the offensive. You want to be chasing. I don't think Spirit Breaker feels too good when you're the one being pushed back, but Falcons have a really good lineup for that. With this like Warcry buff, Razor, and Miranda that can capture with Deep and Yules, like, and your Bounty Hunter tracking in advance. Like, I think if they are able to be in the right formation, Falcons can push the map a lot nicer.
I kind of feel like I'd rather see the Razor just go, I think, off lane in this scenario. Utilize the Bounty, who can either play the lane or skip waves really nicely, and then you find a new mid. I think Lina into Razor, you are kind of gifting the Lina just to farm quite nicely. Like when Razor was the dominant mid, Lina's
nobody.
Yeah, who
yeah.
You just want to farm. You got like maybe some, I don't know, like
you unplug their keyboard at the start of the game. Like run over to their booth and just
And he's gonna unplug the keyboard by playing something like Sanking, because you just go drag the wave and farm the jungler, so you don't have to be there.
Get the mouse click.
But that seems really hard into Spirit Breaker.
Yes, that is the value of having the cow on your team. Any wave skipping behind tower, you can just shut that down.
You see the question mark, you know, on his face about what Melreen gets to play in this game. They took a lot of time before banning out the Kez. We see the Necrophos banned out by Team Liquid, and it's up to Falcons to decide what to play here. Team Liquid has overall first pick and near a minute still left in their bonus time, so they get a lot of time still to talk about how they're going to counter whatever is going to come their way. But that amount of time is not something Falcons is privy to, as their bonus time is only 10 seconds.
Let's make a press circle. No Doom Midas. No Doom losing late
Snapfire.
Midas.
It's an Earthshaker! We like that.
All right. So Liquid
into the Rubik.
Yeah. It's okay.
I guess.
Oh, you don't
I mean, this
like
Rubik is having such a nice buffet of spells. The Razor, Nuke, the Plasma Field, the stun from Sven, the Earthshaker. If Rubik ever gets a really good start, I could see the Rubik just carrying the team fights in this game.
But I can see a world where Falcons, they wanted another way to jump to the backline, and I think Liquid, they have exceptional fights where it lasts 15-20 seconds of kiting and saving and throwing out auras. So their answer was like, if we see a hero for a millisecond, Sven and Earthshaker will insta-blow that guy up with a slam into, Godstroke, whatever. We need to kill that guy. Of course, Lina will be the target the entire time. So I think Falcons kind of a scrambling for a pick at the very end. They identified a type of hero they needed. They have found a hero that kind of fixes the problem we were looking at. But again, it's an Earthshaker from the mid lane. I'm not too excited by it, but I understand the use case and why they picked it in this scenario, because they needed some explosive damage.
You can never stop Rubik from getting what he wants, really, but at the same time, you're playing Vision Heroes with Bounty, so hopefully the goal of him this whole game will just be to find Rubik and give his team the vision to jump in.
TI Classic. I'm just going to
It's so
that
good.
in.
It's so good.
They're classic. Thank God they kept that animation, actually. If they removed that animation... Nisha Invoker.
Spicy.
I really like it.
Against the Sven, against the Earthshaker, gives you a lot of like kiting with the tornado, and the EMP is so annoying for those heroes. Somewhere down the road, when you get to the mid game in a team fight, you get one mana burn off, and it means like the fight is over. But with the Invoker, it feels like Liquid are the ones that are going to be playing slow here, though. It does enable the Spirit Breaker in the early game, so you can charge and Sunstrike and get some kills. So it's very important that they are able to find some kills in that way, because otherwise all their cores kind of want to farm, Mickey is on a Lina, which is not like his usual style where you want to come help the team. Lina, you don't help the team, you just farm and you hope your team survives.
I feel like Liquid will have a pretty good shot in the laning phase, but it's kind of how do they deal with Falcons inevitably getting the BKB timings.
Yeah.
That is when Falcons will be extremely scary. All the saves and the ways that Liquid can kind of keep Lina alive, because it's 4 heroes that once again will amplify Mickey to just pop off. But that BKB timing for Falcons, that is the biggest window for them to play through. If you are
I
Falcons.
agree. They're all magic damage. The BKB is going to destroy them.
It's a big upside for Team Liquid that they have a position 5 that used to be position 4 because they get themselves Tofu playing his Rubik. Curious to see how the lanes will play itself out, if Boxy on a Spirit Breaker will still start with the Lina, and if we're going to have some moving about, because it's probably going to be eventually the Underlord that will be left alone if there's a Spirit Breaker running amok somewhere. But it is proving to be a potential very active early game for this first game of the best of 3. This active early game is probably gonna be very exciting. Definitely gonna be very exciting. You know what's also very exciting? It's an interview with Coach Blitz.
Absolutely, extremely exciting to have a legend like Blitz here with us today. Sir, that's not the first time Liquid has gone up against Falcons. Many times before. In fact, one of the longest standing rivalries out there. What's it like to play against this team again?
It's incredibly humbling. I believe that this is the first time that me and one of AUI's teams have ever met on the main stage. I think this is the first time. A lot of people don't know this, but AUI is a person that I've known the longest in Dota. This is 20 years now that I've known this guy. And so to look to my right and see him in this position, it's really emotional for me, and it's like one of the coolest full circle moments of my Dota career. You know, I don't think we have a lot left in us, and so being able to do it one time at least, it's, you know, have a good cry backstage, and it's awesome. It really is.
Well, it's good to hear that if you're going to go against anybody, you're going against a good friend and someone that's been around for a long time. Let's talk a little bit about that draft then and your guys' plan. Now, the panel has been talking a lot about this Spirit Breaker hero potentially being this counter to the Bounty Hunter. We're seeing this pseudo-global strat with Prophets and Wisps and all this. Is that kind of the plan against the Spirit Breaker? Is it specifically against Bounty, or did you have something else in mind?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you see the Bounty hero, you have to kind of address it. We took the Lina because it's a high-value hero, and then after that, you know, in Dota, as soon as you see a hero, you want to address it because it's going to be a support. You know, there's no core Bounty Hunter shenanigans, so it's kind of easy to one-to-one it. You know, I credit to them because they didn't really play it, and I think both our teams got our ass beat by it, so they're just like, we're going to YOLO run it. And I respect that because we have not played Breaker a single time, so both teams are kind of just saying, you know what, it's TI, let's throw caution to the wind, have a bit of a good time, and trust our players to be able to execute.
I trust we're going to have a hell of a series. Thank you so much, Blitz. We're so excited to see how this one goes, and we'll check it out with our casters.
Thank you so much, Sir Action Slacks. We are here, lower bracket international play. That means elimination on the line. Falcons versus Liquid. One of these teams is going home.
Yeah.
I don't know if a lot of people would have expected that coming in.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you're one of the people out there who still has a flawless bracket, congratulations. I think you're in the top 1% already with these few series being played. I personally was not expecting either of the... Oh, actually, excuse me. I was expecting Liquid here. I did pick Yandex, but I did not pick Falcons to lose yesterday. But here we are, and only one of these teams will make even the top 6. And of course, keep in mind, there's TI winners on both sides. There's recent TI winners on both sides, as a matter of fact, the previous 2 champions.
That's right.
So this is a battle of who fluked the least.
Would you have guessed that they've never met on stage before? That sounds crazy, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming he means specifically TI main event.
Right.
Falcons versus Liquid. I can believe that.
It's more AUI.
Oh, AUI coach team. Yeah, that's true, actually.
That seems really hard to believe, but he would know better than anybody. But yeah, that's a pretty interesting storyline, I suppose, as we get into the early stages of the game. Let's talk about the lineups. Spirit Breaker early picks. Talk to me about this cow.
I love this hero. I personally think it's been a little bit undervalued. It's not a hero I was expecting to see a lot, but I think it does have some games that it can be cool. And obviously against Bounty Hunter, you're inspired to try to run this. It's a historical classic counter. You see Bounty anywhere on a sentry, you can charge him across the map, you can keep track of him, no pun intended, and actually kill him at his own game. And also, in this meta, where a lot of the carries are ranged, you have this option that you're seeing Liquid exploit in this draft, where you pick Spirit Breaker, Lina as the first 2, and they could be, the Spirit Breaker could have been 4 or 5, the Lina could have been 2 or 1, so mid or safe lane, and they end up effectively doing a 180 at the very end, putting Mickey on the carry Lina to give Nisha a very nice last pick for the game as well. I think this is a beautiful draft from Liquid. I definitely favor them in this individual game. Also because Razor is a big question mark for me. Like, this hero we have barely seen. It has definitely fallen off a cliff. Mickey will be on the receiving end of said Razor.
Nice caster card.
Willing
to dive.
Find a kill.
Tofu will get dropped by Snake King in the meantime in this top lane.
Both lanes going well to start for the Falcons.
Well, that answers your question about Razor, I guess. I mean, I'm more surprised we haven't seen Razor against, I mean, maybe it's not good anymore, against the Lone Druid, which we've been seeing constantly. That used to be an old counter at least.
I think that lane is still really tough now. That's what's surprising for this. Amar picked it blind, too. They had only seen the Lina. The Lina could have gone mid, so he knew none of his matchups. Or he knew a Spirit Breaker who he wasn't necessarily even laning against. It was like, we'll play Razor. If there's a team to do it, it would be Falcons. They are the Razor team of all time, playing it on all 3 core positions across countless patches.
Peter, Sunstrike's coming. He will drop inside of the Pit of Malice. And that is the scary part of the Underlord Rubik combination. Actually, I think the win rate with these two is not particularly good, but you can see the combo is excellent. Being able to telekinesis back in to basically ensure a second route. Box able to TP back, and obviously will be able to charge at any point. I mean, how early do you want to roam, if at all? I mean, I'm guessing you do on the cow.
That's the downside in this game, is that I think it's very hard to leave Lina alone. This hero is super fragile when it comes to playing in the safe lane if you leave your support away from her, because she's just prone to being dove in the tower. And she's playing into Bounty Hunter plus a hero with high damage. He never really knows where Bounty is. He just gets stunned and then into a static link. So I think Boxy is kind of pinned down a little bit in that sense, which is I think the biggest flaw of Liquid's draft here is it's not great for Spirit Breaker to have to play like that. Maybe when Lina starts semi-jungling, you can try to pivot away from that, but yeah, so far so good for Falcons still, in spite of that one death up top onto Skeeter. Still looking great on the core net worths. All their lanes are working out just fine.
Yep, Malrine 19-7 in the mid lane with Nisha on his Invoker at 15-5.
Yep.
And what type of build are we expecting to see from the Invoker? Is there any variation these days? Because it feels like it's usually the heavy Exort.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer. I think Nisha's just going to stick to the standard here. I don't think there's any reason to deviate too much. It has been a little bit surprising to me, actually, to see just how one-dimensional Invoker play has become. This hero historically has always had different modes between Wex and Exort as the two primary ways of playing, but in this tournament, I genuinely believe every single game that I have seen Invoker, it has been playing Exort with Meteor Hammer, I think every time. And obviously, it's... Oh, hang on, Mickey.
Getting on. It's a lot of damage from Amar right now.
I think the Invoker build is kind of a consequence of, at least in part, the bigger map. You need to be able to farm efficiently, and with the Meteor Hammer, you're farming stacks in the jungle. You still have tower pressure, and of course, you are going to go for your shard to kill waves without even showing your hero.
Snake, a lot of damage. And we didn't even mention that he's playing his signature hero.
He is the best 5 Mirana.
I mean, people are playing Mirana these days a little bit more often, but even when this hero is completely out of the meta, you can expect him to still pick Mirana at some point during a tournament. So all of that experience over the years definitely going to be paying off.
He must have been super happy when this hero got Celestial Quiver, because I think that was what the hero was really lacking to keep up with a lot of the other heroes' buffs over time. Was Mirana's laning was just too weak. She had so little damage. Now that is compensated for, see Snake King run it when it's appropriate.
Yeah, well, Crit is now getting charged. Malrine will secure the first power rune of the game. It's a damage. As Boxy will successfully charge and then back away. Wasn't really any kill threat quite yet. Only a level 3 Spirit Breaker, in fact. Does have the dust, though. As you can see the tornado into Fate Bolt. So Tofu making his way over here, which means it's a 1v1 in the top lane at the moment. Sven versus Underlord, which
they're just gonna farm.
Yeah.
So not too interesting. Oh, bottom lane, though. This could be another attempt onto Mickey in the tower. They have creeps coming in and a siege wave.
That charge is coming.
This puts charge on cooldown as well. See. Yep,
Platinum barely ticks Mickey. The stun coming out from Crit under the tree line will show himself. Gonna reset now as Amar still chilling in the south.
Here comes Malrine, though.
Oh, absolutely. Static Link is there with the fissure to follow. Mickey dead again. Second death of the game. Oh, a good attempt on the Malrine ult. The damage is what matters there, as Amar is able to secure the double kill. Sunstrike not going to be there. He's looking for the potential. Does he have after? Yeah, I was going to say he's looking for the stun. It was out of range, but damage was all he needed.
And there's definitely something to be said about comfort, right? Like, there's a couple of things happening in this game already. Amar gets to play, I'm sure you would agree, one of his at least top 5 heroes of all time. It's hard to pick.
Skeeter, double root, Sunstrike does hit, so Skeeter down and out. Ace will be very happy with that, because Falcons were starting to pull away a bit with this 2K network lead.
Yeah, but that was what I was going to say about this bottom lane, is that you have Amar on extreme comfort, and then at the same time, I feel like Mickey Lina is not a hero-player combination that I know he can play it. It's not that, but that is not in his like absolute elite wheelhouse, and this definitely seems like an afterthought that they put him on it. So you combine the fact that he's playing that, Amar is on his Razor, and you're laning into Bounty Hunter, with Boxy playing in the safe lane as well, which is also a little bit unusual for the Liquid side. So there's a lot of like individual elements out of the ordinary for them, and it can compound sometimes. I think on paper this bottom lane doesn't go this bad.
Tornado with the Meteor on top of Malrine, but he has the haste so he can run around. It's the Fissure, Snake King, not going to do too much. Did have to TP though.
Amar's game is insane, actually. He's doubling up Mickey at 8 minutes.
Oh, that's
Is
dirty.
this for real?
Wow.
It's 4,600. Lena's 2,400.
Let me look at that Dota Plus.
I mean, this genuinely just can't hit. Yeah, by the way, here's the probability if you...
Wow.
I don't know about that, but...
It hasn't been wrong yet since we've asked.
Your sample size is 1 game.
No, it's been 2 now.
Hey, the other game it was bugged and said 100% from the beginning.
And it was
correct. It was right.
That's right. Don't question these things.
Yep, okay.
Brit's going to get a courier kill. Another benefit of having the Bounty Hunter. Of course, we've seen it time and time again in this tournament.
I do think it did deliver its stuff to Boxy, though, so it does have a dust. But yeah, crit being super annoying.
I mean, what else? I'm not saying it hasn't worked yet, as we're going to see the Spirit Breaker with the Laguna Blade. Amar is there with the Plasma Field and the Static Link, attempting to TP his Lina. Not going to happen. Mickey dead. Looks like the Spirit Breaker does successfully TP out, but still the bigger kill going the way of Falcons.
I would actually love to see a replay of that. I think Boxy survived by like 1 frame because the arrow just narrowly hit Lina before she died.
Amar goes through the Fiend's Gate and greets Ace as a result, using his own spell against him. He's getting charged from pretty far away as Ace kind of resigned to his death now. Plasma Field will finish the job.
This is such a rare thing to see happen.
Meanwhile, Falcons keeping the pressure on in this mid lane. Yeah, this is high action for sure, what we love to see. And I feel like a lot of this is set up just by the fact that they have the Bounty Hunter, which it's interesting because at the beginning of this tournament,
have a
the
look at
replay
this.
here, the Fiend's Gate was
Arrow is
placed
coming here. I just hit it. He was going to die to the Razor, right?
Yeah.
And the arrow goes to the Spirit Breaker. So close call, but I mean, they still got the primary prize there.
Oh, this is some good leeching, although they do spot on Boxley with the Sentry.
That's
Hits
the
the bash as
bash.
well. Second bash, all right. Needs all the luck he can get to kill Crit, apparently, who has been owning this game, really. Like I was saying, the Bounty Hunter, it wasn't really a hero on anybody's radar at the beginning of this tournament. Now we're starting to see a huge resurgence.
Yeah, it's like...
And what are the... what kind of counters do you think people will come up with? Because Spirit Breaker is obviously supposed to be the counter in this game. So far, not working, but of course, we're not at the level 6s yet for Boxy. Oh, I say that, he just hits level 6 now. Does he not skill his ult at 6?
I would say historically there's like 3 ways Bounty Hunter, whenever he's been in the, let's say the active pool, if you will, where he's a big part of the tournament, there's been 3 ways of mostly approaching this hero. One is the Spirit Breaker style, where you have 1 or 2 designated Bounty Hunter killers that just have extremely good ways of hunting him down. The other one is to play heavy 5-man, so Bounty Hunter can't skirmish and get track kills.
Yeah.
But Dota has changed a lot since then, so I don't really consider that a counter per se. And the third one is just deathballing, right? Which I would say you could say overlaps a little bit with the second one, but you could play team fight without having push.
Shadow.
But no teams are heavy pushing and winning in 25 minutes either. There's a lot of conditions that are good for Bounty.
The downside of having Moonlight Shadow in this game is they're already going to have so much vision for the Bounty Hunter. You might not get full value. Mickey continuing to get hounded by Crit, though. He's leeching this XP, getting closer and closer to that level 6. And, I mean, he is the lowest level in the game right now, but he's been the MVP, I would argue, as well. As Mallory now has, okay, the Sunstrike just clipped Snaking. Nicely done. Right on the tail of the mount. But yeah, Blink Dagger is revealed already from Mallory.
Paw, but I guess that's enough to kill.
Yeah, what's the hitboxes on Mirana's mount? I don't know.
It's very close to being a miss, but doesn't matter. It's full damage no matter where you hit, unlike with an AWP.
That's true.
That would have been a leg shot in CS. That would not have killed.
Original CS leg shot still killed.
Did they actually?
The OGs out there, shout out to you guys.
That's why you were good at that.
I just hit them in the toes every time. And this tier 1 tower actually taking pretty heavy damage from Liquid. It can be denied, though, now from Falcons if they choose. Now Reen in the cover of the smoke crit. He's going to be taken out first, but it will be a trade, it seems, so support for support. Even Amar making his way over. Not really getting too much out of it, though.
Yeah, curious to see his build this game. Like I said, offlane Razor, this might be, if it has been picked before in this tournament, I want to say it's been once.
So far, it's casual Yasha into eventual BKB.
Yeah, pretty standard for him.
God Strength pop, so some farm for Skeeter in the enemy triangle.
Stealing away a double stack from, most likely, Nisha was going to take that one.
Crit really needs to hit level 6 here. This is a little bit too active, maybe.
It's fine. He's done his job.
No, absolutely.
So
he's going to hit this 14-minute mark. Wisdoms will be up soon. It looks like, based on positioning, that it'll just be trades on each respective side. Meteor Hammer online for Nisha with the Boots of Travel, so he's farming quite well. But still, you can see the separation with the Razor and the Sven for Falcons.
I mean, the vast majority of this lead is the bottom lane, right? That's what's so surprising to me, is that Amar is 3K ahead of the Lina still. When I said I like Liquid's lineup a lot this game, it was obviously under the condition that the lanes go according to expectation, and I'm sure they would agree themselves that this bottom lane has just been a miss this game. Maybe it is just a lot harder than you would think, because they obviously chose it too, right? That's what's worth remembering. They knew this was coming. They knew it was going to be Bounty Razor offlane when they saw the draft.
Oh, Skeeter is actually running right into Liquid's potential gank here. Smoke, do they have vision?
Oh, doesn't look like it.
No.
That would have been a big find.
Soon, Nisha shows up. Yeah, a little bit too far away now. Very close call, actually. Smoke's still active, but they won't get much out of it.
Probably worried about initiating on the Sven here with the amount of damage that they have. The kill will be so slow that if there's any backup nearby, combined with tier 1 TPs.
Skeeter's going for a Blink Dagger, which will align with the BKB on Amar. And
they have the same net worth.
Yeah, it's absurd. And Malrine about to finish his Boots of Travel. So they're going to be aligning some pretty juicy items for Falcons. And with the track online, you'd expect them to look for some fights here pretty soon. And for Liquid, what do we have coming? Because the big story is Mickey just off to an abysmal start.
Yeah.
That's Brown Boots Maelstrom.
I think his hero will just struggle to get involved until he gets Pike. There's just way too many pitfalls. You get caught by any of the stuns, you just die. You're playing without saves until Rubik has Shard, which it looks like is not on the early menu for Tofu. He's going for an Essence Distiller first. Yeah, not much to rely on in that regard.
At the very least, Ace is farming quite well. He's getting close to that Aghanim Scepter, so he'll have that global presence.
Also, a fun little detail here, if you look at Boxy's inventory on the Spirit Breaker, I haven't seen this much this tournament, running double Raindrop. This was actually changed in the most recent patch, that if you have 2 Raindrops in your inventory, they proc one at a time. Just to always proc both at once. Crit will die here. A little bit of Nisha combo. So when I heard about that, I was like, there's actually a handful of heroes that could be useful on. It's really cheap mana regen plus the spell block. If you have the inventory slots for it, and you don't want to do a Sage Mask build-up, which Spirit Breaker doesn't really, it's kind of cool to see it here.
Yeah, that seems pretty strong.
And I mean, there's some questions about whether it was intended behavior. I think it wasn't even documented in the changelog, if I'm not mistaken.
So it could be a bug, is what you're saying.
It could be.
Okay.
That they don't share.
They spot Amar. That Ags is now online for Underlord. As Crit might be the one spotted. Takes a full plasma field. Amar very close to the BKB, so definitely doesn't want to fight quite yet. As Skeeter and Snake are going to use Shadow. Nice tornado from Nisha, and there's the Fiend's Gate onto Skeeter. Will have to scurry away. The arrow does hit the Invoker, but the action comes in from Liquid. Look at the damage right on top of that Sven. Absolute punishment as Liquid finally getting something going for themselves.
How did Nisha actually see them there? He reacted instantaneously to that blink stun Sven. I thought the vision advantage was in Falcon's favor there.
He's still a young kid. He's still 25. That's a youngster.
Turned out he's only 25.
You were shocked. Like, I thought he was 40 years old. My goodness.
I was like, I thought Nisha played in 202014. I was like, I did the math. He would have been 13.
He started in diapers, didn't you know?
Apparently he played...
True prodigy.
He played his first pro games in like 2017, 2018. So the more you know. Nice play from Liquid though, setting that up. That was a huge counter play. It's about half the lead for Falcons gone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, but they will have these items coming in pretty shortly.
Yeah, Mars BKB is complete. He's not going to go for the Manta into Lincoln. So pretty standard Amara build once again. Wondered if he was going to consider Sanjin Yasha here, but probably thinks the Manta just has too much value against Pit of Malice in particular.
Yeah, for sure. Lincoln is interesting. Is that mainly just for the Spirit Breaker?
It's also just a feels-good item on Razor. A lot of the times, this hero is just about stick on a target and make the enemy team waste as much as possible on you. But yeah, against Spirit Breaker, it's a double whammy against Lina as well.
Cold snap into the tornado with the meteor, but here's a counteraction from Malrina coming to get the Echo Slam onto Nisha. Will run away shortly after. Starts out as a 1-for-1. Sunstrike does hit a BKB. Boxy, the Bash God, helps get the double kill for Mickey, who desperately needed something to go his way to get back into this game. And just like that, he's fourth in net worth after being the bottom of the cores not too long ago.
Boxy's high rolling this game. There's been a couple of crucial bashes in the right moment. That one, I would say, straight up necessary for that kill, but Mickey...
Not over yet. That is a track kill onto Mickey. He thought he could get away with just getting a kill or two here and there. But back down to the bottom of the net worth of the cores, just like that, with one death. That's how close it is right now.
At the very least, Nisha is catching up in a big way here. 4-0-5 on the Invoker, almost top net worth now. And how many games have we seen Nisha on this hero just destroy late game? There's a handful of heroes where I think Liquid feel very confident going late, even if their other cores aren't doing too hot. I think Invoker, I think Puck, Ember, you know, Storm occasionally. Nisha can just take over games. And they'll find an opening on Skeeter. No BKB yet.
Using the Fiend's Gate to get a little bit of extra move speed here onto Skeeter. We'll get the kill. Was not truly global, but a kill is a kill, and it's a big one again for Liquid. I mean, in terms of pacing, which team is happier right now, would you say? Let's get into the late game discussion here.
I would say, considering what happened in the last few minutes, I think Liquid should feel like really good about this.
Boxy, you say that.
Not about this.
The typical caster curse from Cinderin.
The game state is good. That kill is largely inconsequential. He got the Arcane Rune. It's honestly quite fine. Taking that away from Malrine. But yeah, just getting a breather, because this was one of those games where things could have got out of hand real fast. Like, you're down 5k out of the laning stage against Bounty Hunter. We've seen the game like Vision yesterday, game 3, the game just felt over real fast. And Liquid have more than a fighting chance here. Connecting on crit, it's going to steal Shadow Walk, that's going to be another stun.
Absolutely, but yeah, Malrine jumps right back in onto Token. He's going to get track kills. Amara comes in as well. It'll be a trade of supports yet again, but Mickey in a lot of trouble versus this Razor. No chance at all. Double kill for Amara, and Nisha taking quite a bit of damage in turn. Looks like he'll be able to walk away. And something we didn't really talk about, and the panel brought it up briefly, but on paper, this is an insane Rubik game, as it looks like the Tormentor will go the way of Falcon.
It is, but it also requires net worth. And the way Liquid plays...
Oh, Fiend's Gate after the fact. They've already got the Tormentor. The charge comes in from Box. The fire from the follow. Another Pit of Malice right on top of this Sven as Nisha's there with the Deafening Blast and the Meteor. It's enough to take him out. Nisha now another Tornado, keeping the Earthshaker at bay. Boxy desperately trying to get through the Fiend's Gate, and he does successfully keep the attempt. Malrine, the Echo Slam, the last moment to cancel it out. Beats him into oblivion. Tofu steals the Echo Slam. No kill to come from it. But he will get away safely, it seems, as Falcons are a little bit too low. As the charge is continuing on, but a little bit too far away to connect.
That was really, really close.
And Rubik makes these fights hilarious. Such an awesome hero.
That's what I'm saying. If Tofu gets the net worth, this could get very interesting, but the way Liquid usually plays, Tofu doesn't necessarily take so much space, and in this game he kind of has to. His 4 is a Spirit Breaker, he's not going to farm much. And there's just too much value in getting items on Rubik here. Fissure is a semi-reliable steal. Track is great to have. Even if you have the Shard Shadow Walk, I assume would be pretty nice too.
Yeah, for sure. That's like a range stun for Lina, effectively.
I do believe you steal both abilities when you steal Shadow Walk from Bounty. I'm not positive.
What do you mean by both? Oh, right.
Maybe you have to...
I think you would.
I think maybe you have to steal when he casts Friendly Shadow specifically. I actually don't know that for a fact. But, I mean, there's other great steals. Moonlight Shadow, Stormhammer is amazing.
Plasma Field.
Plasma Field is decent, but yeah, you mostly want stuns. So your Lina and Invoker can just stand and deliver with all of their massive output.
Well, if you steal Plasma Field, you can just farm.
That's true.
And you can get your items you've been talking about. And Mar working on the Lincoln Sphere that we talked about. Malrine on Earthshaker has the Blink Kaya with the Boots of Travel. Looks like he'll finish off the Yasha.
Yasha, yeah. Feels good item on this hero.
What do you buy after that on Earthshaker?
I think you buy a BKB this game. You want to have the...
All right, give me a better answer after that, then.
You want Refresher, I'm sure.
Hell yeah.
Octarine is also very good.
Okay.
If you go BKB, there is a world where you can consider Aghanims, because this is going to be a game with a lot of movement. He is queuing up BKB now, so I think that's going to be telling after this.
Rain going to be found immediately. Fiend's Gate again. Arrows trying to give him some space. Not going to hit, though. Tofu, in the midst of all of this, as Ace gets another Pit of Malice onto 2 heroes. Skeeter is God Frank. They find Nisha all alone. Double kill for Amar. Ace desperately trying to get through his Fiend's Gate again. He regrets his decisions. Stun locks are there. Liquid lose 3. Falcons, nada. And this could be Roche.
Is real bad for Liquid. A bad place to fight, outnumbered, and you lose the Roche immediately after. And this is going to start eclipsing a 5-digit gold lead now for the Falcons side. All 3 top 4s on their team. Not often we see Shaker in this position. Like we've had the hero picked a couple of times as a core, but he tends to not really get to shine. But Malrine on these melee mids, man. A lot of M's.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Pick up the haste rune now. And they're also going to take the mid tower. And this was largely a Liquid's initiative. That's what makes that extra bad. It wasn't like they were getting jumped. They were trying to go on Malrine, and the counterplay was just immediate out of Falcon. Mickey, a recipe away from BKB. A pipe dream to get to have impact in this game. It's been very quiet from him. I say that he's 5-5, which I think is actually kind of impressive given how much has been run over.
He definitely made a bit of a comeback.
Not the carry scoreline you're looking for, regardless.
It's funny when I think of Amar, I think of Mars. Obviously, but that hero obviously doesn't exist since even Amar's not picking him.
Yeah.
But you're right. I think Crystallis and Amar are the only 2 people that reliably will pick Razor, regardless of meta, which is pretty cool to see. All right, old school Razor was kind of just an anti-carry. I mean, it still is to a degree, but you don't have to play this position 1, which Amar has shown time and time again. Well, I guess it depends on your perspective.
Yeah.
If you're actually playing position 1 from the off lane.
What position is he in this game, really?
I mean, that's why he's such a great person to have on fantasy. You know, plays position 1 or plays position 3 as 1.
Yeah, but you pick them as a carry. So in those games, you have Skitter.
Oh, yeah.
And when Amar is playing 1, Skitter is playing 3. You don't get both 1s.
That's
If you could pick individual carry and individual offlane, and they didn't have to be from the same team, I think Amar would be a really high-value pick, and then you pick a carry from another team.
Yes, that's right.
But yeah, it's one of the very unique things about Falcons that they have a carry that can play very selfless, but there's also been games, this tournament's a great example of it, where Skitter has just hard carried on a hero like Terrorblade. They can have it both ways, and a lot of teams don't really have that luxury, so it's pretty cool. And
They've
this
been
game
leaning on that a little bit more lately too, I would say.
Yeah.
Amar plays more traditional than we're used to seeing. He will show off his Manta here, pressuring the tier 2 tower. Aegis for 3 minutes. Crit is found. Essence Distiller, Dust, and Meteor. Nice meatball to consume for you.
There's always something funny about when they die from just the immediate connection of the Meteor. gonna lose the tower though. Amar will use the space, finish this off. Looking for a pike next to go with his other utility items. Makes a ton of sense here. I think his job in this game is just ruin Lina. If he can mess up every fight for mid-game, Falcons are just gonna win the game. Like, I think it's actually that simple. So he's gonna buy all the items that give him mobility and tankiness, and then he's just gonna run at the Lina, link her. If she wants to pike away, he's gonna pike on top of her. And yeah, just ruin her fight.
Yeah, well, the Hurricane Pike is supposed to do something about that.
Yeah, but
We'll see.
when you have the pike and she has the pike, who does it first?
Very true.
Who does it better? And even if she does break the static link, maybe her position is just pretty compromised then, right? Like or at least she definitely gets away from the fight a lot.
Poke from Falcons.
They want to try to
might be the one they open up on. Fissure to block him up with the God Strength initiation. Arrow does hit easy.
That is
Kill.
an interesting BKB from Skater. Just wanted to see if it still works. It does.
Right. Well, they're going to get the extra time on the Foxy. He's going to get to the other side of the wall, but it doesn't matter. Amar is there, as well as Skeeter's last right click. So they find the two. As Tofu spotted on the other side of the map. Falcons are so aggressive. Arrow will be dodged. Here's the Yules. So actually that was an offensive Yule. Still tracked up, so still have the vision.
Oh,
Mickey, he comes in to try to help apparently. Nisha's there though as well. They're gonna try to fight this out 2 versus 5 potentially. They kill off the bounty. No, I say that, the Lotus saves him. Crit is still wanting to die apparently. Gets off the track and now Malrain jumps in, destroys Nisha, double kill for Snay. And Mickey, the last remaining member, attempting to TP out. He will.
Okay, well,
but heavy casualties from Liquid.
Help a friend syndrome there. Could have just cut Tofu. Instead, you also lose your Invoker.
Now what you had to do?
Maybe your Lina, you lose your mid tower, which you probably could have defended with Invoker. This is just bad, going worse and worse for Liquid. A very one-sided affair. And I think yesterday, also a rather disappointing showing from Liquid. Obviously, the game 1 felt like one they should have taken the win in against Yandex. Game 2, they kind of got rolled. Doesn't seem like they've made the right adjustments, at least heading into game 1 today. Would be a huge shame for them to, you know, you play the group stage, you go 4-1, go to the main event, lose 4 games in a row, and that's it?
I mean, we've seen it before though.
It's
with different formats.
Yeah.
And
Not a lot of people would have expected it, though.
I mean, it's an old adage. We bring it up all the time. The more you lose, the more you learn, Cinderin. You just get by barely.
Well, they've lost 3 in a row if this one is a loss, so it's time to learn and learn quick.
They have the time, though, is the question.
Yeah, and most importantly, what's the win expectancy here? 6%?
DOTA plus, huh?
Believe in Liquid to win 1 in 20 times here.
I mean, I wouldn't say this is 100% for sure.
No, it's not. You can, you know, late game Invoker with Underlord. Lina on the high ground defending. Stuff can happen.
As we always say, high ground is very difficult.
The thing that does not inspire a lot of confidence in me is I feel like the way in which Liquid are losing fights is a little bit worrisome. I think they're just not on their A game with their decision making primarily. The spell casting is fine, but they're just selecting fights that I would argue they just shouldn't take.
Nisha, angle slam right on top of him. Nowhere to go. Complete stun lock. Snaking, just racking up the kills on this support. Mirana has 7. He's leading everybody. He's tied with Amar with kills in this game. And on the other side, again, if somebody dies on one side, just expect to die on the other. And Skeeter just brings Ace to an end. Falcons just dominating this game number 1. And they're not done yet. Moonlight Shadow's still active. They get the Yule's initiation. Arrow is going to be tanked by the Cow, but he's just going to get beat down by the Sven. As 2 last remaining members of Liquid will barely get back to base. They had to expend a BKB from Mickey as well. And this is likely to be some building. Despite there not being an Aegis, Falcons still keeping it extremely aggressive. I mean, are you a little bit surprised by that? Because they're notorious for just chilling with the lead.
I think,
is it specifically this lineup?
When you have, if you have a bounty hunter in your team, he's gonna make you look for kills. He will coordinate moves.
So that's what they've been missing all this time, huh?
Just needed crit on the bounty.
I mean, I feel like this hero in general is gonna start getting maybe first phase banned. I don't know how you feel.
I think so too. The responses that we've seen just haven't really worked there. So
this is your favorite shard in the game, right, for Nisha?
Very cool. Just walk through the creep wave and it dies. A lot of fans of that ghost walk out there.
I think there are. I would enjoy this myself. Marlink is going to be popped to the charge, into the runaway.
Yeah, I mean, they can't really chase him down. They don't know where anyone else is.
They will smoke, though. I mean, they have to try something.
This is a Hail Mary. If this fails, I think they're just going to tap out. So better find the right target. Although find Crit.
Crit is a target. Sven is another inside the pit of malice. Here's the damage room. No, Laguna Blade comes out. Oh,
Mickey.
Already Cal is dead. Mickey drops as well. The buyback instantly from Mickey to try to come back into this fight. Ace completely isolated now. Nowhere to go. They get the track at the last moment. It will be reflected, but it matters not. Just kill after kill, and they're all... Ooh, okay, nice fissure from Malrine.
God, there's something
So
so
many
satisfying about that innate, the slugger. When you kill people with fissure and you send them packing. Oh, man.
Skeeter will get a shard from the Tormentor.
1K gold per minute lead for Falcons. I was going to say they don't lose these. Nobody loses these, as a matter of fact.
Let's see if that's true. Dota plus win probability on the screen, please. Let's make sure that that is accurate information.
98 to 2.
Yeah. Okay. It's possible then.
It's the Invoker. Invoker hits a wombo combo factor, or Mickey gets to play the game factor as well. It's still been a tall order for him to really get into fights at all. I believe we have a listen-in with one of the teams from the previous fight.
Like, they still need to play on this guy running in and Blink bursting and BKBs. So I feel like if we can drag them in a bit, if they don't finish us off, I think fight's easy after BKB. But we need to fight under vision, or the jump is too good.
Yeah, good luck.
It's true though. They have to fight in their own vision and they have to survive the first 3 seconds, which has not been the case so far. But
have had the upper hand.
I mean, this is pro level though. This is the type of communication you're going to have in moments like these. Obviously, Liquid know that they're in big trouble, but you have to look for the one win condition that you have, which is borderline impossible to obtain. But that is exactly what Tofu was saying there. Is we need to play under vision. We need to survive the BKBs, because if they do that, all of a sudden, Underlord, Invoker, and Lina's net worth becomes really powerful. But while BKBs are running, they don't stand a chance. Like, they just can't kill a single hero. Look at Amar's inventory. 4,000 HP Satanic Manta Lincolns. He went away from the Pike idea and just beefed up even further. And now he's going for his classic Refractor.
Yeah, beef back on the menu, Skeeter.
Another track kill.
Get a nice burger out of that. Tofu, with a very soothing voice, I might add.
Yep.
It's a nice person to have on your team. Always very positive, even in games like this where you guys are struggling big time. Amar, spot Mickey. Just wanted to
Wait, my item is bugged?
I was here the whole time,
Why
buddy.
is my item not bugged so I can jump over the wall? It was a cute attempt.
Is that still the shard?
He genuinely might have never tried to do that before.
Oh, that's sad. They got rid of that shard, huh? The walk the dog shard?
Yeah.
That was fun.
But yeah, I don't blame you for not remembering the Shard of Razor, just barely see the hero. It's been a while. It's always cool on the main stage when a team just runs, you know, some of their vintage stuff.
Are they actually going to try to carry it?
Literally no shot.
Go through it, Amar. I dare you. Go through it.
He's faking the gate.
Yeah, that was just a scouting thing, I suppose. And it'll be a free roach for Falcons in the end. Take the Aegis into the Fiend's Gate. I don't know where it is. Actually, would have been not too bad.
Oh, not again.
Go slam.
Oh, there's the shard.
Oh.
Okay.
Tofu keeping Mickey out of harm's way.
Keeping him out of death's way, I guess.
Peter.
Oh, he has the harpoon.
He does. Nisha is going to get storm hammered, but pops the BKB TP, the Nightfall. Shout out to Gork.
Okay.
The OG of that, apparently. I learned that today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He called it the Nightfall.
Yeah. Gotta give credit where credit is due, you know?
I don't know that.
Aghanim Scepter for Snake King now. He is so farmed. My goodness. He has Solar Crest, Drums, Force Staff, and now a full Ags. What would you, when you were playing, which was a decade ago at this point, you saw somebody's farm like this on a position 4 or 5, what would you think?
It didn't exist. You couldn't. So
you'd be cheating back then, right?
It's like it's an interesting comparison because I mean the amount of items that snaking has now is what you would have on a carry.
Yeah.
Roughly. In terms of raw net worth, 16,000 net worth at 37 minutes would be, I would say, probably an average carry game 10 years ago, or at least an average off-lane game. So his farm is just a lot has changed. It's a different game. But if somebody was super farmed in a support position is in your team, I mean, what's not to love? Just feel super confident. You're like, okay, we have 4 cores.
Right. If you go farther back in time as a support, you buy Divine Rapier, you die, give it to your teammate. That was an actually old strat. Moonlight Shadow from Falcons, 3 minutes on the Aegis. They would love to get a pickoff into the eventual push. As Snaking's going to get initiated on by Foxy. Finally, they get the jump this time. Laguna Blade, it's still not quite enough. Finally, the right clicks come through. But Underlord is the trade. Oh, boy. So even when the trades come through, not in favor of Liquid. Well, I say that. Who has higher net worth? We're about the same. Which is crazy.
Tornado, that was really important.
And Alexei on the 2 here, but Mallory with the counter initiation with the echoes and right on top of the leader. Isn't enough damage. Another one comes out. He's dead. Does have buyback if he wants to expend it here. And he will do exactly that. Mallory and company now chasing Nisha. Pops the Shiva. Zamar thinking twice about it. Still has that Aegis though. And Skeeter, his Godstrike has run out. Charge onto 2 from Boxy. Again, Stormhammer for his efforts into the Harpoon as well. Getting slowed quite a bit. We'll get to the other side though as a static link will not link for too long for Amar. Not super strong at the moment. Man, Falcons reset.
Malrine is such a treat to watch on Shaker. He's just a beast. 4-0 and 18 so far. Been in 22 of the 30 kills. Perfect chaining of stuns there. Didn't give them a chance to protect Mickey whatsoever. And I believe that was the refresher reveal.
Yeah.
I don't know if Liquid even saw that he picked it up until this point, but
they know now.
They know.
One would hope.
And also now with the level 25 talent, lower cooldown enchant totem, down to 3.5. He buys Octarine at sub 3.
Then Axe becomes real good.
Yep.
In theory.
Even without it, it's still really, really nice. Just have such a low cooldown on chain stunning. And it travels 2 onto Skitter.
They're still keeping up the 1K per minute lead.
Yeah.
That is absurd.
This is very rare. Even in stomps for this tournament, this is rare.
This is a stomp with a bounty. We haven't checked stomp with a bounty yet. This is what it looks like, apparently. Because usually it's relatively close or even bounties behind at the start.
I think yesterday, game 3 with Vision was also, but they didn't get to this point. Like, the game was over at 30, but they also didn't have as much GPM lead as there is now, even in that game. So, yeah, pretty crazy. I'm just trying to think of what the saving grace is here for Liquid, like what you can possibly buy to solve the problem.
Might be game 2 is the saving grace.
You have to buy damage. Like, I think the biggest problem here is that you, on one hand, you just get chain stunned to death, but on the other, if you get a good initiation, do you even have what it takes to kill a 4.4k HP Sven or Razor? I suppose if you chain stun them and hit everything, then maybe. But there's a Blink 4-staff Bounty Hunter that's always going to be able to offer some help. Mirana has Leap 4-staff.
I mean, we did see a nice comeback today with Boom Boys. Obviously, it was not a 42k deficit, mind you.
Yeah.
It did involve taking Roche, even though they were behind, which I thought was an excellent play. And then they took a fight with it, and they ended up winning, and that ended up snowballing them to the eventual game victory, series victory. Yeah, 43k is a different story, I would say.
Doing Invoker things. Currently sitting at 3 levels below the enemy position 5.
And we can talk about the 25 talents.
Snaking on the Mirana is same level as the enemy carry.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's getting up there. That's why I brought up the talents. I want to see what his 25...
I think it's taking multi-shot every
Yeah, it is the one we see every single time.
It is so good.
I bet it's like a 9... It's got to be like 98% of games.
Yeah,
probably. God strength. Okay, double tap on the token.
Well,
bye. Mickey gets to the other side of the wall.
And another.
Trouble. Fiendskade's going to try to slow them a bit. Nice deafening blast into a couple of heroes. Sunstrike will miss. Crit on the enemy base will blink out. I mean, it's still kind of annoying to go high ground against this Underlord.
Yep, and they do not have their Aegis now.
You have Roche banner, though.
Yep.
And, I mean, at this point, it's 2 minutes from when Roche could spawn. You probably wait for the next Roche. And then you have double banner. Then you can take at least 2 sets of barracks without too much worry, I would think. Nisha, you know he's here.
No.
Vision, no.
Mars is either far.
You're not going to hit this time.
Yeah, so effectively, Liquid have, I want to say, oh, nice. Tofu actually drew it. This is the part of the map that we control, is what he drew on the minimap. Yeah, about 10% of the map is probably under Liquid's control right now.
I think Boxy's circling the lower side. It's like, what about this?
What if we took this next 3%? Then we would have 13%. And Tofu's like, yeah, guys, if we want to come back to this game, I think we need more than 10% of the map. It all starts with vision, and hopefully for them not dying on Nisha. All right, he'll be okay. He'll be TP out. The Gork.
Yeah, we can start calling it the Gork, I guess. Sure, why not? It's a travel now for Amar. I'm not sure where else you go with this hero. I feel like it's only 43 minutes in.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ags, I suppose.
Swift Blink is generally very good. You could maybe swap that for Refresher. So like ult, refresh, ult, blink in.
I mean, I would expect Refresher to... I mean, they're going to get Refresher Shard with this next Roche, and I would expect Skeeter to probably take that.
Yeah.
Because the downside of Sven is maybe you get a support kill with God's Strength, and then you get pushed out, and then it just runs out, and you can't really do much.
That's the multi-shot arrow now for snaking.
Yeah, this is...
You can fish for stuns on heroes. You could also just farm the entire map because your arrows all do Starstorm.
We need to do a tier list of 25 talent. This has to be top 5.
It's
right?
so good.
Would you say just right off the bat it's top 5?
It's really, really good. Because when you get to this point in the late game, a lot of the time what ends up deciding games when Mirana hits 25 is do you find that big arrow? And it just, you get so much vision, you get so much damage, and you have a dead script. Oh, maybe not.
Echo Slam Jamma not happening. Malrine stuck.
Never mind.
Nobody saw it. Just
Never mind.
everybody watching the international right now. No big deal.
Great bait from Boxy there. That's one Echo Slam down.
That's just another form of taunt from Malrine. He's like, it's 48k lead, guys.
I don't even need this.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's too bad you can't tip yourself. I think he would have there.
Yeah.
I think it's just the way for the rush. So 20 seconds away from that.
You can see it on the camera shot there. The admin in the Falcons booth was looking at his watch. A little bit like,
This is their standard now.
Yeah.
Usually it's when they get to like 5k lead early on. They slow it down and they just expand their lead slowly. But this one, they had to get 40k first and then halt the brakes. You know, like, wait a second. This isn't the Falcons way. We got to get multiple Roches.
oh, pardon me, it was in the Liquid booth. Well, that changes everything.
Oh, okay. Malrine. Cover of Moonlight Shadow. Link from Red. Nisha's going to show himself. He's going to get blasted with the Static Link as well. That Fissure stunning too. Still getting Static Link though as Nisha is getting everything drained from him. Mika will have to pop the BKB. Now it's a 50k lead for Falcons. Malrine.
Well, that was riveting, says Snaking. Let me go to the jungle with my Sacred Arrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's time for...
I mean, that could have been the end of the game, but Malrine didn't have Echo Slam, as we all saw why that was.
Gentlemen, let us acquire more wealth.
Yes. Delicious treats from Roche.
I need a 7th car, another automobile.
This one will come with a second life. That's a pretty damn good seatbelt.
That's something we can't buy.
No, tell the billionaires that.
Well, they haven't found a way yet, as far as I'm concerned.
We'll see. I'm sure there's something. They freeze themselves sometimes.
Occasionally.
Occasionally they freeze.
So we're just leaving the goodies in the pit now, huh? Oh, okay, we're sending out a courier. No space for it. Just these pesky cheeses and banners.
Yeah, double banner's pretty nice.
The Squire carryless.
Yeah, the Echo. Malrine uses Refresher, stun lock for days. Nisha dead for 80.
That's without buyback.
Indeed.
And that is 70 nice minutes for Snaking.
Do you think Falcons go back to farming now? Is that the play?
Think or hope?
Do you think they want to get to a 100K net worth lead? Is that the play?
This team likes setting records, doesn't it?
It's true. Roche banner place. It looks like they want to push. As a result, the Malice covers the entire screen at this point. Peter waiting on the outskirts. BKB from Mickey wants to kill off the Roche banner. Will do so. They have another one though. If they want to use it, that is. Peter, God Strength jumps in onto Mickey with the harpoon. Yeah. Fit him out. Nice telekinesis save him though. Just put that work to the building. Arrow hit. They want to go for Ace. Being half health from that arrow. Fortification still online, trying to buy some time for Invoker to come back. 30 seconds. They put the Roche banner again. There's a jump from Skeeter yet again with the plastic field to follow. Ace getting drained. Lotus Orb's gonna apply, but will drop to the deck. Does have buyback this time. It's gonna be one lane for sure. As the lead expands to 57K. Falcons. Do you want to wait for the next Roche? You only have 3 minutes on this Aegis. Maybe the next Roche is a little safer.
I was about to say you'd love to see it, but do you?
Look at them just waiting for somebody to farm this up in the top lane.
It is. We are approaching that point when Snaking is actually overtaking the enemy carry. So that would be pretty funny. He's only 1,000 now behind Mickey on this Mirana. He's about to finish a Wind Waker.
I mean, I understand it from his perspective. He does some work. He loves these kind of situations. You actually get to play true late game Dota as a carry. Straight beyond this pops, but Malrine jumps in with the boots of travel. They're able to kill off the bounty hunter, but now he's going to get completely decimated. Gets off the force up the other side, but a nice fissure blocking him in. Mickey stuck in a horrific spot. A lot of damage to Stan. Skeeter actually will fall for that fight number one. Needed the Aegis after all. Malrine with a 3-man enchant totem will beat Lina to death, and now Nisha will bite the dust as well. They do have buybacks onto a couple of these cores, but Liquid still losing this fight. It's a 62K network lead now for Falcons.
I think you could argue that Liquid played that better, but they can't beat the numbers.
No, big numbers will prevail.
You're fighting an uphill battle.
Jumping again, Lina. With the force that's back into the fountain. Skeeter not confident enough going to the fountain. They need a 100K network lead to do just that. Skeeter getting back now into the trees. Gonna be stuck inside the ice wall. Able to get the force staff away though. As Falcons resetting, realizing they can't handle this. Wait for Roche number 10 at this point. Foxy. All right, they get an arrow onto Lina.
All right, here comes a bar.
They do realize they can hit buildings at this point, which is shocking development because they won TI last year. You'd think they would have known this already. Nisha gonna get the Hex. All right, now the damage is coming for the LSA is gonna hit as well. Mickey trying to do some damage, but the just still so far away, and they will not even get the second set of barracks, it seems. Falcons will run away with their 65K network lead, by the way.
That is a great hold from Liquid. I just had to check the win probability here.
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Currently sitting at 100-0.
Really?
That is a rare sight.
Is that real?
I will say that. That is a very rare sight.
That's awesome.
We have reached a point. Dota Plus has officially lost all faith.
Dota Plus
make the comeback the most legendary in TI history.
I would love to see it.
If Liquid somehow find a way to win this game, that will be unbelievable.
Dota Plus is looking at its watch right now. That's the equivalent.
Now, obviously, this is rounded. I think I have never seen a single pro game being pulled back from 100-0. I have played one singular pub game where it happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have
You
one.
had to look at the replay.
And I was like, this is unbelievable. I went and checked it.
Who threw that game?
We won, and it was 100-0. I was like, there is no way.
That's 1 in a million right there.
That's super
more than
rare.
that, probably.
Well, that's not really how percentages work. But.
That's right, Cinderin. It's gone on this game has gone on so long that Sven actually has an ag, something we rarely get to see. A treat. The Superman is available for
Toggleable Stormhammer.
He has eaten a moon shard as well. That came before the ags, apparently.
Yeah. I kind of do miss this being a part of the hero's build, but it's very hard to make it not broken and still be good. So, in the way that this works, it's just a hard thing to figure out. Oh, Snaking, there he is. He's ahead of. He wants to end the game ahead of Mickey.
Yeah, that's good.
70,000.
They're not quite at 100K though, so you can
Ace.
have to wait for this Roche, I
Don't
think.
walk forward, young man.
Not so young anymore. Well, compared to us,
one of the older players in the lobby, but his experience is the best teacher, so he will not walk 2 steps to the right inside his own base. Tofu has yet to draw which part of the map they control now.
I think it's just the fountain at this point.
It's smaller now than before. They will go for another Hail Mary smoke, find
How many Hail Marys do you get in a game?
Yeah.
I feel like we've gotten quite a few.
Yep. Falcons are just waiting for anybody to lose position. If Ace were to cast a Firestorm here, they back it off.
Great timing on the Firestorm. Incredible play from Ace.
Perfect play. Arrows will find their mark. Another wave killed by Snake. 340 CS. If you have this guy in your fantasy,
that's true.
Well, I guess it depends what banners you have on him as a support. I don't. Can support banners even get creep score? They can't, right? Maybe they can.
I thought everybody can get the same. You're actually looking at that. That's the sad part about it.
Now they don't. Supports don't have a red banner, and the creep score is red.
Oh, I see.
I think they can't get it.
You are the fantasy expert.
No, I am definitely not.
I mean, I didn't say you're good at it. You're the expert. That's like your co-cast.
Okay. Well,
keep up the good work.
0 for 2.
72. All right, what's the over-under here, Cinder? 100K. Are we going to get there?
Under.
Yeah.
Because they would require Liquid to get team wiped and buy back all their heroes, and they don't have the buybacks. Well, I suppose if they goes late enough, they'll have their buybacks again. Oh, Boxy. That's a jab.
And
dealt
kill.
with. Okay.
73K lead now. He does have the buyback. Mallory gets the stun onto Nisha. Telekinesis save. Kill now is coming out as well. Laguna Blade doing absolutely nothing. Possibly BK gonna jump in, no from the Sven, and they delete this mid-game Lena once and for all. No more telekinesis save this time. Amara gets some good damage out. The cow is dead. Absolutely no way to get back in the game. Refreshers pop now. 2 dead for Liquid without buyback. 77K network lead. Hey, Roche might be up in 5 seconds though, Falcons. Let's take it easy here.
Torment.
Play a little discipline. Tormentor's up. Gonna get some extra gold there.
Yeah.
Still creeps available to kill in the jungle.
And if we wait until 60 minutes, we'll get the tier 5.
Oh god, everybody needs a tier 5 items, absolutely. Goodness gracious. Like building might be on the menu after all. Nisha has to pop his BKB. Try to hold this 3 versus 5. Might have to give up some buildings.
Crit is literally standing on top of their heroes.
Crit forgot how to move his hero. Understandable in such a very lengthy game. Second set of Barracks goes the way of Falcons. I do believe this is going to be Megas. I know this is a bold statement.
Yep.
But I do think it's going to happen, Cinderin. Mickey up pretty far, gets fissured, gets arrowed. Amara's there with the right click. Skeeter still going for buildings. There's the Superman, but instantly canceled by the Tornado. No buyback though, as Mickey has to stand his ground. Laguna Blade on the right click. Amara right on top with a static click, and now they delete Mickey, finally putting him to an end. No buyback for him. 2 versus 5. Falcons. Is this enough of an advantage to finish the game, or do you want to go for Roche? Because it's up to 35 seconds. Looks like the tier 4 is on the menu, though. As Falcons should surely be able to take game 1 of this best of 3 with an 85K network lead. My goodness. Just an absolute shellacking that never ended. Mallory wants 1 more kill for the road. Nisha in the tree line, storm hammered. Ancient exposed, killed off as well. 89K. Can we get to 90 at least before this game ends?
Am I hearing 90?
Let's get this. Echo Sand comes out. It's stolen from Tofu. Huge play from him. The GGs come out. 89K network leads about to end. It does not reach 90. Falcons take game number 1. Very close call overall. Honestly, I had fun though. This was a fun game number 1.
I mean, I think they enjoyed themselves too. And
wait, you mean Falcons?
Yeah, probably one team in
problem.
Liquid, gotta commend the mentality to hold on to the bitter end there. That game, realistically speaking, was over for about half an hour, I would say.
Yeah.
At least 20 minutes.
That sounds about right, yeah.
We've seen crazy comebacks at TI, especially on the main stage when the stakes are high. This was not one of those games where Liquid even got a single winning moment. For the last 40 minutes, I think every single exchange went in Falcons' favor, and they're up 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0, Shiva!
Thank you very much, Osman and Cinderin. A 55-minute game with an 89K gold lead for a game that did indeed felt, for the longest time, solidly in the hands of Falcons. I think, Winter, maybe it's an odd mix of respect for Liquid and their ability to still make those plays, and potentially also the respect of being in the lower bracket. The pressure's on. You want to make sure.
Just want to make sure, why do you need to risk it when you already have all the lead in the world, all the farm in the world?
Yeah.
There's no point for you to risk it, just play it so soft, play it slow. I mean, they probably had one of the biggest lead I've ever seen at 40, 45 minutes, even at 50 minutes. Like, that was insane.
Falcons, they're back, all right? They do the thing where they win the early game, and then when they win the early game, they're like, okay, how do we want to do this? Do we want to go for Roshan? Do we want to go high ground? Do we want to destroy the Ancient? The whole point of Dota 2? No. We want to build this net worth lead. We want to impress Winter. They are fully back in form if they are able to replicate this again, because, my gosh, this was a scary performance from Falcons in Game 1.
And they did it with the Bounty Hunter that they stole from yesterday's games. They did it in a very solid way. I think, Rhea, this was the type of Falcons you'd love to see. This was their own style, and they crushed with it.
Yeah, I really loved the support play this game. I think the Bounty and the Mirana both did such an excellent job, both with their gameplay and their itemization. We talked in the panel about getting a Yules instead of the Mirana. Actually, it was the Bounty picking that up, and Mirana got 4-star. I know Winter was so happy to point that item out to being so good. But honestly, I feel like on both teams, this game was a game of 4-stars. Every single fight, it's like we're seeing people be repositioned non-stop into getting saved. I think it was way more impactful for Falcons in the early game because it meant that Liquid were never able to cinch out the kills when people got repositioned.
Yeah, and also, I mean, this game, Crit was just an absolute pinata. I think Liquid, they weren't seeing much in this game other than trying to just smack Crit as much as possible. Right. 7 deaths to his name. A lot of the highlights was a Spirit Breaker charge into an Underlord ult, and oh wow, we then finally killed Crit. But then on the other side of the screen, you've got Skidder getting kills, Marine jumping around, never dying in the game, Amar, 12, 1, and 15. So as much as Crit did tank a lot of that aggression, that was only the aggression that we ever really saw from Liquid, because the rest of the show was Falcons just running throughout the entire map, being so efficient with their farm, and how they just kind of closed it out and just took every objective and what they wanted to do on their terms.
Yeah, I think you can make a case for any player to be the MVP of this game for Falcons, especially because the game went as long as it did. Winter, who would you go for in this situation, and would it be Amar?
I think it has to be either Skitter or Maureen. I think they are the ones that set out a lot of very, very crucial plays, especially with the dagger. They were able to make a lot of space, but of course, in the early game, the Bounty Hunter Crit, he did a lot of work. He secured the lane, and everything just felt it was very, very straightforward. And this Mirana plus Bounty Hunter duo, I think it's probably my favorite duo right now. It has to be the strongest duo, in my opinion, with Bounty Hunter. We've seen Bounty plus Wyvern, but it didn't really feel like it's as strong as the Bounty plus Mirana.
It was an incredibly strong showing, and I'm sure we're going to see it addressed later on in, of course, the second game we're going to see. We've seen a lot of Mirana already throughout the international group stage and main event. Whether we're going to see that again, we don't know yet. But one thing that we will see right about now is Sir Action Slacks.
观众朋友们，大家好！现在我们就在场馆内呢，在我们身后的话也是找到了一群粉丝，我们跟 Slug 一起要跟他们来玩一些 DOTA 2的游戏。
Hello, that is right, my friends. We're going to play a little game in the crowd. Welcome, everyone. We are in the crowd here, and we found some folks that do not speak Chinese, correct?
Yeah. Yes. That's fine. 0.
Fantastic. Now, in China, they have some very specific cool nicknames for some heroes, and we gathered some fans here. All right? The contest is, they will say a name of a Chinese Dota hero, a nickname. You have to guess what it is. If you get it right, you both get a delicious prize. All right? Are you ready?
没错，所以我们这次的话就是会让我们的粉丝来教我们的这个外国朋友怎么来说我们中文英雄的名字。如果他们猜对了这个昵称的话，他们都会得到奖品。
Okay, 我听得懂。Here we go. Are you ready for the first hero?
准备好了吗？
蓝猫。
Oh.
It's a 蓝猫。
蓝猫。Well, no cheating here. All right. Well, first guess.
Sven.
Sven.
是 Sven 吗？
No,
Sven.
All right, what is it actually? What does it mean in English?
The meaning in English is blue cat.
Blue cat?
Blue cat.
Mirana.
No! All right, you are allowed now to do charades. You can charades and act it out for them. Good luck,
来，
please.
给我们演绎一下蓝猫是怎么样的。
Oh. Oh. All right. Any thought?
Again, can you do it again?
Do it again. Do it again. Okay.
See.
Oh, come on. He's got a hat. And, oh, you know. Oh, spirit.
Storm Spirit.
Oh, he guessed it unbelievably! Such a good storm spirit, I had to say. Very good, very good. Well done, well done. Okay, your next contestant, please.
我们下一位来，我们下一位走到我们的中间哦。He bring his own ages, man.
Thank you, thank you. The only Chinese ages will be given out.
Okay.
Answer.
Mm.
It's a very sad answer.
Okay, okay. Who was it? It is very sad. Who is he guessing?
我们来出题。
OK，大屁股。
大屁股。
Okay. Any guesses?
Night.
Nick's assassin.
是斯耶斯克吗？
No. What's the English?
Big booty.
Big booty? Big booty like
Big booty, we both have it.
Big booty, baby! All right, big booty.
Queen of Pain. Biggest booty?
Biggest booty.
Queen of Pain.
是痛苦女王吗
No.
Okay. Act it out. Hold the ages. What the heck?
要不要再试一个？要不要再试一个不一样的？
What the? Good luck with this big booty. Okay, what do we have?
Luna.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who was it?
Underlord.
Underlord! I give you the pity ones. All right, good try. I give you a pity one. Okay, last one? Last one, pick one more. All right, this is a group effort, both of you. Okay, let's go. Last one. Fast. We gotta go.
来，直接给我一个名字。斧王。太简单了，换一个。
奶绿。I really don't know.
Act it out.
表演一下。
Oh!
The wood.
Right, yeah! There we go. Congratulations. Thank you guys so much. Hope you had some fun. There's some more. Yeah! And back to you guys on the panel.
I do love that you got two options to choose big booty and you have to agree to pay Oh, that was a good one, by the way. I also got big booty next to me. It's a big Largo, actually.
Chill. Oh, no, sorry. Anyway, go back.
You got small booties.
How dare you speak of me like that? I do have quite nice-sized booties in front of me.
And if you want to get yourself big booty or small booties, you can get yourself to the secret shop to get your own Largos. Or, for example, Rayo, what you got there?
I got a big ol', you said it's Baby Roshan. Baby Roshan.
It's a small booty.
Small Roshan. Roshan of reasonable size. Carryable size. You can take him everywhere. To the park, to the movies.
Wait, do you think that I can't take this one everywhere?
It's quite a size. I have a confession. I may have bought that wonderful plushie, this one, that one, and that one, and I don't have any space in my suitcase. So if
donations are open.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to help me get a new suitcase in China and I need to buy a ticket, would love the assistance.
Or you can get yourself.
I have space. Okay. There we go.
All right, we have got a great series on our hands, of course, that we're going to continue talking about. As Liquid and Falcons, there was one thing in particular that I think already showed us how this game would end. The writing was on the wall, Winter, when we looked at that game, and around minute 9, something awkward happened.
Yeah.
I'm saying awkward.
It's very sad. It's very sad. And our main character, Big Booty, he was involved in some gank that he kind of set up for himself. He was trying to help, Mike got ganked in the bot lane. He plays the Underlord ultimate trying to help. I think he's dead. And then he didn't realize Arma came looking for him and he dies also. This is basically the story of the early game. They just had so bad of a start. Both the side lanes just got, especially Lina, just got demolished, and there was no way for you to come back. And when you pick Lina on the safe lane, that hero does not like losing her lane at all. You cannot come back from a bad start, with that hero.
Yeah, we can take a look at the Lina versus Razor, because that was very much the story of the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and coming into the series, we wanted to see Amar have that presence to kind of step up into the game. And of course, here he's already got the Asher BKB. And for Mickey, 4-4-1 scoreline, having Maelstrom and 4 stuff, at 20 minutes into the game, you want to look at your Lina, you want to see BKB, you want to see the Pike, maybe even the Crystals, you want to see actual items to play around, because you've built an entire lineup where Lina needs to stand in the middle, protected by everyone to do the damage. And I think Falcons did just such an exceptional job just chasing down this Lina, shutting down them up so quickly. And because of Razor having that BKB, you see ranged here, you lock onto them, they will die pretty much every time. They have to TP out. So yeah, just an exceptional draft and really great gameplay from Falcons, putting Mickey into just a really awkward position that we don't often see him in.
Yeah, and I think that BKB that we saw on Amar, Rhea, that's just the beginning of it for Amar.
Yeah, I really liked his item build this game, because we often see him try and be the carry. And I mean, in a way, his item build did let him be a carry, but he's not out here trying to do all the damage by, Daedalus or whatever. This guy went a very nice build that simply allowed him to sustain in fights and live, so he can get off his ult for longer periods of time and get more links, so that Mickey just simply cannot play. This guy had a Linken's, obviously playing as Barra. He had a Satanic, and he had a Refresher. So when he's applying his Eye of the Storm in these fights, it's reducing the armor of all of the enemies around him, allowing his Sven to chunk and do even more damage, including crits, track, damage amplify on top of that. They're able to do so much just by having this Razor in the middle of it, and he's just surviving and surviving because he has a BKB, he has a Manta, he has a Linken's, he has a Satanic. How do you kill this guy? You can't. It's impossible.
You ban that guy.
I mean, how often have we seen Razor banned? Very rarely. It is soon time to see what's coming our way in the second game. These two teams, both are known for taking series long. Not just within the game that we just saw, but also within the series. Going to a game number 3 is in their MO. Both if they're winning and if they're losing. So I would not be surprised to see that happening. It is, with this one, Team Liquid with their backs against the wall in this lower bracket, because I don't know if I need to remind you, but it is lower bracket here between these two titans of teams. Team Liquid and Falcons with a 1-up for the defending champions, Team Falcons, and Team Liquid now looking to scramble to get that W on the board in game number 2. And as we nearing the draft for this one, Tiga, what would you like to see different? Because so much fell apart with that laning stage that I don't know how much you can look at the draft and say, you know what, that's where we should have done better.
I feel like, at least for Falcons, because they have so many specialist heroes and that have been forgotten about or not touched recently, it now kind of reminds Liquid, because in the first phase they banned Tree, Earth Spirit, Husker. There's the Centaur ban, which again, it's hit or miss personally for me. So if you want to utilize hindsight in this scenario, maybe you replace that Centaur ban if the pick order is the same, and then you respect a Bounty or a Razor or something if you really care that much. So I think the first 3 bans are fine, just the Centaur. But yeah, don't allow Falcons into this ultimate comfort, because when you look at these heroes, this is kind of what Falcons really wants to play if the meta enables it. And the meta hasn't really said these heroes are very good up until the point where it's nope, we need to survive, they're going to work.
I mean, the other problem is having the Rubik and SB. It just feels like they don't have a position 5 hero, because both supports, they kind of want farm. They want to be greedy. They want to be on the position 4 row, so you get a little bit more farm XP. And I just didn't really like the setup, as much as what Falcon had. It was the day and night. The Bounty Hunter Mirana is up there, and then the Rubik Spirit Breaker is kind of down,
Well, he bashed the Razor mid lane that time and got
Oh,
the kill.
sure.
Like,
Oh, sure, T. He did so much that game.
Sorry, what percentage chance do you think they have to win TI right now, Liquid?
17%.
Exactly. That was the only answer.
There was only one answer to get there. One thing we didn't talk too much about is the man on our screen and his counterpart with the mid lane. We had the overall last pick going the way of Liquid, so it was Invoker that was picked into the Earthshaker. We knew it was coming, and yet this Earthshaker never died, Rhea. Never.
It's because he's just the best. He's the best Earthshaker in the world. I love seeing Malrine on these heroes like Shaker or Sand King when he can make plays by like he got a blink at 11 minutes. When he can do that and he can be around the map and enable everyone else, he gains his farm like on the way. Like he'll farm on the way, kill someone, farm back. He's so efficient and good with it. I think it also comes from how good the supports are, right? Because we've seen other teams where the mid will just end up walking around the map and kind of flailing because their supports aren't setting up enough. But you have this super strong duo in Mirana, Bounty Hunter, and then it just means that anywhere Malrine goes, you have like a Svensson, you have your Mirana follow-up, you have like a Razor to do damage, you have everything. I think Malrine was perfectly enabled in the draft.
It definitely did seem that way from the way Game 1 played itself out. And I'm sure that Team Liquid has something in mind to come back in this game number 2. There's a lot of effort that needs to be put in this draft, though, because they need to start off well. They need to set themselves up for success, starting from the lanes already, as that's where it all went wrong in Game 1. But let's see what is coming our way.
Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. Game 2.
The second game, we're going to have Falcons on the Radiant side. We swap that around. Team Liquid will therefore be Dire side, and Team Liquid will be the team with first pick. Falcons overall last pick. And we got maybe a couple of changes coming out. One hero in particular might be missing in terms of bans, because Team Liquid does have the possibility to pick up the Ember if they really want to. But it's not just that, because it's been a little while since
wait a minute.
hero make it through.
Wait a minute. Oh my god.
Yep.
This hero is back.
Oh.
Do you want to play Ember against that? Or no?
Yes. I think that's probably the best answer, because you kind of stop him from moving around in the team fights. You build Mage Slayer. But then again, I think ES just gets to a point where he doesn't really care. He's going to get there,
Right. There's a couple ways to try and navigate Earth for it. You need to have early ways that when he rotates, you just have the damage to kill him. Don't allow him to spread the Magnetize over a long duration. It's like catch him, kill him, stop him from using his ultimate. Or you just need to have really tanky heroes with dispels.
Sounds like a job for Doom.
All right, can we?
What was the win rate on Doom? You want to remind me of that one? But yeah, tankiness to survive or just kill him.
Can we take a small step back in the sense that this Earth Spirit, I mean, we talk about it a lot and we see it banned almost every single time. What is the short version of why this hero is banned every single time?
Quick map play. You get to lane into pretty much most matchups. You don't really care what you play into. Even some of the harder matchups you can play, because you can kill off the range creep. You rotate nicely. You can buy Vessel. You can buy Shivas. You can buy like pretty much whatever items you want to continue fighting into the map. And Magnetize does so much damage. The talents also feel really nice. So your damage scales throughout the game. Your map presence is there. You can TP rotate quickly. Like everything you want in a hero, Earthspirit has from the mid lane.
He's so hard to kill because he has so much strength gain per level. I don't know why the hero is so tanky.
Yeah. He also is like so good for mid lane because he doesn't even have to skill roll anymore. You can just skill your kick and pull, and you're able to just clear waves and farm efficiently. And then on top of that, his innate means that he gets extra damage depending on how many rocks he hasn't used. So in mid lane, where you don't even need to use your rocks, you can just kick creeps into other creeps, for example. It's like he just is dealing so much more damage than he should be doing.
One day he'll get nerfed into a point where he actually goes back to support again. But maybe this is the TI. This is the TI that you send him back to the role he was started on. I technically didn't start on that because it was kind of broken on release. But anyways.
We got a nice start for the draft for Team Falcons as well. The Lina and the Centaur are a classic duo and have had quite success this international.
Yeah, very stable foundation for the draft here. I don't know if the Lina is going to be a flex for them because I probably don't want Skita to play this hero. because it doesn't really fit the MO, which we discussed briefly in the first game, where Skitter needs to be the dagger hero. He needs to be the frontline hero. Do you think it might be a support? Do you think there's a chance that it could be a support? I remember Falcons did it a long time ago on Crit.
Sure, but I also could just see, like, I mean, there's so much flexibility with it that fundamentally, if it is cores, no matter what, Centaur will protect Lina core, done, against the Earth Spirit. I prefer that to be the case. I don't really want to see Centaur to go to support and then everything goes around in different directions. But Liquid, they want the pace to be increased immensely this game. They now pick up 2 supports that don't just play just chilling, waiting for things. There's not a Rubik waiting for things to happen. It's not a Spirit Breaker chasing into the map. It's now a Tusk and a Hoodwink together, getting kills, making moves, and that's exactly what Earth Spirit wants. So the pacing will be very different to game 1. Falcons, they need to be ready for this amount of damage in both the lanes and the early rotations.
Yeah. Something like Undying is still in the pool if they want to just try and focus on bringing lanes back to neutral, because right now it looks like Liquid is just going to go for murder after murder after murder.
And you kind of need supports that can match up against Tusk, like Wyvern with the Embrace against the tag team, or something like a Dark Wheeler to dodge the tag team, or the Wind Ranger. You know, I think heroes like this that provide you with stability in the lane, they need to pick their supports right now and ensure that the last pick would be easy. Because if they pick supports that are too greedy, then the laning phase could be a question mark. Then it could create a lot of problems when you're trying to pick your overall last pick. So the 2 picks here, 16-17 on Falcons, is very, very important.
Hey, you talked about the Enchantress already at start.
This is the strongest support in the early game. And Bane as well, like very, very strong. Probably is Creed gonna be playing the Enchantress here.
They very much went for the we want to survive as much as possible, right? You've gone for 2 lane dominating supports in their own ways. And that alone is like, okay, if we can win the first 8, that'll buy us time to get to 20. And by 20, we feel like we'll have a draft that will outscale Liquid. But it's now a lot of emphasis on both I was about to combine Snaking and Crit into one name there. But anyway, Crit and Snaking to kind of fill their roles.
I'm also kind of like a fan of the way they play the Eng, where you max the impetus early and you don't get heal and you just be a damage dealer.
You're one of those type of supports, I see.
Oh, wow.
You don't... I mean, I'm a fan of the enchant and heal, and you just get the creeps, you just body, and then when Earthspirit rolls in, you just press heal, and then it's like you just don't care anymore, because like, alright, great, I'm doing my job. But I can see the damage. I think if you just put some Tusk to half HP, there's no fight to be had, right? So
there's the big booty. I don't think I've ever said booty this many times on panel.
No, what a name for a hero, by the way. Especially at TI as well, Shiva. Come on.
And he's not even, you know, from old Dota 1, right? He's
no, he is from Dota 1. The name is based on his, if you remember his old Dota 1 model, he actually has a very big bottom.
Very big bottom.
That explains it. That explains it. Thank you for that.
Okay, this is probably Ace's best hero. The Underlord, he knows this hero inside out. It gives them a lot of global presence. You can connect to the Tusk. It's just a very, very strong lane with Hoodwink. I'm expecting the Underlord to go with the Hoodwink and the Tusk will be on the 5. The position 5 with the range carry here to round everything up, you know, for Liquid.
What is a good range carry here though? Because with Lina, I feel like she outranges a lot of heroes. And with Centaur, I'm worried about the ability to get on top of someone.
But you
like
have the ES, so I think you just need a draft that works, that makes sense in the lane, and you're gonna be fine. I think ES is gonna be a true win condition. Like even like a Nature's Prophet is still in the pool, which could be fine with the Tusk. Anything that's strong in the lane.
I mean, it's the Prophet, the Wind Rangers, the Lunas, like the super kind of generic range core that will do their role in the early game, and then you can just join the Earth Spirit, like Winter's already mentioning, join the Underlord with his axe timing. Like you don't want a carry that like is out of sync with Underlord and Earth Spirit.
Yeah, the benefit about having the MP is you have a way to wake up the sleep, you know, from Bane. I think Bane really hates playing to MP.
We saw Nature's Prophet banned by Falcons in game 1. So it is on their radar. They might still ban it out. I feel like at this point as well, I kind of have to ask, like, is Lone Druid just ignored in this series? Like, is he dead? Is he done? We saw him be so impactful yesterday.
At the moment, it's ignored, but also could be a consideration for Liquid potentially, just because you see the kind of supports. The Lone Druid can always hunt them, and you are going to farm quite nicely in lane, so it is a potential pickup for Liquid as well.
They have a really nice 4 as well. So like whilst Lone Druid is farming up all those items, I think the rest of them can play really nicely together. I think Lone Druid Bear has insane kill potential on lane if you bring Tusk as well. I mean, it would be so nice.
The final pick for Liquid.
Yeah, the decision here is about how greedy they think they can go, here. Can we go for the Lone Druid, or do we want something more team-based like a Luna? Like, or the Win, Win is like a very team-based hero. This is a little bit, I would say, like a strange one, because Centaur is considered a very hard counter to win. But Liquid feels like we don't really care about that. All we need here is a hero that can play with the team, because the benefit of having a Win as a carry is the rune fights are going to be very favorable for you. You can just come over, shoot a power shot. Usually it's going to end up with your team winning the small little fight there. So that's going to give them a lot of early game aggression, and Falcons have to decide as well, on their part, how greedy can they get? What type of Skitter hero he's going to be able to get his hands on here to stabilize the game and let the Lina farm. Like, what melee heroes are available here?
Tiny?
Unless you want to go back for the Kings that he's played quite a bit of. Very successfully so.
Yeah, Kings is okay. Kings is pretty decent.
I feel like this point, he has a lot of options that he could go for. He has deep pockets.
Yeah, if Ursa wasn't so bad of a hero, Ursa would be good here.
Yeah.
Until they pick, no.
Traditionally, it's counted as the hardest hero for Underlord to deal with in the whole game.
I mean, also into Earthfit, right? Just any way to just try to punish the Magnetizer always going to feel really nice, right? So, I mean, the lifesteal band makes a lot of sense from Liquid to protect it. You're not really going to see Juggernaut in current meta. Also, Arme is not in the playoffs.
Didn't we see it? Like, somebody, was it
tried
pure play? I think somebody played Juggernaut, I remember.
And then, we're just going back for the Sven, why not?
Yeah. That's very solid. I think the way I see it is Underlord reduces a lot of your damage and Sven overwhelms you with too much damage. So you don't really care, and he still fits the MO of a Blink stun. And it's very, very important that Skitter is playing the Blink stun hero.
And I think with Nisha playing the Earth Spirit, it just takes one roll into a Fiend script, Skitter will be there, or Mauer will be there, and you will kill the Earth Spirit off very quickly. So I think the Falcons have the tools to deal with probably the strongest hero at TI so far. But if they don't control the pacing of the game, Liquid have all the heroes to poke, to prod, to get an objective, to reset, get the resources, go again for another kill. They have a very scary lineup. It looks a little bit better for Liquid, but I think Falcons, they have the tools to just build that big net worth lead again, to play through their supports, to get their cores online.
Yeah, when I look at these lineups, I think Mickey's pick at first confuses me a bit. You now have the plus armor from Sven. You're playing into a Dispel from Enchantress. You're playing into a Malreen's Lina who can, doesn't care about win run in the first place. It seems like early they have a chance to really shut him down and give him no options. But the other 4 heroes are very, very strong to the point that I think they make up for his weaknesses. And then eventually when Mickey is able to have a BKB and can then join Nisha in going on Malreen's Lina, for example, and not letting him play the game.
So, main question is very simple. A game 3, yay or nay?
It's a tough one. This one is it's a very tough one. I think it's very equal. But according to stats, you can't go wrong with Earth Spirit.
Yep, what he said. I mean, to be fair, statistically, Earth Spirit very good.
Yeah.
But after that first game, it's hard to go against Falcons.
Yeah.
But I think Liquid, they're in a better position. They have the Earth Spirit. They have the aggression. They have the Liquid of 2 years past. Surely.
I think if Falcons is able to beat Liquid here, it's obviously very good for them to stay in the competition, and that's very nice. But I also think this would be a very strong statement of hey guys, we will answer your Earth Spirit with Alina, and we will win. And that will open up the draft for them moving forward in this international. So there's maybe going to be a lot of other teams looking at this to see if Falcons will get that advantage over them in the games to come. But of course, they have to perform first. They have to do it first. They have to beat Team Liquid and eliminate Team Liquid first. And so far, their history here during the international has been mostly going to a game 3, but maybe they can break that curse here for a second time round, as we first are going to hear from Coach AUI before heading in the game.
Thank you so much, Shaver. AUI, got a chance to talk to Blitz in the last interview, and he was just talking about how much he loves you. 20 years together in the Dota 2 scene, one of the biggest friends that he has. And then you walk out there in game one and absolutely trash his ass like it was nothing. Why are you so mean to him?
I don't know. But yeah, I've known Blitz forever. We know each other since Dota 1. I respect the guy a lot, and it's honestly a pleasure. Apparently, this is the first time we played on the main stage against each other. He told me that. Gave me a hug backstage. It's honestly, I'm blessed.
Well, you certainly don't care enough to not pick Sven again. Very rude of you. Let's talk a little bit about this Sven. Why you guys? Why Sven? Why so strong?
I think he fulfills like stuff that we need in our lineup. Skitter's good at the hero, and like he goes well with Amar and Maureen's hero pool, so it's just a good hero for us.
All right, you guys have already eviscerated everyone's bracket in this series, but at least tell me we're gonna go to a game 3. Promise me, Owie. Promise me like you would promise him 20 years ago.
No, I really hope not.
You don't hope that you don't make it to a game 3? You gotta reword that, Owie. They're watching.
Yeah, I want 2-0 for us.
Oh, come on. Okay, fine. Very well. Owie 2000, incredible job. I hope that you get that 2-0. My bracket. But thank you so much. But you guys, we'll get into the game.
Thank you so much. Falcons versus Liquid, game number 2. AUI, one of my favorite, I'd call them personalities, I guess, of all time, Cinderin. He was a coach for us. First, he was a player, though.
Us?
Yeah, DC, back in the day.
Yeah, you just say us, you know, people are going to be like, what Counter-Strike team did he coach you on?
He was my personal coach.
Oh.
But yeah, he's a really nice guy, very humble, and glad to see him have so much success. I mean, he's won 3 TIs, technically, 2 as a coach, 1 as a player, one of the most legendary people in the scene, no doubt about it. As we get into game number 2, do you think there will be a game number 3, Cinderella?
I think there's a pretty good chance of it, at the very least. I mean, the first game was obviously a complete beatdown, and when a game extends that long and one team is dominating, at the end, it's going to look like the worst loss ever, right? But in reality, you know, you could have argued that they should have GD'd out earlier, and they were just far behind against the Bounty Hunter lineup, and that was a very hard game to recover, is what I'm trying to say. But Liquid are the kind of team that can bounce back from a bad game immediately and find the right solutions, and obviously, they have very resilient players. They've been through everything. They've been through incredible win streaks. They've had the worst losses ever on the biggest stage. They've tried it all. So, and obviously their players are a little bit of a mix of 2 past teams, the old Liquid and the old Gaming Gladiators, and both of those teams had rivalries between each other and obviously with the other big dogs at the time. So experience is very key in situations like this, and they've got that in spades at the very least. And the lineup this time, I think, is just also better overall than the game was in number 1.
Yeah, they got the big booty on Ace. I think I would have guessed Underlord, but I didn't know that that was the answer. Of course, Pitlord is the original Cinderella, the OG of Dota 1. But yeah, they get to pick that again. This time it's again against a much different lineup. You have, I mean, Sven is the same, I suppose, from Falcon's side, so Skeeter will get a repeat on that. But Amar playing much different hero this time around than the Razor. It is Centaur who has been... The funny thing about this draft is you didn't know where the Centaur was going until the very last pick, because it could have been mid, technically. They could have played Carry, Lina. But yeah, that's part of the flexibility that comes with Falcons.
Yeah, for as long as this team has existed, they have been, I want to say, the biggest flex team in Tier 1 Dota. Like, they've just always valued having shared hero pools. That might be one of the things that AUI has been focusing on the absolute most in the draft, and has kind of had his players either train specific heroes to get them on a playable level, or just immediately recognize, all right, which heroes do we have major overlap in that I can use for strategy? Obviously, Razor is one that comes to mind from the beginning. Timbersaw, Huskar, Viper, and a lot of these heroes, what they share is an ability to absolutely destroy individual matchups. So a lot of the games that Falcons win, 1 or 2 of their lanes are extremely one-sided. Now, last game, that wasn't necessarily the case by draft. It kind of just accelerated very quickly. Or you could argue they stomped the bot lane, which I still think they shouldn't have on paper. But other than that, that game wasn't a game where they were just drafting to smash lanes. This time around, the hero that comes to mind for that is the Enchantress. This is a hero Falcons love. Played it countless times, but it's actually in the hands of Crit, which is kind of unusual. This is, I think Snaking has the highest win streak of all time in Pro Dota on this hero, maybe on any hero. I believe he won 21 games of Enchantress in a row in 2024, 2025 before he lost, if I'm not mistaken. I just remember it being this most ridiculous stat line. But they're still choosing to put it on Crit instead here. Crit plays Bane. But I guess they just want to keep their players in the respective lanes rather than in terms of the heroes themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Enchantress is such an ultra aggressive hero, and this is a hero that can scale into the late game as well.
Yeah.
We've seen so many times before. But yeah, now that Snaking is on Bane, you're not going to be... I don't think you're going to get the same farm as Mirana.
No, that is not happening. That is definitely not happening. But the thing about Ench is, in certain matchups and certain lanes, this hero dominates. This doesn't seem like the type of lane that's likely going to happen. You're playing into level 2 tag team with a Wind Ranger, and together with a Centaur. I don't think you are going to be putting all that much pressure, but you're definitely going to get a lot of farm onto a Mar.
Yep, and we've seen the Centaurs kind of take... I mean, if he doesn't go Heart first, Cinder, I'll be shocked. Or Radiance, or something weird.
They go Helm of the Dominator into Midas.
Okay, well...
A real Amar would
into
go
Midas?
That would be real.
Both. Wow.
That's a real Amar build, isn't it?
That's equivalent to double Midas. That's excellent.
Helm of the Dominator, Midas, Battle Fury.
Yeah, I mean, Helm is, I guess, standard at
yeah,
this point.
you just
get it literally every single game. Understandable. Actually makes me miss Marcy a little bit. I can't believe I'm saying that out loud. That was the original Helm when that came back.
Yeah.
Be able to bounce off of that one.
I would argue it's surprising that we've seen her, I believe, 0 games.
Would you, if she was picked, do you think it would be more likely to be a support or a core?
I think it would be more likely for it to be picked as a core, but I mean, she definitely has some shortcomings. I'm not super surprised that she's not top meta or anything, but 0 games on that hero is quite surprising, especially because there's a couple of players on the big stage here that are in the main event that really play Amin Marson, like specialized in it, but none of them are running it, so what can you do?
Bottom rune will be a regen for Malrine. We'll bottle it up. Nisha will take an LSA, snaking in the area. Not able to get anything off, though. Crit also here, but Alpha Wolf a little bit too late to the party, but we'll be able to pressure the tower. Going to keep that siege alive a little bit longer now that this wave catches up.
Yeah, this is a key timing for multiple reasons for Falcons. As you mentioned, the siege creep. Malrine also cracked level 6, so they wanted to put the Laguna to use to get a kill and the tower. They're going to settle for Boxy.
Yep. Laguna is there. Boxy staying alive with the Lotus, but the Brain Sap and the right clicks are enough as Malrine will secure first blood and the tier 1 at 6.5 minutes. Very, very fast play here from Falcons. Nisha, first magnetized of the game onto Snaking. Gonna get the roll in as well. That's a kill, so some good retribution. Actually gets a bushwhack as well onto Malrine, onto the single tree there. TP's out successfully. But they do save the tower. Thought that was a goner for sure.
It's a good response from Tofu, but you could maybe have wished for it to come a little bit earlier so that they wouldn't have lost 90% of the tower, but still, it's a good sign that they don't just have to immediately concede this to the first Enchantress move. And they get Nisha on the board. Now, he doesn't have Urn. He is going Treads first, so no pickup of that with the kill. But this hero, like the panel talked about, Earth Spirit's been one of the biggest heroes of the entire tournament. Insanely high win rate, and there's plenty of heroes in the pool that have high win rates. The thing that's most impressive about Earth Spirit is that he's been first picked in the majority of games, and yes,
He's getting gone on under the tier 1 tower. Will pop the God Strength to try to kill off Boxy. Not going to happen though. The Nightmare is there though. No follow-up, so Snake King not able to secure at least some sort of a trade. Good rotation from Liquid.
AK even made his way down there in case there was going to be a response from Falcon, so Liquid are sure to bring the numbers. But yeah, what I was saying about Earth Spirit, as he's going to pick up an Arcane Rune. This hero has been, I think it has about 65% win rate as a primarily first-picked core, which is very unusual. So, definitely one of the strongest heroes. He's going to connect onto Amar. Silence. No focus fire, though. Worried about the retaliate, I suppose. I mean, he has to use it if they want to kill it, though.
Yeah,
maybe not.
Shackle will be there. Yeah, doesn't need it after all, it seems.
All good.
For Malrine, though, with the Laguna Blade. Can they get the kill on the Nisha? Nice job with the Wild Wing Ripper as well. The right clicks are coming for him. The impetus, not quite enough, but Malrine, can you guess correctly? Into the north. Nisha gonna get hit by the Dragon Slave, kills off the Wild Wing Ripper. The Blood Grenade, right clicks do suffice. Might cost them though. Crit gonna take the
that's a nice LSA connection.
onto the tier 1 tower. The Dragon Slave as well. Mickey now ticking out. So Malrine's rotation makes the world of difference. Very close call though. That could have lived on both heroes, technically speaking, for Liquid.
Really good spellcasting from Malrine. That looks easier than it is. And yeah, Liquid don't really get anything for free here. Begs the question, what if you just focus fire the Centaur right away? Yeah, you're going to take some retaliate damage, obviously, but I think you kill him first, and then...
Yeah, that becomes a little scarier.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously dicey, right? And you know you're going to take a lot of damage, but time is of the essence in moments like that, because you know the enemy team is going to rotate and put up some sort of a defensive rotation for a Mar.
Is Blade Mail just dead on most heroes?
Yeah.
Was nerfed too much?
It feels like you only see it purchased on heroes that have taunts.
Does Axe, Legion, although we don't really see Legion, I guess.
Yeah. So by extension, because it is bought by 2 heroes and one of them doesn't get picked, it's pretty dead, yeah. We haven't seen much Axe either. It's been very...
Yeah, that's a shame.
It was one of the heroes that I would expect to maybe get a little bit more love, especially in a patch that favors hard carries a lot. Then Axe oftentimes goes up in value because you can actually kill certain heroes, 100 to 0 almost. But haven't seen him much. Malrine, not going to get found by the Earthbind. Oh, excuse me, Earthbind.
There's a Meepo in this game. Wowee!
It looks the same. I'll give myself a pass on that one.
You think it's the same VFX? You think Valve are lazy? Come on.
No, it's not. But you do remember that track through the concoction projectile, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or something. I don't know if it still does, actually.
It was, yeah. I mean, no, Track used the actual Alchemist bottles, right?
Was it? I thought it was the same. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter.
It is the same. I don't know if they changed it, though.
Yeah, maybe they didn't.
Next time we see an Alchemist in the game, we'll pay close attention. Of course, we will definitely remember this conversation because we're very good at remembering things.
Yeah.
Stacks from Mickey.
Saw the Bane. Was not going to happen. It's actually time to evacuate for Snaking, or he's going to be on the receiving end. Mickey.
Stampede. Shackle into the nice shards from Boxy. Oh, the Nightmare though onto the other side. Snaking, very nicely done. It buys him a little bit of extra time, but...
Cute.
It was.
But not enough.
And we should mention, since this is an elimination game, especially for Liquid, this is Boxy's best hero, I think. I mean,
he is insane.
The original Tusk for me is Crit, and then it became Boxy eventually, if that makes sense.
There's a couple of noteworthy mentions. I think FY also had a couple of years where he was insane on Soxa, I think.
Oh, man, Soxa.
Soxa's Tusk was wild for 2 years.
When he tried out for us, that's the hero that he played. This might be a very big gank for Liquid. The slow is there. The Fiend's Gate's coming. Tofu from the other side. It's a 5 versus 1. And guess who loses his life? It's the one.
Yep.
Either.
If he could have somehow won that exchange, I think.
That would have been an Arteezy special, I believe. Except he was playing Lifestealer.
Yeah, and he had a couple more items.
Just a couple.
Yeah.
LSA, but the grip is there with Laguna Blade. Do they actually have the damage? It's a very tanky hero in general. One of the highest rank games in the game. Nisha will turn it around onto Bane instead. So Falcons, definitely not the same start that they were accustomed to in that game number 1.
Isn't that crazy to just see that unfold at 12 minutes? This is a Lina mid and a full duration Fiend's Grip. And the guy still survives on like 30% HP and gets to counterplay them and kill the support.
Does he still have the highest strength game in the game? At the very least,
he has one of the highest.
Top 3, I think.
It's 3.8.
Centaur might be higher.
Centaur is in the game. He has 4.3. I think that might be the highest, single highest. But, I mean, Earth Spirit's just something else. Spirit Vessel for Nisha.
Wow, already 1,500 away from Ags on the underboard. Good farming here. And Boxy's going to be found and destroyed. And now another tower will go the way of Falcons. So that's one thing that's going in their favor right now.
This is still I mean, it's an even game in terms of net worth, right? The biggest discrepancy from expectation, if you will, is that Skitter's Sven is having a much harder time than he was in game number 1 with a similar matchup. He's laning into Underlord again. So this is something that Liquid have definitely improved on. Nice sharpshooter.
Again, going for the Nightmare to get some terrain walk action. Looks like he's gonna end up dying nonetheless. Ace will bring him down. I think he was trying to go for a cheeky deny in the tier 1 tower, but was spotted by Tofu. Mjolnir next on the list for Mickey. As we hit the 14-minute mark, looks like it'll just be a trade, although nobody's on that side for Falcons for the Wisdom.
And the good news this time for Liquid is that they are even, and they're not playing against an extremely oppressive map control hero like Bounty Hunter.
Yep.
So this time it feels like they can find their footing and get to play their own game.
Crit.
And Crit will...
Does get to the side of the shards, but it matters not. Another kill goes away with Liquid. Stampede. Amar want to get some sort of a trade. They'll get it onto Boxy.
I was about to stomp him, then he was like, I can KS with an ability that costs 0 mana instead.
Okay, I'm shocked here.
Malrine.
Yeah, he's out of there. As Amar is working on a Lotus Orb. Man, this young man has grown so much, Cinderin.
Oh. Good against what? Focus Fire, Pit of Malice, Magnetize. All of Earth Spirit's garbage.
Yeah.
Very good against the Vessel, obviously. There's a lot of upsides. I think in order for Amar to buy this item, he needs to feel like there's really good reasons, because otherwise he could have bought a farming item. Know how this guy operates. It also is a hybrid item on Centaur.
The old Amar wouldn't do this, though. And by the old Amar, that's the younger Amar.
Yeah, the younger Amar wouldn't have played Centaur.
That is true.
He would have played Timber or Razor or Doom.
Or Mars.
Or Mars. Yeah.
Even in the current meta, he would pick Mars.
I really wish Mars was better. I think that hero is super fun to watch.
I mean, he got dumpstered with the facet removal, right?
Yeah, he's one of the heroes that suffered the most from that.
Going to be found by Box. He gets the punch up. Tofu's there with the bushwhack. There's a power shot coming from the other side. Even Nisha joining the party.
A lot of long-range artillery.
But the other offlaner in a lot of trouble. A full Fiend's Grip into the right clicks from Malrine. It's enough, so trade for offlaners.
Looked like the Underlord is tankier than the Earth Spirit.
Yes.
Or excuse me, the other way around. The Earth Spirit tankier.
I know what you meant.
Yeah. Yeah, my bad.
We're just synced up, Cinder. Even when you're wrong, you're right, in my opinion.
And you finish my
sandwiches. That's right.
You always do. Oh, he got out with
barely.
Vessel on. Yeah, he's fine.
Very close call for crit. Nicely done. As he's already he's already working on Aghanim Scepter as a first item. Is that normal on Enchantress?
It's an occasional build that we see. I don't know what exactly prompts it in this game.
They're going to find themselves a Bane.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see it given these matchups. I would have thought this was a Pike game.
Yeah, Pike sounds incredible.
Against Underlord, against Earth Spirit, even against Wind Ranger to get position.
But it's a root, right? And I mean, nobody has a helm on the other side. As Liquid will go through the gate now. Not quite the 20-minute mark, though. No Tormentor up at the moment. They do scan out briefly and know that somebody is down here, and who else would it be other than Skeeter? This would be a massive kill. He's actually running towards them. A Boxy, Mask of Madness, which means he can't catch anything. Will get stuck inside the shards. They're going to try to kill off Snake King instead, doing a good job of making them target him, as they're going to turn their sights onto Mickey instead, getting beat down by this Sven. Bushwhack just in time with the sharpshooter to follow and a power shot as well. It's 2 kills for Liquid. They save Mickey in the end. Another very close call. Could have gone either way.
That looked like it was getting real dicey when they started diving that deep, but no TP from Amar. And Malrine couldn't connect on the Wind Ranger together with Sven because she was so far south, so yeah, they end up getting away with that. I thought that was real bad once Sven got to hit, but clutch play from the Liquid Pause 5 Tofu. 5-0-6 now on the Hoodwink. This hero has a pretty bad win rate this tournament as a 5 and a really, really good one as a 4.
Hoodwink?
Yeah. But Tofu knows how to run it.
That's interesting that there would be such a discrepancy.
Yeah, I think it was massive. I think I looked at it and it was like, I think as a 5 it had like 29%. Or it had 64.
How much more of a sample size between the two? Is it roughly the same as well?
No, it was definitely fewer games on 5, but still, I think it was still a decent amount. I don't know when you would consider stuff like that significant. Like
Anomaly, yes, anomaly.
how many games does it need to be before the chi-square is high enough?
Is that your vampire voice? I remember that one. As Aghanim Scepter up and running for Ace. So global at his disposal. And this is huge because the Tormentor, now that I'm saying it out loud, we don't really see Tormentor fights at all, do we?
No.
In theory, very good at contesting if there was to be a fight there.
Yeah. I think that's definitely something. The way that has developed over time is not the way it was intended. This was, I think, they were hoping for the Tormentor to be a fighting objective, not a whoever is in the neighborhood or wants to go out of the way to get it can just have it kind of objective.
Yeah. Or if you're
don't see many fights next
lower skill players / turbo players, it just isn't an objective at all. It doesn't exist. I can attest to that one. Blink dagger. Who's actually building the blink there? Pretty early blink. Looks like Amar will be going hard into blink though.
Yep, Sven is queuing up dagger. Tusk almost has a dagger.
So do you think he regrets the Lotus? Because he would have had heart by now, and you'd be farming faster. Of course, he doesn't know if there's going to be that much aggression coming the way of Liquid.
I don't think the difference is that big between Lotus and Heart for farm rate. Like, yeah, it's a little bit. Maybe it's cost him a few hundred gold at most. And like the opportunity cost of going that route, if the Lotus could change a team fight, yeah, I just think this is even Amar. We'll see the value in that.
Get the Reaver now.
He will.
Messerschmitt's Reaver, our favorite. Yeah. Crit inside the shards. Boxy, I don't think he's missed a single one of those yet.
He doesn't miss.
Masterful. I hear the Sven ult with the Fiend's Grip. Do they have damage this time? Absolutely. Finally, Nisha brought down. Boxy looks to be next on the list. We'll get off the snowball, but it's only a matter of time. LSA keeps him in place. So 2 kills for Falcons now.
Really nice blink reveal from Skitter. That's the kind of impact you want to see immediately. When you're having a bad game on Sven and you go the blink, you're buying it to fight immediately. You're not buying this to jungle for another 5 minutes. He finds a big ticket kill in the Earth Spirit. I believe Nisha was on a streak there. Yeah, he was dominating, so a nice little bit of bonus cash going Skitter's way. Keeping the game even still.
Crit about 1,200 away from his Ags. Little friend. Little what?
Little friends.
Yeah. Questioning myself. I shouldn't do that anymore.
What else would be little fiends?
Yeah, little.
Well, here's a big fiend's gate.
Yes, it is.
Well,
Crit in some trouble, and by that I mean he's dead.
Yep. They go and they little find him. Awesome.
Okay, just ignore that.
Snaking, he'll get out.
This Underlord Ags, I can't remember exactly what was changed, because when it was first introduced, I feel like we would see it as like a luxury 4th, 5th item. And I feel like it's always been really good. They're going to find snaking as well.
Oh, since back then, I think Pit of Malice has been buffed quite a bit, just the spell itself. And the game has also developed in a direction where it's less about balling up around Underlord. I think it's just a natural progression of the bigger map that getting more value out of this while you're farming just seems to be more favorable than running pipe most of the time. Look, somebody was in the neighborhood of the Tormentor. Tofu will get a Hunter's Boomerang, so the 20% incoming spell damage amp on the target is really nice news for Earth Spirit. Underlord Firestorm against Centaur will hit like an absolute truck already. That's going to be even more now. Against the Sven, of course.
Yep, that percentage-based damage. I mean, that heart is going to cost you more HP in theory if you're getting hit by Firestorm, but top net worth in the game
but when you take more damage, you feel more.
That is true, but Behemoth's heart. Punch comes up from Boxy. Easy kill onto Crit again.
Crit has played a lot of games on Enchantress in his career, but it's not the type of hero that I personally love to see him on, because it's less, how to say, less playmaky in the traditional sense of, you know, initiating fights, setting up a great stun, or making a clutch team fight contribution, or it's more about early lane pressure and movement. And in these stalemate situations, when you get to this point, that's when it's perfect that Snaking is playing that hero, because he just loves to farm jungle, you know? Like, and he'll just go on farm for 10-15 minutes. For Crit, I guess it's less of a preference for him, and they just picked it because they thought it was the right idea for the game. But obviously that does come at the cost of you're effectively relying a lot more on Snaking finding the setups in this game than in the average game. And he's found a couple good ones. A couple full duration grips, so not bad.
Very slow game, though. Yeah. I mean, 10 more kills for Liquid, but net worth-wise, dead even. As Amar is going to be hounded under the tier 1, all alone, gets off the Stampede. They get locked down, though, nowhere to go. I say that, he actually gets to the other side. The Bushwhack is going to find him with a sharpshooter to follow as Nisha continuing on. This is a tanky chonker boy, but they do find the damage eventually. The Snaking was just here, so he will fall as well.
Yeah, it seems like the communication was, I don't have TP on Lina, and then they just don't reinforce it. Sven had TP ready, Enchantress TP'd and then cancelled. So they obviously knew that was a 5-man move on the side of Falcons, but
DOTA Plus
to show up.
DOTA Plus loves Falcons, apparently. As the Kobold will die, as Malreen's going to try to fight despite not having their offlaner. He's going to get stun locked inside of this pit. Gets to the other side, though, just barely. He's ticking away, though, as Ace will continue with the Firestorm, and he's getting extremely low, and they do find the kill eventually. Meanwhile, Sven trying to fight it out against Mickey and the rest of Liquid. He might just find a Tusk, but it's going to likely cost him his own life. This was very questionable plays from Falcons. They lost 2 heroes and still took the fight.
Yeah, Malrina, I guess, just didn't expect so many heroes to be there, but that is a very costly play to go for.
I don't know if DOTA Plus saw that one coming, because it was just showing a 67% win rate.
Oh, not anymore.
Snake King.
Okay, well, he'll find a setup, but for who?
Mars just going to chill.
Walk it off.
Nisha is extremely tanky. It will take a lot. Basically, you need Lina or Sven if you want to kill this guy.
Even tankier now. Assange is completed. Into the pit they go. So as expected, a completely different experience than game number 1. This time around, Liquid do get to play, and they've been playing. Their moves have been hitting. Almost all of them have connected, leading on the kill. And although it didn't lead to much of an advantage, this last sequence was really huge. Getting 5k out of it total, getting an Aegis.
Crick gonna dodge the roll. Okay, Nisha on the cliff, but they have Fiend's Gate coming. Tusk Snowball as well to help him out. But likely will fall. As you can see, Liquid here in numbers. They get the Aegis on Mickey as well. They go back through the Fiend's Gate. Malreen is actually maybe in some trouble. He's gonna show himself. Goes for the 4-staff TP, should be fine. Imagine that Essence Distiller hits though. Very powerful. Boxy already showing off the blink, of course, to the 6k lead. Mickey has the Mjolnir BKB. And about to finish his 4-staff in the eventual Hurricane Pike. Now, Reen's going in early MKB, so wants to deal with this win run.
Yeah, I think going right-click Lina here is, you might say it's not the right choice because he's playing with Sven and it's too much of the same thing, but I actually kind of like it. I think he needs to be able to pose that kind of a threat to the Wind Ranger down the stretch where he can actually be the one to kill Mickey. Still does need some defensive item at some point, it feels like. Don't know if Stampede and Nightmare are enough to rely on.
What the?
For the time being, do agree with the damage approach.
Malreen, he's actually spotted to cancel. The TP crits to the north to try to save him, but the Fiends get still available, and the focus fires enough. Malreen is dead. Another huge kill for Liquid. And crit, collateral damage. Liquid in charge. 3 minutes on the Aegis. They want to force a game number 3. Does he have little friends yet? We've been talking about it for so long. He does. How highly would you rate this, Ags?
it's super situational, and I don't really see the purpose of it this game. I mean, maybe I'm just missing something. Could be. But I definitely would have leaned in the Pyke direction for this one. And if nothing, I don't even think we've seen it cast the spell yet, but eventually.
Foxy and Snake King will join forces. Snake King won't be happy about it, though. 10K lead for Liquid. How much can they get out of this Aegis? 2.5 minutes left. They still have only a single tier 2 left.
Yeah.
They've been very aggressive so far this game.
Yeah, now Falcons get to try what it feels like what they did to Liquid game 1. A little bit more delayed, I suppose. At this point, Falcons were up about 30K.
Yep.
Or, yeah, it was probably close. It was like 20-something.
I would say the game was effectively over at this point in game number 1. It is definitely not the case here.
This is more within reach. But Falcons will need to find some sort of key jump where they get to utilize all this farm on the Centaur, where they get to use the MKB, which is about to be picked up now on Lina. This is a crucial timing for them. For Liquid, just keep doing what you're doing, keep controlling the map. If you find picks on Earth Spirit, that's obviously great. You don't have to fight with your Aegis. Minute and a half left on that.
Yep, feels like one of those games where they just try to starve them out. The old, I mean, that's the Falcon strat, really. That was the Gaming Gladiator strat back in the day as well.
Well, the original Gaming Gladiator strat was to win in 20 minutes.
That's true. That was patched out pretty fast, though. And Snake King was killed off pretty fast here. Fight the death. Falcons want to fight. They find Nisha. He pops a really
Bilis nung ano, BKB.
finds him, though. Nice block off. He's taking
Kaso
damage.
namatay
They
pa rin.
get the kill. Will it be at any
Hoy,
cost,
patayin
though?
niyo yung ano.
Nightfall away, not
Sven.
successful. They cancel the TP of Spear.
Nice.
They kill off Malrine. And Amar gonna be stuck.
May Bessel yan. Kasi yung Bessel niya.
And that is going to be another huge fight for Liquid in the
Wala na
driver's
pala
seat,
yung
to say the
Bessel.
least. Still with that Aegis intact for another 30. They can maybe poke at the high
All
ground.
one, all one.
Crucial reaction from Nisha there. Getting that BKB off makes a huge difference. He would have died very quickly, and they could have probably got a much better position for the follow-up fight, but the reduced damage he took delayed that kill significantly, and then the reinforcements arrive. Now we're onto the high ground. Focus fire. Okay.
Doesn't have great range because of Bane, but they'll still kill him anyway.
No buybacks on the course, so you can do whatever you want. Obviously, Liquid don't know this, but they want to poke them out regardless. They had an Aegis to work with still. Mickey has a Satanic. He's a super tough kill.
Aegis expires, back to full HP, and this will be almost certainly a set of barracks. Melee barracks will refresh the fortification. Liquid likely to just back away, though. Yeah, this is their game to lose. Falcons would have to have some sort of a massive comeback at this point. Being more and more out of reach.
Funnily enough, this game looked even for a very long time. The entire lead has been built over the last 10 minutes.
It felt like that one domino fight where Malrine showed up in a 3 versus 5. I don't know what that was about. Did not work out, that's for sure.
That was definitely domino number 1.
Mar looking for the hookstone, only finding one in the form of Tusk. Laguna Blade to the Underlord as there goes Sven pounding away, but Ace gonna get saved by the snowball. He's gonna go through the Fiend's Gate now, but they find the connection on a Mickey. It would be a much bigger kill. Pops the Satanic, but it's not gonna be enough. Looks like he'll get chomped down by the Sven, but Nisha, look at the magnetized damage as Ace comes through with the Firestorm as well. And again, 2 cores dead for Falcons. The Liquid getting the better of that engagement yet again. Snake King, 12 deaths to his name, and Crit follows suit on the other side. Liquid, they don't have their Windrunner, but sure they can still poke at the very least at this bot lane. At least force out the fortification. I mean, it's 50 seconds for Sven.
Yeah. Should definitely be looking to hit at least a little bit. Amar will maybe be a little annoying. Might feel confident that they can't kill him because there's no Wind Ranger, but I'm not so sure that would be true. even without Magnetize and everything. Let's
Goes into
see.
the double hoof stomp. Into a buyback from the Enchantress, who shows up, and now all the damage being applied to this half-man, half-horse, Amar, somehow gets to the north. I don't know how that happened. I guess it was the Lotus being reflected, but he doesn't have any reinforcements. He's dead. 80 seconds, no buyback. As Boxy picks up apparently a BKB. Didn't notice that one. Now the retreat for Liquid. Oh, the Ogre actually cancels the TP of Boxy, but he is still A-okay. They're sticking around as Mickey about to spawn.
Yeah, no, Boxy's still here. Now you can fight instead.
Snake King, goodbye. And Fiend's Gate right on top of Malrine.
Even the neutral creep's working with Liquid.
Another Pit of Malice right on top of him again. They get the LSA onto Mickey, but now the focus fire coming out. Malrine's just getting deleted right now. My goodness. He's dead for 60, and that is almost certainly going to be the game. Jumping from Sven, the last-ditch effort from Skeeter. Ends up being a wasted effort overall. God's strength.
Oh, they found him in the left side.
They're just going to call it GG as Liquid will force a game number 3. I mean, pretty clinical, I have to say.
2 back-to-back stomps, but in different fashion.
Yeah.
First game, the victory, or rather the snowball, starts way earlier, but drags out very long. This one felt like was a dead even game at 20 minutes, and then Liquid are just like, let's win in another 15 instead of in almost a total of an hour.
How often do you see a support go 8-0? Tofu went 8-0 on Hoodwink.
8-0 and 22 as well.
Yeah, he was extremely
Great
active
scoreline.
this game. I mean, Liquid were just more active in general. I feel like game 1, it was all Falcons doing the pouncing. This time around, it was kind of reversed. Do you think that's more of a draft thing, or?
I definitely think the draft played a massive role here. They didn't have to play against the Bounty Hunter. They got off to a better start in the lanes, and there's a couple of player-hero combinations in this game that just worked really well for them. I think Boxy on the Tusk was super impactful in this game, and Tofu, like you mentioned, just a great game from all of the Liquid players.
All right, let's go to Shiver.
Thank you very much, Setsman and Synderen. I think this one was maybe already written in the stars. If you have a series on the main stage of the International between Team Liquid and Team Falcons, of course we're going to a Game 3. Come on. That's in the MO of the teams. That's in the MO of the players. And we like that because more Dota 2 coming our way. Very good. I will say, though, both games so far in this series, Rhea, have been a little one-sided. This one, very much in favor of Liquid.
Yeah, I am sure there's many reasons for that. I know Winter has a problem with one particular player. But I had a problem with Centaur. He went for this helm, he went Lotus, he went hot, and then he went for a Blink Dagger. And I just feel like when your team is struggling so hard, it's poor Bane's out here trying to do literally anything to make a play happen, whilst it feels like Centaur cannot be engaged in the game whatsoever outside of pressing Stampede when someone gets gone on.
I mean, Falcons were showing some efficiencies, but then there was a couple of games where it was like Bane plus Selena in the mid lane, Bane plus Sven in the enemy triangle. Like, they tried to go for some moves, but it didn't really work out. And at that point, things kind of just started crumbling. Sorry, I believe it was actually their own triangle. They went for the gank, but still, it's like it didn't really work out for Falcons in that way. And then once those pickoffs failed, everything else just kind of fell flat. And Liquid was like, okay, we are ready. We have Mickey on Wind Ranger. He's got the confidence back. After game 1, the slump of Lena, now Wind Ranger in game 2, like he knows exactly what he has to do. They're really pushing the limits of their heroes. Boxy and Tofu on the Tusk and the Hoodwink, exceptional showcase of what they can do. Sure, Boxy died a couple times randomly around the map, but like fundamentally he was always like leading the charge in the aggression. And then Hoodwink, not dying a single time in this game. 8-0-22 on Tofu, on the position 4.5 Hoodwink.
4.5.
Yeah.
Calculated.
I thought we're not allowed to say numbers.
Roles are different, right? Draft numbers are another discussion, but with Liquid, they got 2 4s, 2 5s, smash them together. It is wonderful. This is what you want to see from Liquid. Also, you know, the Earth Spirit in the room. Why is it allowed during the draft?
Yeah.
I don't really know, but Nisha finally picking up some runes for all the fantasy enjoyers out there. 9-3 and 23 on Earth Spirit.
I don't think they lost the game because of the Earth Spirit. Sure, you can harp on why are they leaving it, you know, in this game, you know. But you can't just ignore the fact that Snake King can't play his hero. I think he just doesn't really understand how his hero works because he doesn't play this hero. This hero is not something that he understands how to play, and he's a very greedy player. That's why he's not suited at playing a hero like Bane. Like, there's a couple of deaths and a couple of moves that he was making in the game that kind of grieved his team so hard that I want to say like he almost single-handedly lost his team the game because of the things that he's doing in the game.
You can see the frustration on his face a couple of times as well in some of those deaths, but unlike Snaking with his frustration, he looked towards Tofu again. Like the stats that he was having in his game, right, on his Hoodwink, having the Yules, the Blink, just being really present, especially with the Distiller as well. Like, of course, that's simple support items, nothing too crazy, but 75% kill participation. Again, Hoodwink, super low win rate hero in TI so far, but again, another reason why you don't look at the stats. They all just lie, and Tofu is a great case of that.
Yeah, he played a fantastic game, and there was definitely a stark discrepancy between the two teams in this game, and potentially a large portion of that came from the supports. We do get some criticism towards Snaking in this game, and unfortunately for him, we're also going to take a look at some clips that don't really put him in a favorable light, Winter.
So we're looking at the evidence right now. I have to back the statement up with some evidence.
Yes, you do.
I mean, this was one of the few things that I felt like he doesn't really understand like the limits of the hero. He was trying to play with the catapult wave, but the heroes were like missing for such a long time. He died there and then he respawned and he came here because he died the first time, and then the enemy was able to enter and invade the triangle, attack his carry, and then he immediately TP'd to try and help him, but he couldn't get there on time, and those two back-to-back deaths kind of snowballed the game into a position where I think Skitter just didn't have a lot of space to farm after that. They lost control of the map, and it's all these small little things that just made the game so difficult. I mean, I agree with Rhea that the Centaur not getting a dagger is also an issue, but I think the primary problem they had this game was just Snaking being unable to play his hero.
Yeah, it didn't look too hot for him, I'm sure.
It's like the night vision thing. Like when you play Bane, the daytime and nighttime cycle, you need to understand what you're doing. This hero gets really active at night, and during the day, what do you have to do during the day? You need to make sure that you're using the vision and you're trying to just play a little bit more defensively and trying to just block ganks and make sure you don't die. I think he had a lot of deaths where during daytime he died, and those deaths were deaths that weren't really supposed to happen. He was trying to do too much. He was trying to do the nighttime stuff during the day, if that makes sense.
Definitely.
And then he died because of that.
So it happens, but good news for us because it does mean we're going to a game 3. There was another moment in the game where Liquid was already doing quite well during the late stage, and as we already saw, it got out of control a little bit, but it also, Rhea, got out of control a little bit later on.
Yeah, I really liked this whole maneuver, because this is where I take issue with the Centaur Iron build, right? He's meant to be really tanky here, and what he does is he forces out BKB on Wind Ranger because, otherwise she'll just die to this retaliate. And he spends this whole amount of time. Bane comes, 4-staffs him into safety. You waste so much time, but no one is reacting to it. No one's set up to punish the overextension from Team Liquid. And because they get this kill, they're now able to snowball it into a mid lane fight where they're now like 2 heroes down. You don't have the numbers. Your Sven is going in. Like, why are we wasting the BKB at this point and taking this fight? It's just not good. There's no Centaur. And then they're simply overnumbered, outpowered, and then just feed away, and at this point I don't think they really have a way to win anymore.
But also in that clip though, it's like Amar had the ability to press Stampede or Lotus. He opted to Stampede run away rather than instant press Lotus. So if he ate the snowball, then went to snowball himself, bought another, like, say 5 seconds, and then proceeded to take the fight, it could have been another story. So maybe a little misplay there from Amar. But also the whole theme of this game, the 2 clips both of you showed, it's like Falcons fighting with 2 or 3 heroes, whilst Liquid has 5, right? And it's like Liquid excels in Dota when they have 4 to 5 heroes and they have that aggression. In this game, they had it. Falcons, though, it's like both of you said, they just let whoever got jumped, it was like, Amar's farm, you're dead, mate. I'm done. Marine's dying, yeah, sorry, mate, you're dead. It's like they just let each other die. There was no like camaraderie. There's no hype from game 1. It was just a very weird Falcons game of like, everyone just do your own thing. We'll eventually kind of sync up, but yeah, they were kind of lost.
Why are you letting your Centaur buy items that make him tanky to literally tank the gank, right? If you're not going to then punish it. It makes no sense. I don't know what their goal was with the game plan.
A lot of criticism towards Falcons here in this second game. I will also get some more highlights for Team Liquid on this one because we saw the win rate of Aces Underlord when he was picked. It was like his 4th game. Well, this was his 5th game of the International, but before this he had 25% win rates, only win 1 game, and it is one of his strongest heroes, and he has had a great tournament so far. And I think this game we just watched, it's a game where we see like, oh, that's that's why he's considered one of the best Underlord players.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see Ace on Underlords and Dawnbreakers and heroes that can just like be a farm and like farm the side camps, but still be present, right? Like, and of course, he's the farmy off lane who's going to be more greedy than the others, and like he's going to scale and do all this other stuff, buy auras, whatever, all the other stereotypes you want to give to him. But like, realistically, in this iteration of Liquid, there are two heroes I like seeing him on. Again, Underlord, Dawnbreaker. If
And
they
Dawnbreaker gets banned a lot again.
yeah, and didn't he get like an ultra kill as well, like earlier in the tournament as well?
Yeah.
Like, he pops off on these heroes, and I think it's not about him and his hero. It's more about what does Liquid draft the other 4 players to ensure that his Underlord looks good or his Dawnbreaker looks good. Because when he's on them, he can take over the games, but he needs the correct heroes. Like, this is the perfect draft for Liquid in my opinion, because you have the aggressive supports, the offlane that can join, the mid that just breaks the game, Mickey on full comfort. Like, this is what Liquid needs to try and replicate.
Yeah, and I'm sure that there was some good talks that happened before going into this game number 2. I mean, with the backs against the wall, you have to, here in the lower bracket of the International, you have to get good vibes, good talks, and we have, potentially, I have no idea because I haven't heard it yet, we're about to hear, potentially, one of the good talks from Team Liquid.
Nish, in your predictions, did you at least have us beating them?
Yeah.
He was fucking Marvin mid. This is so sus.
Oh no, Spirit.
Well,
so much confidence.
I thought this was gonna be, you know, positive. I remember the Singapore TI where we heard all the wholesome speeches, but no. No, Nisha might not have believed in the outcome of that game, potentially. But, you know, gotta respect your opponents as well. You know what? Actually, about that respect, we saw in game number 1, Falcons giving a lot of respect to Liquid and their ability to come back in the game. It's why the game lasted close to an hour and had 89k net worth in favor of Falcons when they closed, which, by the way, T, was the most ever.
It's too much. It's just too much gold. It's just a big stat, all right? Falcons, they were greedy, all right, in game 1. Too much greed. Maybe that's why they didn't play well in game 2. They were so gluttonous after game 1. They were having to deal with the burden of that.
It could be.
The sugar crash.
Yeah, the sugar crash.
The sugar crash was very real. Because in game 2, Rhea, it felt like Liquid had no issue going high ground at all here in this game.
I think that at some point they just had too many items and too many ways to fight. Like what is Falcons gonna do? They're also staggering their kills a lot. I think that like when we saw them go bot, it's because they already killed a bunch of heroes outside the map, and then there's only a Centaur to try and defend, and then Centaur's like, I'm strong enough, I can blink hoof stomp, and he kind of defends that tower for a bit to give time for the people to respawn, but then he's dead for 80 seconds as well. It just kind of kept snowballing where it kind of felt like a theme of the whole game. They were never as 5. They were never ready to take like coordinated fights.
I mean, it's also the difference between Mickey on Lina versus Mickey on Wind Ranger, right? It's like on Lina, you jump, she's dead, done.
Yeah.
On Wind Ranger, it's like now you have to deal with the Wind Run, and now it's like, do I want to buy MKB on Lina? My Sven can't really itemize to deal with the Lina until I've got like 4 items because you don't buy MKB very early on. And even when the Lina bought the MKB, when she was right-clicking the Wind Ranger, you didn't have like a Daedalus or a Satanic or anything to really stand your ground, so it kind of felt like wasted gold until you had another 10,000 gold. So I think I think just the hero alone kind of hurts Falcons quite a lot in the draft, so much that they even pick it into the Centaur. So maybe going into the next draft, I think that hero needs to be considered, and I wouldn't even mind Liquid promoting it in priority somewhere, because even if they don't play it carry, I'm sure Boxy or Tofu will happily take it to a support role if the draft dictates, you know, that needs to happen.
I mean, there's also something I feel like it's really important for Team Liquid, where right now they should probably have Tofu always on the range hero on the off lane. Like, he should just be the 4. I think because you are picking range heroes on the safe lane, and Tofu doesn't like or doesn't want to play melee heroes, and Boxy is always on the 5 with Mickey on the safe lane. Maybe that should be the way they'll be playing.
Well, just mid international main stage, let's just swap roles.
Not exactly swap roles. I think before they were already kind of like this, but maybe limit the heroes so you always have like the Tusk. I think Tusk, Clock, those are the 2 best heroes for this setup. I imagine they are probably going to be thinking about it because the game feels entirely so different when they have the Tusk or the Clockwork.
Yeah, we normally have a difference in farm priority between the 2 supports. That's why we called one a number 5 and one a number 4. But potentially Team Liquid, like Tigam said, it should just be 2 4.5s coming out. We got both teams coming back onto the main stage here, and it is 1-1 in this elimination series. Both games The team that won, very dominant, very convincing, and I think we all can only hope that both teams have gotten the best from the games they won, and then they use that against each other, and we have a very back and forth competitive game number 3. I wonder how we're going to get that. Is there anything in particular, Tiga, that from the way we're going to look at this, that we can tell, like, oh yeah, this could be a lot closer? Because I felt like the games have been decided so early on in these 2 games.
Yeah, I guess it's a battle between, if you want to simplify it, towards the mid lanes maybe, because Nisha had quite a quiet Invoker game in game 1. That's where Malrine kind of popped off his Earthshaker. Moving towards game 2, we had the same story where it's like the Lina was quite quiet, had some failed ganks, and then Nisha's popping off in the Earth Spirit. So if there is a way that both teams can kind of stabilize the mid lane, you get a 50-50, they have even rotations, and you feel like their presence is equally met, that's when the game will feel like it's going to last 60, 70 minutes, will be a, an epic game that we'll remember for years to come.
I would like one of
I
those.
think it's the support though. The first game is the Bounty and Mirana stealing the show against the Rubik and SB, which couldn't do anything. And then in the second game, I feel like it's also the same case with the Tusk and Hoodwink overpowering the Enchantress and Bane. Maybe not so much of the hero, like maybe the player as well, the player-hero combination. But I think the support duos are going to be also, again, very, very important for both teams to figure out what duo are we going to go for in our draft, in the early picks.
Yeah, maybe also a bit of more focus then on getting those supports on board earlier. Is the support pool really wide at this point, would you say, Rhea? Because a lot of the heroes that are getting banned out in this series in particular seem to be supports. I mean, on the side of Falcons this game anyway, they banned out the Mirana, the Keeper of the Light, obviously Tree and Protector. I don't think we can even... I don't think we even mentioned Tree and Protector once.
What's the point?
Today,
He's not
just
getting
get banned every time. Ooh, wouldn't that be like throwing in a wrench, letting the Tree in through, or is that a bit too risky for elimination?
That's way too much. For a game 3 lower bracket at TI, right? Like, the hero that gives global damage block, insta vision, invisibility just to run around and do anything, BK piercing kind of roots and shenanigans.
Never mind. I never mentioned the Tree.
I mean, maybe there's some ulterior play where you trade it for a Largo who can lick double lowers the...
Maybe.
No, sorry, no.
No, okay. No, I don't think we'll see it. But yeah, I think the support pool is extremely wide. I just think it's about having a combination of them that gives you
the right partnership, I would say.
Yeah, my problem is it feels like the Spirit Breaker was like too much of an overreaction to a bounty, and then this game you have like Enchant Bane and Snaking's not comfortable on Bane, and it's so often we see a bunch of other supports that went ignored, like Wyvern, Shadow Demon, Dark Willow have been great. I love Dark Willow, by the way. I think that hero makes your game so easy. I think she deals with so many mid heroes. I think she breaks smokes so easily because she can get out in a billion ways. She can itemize super freely. This support is fantastic and is going pretty ignored.
Yeah, I mean, Willow is always kind of the underrated hero. I kind of put her in the same kind of department as like a Grimstroke, where you kind of forget about what the hero does, but in team fights, it offers so much control and so much kind of random shenanigans you have to deal with.
Yeah, we saw it quite a bit in the group stages, but that was mostly against Lone Druids because it's good against the Bear, and then it makes sense. We, speaking of Lone Druid, have not yet seen the Bear here in this series, not in the bans nor in the picks. Curious to see if that's a trend that's going to continue. But I'm sure that if there was any strategies that the teams still had, they are about to come out.
Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. Game 3.
Everything on the line. Game 3, an elimination series here. Lower bracket of the International here on stage. Team Liquid and Falcons. One of these two teams is going home. And I'm going to repeat myself from what I said in that previous series. For both of these teams, getting eliminated here is considered a big failure. Yeah, top 8's great and all that, but these teams are playing for more than that. We got ourselves a draft. It's Falcons on the Radiant side, Team Liquid on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Team Liquid. Earth Spirit once again where he belongs on the bans. Bounty Hunter still removed from the pool as well. And the hero left in that we have seen every series so far, every game so far rather, in this series is Lina. We'll see if that's where Team Liquid wants to take this one.
Kotal has been freed from prison.
Freedom achieved.
Yeah.
Is
I
that
guess
the
they have
only
a
one?
big
Yeah.
choice now.
Ooh, they just go for the Centaur straight up.
I mean, it's also like a block pick. I feel like Liquid just wants to get it over with because Ace has like 1 or 2 heroes. I think he has a big hero pool, but there's also some heroes that would help the team a lot more. I know we mentioned like he's really good with the Dawn or the Underlord, but I think the Centaur is kind of like a hero where it would stabilize the early game a lot, allow him to like just get the helm creep, you drag the wave. You don't really need the support on your lane, so the support can run around. I think the games where Liquid really struggle is when Mickey gets targeted and he gets bullied. So if you have the Centaur on the off lane, he doesn't really need help, so the support can actually go to the carries lane a lot.
Well, on top of that, maybe they'll prevent Lina from getting picked up because Lina doesn't like facing Centaur.
Yeah, I mean, it's anything with gap close or run away, right? The idea of, what if Falcons want to play another Razor game, right? And in the game 3, how well it worked in game 1. If you preemptively take Centaur, you have Stampede, you might push Falcons away from that flexibility. But Skidder gets all the way up to a first phase Lifestealer. A hero that has been banned out quite often as a response within the series, but now he gets it put here. Is there a world where, Tofu will go, just give me Centaur pos 5, let's do some weird shenanigans to try and beat this Lifestealer?
Let's put Nisha back mid with Centaur also?
No.
Okay, well, I tried, guys.
No
I
offense
tried.
to all the mid Centaur players, but I feel like Nisha is a bit of a mechanical button clicker. That Centaur might be, a step below his, his caliber. No offense, Maureen. But anyways, yeah, I feel like Liquid maybe can do some shenanigans. They might not even need to be fair.
They're gonna pick supports that can counter the Lifestealer. Usually the counters for the Lifestealer are the supports. The SD, the Wyvern, the Tusk, the Clockwork.
Just buy time during Rage to then make him feel like he has to disengage or waste Infest.
And there are a lot of options here. We'll have to see. And Falcons, they're going to be able to ban some out and pick one of them, potentially. I think the Tusk is still a very, very big hero here. I think both teams are kind of like definitely looking at it. Tusk, Hoodwing, these are the 2 heroes that come to mind right now. Very good picks right away.
Yeah, if we're saying that we have a bit of more focus on which support duos are going to come out, you generally would expect them to come out in the mid portion where you can make sure you get the combo you want.
You have to break them apart because right now there's Tusk and Hoodwing. If you don't ban either of them, you do not want Liquid to have the Tusk and Hoodwing later. So you need to pick at least one of them. And I'm feeling that they might have a higher tendency of going with the Hoodwing.
Okay.
Ooh, the Crystal Maiden, snaking special.
I mean, first of all, I like the respect ban on the Wind Ranger. We already said how it complicates the game. You don't really want Lifestealer to have to think about, again, MKB. Also, getting the Lifestealer to right-click it, impossible. And now Crystal Maiden. You Frostbite a Stampede. All right. You're not running away. You're rooted.
Good luck laning into Hoodwing first. You have to get past the lane. Crystal Maiden, not the best laner.
Yeah.
It's a very greedy hero.
Yeah. I mean, as long as the pos 4 has a lot of pressure, then yes, I can see Lifestealer. He tries to step up to wave. You get Stomp, Double Edge, plus whatever spells that 4th position has. You are going to...
I mean, I still just feel like they just picked the Tusk and Hoodwing here. Both supports are just really nice in this situation. And maybe you could decide the laning phase later. But most likely you want the Centaur with the Hoodwing. In the early game is just going to be very difficult for the CM. Like, CM is just a very abusable hero.
They'll get the Lina. And the Centaur Lina is a combination that a lot of teams have been liking.
The nice thing though with CM is like you have incredible map play. Like with the Shard, you're always shoving waves, you're always like finding economy out of nowhere, and Snaking's going to be able to utilize that nicely. So he's not on a Bane anymore feeling lost on the map. He's on a Crystal Maiden. He likes being able to play these heroes that get that additional item, that can have that 4-star. That
someone else has to fill that role, Like what other hero on pos 4 can legibly do it right now? There's no Hoodwing.
I mean, I kind of want to see something to deliver Lifestealer to the enemy team, whether that comes from their mid or like a Clockwork here is unbanned still.
Oh yeah, it's Clock, Tusk.
There's still Dark Willow as well if you do just want to go more spellcasting supports and like play team fight. I think it's annoying for like Centaur who wants to buy a billion items and get tanky to play into these roots.
Hard to run away when you're all rooted up for anyone. They'll get that Clockwork that you mentioned at the start though. Another signature hero from Crit. And a Razor to follow it up with.
Yeah, so they're protecting the Razor by having 2 supports have incredible containment against Stampede, be it through Cogs or, some hook shot, Frostbite. Like, there's enough tools now that Razor goes, okay, if I'm jumping a guy, support follow me and we will get this kill. And Lifestealer, he doesn't mind. There's so much aggression in the first 3 heroes that once he gets his Radiance, he'll slot in behind that and go, all right, guys, where are we going?
I mean, if there was ever a Morphling game, this is a Morphling game. Razor, Lifestealer. Yeah, I mean, you pick Morphling and then you finish the draft with an ET.
Do you think that's too
Sorry, hold
greedy of a tricore?
I see Morphling. It's greedy, but I can see Morphling like just doing so much in this game. And they have Centaur to hold out the early game. Like you are going to attract a lot of attention from the enemy. You're going to play the map. You're going to force them to rotate to you. And the Morphling is going to farm. And Lina is also going to be a problem. Lina is also another hero they have to address. So there's a lot of problems. So even though Morphling could be greedy, it might not be so easy for Falcons to actually punish the hero.
Would you pick that here, or would you leave that Lina as an option that is still flexible and go for another support player here? Never mind. It's
the arena like
similar to the Morphling because it's very good against both the Razor and the Lifesteal. I was also kind of thinking about it. Like it's very greedy, but in the lane you have the jump, so you dissuade the Razor off lane to pressure, and late game you have the Chrono against the Lifesteal.
It looks like an XG draft, guys.
Yeah, it definitely does.
That's why the crowd liked it so much.
Ah, potentially so.
I mean, this feels like a staple, like Faceless Void lineup. You have 2 heroes that are gonna be happy to nuke and do damage into your Chronosphere, and it counters the enemy team. I like this so much. The only thing I'm thinking is your remaining hero for Falcons is probably gonna be Malrine, who is really good at playing these control heroes. Like we might see a Shaker, we might see a Sand King. I think both of these heroes could really pressure the map hard and make it uncomfortable for Faceless Void to play, who is typically quite slow.
I mean, they're covering their bases. I like this ban. They ban out the Doom because I feel like Doom is a really good matchup into Faceless Void in the lane in the game, and they could potentially move the Razor to mid. So they have to make sure that they cover all the heroes that could potentially punish the Faceless Void here.
It kind of helps though for Liquid that if they are to, let's say, hit a Chrono where they don't get a kill and then there's some kiting available from Falcons, they don't have the heroes that instantly, break Roshan, go high ground, and the game's over in one failed Chrono, right? Like this feels like the type of game that it can go back and forth. It can go, the length of, a full 60+ minute game. Of course, Liquid being a lot more comfortable the longer the game goes.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be on Falcons once you have this CM clockwork though. You are the ones that have to attack, and you have to try to make sure that Liquid does not get to just sit back and farm, because it's very obvious that they just want to sit back and farm. It's the deciding game. You do not want to put yourself in a position where you are pressured to make plays, to attack. I think it's always easier to play the defending side when you're playing a tie-breaking game or a deciding game.
Yeah, I'd like a drop more wave clear though from Liquid, because if the game does get difficult...
I actually think they just need damage. I still like the ET here. ET into the Chronosphere and ET with Hoodwing and Lina. I think it's a fantastic pick here. Or maybe AA. I don't know if AA might work.
I wouldn't be complaining about that one.
If you want like pos 5 damage, then you go for like the Witch Doctor from Tofu, right? And then you just put like the Void together, you dilate, you maledict the guy.
Or you go for the Viper.
Yeah, no,
and you put the Lina support.
Centaur support?
Centaur support?
Viper off? I don't know. We'll find out.
We'll figure it out later. It's all good.
It must be a Lina pos 4 and Viper mid.
We talked about the center support. It's an option. We'll see how it happens. Falcons, they still need one hero, and they also will be thinking about where this Viper is going. They need a hero still, I would imagine, for Malrine in that mid lane.
Mid Rubik. Is this a mid Rubik game?
Spicy.
What time are you trying to put Falcons on? It's like, don't win by 25 and then, get the airport home. What the?
Oh, man. The Viper makes the Razor's game so hard because we saw in game 1, he just wanted to run around with Refresher and hit.
Yeah, it's so hard to pick the last hero here.
Yeah, Viper's really good.
They really put up quite a puzzle there on the side of Liquid for Falcons to try and figure out with their overall last pick, whereas normally an overall last pick is seen as an advantage. I feel like this draft from Team Liquid makes their position just a tad bit stronger.
Like the Pangos, the Slardars, the heroes that can give a bit more pacing to Falcons all get deleted by the Viper, right? Because he just goes to mid lane.
I mean, you have to choose either you pick a hero that's good for the draft or you pick a hero to counter the Viper. So I don't think there's a hero that can fulfill both at the moment.
I mean, it's Malrine, just like go primal, skip the waves, and just...
Sand King, skip the waves.
Sand King.
Hey, we'll make Sand King.
Just full skip the wave, full ignore everything in life, and then you come back into the game. But, whew, I mean, for Falcons, like, in the back of their minds, they know it's like one mistake, one, like, misitemization choice from their team, like Skid or Omar not being on the same page, not connecting with the damage, their draft will fall apart compared to the amount of scaling available on Liquid. And it is a position 4 Centaur and a off-lane Viper. So it's a melee body to enable the aggression of a Viper.
So that still means we're going to have Sand King versus Lina in the mid lane between Malrine and Nisha. And we talked a lot about the mid lane, how impactful it's been in the last 2 series. How would you feel that this matchup's going to play out?
So Sand King is going to not lane.
Okay.
He's going to try and grab the creep wave. He's going to try and drag it to the camps in the enemy's triangle and farm them. I think maybe you could see Tofu potentially like rotating to try and disrupt that. But when we see him play his best, he is able to just combine creep waves with camps, extra farm, get his items, and then rotate to the side lanes. It's going to be rough because you're going to have Skitter having the worst day of his life against Viper. So
that's a rough one.
Also,
Yeah.
luckily for Marine, though, it depends on the sentry warfare. Like, if he clutches up on the sentries, get the kill, and then there's no vision for Nisha, Marine can just play the lane quite normally. It just really depends on how does Skitter survive the Viper shenanigans. Is Amar going to pop off again on his Razor like he did in Game 1? So many questions toward Falcons, because Liquid have kind of cooked up a draft that is like, if you don't answer these questions, we have the Void. Like, a Game 3 lower bracket Void, surely, probably statistically, normally wins.
A big question then, because this is a curveball, of course, that Team Liquid is throwing Falcons this way. Is there a curveball, Winter, that Falcons can throw in the terms of where the heroes go laning? Because
Nah, I think they just play their game. I, on the other hand, feel like Liquid has sacrificed a lot of their draft integrity just to pick this Viper to try and win the early game and win the laning phase, where I feel that's probably the part of the game where it doesn't put, it's not as important for them to do that, and I don't really like the last period, so I think Falcons are going to come away in this game.
well, I think this is going to be a spicy one, regardless of what's going to happen. I'm going to grab my support Largo and enjoy this one with the voices of Sunspan and Synderen.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Game number 3 here at the International lower bracket. The last 2 champions here at TI. One of them's going home, Falcons versus Liquid. Without talking about the lineups quite yet, Synderen, who's going to win? Give me your prediction so I can pick the opposite team, because we know you're going to be wrong.
Liquid.
Okay, that's an easy one. Very good. Thank you so much. Did you put any thought into that?
Yes.
Okay,
but
double check.
But you told me to not mention the draft, so I didn't, but that was part of the logic of why I picked them.
I see. Wow, such a logical young man you are.
Smart, isn't it? But I just didn't have to mention.
Using your brain.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things here that are really cool that I really like about Liquid's draft. Whether this is going to work out or not is obviously remains to be seen here, but I think this is a pretty genius Void pick. They saw that Falcons were trying to replicate what they did in Game 1 with Bounty Razor, and then they just swapped out the Bounty Hunter for a Clockwork on crit. So the idea is similar, where there's this hero that can flank and kind of box you in your own safe lane and dive you. So they pick a hero that has a relatively low cooldown jump, which is a classic solution to Razor. And in addition to that, they also they managed to grab this Viper block pick, in a sense, in the end to kind of force Falcons into a pick that we haven't seen from them very much, the Malrine Sand King. And then the Viper just isn't mid anyway. Now the Viper is going to lane into Lifestealer, which is a tough lane matchup for the Lifestealer. So in turn now, Falcons are going to try to counteract this by sending Lifestealer off lane on Skitter to try to lane dodge and get him into a more favorable matchup into the Void. And then they will have Razor against Centaur.
I don't know if they're going to stick to it for
Centaur
any period of
4,
time.
Razor against Viper, I guess, more like it, but...
Try versus try right now in the bot lane, by the way.
I would love if this lane just stays a
This
tri
is
lane.
your
That would be
dream,
awesome.
and nobody else's.
I miss tri-lanes. Can I just say it? I miss tri-lane Shannon. And I'm not the only one. There's dozens of us.
You probably should not admit that out loud, Synderen. It's not a good look for you. But it is a tri-lane right now. Let's see how long that ends up being the case. It's already staking. He's going to get first blood as Ace will take him home. And that is, I mean, talk to me about the Crystal Maiden, because this hero has not been picked very much. Snaking has played a lot in the past, but has a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah, I think Snaking forgot how tri-lanes work. Just never gets to play them. And if you're standing in that kind of position, you can get hundreds of zeros before you even get a spell off. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what guides Falcons when they pick this hero, if I'm honest. I think sometimes it makes a lot of sense. This time it almost felt like a filler. It was just, we need a solid lane 5 that is going to help Lifestealer get off to a decent start. But then at the end of the day, they don't even get to lane together. So, yeah.
Well, at the very least, the Sand King and Razor will get some nice mana regen from the CM, I suppose. One benefit.
Might also have been, you know, it's a pseudo counter to Stampede. Having a low cooldown route with long duration that CM has is good for the lane again. But there were so many layers to this draft where teams were countering the counter of the other team. So it never really, now when you see it play out, the Crystal Maiden pick actually doesn't really look like it has much of an obvious CM specific purpose.
Yeah.
Just felt like a, you know, placeholder okay-ish 5. As now the lanes are breaking down and we're seeing some movement. Looks like Lifestealer will get to remain against the Faceless Void, which I think this is a very good piece of news for Falcons. I think these lanes could have been a lot worse if Liquid got to place them the way they wanted.
Viper Centaur lane. Very normal, of course. We have seen a couple of support Centaurs in the past, in this tournament, in fact, and it's actually been relatively successful, at least from the games that we've cast. I don't know what the actual win rate would be. I've yet to see a CM, though. Not sure if that's the case for the entire tournament or not, but very low pick rate, I'm sure.
Love watching Boxy on these in-your-face 4s. Saw him on the Tusk, now on the Centaurs. He's very good at taking initiative. Similarly, he plays a good Clockwork. Like, just heroes that go in, make stuff happen are his forte. So this makes a lot of sense to see on him. Mid lane,
we should speak about Faceless Void, Cinderin, because this is a classic TI hero.
Yeah.
And we don't.
He's a fan favorite.
Yeah, we don't get to see it all too often. Obviously, late game, complete monster. What has changed that matters with this hero versus, you know, older versions?
I mean, in essence, it's still pretty much the same hero, same strength, same weaknesses, right? Time Walk is extremely good against taking a lot of damage in a short period of time, but not dying, obviously. Chrono has the same strength and weakness as always. It's one of the strongest spells in the entire game, but it does no damage and has a mega long cooldown. So whenever it's not available, your hero is quite weak. And I think that's part of the problem that this hero has had for a long time is, depending on the pacing of the meta, if it's very slow, everybody just gets to farm, you don't have to fight for much, and you're kind of just chilling in lane and just farming 30 minutes, I think Void can be pretty good.
It feels like a lot of the games, though, already, right?
It does, but it also has some atrocious lane matchups, right? So you also need to know your matchups. And if all of those conditions are met, I think the hero can be good, which is why I really liked it this game. You saw 2 core matchups that are good for you. You're probably anticipating the pace of the game will be rather slow. And your other 4 heroes that you have ended up with now can actually do quite a bit of stuff together. So I think it's fine. Yeah, but...
Yeah, and late game versus Lifestealer, I don't think there's really much of a contest. Obviously, you have the Chrono that can just bypass the entire rage effect. And the fact that it counters Amar, as we talked about. So
speaking of Amar, Ace
on the
is
Ace.
cooked.
Uses the Lotus, will fall, as Boxy doing a good amount of damage to Amar. Looks like he'll get the trade. But yeah, I'm very interested to see if... My assumption is if Liquid gets off to even just being even in the mid game, that they will be favored because they have Faceless Void. Is that a correct assumption?
I think there's a couple of X factors here. I think the Lifestealer matchup into Faceless Void is better than it used to be after you got the Ags Infest. I mean, now we're talking a few years at this point, right? I think Razor actually does okay against Void later in the game because you're so tanky, you don't necessarily die in a Chrono, and you get to make a turnaround play. And Sand King is one of those heroes that, with the right items, can have insane burst damage within a short window, and that's what you're looking for against Void. You need to either have overwhelming damage to kill him, you need to be survivable, or you need to do a lot of damage over time so he can't really just walk it off whenever he needs to. And I think between Sand King and Razor, you can actually kill Void even late game if Malrine is farmed enough. And didn't get to talk about that lane yet, but unsurprisingly, Malrine is just not laning, like the panel talked about. He's just going to be pulling waves and farming jungle camps. Nisha will be winning the lane as a result, at least slightly, and he'll get a nice little snack. Fred showed up and got Lagooned and Dragon Slave and just died. So that was a little freebie.
Indeed, Amar level 3, by the way, on the Razor right now.
That is
not great.
Oh, they're boxing him out entirely with this Tofu rotation. This is super high impact. They're going to need Some reinforcements.
Crit.
Yep.
We'll spot Tofu eventually. Oh, in the tree line, he goes to Plasma Kills, gonna spot him, but the Bushwhack comes out onto Amar, but the hook stomp to follow, the right click from the Viper as well. Amar certainly dead to the double edge as Ace is tanking the tower, has to be a bit careful. Looks like he'll find the distance, and now Crit has to be the one to be a bit careful himself. We'll get to the other side though, and Ace shall survive.
Is he going to try to just walk all the way north and try to steal the Wisdom? This is actually possible if there's no TP
Ace
coming
will
in.
get the Lotus though.
There's a TP from the center.
Malrine has joined the party, gets off the Burrow Strike and gets the kill. So a nice turnaround from Falcons as Malrine will hit level 6.
That's also going to kill Tofu with a Rocket Flare. Stabilizing things a bit here. Looks to be a 1-for-1 Wisdom exchange as well. The Radiant one unclaimed for now.
Would you say Radiance is better against Void than it used to be, or just roughly the same? Just because the evasion's all on the specific hero now?
I would say it's...
Oh, wait. Oh. All right, that's one way to cancel a TP. Just show yourselves, but Crit will burn for it.
Man, it's so insane.
Ace, oh, nice double Burrow Strike from Malrine. Ace looks to be there. He's going to pop the Lotus to stay alive, but the Plasma Field enough to finish the job. Is Boxy now trying to head to the north towards his base. It's going to be close here. Burrow Strike in 2 seconds. Looks like Malrine should get the kill, and he does. Cost him a CM, but Snake King's used to dying.
Yep. Did a lot of that in the second game.
He's going to have to get used to it on CM as well. I feel like that is her MO.
I don't think you pick CM if you're a player that struggles with dying. Part of the hero's DNA, basically.
But she has no move speed. She can't run away from anything.
Yeah, you commit and you do your stuff, and then hopefully you win. That's how it goes. Is Radiance better than before against Void? I think it's roughly. I think it's a slight bit worse, but not by a very big amount in the hero versus hero matchup directly. It's just that a lot of the time with the old Radiance that was blinding, Void would maybe Chrono, Lifestealer, and a support together and then try to hit the other guy. So you're just not giving protection to the teammate, but for you yourself, I think the math is roughly the same. So it's between the two of them doesn't matter all that much. I was going to point out, is this just one of the most nothing burger lanes we've had all tournament? I think it is. Like Lifestealer against Faceless Void. Struggling hard to find a less interesting lane.
I think
they're both just hitting creeps.
Both players are probably happy, though, I would assume.
I think Skeeter is the happiest because he avoided a Nightmare matchup into the Viper plus Centaur. I think that lane would have been really rough. And the Faceless Void didn't get to play against Razor, which I think, you know, that would have been a tougher lane for Mickey as well, but relatively speaking.
Misha gets slowed into the Frostbite. Malrine is there with the Sandstorm, and Crit making his way over as well. Nicely done from Falcons. Will it cost them, though? Bushwhack finds the target, so they do get the trade. Mickey has the Chrono, but have a ton of follow-up.
Yeah, that's a real feels bad TP from Mickey. That's effectively going to cost him a full wave in tower, 100 gold for a TP scroll, and he gets nothing for it.
While bot lane already used the Hoof Stomp, so he can just TP in the face of Ace. Who's level 5 on the Viper right now. So Mara catching up on the level department. And for Mickey, he is opting to go for the Battle Fury, which I don't even know what's normal anymore, but I mean, I remember there was a phase where people were going Battle Fury Ag pretty much right off the bat. Is that still in consideration, or?
I think it's definitely in consideration when you go Battle Fury. It's obviously not something you're going to consider when you buy the Maelstrom build. The reason it's so crazy is that you can just time walk in, kill an entire creep wave, time walk out. So it just gives you immediate wave clear. It's really fast for farming. And in terms of team fights, it can be quite interesting into lineups where it's hard to full commit. Then you're just playing on time walk, poke, and prod. You just jump in, jump out. 6 seconds later, you can do it again. You have an AoE stun, you do decent damage. And then when it's the right time, you can commit with the Chrono. I think that's potentially kind of interesting here as an idea, because hard committing can be somewhat tricky into the Razor, plus the BKB piercing stun of Clockwork. Speaking of, it's going to jump Boxy down bottom.
Yep, static link from Amar, and Frostbite holds the Centaur in place. Boxy taking a tumble.
It's been really good at his cog pushes so far this game. Paying attention, he's hitting almost all of them.
You're a big Clockwork connoisseur, of course.
I am. I have to say, though, I do miss the good old days where Battery Assault was the default build.
Yeah, I saw you pick that up recently in a show match.
A lot of people
did not work out well.
A lot of people love the power cogs bowling. I like the in-your-face clockwork more than the
Easy solution. Make two
football
heroes.
clockwork.
One is
Clockwork.
bowling, and one is whatever.
Clockwork.
Yeah, clockwork, I guess. Surely there's a sport. Rugby. There we go. In your face, aggressive.
Right.
I like it.
Could have gone
Still a
with
couple-
boxing too, I guess, but
Yeah, that's true. That would have been better. Thanks for pointing that out.
no problem.
Malrine about
To
300 away from Blink Dagger.
Yep. I assume he still goes the same build that he did when he was popularizing the hero as a mid with Ags, etc.
Going for the epicenter. Oh, hook shot misses, but he's able to cancel the epi at the very least. And Snake King takes the haste. Boxy does get the hoof stomp, technically speaking. And for Liquid, I assume that they can't play nearly as aggressively with a Void on their lineup as they did in game number 2.
No, this hero has that clear weakness of when Chrono's on cooldown, you're just not very good. Whereas Wind Ranger, much lower cooldowns, much better utility. Even when Focus Fire is down, you still have a Shackle Shot. Power Shot can be nice to finish heroes off in the early game. Void is just going to be chilling, and he's going to be farming. And like the panel talked about, this is an elimination game in a really important series, so if you feel like you're confident in your late game and your carry and your mid are reporting that they're happy farming, I think everybody's just chilling. And if you were to give me these two lineups 5 years ago, I would say the Radiant stands no chance if this goes to an hour. But DOTA's changed a lot since then, and I definitely think they can
First
go all the
chrono
way.
of the game. Rage was placed, but Nisha, oh, actually not hitting the LSA, but he gets the Laguna Blade except for the epicenter counter initiation now from Malrine. That's a lot of damage on Nisha. He will get the kill. Might cost him his own life, though, as even Ace joins the party with that poison attack. Everybody joined the party, in fact. Static Link now a full duration onto Ace and Mickey. Try to do something with his bushwhack help. Has to be careful though. I walked right into Crit. The beautiful cogs right on his face. Double kill for Amar. Crit has been absolutely outstanding in this game number 3.
Damn, that was actually really funny to watch. I think he was trying to hookshot him in his original position on the Void, and he time walked in the exact same direction that the clock was in, so it was just destined to hit no matter what. And obviously, very easy to get the follow-up cogs every single time.
Malrine able to steal an illusion rune in the meantime. Close to 1,500 away from Radiance on the Lifestealer. Not too shabby at all.
And we haven't covered this all that much, but what do you think about Ace on Viper as a player-hero combination?
It's definitely not his norm.
No, so it
He's
feels
usually
like...
the big tanky guys that take up a lot of space.
I mean, Viper kind of does that, but it doesn't really buy auras in the same way that most of his heroes do. It doesn't really offer all that much teamfight presence through key stuns or, you know, utility.
Malrine getting a connection into the hook shot, but a nice pushback to keep him some time. No! Mickey dies anyway. Falcons all on top of Mickey this game. That's back-to-back deaths now on the Faceless Void.
And he's going to lose his tower. This is a pretty important sequence of events for the Radiant team. The TPs are coming. No, they're not. Oh, they're a little bit unsure.
Bushwhack
Oh, Ace.
onto Amar with a Laguna to follow. They get the kill. The epicenter ready to go for Nisha, or Malrine rather. You see the freezing field coming out, but not a whole lot of damage done. Nisha on the high ground. Malrine still has the epi at the ready. Gets spotted now. Oh, he's going to try to go for the epicenter, but Nisha turns away. There's the blink into the burrow, though, and it's still enough damage, despite using half those pulses on creeps. Still finds the kill. And that was pretty blind as well. Didn't have a whole lot of vision at all there.
Process of elimination. He turns the corner. Lina isn't there. She can kind of only have gone right.
And Crit going for an extremely early Blink Dagger on Clockwork.
Yeah, this has become a more popular build as of a few months ago. To go on Clock after you're focusing a lot more on... Hang on. They're going to go for this? Oh, they definitely are.
Frostbite from Snake King.
Not.
He already has his shard. Trying to get to the high ground. Cogs will give him a little bit of space. Another nice bowling there from Crit. Snake King. So slow. Uses the shard again. Will get away this time.
Worth pointing out, though, Snaking is level 10. Crystal Maiden levels are extremely important and very hard to come by. This hero, despite the rep it gets for, you know, just being slow and frail, the spells are very strong when you get level 4 in both. And you can see this time around, Snaking has actually gone for 3 points in the Arcane Aura.
The Infest Bomb right on top of Ace. Again, he gets off the Viper Strike, gets the stamp. Ooh, the hook shot just misses. Just about 100 range away, it feels like.
He's not going to miss next time when he has the blink. Coming up now. Counting his lucky stars, there is Ace, who is going for a Dragon Lance into Mage Slayer?
Huh.
I mean, it is a good Mage Slayer game. Sand King, obviously, big problem.
TP gets canceled here.
Yeah, Malrine was just baiting them. He blinked, or he ran in stunned and then blinked out onto Ace. Baited 1 TP.
2, actually. They canceled.
Oh, it's 2 TPs. All right. See if they put that to use.
Tofu going for a mechanism. Does this item still exist, Cinderin?
Yes.
I feel like we're never seeing it anymore.
He wants Greaves. There's a lot of AoE damage, I guess, between Maiden, Razor, and Sand King. I think Pipe has quite a lot of merit to it as well for the same reason. Upside to going Greaves for yourself is you can dispel off Frostbite, open wounds, but it's highly unlikely that you will be the target for that ability.
Malrine, in the meantime, 1,000 away from his Aghanim Scepter. Ooh, another hook shot just missing.
Yeah, they have a ward right in the middle of the river. Seeing that move.
Malrine's going to be... Well, he is infested, so they still want to get a little bit aggressive here. See Liquid just exiting, though. Back to farming Skeeter goes in all likelihood. So Amar at least starting out with a similar build to his previous Razor game with Manta. Although I think he went Yasha,
BKB, and then
Manta, yeah. This game has slowed down a bit, so maybe feels a little bit more comfortable. To go for the Manta first.
Yeah, I think the main upside to playing BKB last game was that you were super eager to just run at the enemy team with Bounty Hunter, and you had an insane curve. This time, you are playing, like you said, a bit slower. It is the better farming item. There's some cool plays with Manta here if you're really clutch. First of all, you can get rid of time dilation, which is nice, but you can also Manta dodge Viper Strike. You can Manta dodge, I mean, in theory, you can Manta dodge anything if you're good enough, but especially the Viper Strike is very nice to avoid.
So we saw the Battle Fury on Mikke, and it's going to be the Manta first for him into the Aghanim Scepter.
Cool to see. I personally love this build on Void. I think it's really fun to watch and play. But yeah, the clear downside this build has versus the Mjolnir build is that your single target damage is a lot lower, but your AoE damage and your overall control is a lot better because you build into an AoE stun for your teammates to use, and you get the luxury of reverse time walk.
Oh, another miss hook shot. Britt not able to make the connection.
Yeah, shouldn't have bought the blink.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the reverse time walk this game especially good against the static link, right? Because you can take it off essentially with a time walk, go back in and actually fight.
However, it's way less likely that you just jump in chrono and actually kill the Razor.
Stampede, Boxy looking for a connection, but Malrine's actually going to try to counteract this with an Epicenter. It's going to be Infest Bomb instead, not going to waste the ult. They get the freebie onto Centaur. And which team do you think is the advantage, has the advantage going into Roche, generally speaking?
As in who can kill it faster or who controls the fight better?
Both.
Yeah, both pretty bad, I would say. Or at least not. Like, nothing stands out as being great. I think the overall AoE control, in terms of contesting it, I like Falcons better because they don't have to commit a big ability to start making things difficult.
Wants the Epicenter. Misses the Burrow Strike, though, as Nisha gets off an LSA, but it looks like he'll still be chomped down. Still enough. As Malrine gets the kill, and they're going to get Centaur again. But Mikke coming with the Chronosphere onto 2. Can't pick his target. Goes for the CM first, and now the Lifestealer doesn't have the Infest to work with. Skeeter just has to try and right-click his way out of it. Not going to happen, though. Big kill for Liquid. They're going to turn this around onto Amar. Gets bashed up. Cogs coming out from Crit to try to buy some space, but Amar looks completely dead. Although Mikke changing targets again. Amar getting a kill in the meantime as the double kill comes out from Ace. Eventually they do find Crit. And in the end, it's a 3 for 3.
3 for 3 plus 1, if you will. Yes.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that.
That's fine. All good. In essence, it was pretty much a draw, so...
Gold going in Liquid's favor, it seems.
Yeah, what was the big kill there? Why would they get so much more? Nobody was on a streak, right? I'm just a little bit surprised to see it be that much better for them, but... Yeah, I mean, if this Burrow Strike hits, this kill is way faster, and your position is probably better. On the flip side, though, Boxy came in to help and actually ended up dying. But the really big thing here is Rage has already been used before he gets chronoed, so then they get to chain it with the Hoodwink stun. And take Skeeter down, no Infest, as you mentioned. They get to go for the chase here. A little bit scrappy. And yeah, this TP out from Crit not gonna work with Bushwhack being off cooldown.
The fact that Mickey was the one to survive all of that, pretty big. Nisha's like, no, apparently.
Shaking his head, I died to him even when he can't hit his spells.
So your team won the fight.
Yeah. It's a team game. Speaking of Nisha, he's about to finish Aghanim's Scepter. Just 700 to go. Multi-purpose item this game. Obviously, the offensive part with Flame Cloak is great, but also the magic resist against Sand King, and Crystal Maiden is more than welcome for him here. You saw how he died in that last engagement. With Flame Cloak, he would have survived, for sure.
Did Mallory have Ags in that last fight?
Yeah. That's why it was lethal. Otherwise, I don't think it would have been enough.
Another Infest Bomb. Doesn't look like a connection will be, unless they go to the south. That's where Ace is living right now. They will not redirect for the time being. You see the smoke from Liquid going the opposite direction. Technically the same direction, but they're running away. And Lamar, he's going to be the one spot. Oh, nice BKB. Just in time to get the plasma field off as well. Mickey does have Chronosphere. Nisha taking a ton of damage to the static link. Here comes the Chrono. The epicenter's right on top of Mickey. Has to time walk away though. Lamar extremely low, trying to get the kill, but the Bushwhack isn't enough to kill him off. So first death for Falcons. Boxy with the hoof stomp. Nisha on the high ground trying to contribute something here, but the Viper Strike now onto the Life Stealer. Absolutely no way to get out of this. No way to use the Infest quite yet. The Bushwhack again from Kofu, doing so much work in this fight for Liquid, and they find 3.
I genuinely thought Falcons were going to smash that fight when Amar got to get a full static link off and force a chrono. But the timing of it could not have been better. It ends up happening just as Malrine is blinking in for a Blink Burrow Strike stun. So his entire epicenter gets completely wasted. Look at how much damage. Sand King did 2k. It all got mitigated. He just time walked it off.
Yeah.
So they just ran out of juice, essentially. They had a full link they couldn't use. Their biggest ability in their lineup right now, the Epi, did nothing. And Lifestealer just doesn't really feel like he can do all that much so far. Needs an additional item before Skeeter really starts hitting like anything. They also tried to chase down the Lina afterwards with a Burrow Strike. Completely, or just chasing after.
They're going to have another chance to kill off Nisha. He's stun locked for the time being.
Flame Cloak in action.
Absolutely, very tanky as a result, and will live. Falcons missing a little bit of damage in these engagements. Would have made a world of difference, and because of that, Liquid now with a 5k lead.
Yeah, true. As the observer is pointing out, didn't even go for the tankiness talent on 15. Lina can take Fiery Soul Magic Resist per stack as well. So if you have 7 stacks, that's another 35%. Pretty crazy. Might have been worth considering this game versus 110 Light Strike array damage, but I mean, they're both incredible 15 talents. Obviously, 110 damage is not 110 damage on Lina. It's 110 plus 64% from the slow burn.
Will she get a catalyst, ladies?
Oh, you know it.
Who's the best hero in the game for that neutral?
Something that was extremely broken. What was it? Lina is definitely up there. She's very good.
But not the best.
No, I'm trying to think. There's one that's insane. I mean, it's pretty crazy with Quap Ags.
Oh, yeah.
For example, I would say it's also really good on Snapfire. Invoker, obviously. There's a lot of good carries.
Just keep naming heroes.
Yeah, I can.
Very soothing, your voice.
You want to hear another one?
Sure.
Jakiro is a hero. You'd occasionally.
I don't really miss him, if I'm being honest. There was a period of time he was picked every single game. Tofu, though, I will mention, has had an outstanding game number 3 thus far. His Bushwhacks pretty much spot on every time.
This just seems like a really good pick for Liquid. So
they're actually going to go for the lifesteal. They get the stun lock. It is the kill off the Skeeter. Just a casual LSA, and that's enough.
And another one.
Yeah, that is a Crystal Maiden.
Unless.
Very fearsome Crystal Maiden. It is a wolf after all. Malrine shows himself with the shield room. Mickey showing up, though, looking for the bash on the freezing field. They'll get the Bushwhack instead, as now Nisha taking some damage, but he gets thrown right on top of Amar, and this is disastrous for Falcons. 3 for nothing as the hook just barely misses.
They're just too fragmented. They're losing their way in this game. Liquid are playing tight together. They're getting all the spell combos that they want. Falcons kind of just going one by one there. Lifestealer is already dead. Top Sanking kind of just blinks in, hoping for a good fight. Maiden is the one to get caught first, and then Amar. Obviously, the bane of his existence on these super strong Razor-type heroes is just getting BKB locked down. And Chrono, you're dealing with Chrono, you're dealing with Stampede. It's difficult if you don't have an item advantage or someone else who's super farmed to rely on, and that was probably what they were hoping for the Lifestealer, but Skeeter just doesn't have very much to work with.
And they went for a lot of Infest Bombs. We're going to
It's a
get a
good
nice
flank,
double
though.
barrel strike with the Infest Bomb. And it looks like 2 kills going the way of Falcons. Desperately needed.
That was a very unexpected hit for them, and nice for Skeeter to get both last hits there. Gonna unlock the Manta for him. Still not all that much in the way of offense.
Yeah.
And hit very hard.
28 minutes in the game, and Faceless Void's top net worth. Not good news for the other team.
No.
Lifestealer, I think, has to have the lead at this point of the game to put up any kind of a fight.
Or at least be tied.
I feel like a lot of this has to do with their ganks. They've been trying to get him really active with the Infest Bombs, and a lot of them, until now, have come up empty.
Yep.
So he's basically an item behind.
You're going to see Mickey farm really, really fast now that he has this trio of items complete. Going to work on a Scotty next. This is actually not necessary to buy to unlock Refresher on Void when you're going Ags. A lot of the time when you play the Mjolnir build, you will see Voids by Scotty because they need the mana to get Refresher so they can get double Chrono. Ags does, however, give you enough mana, so he's just getting it regardless. There was obviously some other options you could have considered here, as not getting out.
Cancellation, Skeeter, and they get the Frostbite again, and Skeeter's not going to find the actual last hit. They'll go to Snaking, but kill is a kill, and that is a killing spree ended for Nisha, and into a Tormentor as well.
Okay. It's starting to look like things were going too well for Liquid. I guess we can't have that in a game 3. Already had 2 stomps. Falcons say not a third one.
This has got to be the worst shard in the entire game. Genuinely, I think it's actual bottom. What do you think?
Yeah.
That is, it just increases his net worth mostly.
Actually, yeah. I think this needs some love, or it needs to just work differently entirely. I don't think I've ever seen anyone buy this shard on Lifestealer. So what it does, you do damage when you come out of Infest out of a creep,
which is never happening.
Which in this game you're going to infest your allies almost always, and then you do a percentage of that creep's damage around yourself, which makes it, you know, depending on what creep you infest, that's not really that great. It can be a decent amount of damage if you infest one of the strong creeps, but it's like, you're not going to pay 1,400 gold for this on a hero that desperately needs to itemize for damage.
Only time you would generally buy it is if you have 7 slots with the consumed Ags. You have Shard, you have Moon Shard, you have Buyback.
And you've given Shard to all your teammates.
That's right. Foxy find himself a little snack in CM.
They can work for it a little bit. Stampede.
Okay.
Okay. Was that... Nisha looked like he needed it in mid, actually. Just getting jumped by Malrine and crit.
The infest again.
Ooh, this one Would be a big connection. Crit, flying vision.
It gets the hook shot. Out comes the Lifestealer. Nisha has to try and stand his ground.
Bro, he didn't.
Okay. Mickey coming in, gets the time dilation and the Chronosphere only onto one. They find the Clockwork. Can they get the bash? They don't even need it. The Bushwhack is there, and the kill onto Lifestealer is there.
Wait, did he have cooldown or what?
I don't see how. Maybe we can get a replay of that.
Okay,
one.
I don't know if he thinks you can get Light Strike Array off between Battery Assault ticks, so he didn't want to waste his rage. Or he was trying to time it perfectly on a Light Strike Array cast or whatever to get maximum value, but whatever it is, that was a total disaster. That Lina kill is 100% guaranteed if he rages. He probably dies after because of the massive rotation, but now it was just 2 for nothing. Big damage onto Amar.
Casual damage for Nisha. He's like, I got more where that came from. Let the TP out in the tree line. Oh, 7K lead for Liquid. 30 seconds on the Aegis. Yeah, that was a big moment.
That's actually a bit hard to get over that. That's really rough to watch.
Do your best, Synderen.
Yeah. All right, I'm good.
MKB looks to be next for Mickey. As the Aegis will expire, naturally. Still a good amount of outer towers for Falcons. As a Basher now picked up from, both Skeeter and Malrine have one. Wait, Skeeter wasn't actually finished with his. Oh man, I was looking at him a while ago. This farm is not ideal.
And yet he's topping his team.
Feels very low. Back inside of a teammate.
Groups them out.
Frostbite. They have the vision. Burrow Strike hits. That'll be a dead squirrel eventually.
Yeah, when Faceless Void is this far ahead of the field, I want to say anecdotally the hero wins like 4 out of 5 games at least.
Yeah, when
the gap is this big and it's good matchups, then yeah.
This get Refresher. This is maybe the. Maybe there's a better one. He's got to be top Refresher buyers in the game.
Among carries, this is the carry that suffered the least from not being able to refresh BKB, because you don't need the second BKB nearly as much when the entire enemy team is stunned. I think the hero that probably suffered the absolute most from that change might have been Sven, because it's so important to get the second BKB so you can keep going. But yeah, on Void, I would agree. Refresher is still S tier in his build, and he will be getting it at some point.
Do you go the backtrack chance for 25 on him?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think the Chrono AoE is necessary here. Sometimes it even grieves your team.
How much do they even have to dump in the Chronosphere? I haven't really talked about that aspect too much.
Sharpshooter, Lina spells, it's a good amount. Viper can hit.
No Wombo combo though.
No, not.
Which is what we love to see.
Yeah, I guess so. Winter was suggesting Elder Titan as a combo pick. That obviously would have been it, or Ancient Apparition. But
yeah, the ET games we've seen have been
it was not
very bad.
Yeah, that
but it does make a little more sense with the Void though. Crit, he's infested. Nisha. Okay, round number 2. Hook shot. Does pop the rage this time, and will use it to get out of the cogs. And now Crit getting gone on. Boxy actually finds the hoof stomp onto the lifesteal. He's going to attempt to TP out, but he gets bushwhacked again. Just punishment after punishment. These lifestealer bombs have not worked out well at all this game for Falcons.
They can't kill Lina like that when she has Flame Cloak. She's just going to fly out of the cog. That was naive to begin with. He has Disc, 3k HP, and it's in the middle of the map with no information. This seems very, very desperate from Falcon's side.
Actually gets bushwhacked. Again, Tofu setting up a potential kill. Boxy gonna force out the BKB, so Amar scurry back to base. They haven't gotten the tier 2 yet in that bot lane.
They might just continue here. Mickey cracks 25. He didn't use Chrono on the Razor there. Probably would have got the kill, but is saving it for a more important upcoming moment. Seems very likely to just be able to push here. I wonder if Boxy's going to change his build. He's queuing up BKB right now in the center. I was looking for a potential Axe on him. He's playing 4 Centaur. He's rich. He's got Blink, Glimmer already. If he gets an Axe, he can just save whoever gets Infest bombed. And then you can feel very comfortable on the Void. But They'll take the tower and be happy with that for now. Back out. And Liquid have to know that this is in a very good spot now.
Yep, Roche is up, so you can finish this Scotty on the Faceless Void. I wonder if Shard is on the table for Ace, because that's when they actually get some really good high ground potential in terms of taking buildings.
I would like to see him buy it next.
Could just kill the Tormentor when it comes back online, I suppose, and hope for the best.
Yeah, what are they missing? Do they have any shards except Void? No. So it's a 50-50.
He wouldn't. Wait, is it a 50-50?
Oh no, Viper can't even get it.
Yeah,
no,
he can't
it would
get
be
it.
Centaur or Hoodwink, yeah.
Mar has a heart, by the way, on Razor.
Yeah,
He'll be tough to take down.
It's a little bit worrying to see him buy this item though, knowing his normal build. Because I have serious damage concerns for Falcons going down the stretch here. This Lifestealer is not where it needs to be able to match up. So if Razor doesn't hit very hard, I think you're effectively just not really going to win a team fight at this point unless you hit a massive epicenter. And Malrine does have an Abyssal. So this looks weird if you haven't played Dota for a while.
Yeah.
But the way it works with the Ags, with the Stingers, you can still get some value out of this. Also might see Daedalus later. Sanctions go for that too.
All right, well, Falcons know that this is happening. If it wasn't the Rocket Flare, they lose the Belch from Roche, and they're going to go for an Infest play. This is a huge moment in this game 3.
This has to work.
Yes.
It just has to work.
You can see Nisha and Tofu are on the outskirts of this fight as Mickey basically soloing Roche. Amar, he's going to be spotted by Nisha. Malrine. Don't have vision up here. Nisha's going to pop the smoke. He's going to use his terrain walk now. Go for Dagon, apparently. Nisha gonna be spotted, gets off the LSA, just trying to delay as much as possible. As Roche is still being taken. Getting relatively low. Amar's gonna go for the static link, but the Stampede immediately counteracts it. As Crick gets one inside his cogs, they're just gonna blow him up easily. Malrine infested still, looking for an opening. Out comes Skeeter, not doing that much damage. All of it's mitigated as Mickey gets the Chronosphere now. Do they have the damage on top of it? Mickey focusing on the Sand King. BKB was still there, gets the Burrow Shepherd, still falls in the end. Skeeter trying to kill off Nisha, but again, the high ground potential going the favor of Lina again, as Amar with a BKB attempting to TP is successful, but triple kill for Nisha. They kill 4 onto Falcon's side, and now they can clean up Roche relatively easily, and even more of a lead for Liquid.
Just a masterclass in zone control there from Liquid. They have very, very good hero placements heading into that. All the angles were covered. It was super hard for Falcons to find any good initiation. They break it up nicely with the Stampede to start. Lina cancels Sand King's Blink Dagger. So Falcons just couldn't get into that fight, and now they might even mar. There's no connection here. Nobody can get there in time. I'm tracking his movements. I say that, actually Nisha is cutting all the way around
the
with
Hex, Dagon, LSA to follow into the hoof stomp. So many stuns for days. Amar dead, 80 seconds. And now it's all opened up for Liquid. They have this second life. They have Roche Banner. This should be buildings. Ace not even needing Shard here, as the Dagons will continue to rain on Nisha.
At the moment we said this wasn't going to be a stomp, it's been completely one-sided ever since. Every single engagement has been a resounding Liquid victory, and that's 2 full lanes. You still have Aegis, you have Chrono in 30 seconds, you have decent resources on your heroes.
And to add insult to injury, he gets Conjurer's Catalyst.
Of course.
Why not?
Yeah. Takes the cast range variant.
That's
Loses
2 lanes.
14% max mana, so he only has 3,000.
And Mickey, with that second life, hasn't even hit full form yet. Still has a full item to go. Can consume Ags to get number 2. Not sure if you ever get
Dagon
it.
5. That was fast.
Yeah, that was. That's what happens when you're up 25k, it seems. Malrine in the sideline. You're going to use Roche Banner. Ace has the Shard now. Grit looking for an opening. Will have to blink away. Mickey forcing out the Burrow Strike. Very scary Faceless Void right now. Hoof Stomp going to miss. There's the backtrack, Mickey. The reverse time walk, rather, forcing out the Rage already. Now the Infest into a baby creep. It's a good thing he has that Shard, so he can do an extra 50 damage when he pops out. Building starting to go down pretty slowly. They have 2 siege units as well with the Roche banner as cover. And Skeeter, he's backstabbing. He's trying to get back to his base, poor guy. Let that creep go.
Scouting.
Where's this epicenter? They get the range barracks. Only 1 to go for the Megas. And Amar trying to take out this Roche banner. The creep also trying to, as Skeeter pops out. Mickey with the time walk. Malrine still looking for an opening on that epicenter. Needs a perfect one here if they're going to stay alive in this game number 3. They get the hoof stomp there. Now the damage comes out onto the Lifestealer. Skeeter is dead. Does have buyback. Amar still waiting for this epicenter. They know it's coming. Malrine continues to cancel as Amar not taking the reckless damage. We'll pop the BKB. There's the buyback now as epicenter onto the sideline. Not doing that much damage in the end, though. It's Amar desperately trying to catch up to somebody, but the Stampede gives them all the move speed in the world, and they have still that second life on the Faceless Void. Another bushwhack for the road as Amar takes a tumble, and there's the chrono onto 2. They get the kill onto Malrine. No buyback to come now. The bash, but again, Nisha has the Eon Disc. They're just going to call it GG. Falcons have been eliminated from TI. Liquid move on.
Just a better team overall today. Pretty clear in this third game. It looked quite even at times, but when we got to that later portion of the mid game, this was one team dominating every single sequence, just arguably playing the map better, playing tighter together, and making fewer, I want to say almost unforced errors. There were multiple uncharacteristic mistakes in this game from Falcons, which is of course unfortunate to see, but to see Liquid, it means a lot to them to get to fight another day here. And yeah, for Falcons, it's obviously soul crushing. They've been at the very, very top previously, but it is not to be a repeat.
Yeah, they give the handshake. Much respect from both teams. And unfortunately, Falcons' road ends here in the main event. They will secure top 8. But no further will they go. This is the champion from last year, mind you. Liquid champions a year before. They stay alive to fight another day. Do you think that they can go much further in this tournament?
I definitely think so. Yeah, when Liquid play at their best, they can beat everybody. It's a matter of consistency and finding their stride. Unfortunately for them, in this tournament in general, there's been a couple of games here and there where it just seems a bit off. So if they can polish and get off on the right foot in their games, definitely still a team for everybody else to look out for.
And Crit, legendary player, of course.
And TI attendances on your screens right now.
Pretty absurd. As obviously very crushed after this defeat. I mean, where did you have Falcons in this tournament coming in?
I don't know. It's hard to place. There's multiple teams in this tournament that were a little bit wildcardy. I definitely didn't have the vibe coming in that Falcons were going to be a top 3 placer. But that's the thing about this team. It could be any given tournament. They just hit their stride when you least expect it. And vice versa. Sometimes you're like, damn, Falcons are going to smash this. They're looking so good lately, and they have a one-off event. And this one just wasn't quite it. They kind of scraped through to even get top 8. And then they have 3 days in between. Sometimes that's where they level up the hardest. Sometimes it's not. And this was just not their event compared to the expectations.
And for Liquid, I mean, I don't know if you agree with this, but Tofu would definitely be the MVP as we're going to go to the stage for an interview.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访。那现在在我身边的就是来自 Liquid 战队的 Nisha。
Thank you so much. Nisha, so good to have you here. Yesterday was looking tough. You guys got a very hard Mega Creep loss, then came back and then lost again in a very similar fashion. But here, today, you guys came back. I want to know what happened between today and yesterday in that very difficult match.
首先恭喜你，妮莎。昨天你们的话也是在超级兵领先的情况下输掉了比赛。我想问一下，今天的比赛你们做了哪些调整，然后拿下了今天的比赛？
For me personally, I think yesterday I played kind of heroes I didn't really wanna. Although I think Furion was kind of good, but could have won that game easily if I didn't fed. And today it was just like comfort, Earth Spirit, Lina, and was kind of like brain off, just playing easy.
其实对我来说的话，昨天可能还是我拿到了一些我不趁手的英雄。千之确实是一个好的英雄，但是对我来说的话，还是不是很习惯。今天的话，我拿到自己想要的英雄，所以更多的就像是我自己尽情输出，然后不用去思考太多，然后拿下比赛。
Absolutely. Now, we have seen Team Liquid's improvement throughout the entire year to get back into TI shape. You guys did not do too great at EWC. You said in your exit interview you were upset. And then suddenly you come back to the next tournament. You 3-0 Falcons. Now you come back here. You fight real hard. You beat them again. What changed there? Was that you? Blitz said you could almost lift as much as him in the gym now as well. So was this a personal improvement? Was this a team improvement?
那其实之前的话 ，Team Liquid 的状态一直有所起伏，然后在 EWC 上的话，你们也是输给了 Falcons。当时你在退场的采访的时候说过你很不甘心，然后后面的比赛你们3-0战胜了对手，今天的话又是2-1带走了 Falcons。我想问问 Nisha， 今天到底有发生了什么样的改变？而且我们也听说你现在能够在健身房里举的重量比你们教练 Blitz 还要重了，这是你的改变吗？
I think in EWC we kind of choked, so I was a little frustrated because the expectations were a bit higher. And we won 3-0 in like boot camp. It was very chill. The scrims were good, so we were just like kind of comfort. And now we're back to like lower bracket, so I don't know what's gonna happen, to be honest.
我们之前的话，其实，在 EWC 也是没有发挥得很好。我们觉得我们自己还是打得太紧张了。然后之前3-0的话，当时在集训的时候心态比较放松，但是现在又来到了国际邀请赛的败者组。说实话，我也不知道后面会发生什么。
All right, well, I got some bad news for you. If you lost this series, you would have got 8th place, which means that you would have gotten all the placings from 1 to 13. So many internationals, so much history. I gotta ask, does playing the international in front of a crowd like this still mean something to you?
我要告诉你一个坏的消息啊！如果你刚才输掉这场比赛的话，你就能够收集的 TI 历史上第1名到最后13名的一个全制霸了。我想问一下，在这么多年 TI 之后啊，你在这样舞台面对这样的观众去打我们国际邀请赛的比赛，还会在心态上有什么不一样吗？
Yeah, for sure. Like having crowd here is like a different game even. Energy is nice, and it's like nice to see who you're playing for. And yeah, I didn't get all the medals for the placements, but I cannot complain.
确实，每年在国际邀请赛，在观众面前打比赛都会有不一样的能量。非常感谢大家。然后我确实也比较可惜吧，没有拿到这个全排名制霸的一个成就。但是我觉得这并不重要，我们还要接下来继续努力。
I do have one more. I'm sorry. They said I had to end it, but I've been waiting for this time for years, and this is the most ripped I've ever seen you. Can I please just get one fight? Please, please. The audience wants it so bad. I'm begging you. I'm begging.
现场的
Come on!
想不想看到你上
Just one! Whoa! That's my boy! All right.
感谢你上，我们把剩下的时间回到我们的分析。
I didn't see it.
We got half a flex. No,
no.
They need to win again to get the full flex. You know, we got to tease the audience. We can't give them everything after one interview.
Oh my goodness. That's unfortunate. What a showing in this game as well. We talked about that draft after it was done. Like, did Liquid sacrifice too much to get for their draft integrity? And it turned out, Winter, that they sacrificed just the right amount in this game.
Yeah, just the right amount, but there were times in the game where we were worried for them. When we were looking at the game, it felt like they were not really in control. Like Falcons they were in control. Like at the start of the game, they had a couple of really nice fights. They were taking control of the map. They were doing really well, but a couple of slip-ups just made the game, I don't want to say close to impossible, you know, because you're playing against a Faceless Void. You know that Lifesteal can't really fight against a Faceless Void in the late game, and every small little mistake you make is just going to compound.
I mean, that's literally the story of this game. Like, in a single game, your entire tournament life is on the line. When you look towards Liquid, it doesn't matter how many mistakes you make, right? Like, Viper can just Viper strike the Lifesteal. Now he can't really do much. And then you got Chrono, you got Stampede to disengage, you got Nisha going 10-5 and 17, buying Dagon on Alina, just getting kills left and right. Like, for Falcons, like, every spell has to connect, and unfortunately it just wasn't really working out. The initiations from the clock to the Sand King, where people were on the map, it wasn't always on the same page as you see here in this highlight reel, where, you know, Liquid, you know, they were able to, you know, do much better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did hit most of those.
Yeah, it was the most awkward fight I probably watched today, actually.
Yeah.
This was real symphony of skills.
Yeah, no,
It really was.
Yeah, we'll see it on YouTube later tonight, but it was a great fight, guys. Probably the best fight of TI.
No, it was definitely unique, and I think it's a fight that shows the pressure that goes into a game like this, right? With elimination on the line, both teams maybe a little bit shaky in their position.
Yeah, I think this is why I love the Faceless Void. It's a hero where it will win when you reach a certain point in the game. And I don't think a lot of teams are able to keep the composure needed to overcome that, right? It's like all Liquid needs to do is just not feed, and they win. And with Falcons, they hit this timer of Dagger on Malrine, and they start playing like we saw top. They do that little like TP rotation. When Liquid start going on them, they get a good trade. But they're not able to get enough. When you have Blink, you want to kill everyone. Yeah. And they were not. They were going like even or less. It's just not enough.
It was a really rough game for Team Falcons as they hereby take their leave from the international. The defending champions are no more, and they were so close to playing their 800 games on stage or together with the five of them. Stuck at 799 now. And for some final words, we're heading over to Crit.
Yeah, thanks indeed. I am here with Crit from Falcons. Crit, tough break on going out there. We're all sorry to see you guys go out. It's not usual that you see Falcons against Liquid in a lower bracket elimination game like this. Does that speak to the standard and the difficulty this year?
在败者组 Team Falcons 对战 Team Liquid 其实是很罕见的，这种重量级的对战是不是能证明今年的比赛特别的激烈？
Yeah, I think it's very obvious that all 8 teams that were in the playoffs were able to beat each other, and we had 2 close series, and we were fortunate to lose out. But at the end of the day, we just didn't really hit our best, and yeah, that's what it took for this tournament.
That was your 799th game together as a 5. Talk to me about what it's been like playing with these guys, how fantastic it's been, and what a great group of lads they are.
对，说明了这淘汰赛的8支队伍都是实力非常接近的，谁都有机会打败谁。最后我们没有打到自己最好的状态，也就这样了。但是也是打了2场很激烈的比赛。
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 years. It's a long time. A lot of memories. We had mixed results, but at the end of the day, we accomplished what we wanted last year. We were hoping to defend it this year, and it was a very hard tournament for us. I think everyone tried their best, and sometimes it's not meant to be. So unfortunate, but we'll move on, and I'm sure everyone's gonna be able to watch us against in the next few.
He has that
tournaments.
shard, can do an extra 50 damage when he pops out. Building starting to go down pretty slowly. They have 2 seats.
Yesterday in that
tournament.
I definitely think so. Yeah, when Liquid played
on Nisha.
其实我们一起打了3年多，是非常之久的。然后我们去年也达到了自己想要的目标，很可惜今年没有达到自己想要的卫冕冠军。但是呢，我相信在未来的几个比赛里，还是能看到我们的身影。然后明年还有 TI。
And final thought, Crit. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans, especially here in Shanghai, that have been supporting you guys and cheering for you guys, not just at this TI, but throughout the season?
最后感想，有没有什么想对现场或者家里的粉丝说？不只是支持了这个 TI， 也是过往历届支持你们的粉丝。
Yeah, I mean, it's always special. Last time I was here in 2019, it was also special. For me, this is probably the last TI. I'm happy to do it here. It's always amazing to be in China, but fans all around the world always cheering. It's a special thing to be at TI, and I'm gonna miss it.
What can I say?
It's been a lot of TIs at this point.
What can I say?
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure watching you as well, Crit. Thank you.
What can I say?
上一次进来打 TI 在上海已经是2019年了，也非常荣幸能回到上海打这一届的 TI。很可惜，这可能是我最后的一届 TI 了。非常荣幸可以站在这个舞台上，也感谢大家的支持。
I think the pleasure has been all ours. This was Crit's 10th international, and he said that there probably is not another one for him in store. A lot of weight with those words, Rhea.
I don't want to lose a player like Crit in the scene. I wish I could watch him at every TI to come. I think he's a wonderful 4. I think he brings a lot of, I don't know, he's like, for how cool and calm he is as a person, I think he's so expressive with how he plays Dota. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, not only
Oh,
that, it's
that.
just like the idea of like what Falcons and Crit has been able to achieve, right? Since their inception back in like 2024, it's like they dominated the scene then. They, of course, won last TI. This year maybe didn't go their way, but it's like they are the most decorated
Gara.
five-man stack. They played the most games as a five-man stack for Dota history. Like what they've done in 3 years will be on our minds for like the rest of Dota, right? Like they have done so much within such a short span, and that is testament to the experience of Crit, what he's been able to achieve, and all the other players, right? So if Crit isn't to play
Yes,
next TI, it's
Falcons.
going to be a different Falcons roster. They've done a
Yeah,
great job.
Falcons.
So again, props to all of them.
And he's changed the game so much with like position for like what can you do on your role. I think he was one of the few players that
Wait,
started
what?
like maybe with Jerax together the roaming position for and what can you do in the game. I think it was really amazing all those years watching his gameplay and gonna miss it.
A lasting impact from a Crit, and of course a lasting impact here from this iteration potentially of Team Falcons. But eliminations are part of the game. Team Liquid is the team that moves forward, and we'll see them again in the lower bracket. But take a deep breath. You can rest assured eliminations are done for the day. That is a heavy heart that we had here this morning. But now it is time for upper brackets to make some great Dota coming your way. We're going to have Team Spirit and Vision on the stage very, very soon. This was only the first half of the day. Yes, it was a long one. Only halfway. There's much more to come. Natty and her team will take you through that second half of the day. And to get you started on Vision versus Spirit, we're going to hear some words from Yotoro and Laurel.
Start group stage was good, then we lost 2 games. We like staying
can I
okay,
say?
like a bit, not
What
struggling.
can I
have
say?
Some
I'm
problems
the king
with
of the
sticks, also with how we
predictions.
play, not only drafts, how we play, but make decision in game. So we like guys, go chill.
The first game was against Extreme. It was quite easy. Like we just won 2-0. No problem about it. Then we played against Aurora, I would say.
What can I say?
And also games was pretty easy, like pretty easy drafts, pretty easy to play. Then we met
takes the series.
Liquid. Against them, a bit harder games. We won 2-1. They're a good team, I would say. And we messed up some drafts.
Then we play against Team Vision, and this happens like we don't understand power of some heroes. They like really play good.
After this game, we realized a lot. I would say we like lost them 0-2.
Then we play against Nigma. Also, we have maybe not our best strategies. We just feel not tired, just playing bad. And this day, I cannot say much.
And like we played against Team Resilience the next day. It was pretty easy games, but we made a lot of mistakes, I would say, at games and second game. And we crashed out. The second game was, and we lost this map. After that, we played third game. It was pretty chill, pretty easy game, like the first one, and we just won them.
We're happy that we go to playoffs and we can play on like arena stage with viewers. It's always different between group stage and playoffs. Like everyone plays different. It's just real game begins, I guess. Like always, we like the viewers and people like who cheering for you or hate. I don't know. It's always good just to be there and play against the best teams and beat them. It's sad when you lose, but it is what it is. You just think about happy way. Just you come, you need to show your best. That's all, and it's always great to play on stage.
The TI for me, like the best tournament of the year for sure. Like way more ahead of other ones, any tournament like ESL, Wallachia, blah blah blah. Like it doesn't matter. Like depending of the TI, because it's like the biggest tournament. You feel it by every part of tournament. Like stage, group stage, you see the faces of your opponents. They're nervous, like unreal. You can watch the pressure of the games. Like every game is like cinematic, like absolute cinema. Every game, and you just like to play in this like scenery, and you like to play against like these opponents. So I would say it's just the best tournament of the year, and we didn't play it like 2 years in a row at the playoff. So I like we finally came back.
And we're back.
Can I say this?
Day 2 of TI-15 main stage continues. We've had the heartbreak of a double elimination that was saying goodbye to both Falcons and Ironwing. But we move on to greener pastures, much more enjoyable things. We're looking towards the upper bracket, and joining me for this one is none other than Insania, Effie, and Quinn themselves. Effie, how are you feeling for day number 2?
And I'm feeling good. A little bit sad, of course, when teams are eliminated, especially ones with veteran players such as Falcons. It's always a little bit bittersweet, but it's time to root out who's the best from the best, and I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, I think that's also what makes this tournament mean so much, is people do get knocked out. You see the loss, that's when you see how much it matters to them whenever they lose and they come back next year. And I don't know, the storylines build and build. So I think that's part of what makes this tournament so incredibly special.
Yeah, and it is the one event of the year that no matter what team you play for, everybody at the back of their minds think, like, if I win this year, what does it mean? Because I could actually be winning TI. This could be the one. And yeah, it means so much, and that's why the heartbreak also, like, as a viewer, you can feel it.
Yeah, we see it. It's easy to stand up there when you're winning to celebrate what it is to be at a TI, but it's another level when it doesn't necessarily go your way. But that's the hardship of being in the lower bracket for those teams that are down there. If you're in the upper bracket, though, you're feeling a little bit better. You're just off the edge of being able to make it to a top 3. I mean, that is where these two teams that are coming up are sitting for themselves now.
Team Spirit!
They've talked about how long it has been for this roster since making it to the main stage of an international, how much it means to them, how close they are to be able to seeing success again in an org that has already lifted the Aegis twice. Their confidence is through the roof at the moment, but so is their opponent when it comes to Vision.
Team Vision!
4-0 in groups, coming in as the heavy favorites when we look towards our main stage. I would say, though, they have a formidable opponent up ahead against themselves here, and we're hoping that their ideas, their playstyle, and what brings these players to the forefront of our minds stays true, because that's the one thing in Insania that Vision are going to need is you don't want to end up playing Spirit's game. You want to be playing your own game.
No, absolutely. I think the really cool thing about Vision is they have such a defining position 4 player. He will play unexpected heroes. We saw him play Pudge yesterday. And by doing that, you're always making your opponents play your style. You're playing your game. So that is one of Vision's biggest strengths.
Yeah, there's it's such a young, sort of like new, crazy roster. Like none of these players, if you go back 2 years, a lot of people watching Pro Dota wouldn't even know who they are. And to go from complete obscurity to the best team in the world that quickly is unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen something quite like it before. And they are so individually talented on all of their players. And they've got such a match in Spirit. Like I couldn't be more excited for this.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about how scary Vision have looked recently in the last few months, we have to talk about Puppy joining as a coach and what he's done for the team, because he joined earlier on in the season in January. It was kind of growing pains. It happens with players alongside coaches too, and they didn't do so well for a couple of tournaments, but everything started to click. And this team has talked time and time again about how much Puppy has done for them, how he's helped them in drafts, how he's helped them shape Dota. And if we look at the screen right now, we've got the coach comparison where both Puppy and Miposhka, two legends in Sania, it's their first time attending TI as a coach.
Yeah, it's kind of funny actually, considering like both these guys have been around for so long.
Miposhka.
This is the first time they appear head-to-head as coaches. I'm sure they played each other at TI 10 when Spirit had that miracle run, and they obviously won that series. And I know from Matu how much that hurt to lose to them. So I'm sure Puppy, for him, this is like finally he gets his rematch against Spirit.
Yeah, what a crazy TI history when you look at Miposhka. I mean, when you look at both of them, Puppy's so consistent for so long. And Miposhka, not really at a lot of the TIs, gets 1/7 early on in the TI history. And then first, 13th, first, like, what is this record?
I remember all the way back when we ended up seeing Secret come second in the Singapore TI. We're like, the next one's Puppy's. This is it. He's going to come first. And he ended up not qualifying as a player. But if you wanted to alter the story a little bit, we could just change it. The next TI he attends is his first. This is the first one he's attended since that second place that he got with Secret as a player. And it feels like he's on trajectory. He's on track.
It's scripted.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
He just needed to make it to TI, which he hadn't been able to do for the last 3 years.
I mean, it was like, what? He is like 5th, 6th, and then 4th, then 3rd, then 2nd, and then... I mean, he has a good shot. Like, the team could not be any better coming into this.
I feel like the biggest part about what is giving Vision that little bit of extra oomph outside of the ideas, outside of the respect that they have for Puppy as a coach here, is the way that Satanic plays, who he is as a player as well, and the fact that they've been able to take a relatively new player that's had a little bit of Foster and Quinn, but ultimately still build him into what they need and what they want from a carry.
Yeah, I think he's the single biggest talent of any player in the last year. It's crazy. People talk about this guy like he's God, and it's because he is an absolute prodigy. And it's also very funny for this matchup, specifically his team history, starting on Yellow Submarine, which is essentially Spirit's foster team, where they try to find players, and they're playing and maybe sub in for Spirit sometimes, which eventually happens. Yatoro takes a break, he stands in for Spirit, and he sort of gets nurtured and grows up a lot on that team before eventually going to Vision. And so I think for a lot of the CIS scene, but for Satanic specifically, I think he looked up to Yatoro a lot. There's a lot of sort of rivalry and connection between these players because everyone looks up to Yatoro. You could see it in his play style and how much he farms in the I'm going to carry the game, I am Lee Al Gaib play style. I think you can see that huge connection between the two.
He's baby Yatoro, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the only way to put it.
He for sure is baby Yatoro. I mean, you can tell that he
Baby
watched all of the
Yatoro,
Yatoro replays, and his playstyle was... whatever Yatoro was doing in pubs, Satanic was copying. And when he got asked to fill in for Yatoro when Yatoro was on his break, I can imagine he was over the moon about it. But now he's at a position where it's a disservice to him to call him baby Yatoro. He's not baby Yatoro, he's Satanic. And honestly, he's been looking even better than his #1 inspiration.
That's the goal for any player, is to make a name for yourself. And Satanic is going to do that for himself. Hopefully it's with lifting an Aegis for this TI, but I have no doubt there's so much longevity in his career. I think one of the funniest things is how easily these two teams also play into it. I mean, the voice lines that come out for every TI, you have your team packs. There's one coming out from Spirit about essentially the king referencing Yatoro, and Vision come out with one that's referencing the prince. Do you think that's still on the level of a little bit of disservice, Mira, or you're like, yeah, I love it. This is the fan service I signed up for?
I mean, they're just having fun with it. There's so much respect between these two teams and these two players, and I think it's anyone's goal to beat their inspiration and be better in every way. You know, when they talk about the students surpassing the teacher, that is definitely something that Satanic is taking pride in, but ultimately there's no disrespect there.
I also feel like both these two carries going into any other series except matching up against each other are going to say, I'm the best carry in this lobby, and there's no doubt about it. And
Would you even argue that?
I mean, I think there's different playstyles and stuff, but I think a lot of people would feel this way. Like, watching these two players, they will have the carry differential on their side. But specifically this matchup, like Yatoro versus Satanic, I don't know who I would like rather have on my team. Maybe Yatoro at TI, specifically. I think he tends to shine here. He's had a few more TI appearances, and obviously he's won 2 of them. So he knows what this tournament is all about.
Yeah, I think that's the most interesting dynamic is if you look at the entirety of the year, Satanic was absolutely the better carry. I don't think that's even a question, but TI is TI. Yatoro, when you think of him on the stage, you think of Bald Toro shaving his head, coming out and annihilating me. I know what that's like firsthand. Yeah, exactly. I remember it very well. It's seared into my memory, and I think him on TI stage is seared into a lot of people's memories. He's taken a lot of names and scythed a lot of doors. So I agree. When it comes to TI, I kind of have to lean toward Yatoro.
It was shown yesterday, right? We look at their groups. They were going up against Vision in groups, looking to be that 4-0 team for themselves. They lose that series. They could have still gone through 4-1. They lose that series. They have to go into elimination. They lose game 1. And you're wondering, is this before we even see them get to main stage? They rock up yesterday. Iron Wing, it's like they'd never even heard of those players before. That's how phenomenal they looked.
Spirit are energized by the crowd like no team I've ever seen.
Pag nag-chat ka, bababasa ko.
Off of it, and especially Collapse and Yatoro, they've talked in their vlogs so many times about how whenever the crowd is cheering with them, they feel like they're stronger. And if there are ever cheers against them, that makes them even stronger. And you have to be a vibes player at TI. It's a different tournament. It's a different beast. The stakes are different, regardless of how much you've competed throughout the year. And they've got experience like no other when it comes to this.
People also talk a lot about ramping up. At a TI, you play the group stage and you improve to main stage and you improve throughout the bracket. And I think Spirit is the poster child for this. There is this feeling when this team is improving and marching through the bracket that they're going from good to great to unstoppable by the end of the tournament. And so when you're in the middle of the bracket like this, you need to stop them now because when they get to the end, if you let them keep rolling, you cannot do anything about it.
So, no, you go and see it.
I also think the Spirit is just a completely different beast than any of the Spirits that we've seen in the past. When we think of Spirit, we think of this team that kind of likes to play defensive, set up a lot of baits, kind of play around Yatoro and rely on him a lot. I find that this new iteration of Spirit, they play around their supports a lot more. And the supports are a lot more enabled to make moves and play a much more active role.
The
last time we saw these two teams come up against each other, it wasn't necessarily a fair fight. Vision had a lot of good ideas, but is it going to work a second time around when it comes to the TI main stage?
Team Spirit versus Team Vision.
Ito na.
A win here for either of these teams means top 3 secured, and for Spirit, that would be an amazing accomplishment to be able to get
Ban Lone Druid. Lone Druid ban.
We hadn't seen them on the main stage. They definitely fell below a lot of expectations, and now I do wonder, is the team that lost in group stages in a matchup going to come into this with an upper hand when it comes to a draft?
Yeah, so much has changed. The meta has shifted a lot. We talked about the break between the group stage and the main stage, and I think
pinag-aralan ng TS yung Vision.
That would not have even been in the game and anyone's thoughts in the group stage, but now this hero has risen to, I don't know, it just doesn't lose anymore apparently. So the draft has definitely changed, so we'll have to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting that in the group stages, when Spirit lost to Team Vision, they lost twice to Earth Spirit. And they had this idea that they could beat it. I think in the series today, we're not going to see it be given away to either team. There's no idea of, which is going to let it through and play against it. I think that's a big takeaway for Team Spirit. On top of that, I think Lone Druid will be very contested in the series where maybe other teams lost faith in him after his statistics in group stage, because he's been owning on the main stage.
Yatoro had an absolute pop-off on Lone Druid the other day. So for sure a hero for them to consider. I want to go back to the Bounty Hunter because I think this hero being so popular actually hurts Vision because it fits their playstyle. We talked about 9 Class coming into today, and he is a very unique player that likes to play unique heroes. And the reason that is so successful is because people don't really know how to play against it. He's a lot more comfortable playing that position than anybody else going up against it. But now one of his favorite heroes is becoming a popular hero. Everybody's going to play it. And it's getting banned out immediately in the first stage. So I think Spirit kind of has a little bit of an edge in that regard.
On that note, I do want to say that it was really funny because at
Hindi rin
UWC,
pwede
we saw a
kunin
different
yung
version
Lone
of Night
Druid
Class where every single game he
Mokuha
was
SF.
Blink or Dark Willow. He was playing very
Kontrang-kontra
standard
talaga.
heroes. And when we asked about it, he basically said, well, Cappy told me to play regular Dota. We've been playing regular
nagunahan sa
Dota.
Ender.
It's working. If there's an interesting hero I can throw every now and then, I will. But it seems like they have shifted their playstyle more towards laning to together as a 3 and 4 instead of him just running around?
I would say even though they can play that way, it kind of favors Spirit because now you're not sucked into playing this weird vision game that, you know, they want to set up and make you feel uncomfortable. We talked about it when we see
Uunahan
Falcons play,
kayo
like,
sa
you don't want to play
hoodwink
their
na yan.
game. And I think getting him on a Hoodwink or a Willow is already a
Oh.
win in that regard.
Hoodwink,
this
mag-uunahan
Ember,
yan.
I'm so curious to see how you respond to it. We've seen Ember become a first phase pick so often in metas, and the question becomes, what hero do you want to crush him in lane with? Because there are options, but a lot of these teams aren't super comfortable with. Stuff like the Huskar, the Necrophos. It's not generally how you want to
Mag-unahan
play,
sa Doom.
these mid players want to play.
Contra.
Doom as a response is, honestly, I would say not that much of a response at all. I think it's kind of just a hero that you're picking, and the heroes have interactions, but there's both positive and negative on both sides.
Hindi mo basta-basta mahuli yan.
I do wonder about this Doom.
Para
because
saan?
Conceptually, Doom is an anti-carry hero, right? There are very little carries that play
Flex
against him, and
pick
the ones
yan.
that aren't
Pang
in
carry.
the same way outside of Lone Druid. I think Vision might be trying to bait out a Lone Druid, and they've prepared a strategy against it.
I think another thing for this Doom is that he has kind of this like end game win the game build right now with the Shiva's Guard and Ags, and we have two really, you know, teams that like to play for the end game. And having that edge in the end game, like you have Satanic versus Yatoro, but it's also about how the surrounding cast comes together to enable these players and prevent the other guy from succeeding. So Doom kind of puts you on a timer in a sense where if he gets to that end game point, you're going to be the stronger player.
Ba? Nagagawan.
Yeah, there's Nature's Prophet we've seen so many times. It's just good. We haven't really seen anything that felt like it countered it enough. His first phase banned it a lot of games. Nigma put it to great effect yesterday. So
Wala nang
I
Lone
don't see
Druid.
anything particularly wrong with this. One thing I do think that the Doom is interesting is
Draw
sometimes whenever a
Ranger?
hero's mid his first pick, it may seem like you want to just respond with the same hero in lane. You want to just counter pick them. But some heroes like the Monkey King, the Huskar, Necro, those heroes have counters in other lanes, and so you respond with other lanes to then get that gotcha counter pick a little bit later once you see more information and you can make a more educated decision about which one of the counters is better against the supporting cast.
So which archetype of hero do you see fit into that from the mid lane?
Pit
Let's say
Lord.
double supports come out now. Do Vision show a third core? Or do they just
Underlord.
go for their supports?
I think Vision probably is waiting till the end. But I'm not entirely sure. Like, I think when you have got a Nature's Prophet on your team, you don't want double turret. We've talked about that before. You don't want these double ranged hitter guys. So if something like a Necrophos or a Huskar gets a little bit worse, and you start looking at something more like a Monkey King or this melee dude who snowballs the lane, and you can get the moves rolling, a Satanic farm and connect.
When we saw the
Bagay,
Slark
wala
the other
nang
day,
off-lane.
that can happen, but I think because of the lack of Wisp for both these teams, it's probably, you know, a little bit lower on the priority.
Kahit last pick na Underlord.
Yeah, they didn't ban it either, so I think, you know, you mentioned
Hoodwink
potentially
na.
baiting the lone druid and saying we have answers for it.
Hoodwink.
I
Ang
think
dying.
there may be a bit of that for both teams, saying we've got there's
Dying.
heroes
May-
in the
may
pool
save
that
ka
are
na.
definitely contested, and both teams are thinking
Hoodwink.
about, and they're sort of moving around in a circle, looking at those heroes, looking at each other, seeing
Ay,
who will make
vision
the
nga
first sort of
pala
more
ako.
committal move to something first.
I would say both these heroes, like both Nature's Prophet and Doom, kind of enables that playstyle that you like to play against the Lone Druid. They are fast at connecting to the safe lane. They can overwhelm like the guy on the safe lane that wants to just sit there and defend his tower. He doesn't really like when fast rotations can happen on him. So I think Spirit probably considered that
na.
here and decided to go for two supports. I think Hoodwink has looked extremely solid throughout this tournament. To me, it is one of the most stable position 4 heroes. It seems like the spells always have high impact, and Undying is one of those 5s that's just like, it's going to be stable, it's going to secure its lane, it creates a lot of issues, and opens up for a lot of potential pairings down the line.
She's a nice hero versus Nature's Prophet as well, because when he early teleports on her, she scurries out of Sprout. You look at Undying as well. If he gets teleported on early, he can live a little bit longer with a Decay, drop a Tombstone, maybe turn the tides there.
Yeah, it's smart picks, and they have great
Little
early game
bit.
synergy with Ember. So even if he gets counterpicked,
Right,
there's
cool.
potential that you bring 3 heroes and you just fight them back. Especially with Rubik, which is a hero that traditionally is not super strong on the early fights because he has one spell that does damage. His other 2 spells don't do anything early, and so it's a little bit of a slower support, wants a little bit more time. And there's potential to abuse that for Spirit because their supports have got plenty of spells that all do stuff early on.
I do think an aspect of the
Oh.
Slark counterpick to Ember does come out. This is trending up. Honestly, it's been a lot of fun to watch, so I'll never root against this.
We were curious that if the lack of IO was going to be enough of a deterrent, that you're like, actually, we don't really feel comfortable that it will make it through the mid game out of mid lane that well. But
no insane here. It's definitely going to be okay in Vision's eyes.
I think it's related to the two supports. So if you think about how Slark dies, it's if you can find an instant hex or an instant silence on him.
Yan,
But he's going up
clockwork.
against Hoodwink, which has a slow-moving projectile that he can react to, and an Undying that has essentially no spells that prevent Slark from playing his game.
Clockwork.
I was wondering why the crowd was cheering so loud, and then I realized it's a Yotaro Terrorblade. Like, if you've ever seen this Yotaro army back and forth, there has always been this hero at the center of it, and we know how much the Chinese crowd loves Yotaro based off of their little bromance between Ame and Yotaro.
Yeah, it's something worth cheering for, and I think it's a really cool
Ame.
TB game in a lot of ways. If you look
Umuwi
at
na
Vision's
si
heroes,
Ame.
there's not that much team fight, there's not that much AoE, it's a lot of sort of more greedy, selfish heroes who hit one guy, and now suddenly there's a wall of illusions, there's a tombstone, there's a lot of stuff in the fight,
Tagal.
and it's hard to deal
Support
with
na
that.
lang
So
yan
TB
eh.
reaches a critical mass, where he's
Tsaka
got enough items to
offlane eh.
stand his
Ban
ground
mo
and hit.
Underlord.
It's not easy for Vision to actually run into that illusion of the illusions. They can kind of just shred you.
Yeah, exactly. I think TB considered for a long time to be one of the best heroes.
Ban mo
against Doom.
Underlord.
He's not reliant on the single hero to press a
Pero
bunch of
na lang
spells
kung
in the
flex
fight.
pick
He's
yung
going to
ano.
enter the fight with a bunch of illusions and
Yung
deal the
Undying.
damage. Same thing goes for Nature's Prophet. Both these heroes kind of struggle against TB, and now that you see the mid Slark that has essentially no spells either, it's a pretty good game to have illusions.
And the nerf to Satanic, the item, not the player. He's not nerfed. But the nerf to it, adding 10 extra seconds
Post
to the
5
cooldown
ano yan,
is going to be
aerobic
quite
eh.
significant against Terrorblade, because a lot of late game Nature's Prophet is around playing with your Satanic in a way where it's more valuable than the BKB even. And if the downtime is a lot lower on it, then TV is just going to have freer fights.
Yeah, it's very true.
Underlord.
My one question for Spirit
Ban
is,
mo
they knew this Slark
Underlord.
was coming, and we've
Ano,
seen a lot of
Tinappers.
teams so scared of this matchup that they just dodge. It's a very scary lane and a very scary game matchup. Laurel is one of the best mid players at taking a bad matchup and still playing the game very well. It's put him and Malrine up there at the top. But this lane is particularly bad, and it doesn't get better as time passes. So I'm curious to see if Laurel has crafted some way to counterplay it, some new strategy, an item build, something. Because if you just play it straight up, you can have zero impact.
You know, I've seen Team Spirit do things
Primal
for Laurel when he's
Beast.
put in
Wala
Ember versus
akong
Husker
nagamit
matchups
yan.
where they bring all 5 heroes to the mid lane, do a late smoke, and try to kill the enemy mid laner. I've seen that happen a couple of times.
Even early carry rotations as well coming out from Yotaro if he's on a hero like that.
There's even the potential to dual lane for the first minute or two. I mean, we don't really think about it in terms of laning against the mid Slark, but if we think about it as a Huskar replacement, strategies do exist to make it easier.
Hindi nyo binanya Underlord. Matic yan.
I think Laurel, generally speaking, I don't think of, like, when I think of Malrine, I think he,
Grimstroke
like, has these,
pwede
like,
rin.
wave dragging things. He has a lot of these, like, weird ways of making his lanes fine.
Mirana
We saw
yan.
it in the previous game when he played the Sanking as Lina. He, like, pulls the waves into the camps. I don't really
Mirana
think of
vision.
Laurel in the same way. Would you say he kind of fits that style, or is it more of what Mira said?
No, I agree.
Nag-ano
I think he
sila,
kind of
Brad?
just tanks it.
Yeah,
I think he tanks it
Ah.
really well. He doesn't feed. It's one of the
Ay,
biggest
nagmimirana
things. It's very
sila
hard to kill this guy. He's low CS,
Mirana
he's low
Bane.
net worth, but he's not dead. And he plays for that moment where you overstep. You're like, I'm gonna kill this guy, and then you don't. And you
Nag-ano
overheat
rin
and you
sila.
die. I've fallen victim to that before, and he's
SD.
tantalizing. He baits you in, and I think that's Laurel's skill
Support
set.
na lang kulang
And I
nila
agree, he doesn't really do the wave dragging, the farming so much.
Tapos offlane sa ano? Sa Team Spirit.
Well, there's one last ban for Vision. Primal Beast was the other one, and I mean, it could
Pero
make
ano
sense
yan?
for their, what
Feeling ko
their
Underlord
last
yan.
pick there,
Team
but it's just a
Spirit.
hero
Pag
that
di
has
nila binan.
somewhat been overlooked this TI. You go back
Aray
12
ko.
months, and this hero has
Tagilid
way
nga.
more success, way more flavor towards him too.
Man, it's also Collapse Classic, right? It's like it's his guy. I feel like when Primal Beast was first released into Dota and the hero was absolutely busted, he was
Matic
playing
to,
it in every
Underlord
single
to.
pub, and he was spamming voice lines and just laughing at you as he's running at you and
Tentor,
like
di naman.
XDing himself because his hero was
Bagay,
so
si Collapse
stupidly
yan.
strong. And so he
Pero
definitely does
mag-Underlord yan.
I find it interesting here. We have kind of like conceptually thinking about these teams. I think looking at Spirit's heroes, you can very much easily tell this is Yotaro that needs to 1 versus 9.
Yep.
This TB is everything. Everything else is just there to enable the Terrorblade to deal damage. Whereas Team Vision has a bit more of a balanced draft where like there's a Doom that can cause an issue, there's the Prophet that can cause an issue, and there's a Slark that can cause an issue.
Night Stalker.
I was thinking about this Night Stalker coming up because he has played it before in this tournament and it's looked good. And the aspect of Vision that's hard to play into right now is ironically their Vision. These puns are
Naglaro
coming
na
out
pala
by
yan
accident,
eh.
by the way. I'm really not intending them, but they're playing with the
Hindi nila binan.
Slark D-words and Nature's Prophet ability to instantly connect on it. When you're playing with a Night Stalker, because of his ulti, you can
Aray
find the
ko.
Doom before it initiates. You can find the Prophet in the
May
tree line,
secret
and most importantly,
strategy
you
yung
have the
ano,
crippling fear for the
TS
Slark. it's probably Slark's biggest counter in Dota when Night Stalker gets a blink and there's no save on his team up until Rubik gets shard. So it's a cool idea.
What on earth? An Ogre last pick here for the side of Vision. 0 picks, 0 beds. This hero was completely uncontested until this moment here.
Dupalis likes this hero. He's played it in pubs.
Tiwala na lang kay Satanic.
And maybe can bridge the difference in carries. You know, TP's got all the illusions,
Papangit.
but Satanic's got the extra attack speed, and maybe that makes a little bit of a difference.
You know, I think this is a puppy flavor because it was played a couple of times at EWC and it was with a Nature's Prophet or Ranger.
Nature's Prophet,
Puppy used to love this hero back in the day. He used to always play it on secret when nobody wanted to.
Pinangontra nila yung Slark kay kay Ember.
To his new team.
I also find it interesting because Ogre can actually buff more than one hero.
Kaya nga
The cooldown of Bloodlust is so short that you can keep it on main multiple.
Yan yung natalo sila, di ba?
The multicast eventually, which makes like
yung EDP.
And that again goes to like the concept that Vision are trying to accomplish. Which
Tama
is
ba? 2-1
multiple
yata
answers for
sila.
it to grow. Whereas on the other side, Effect Spirit, they just have a lot of tools
Ay,
that
hindi.
are gonna
2-0
imitate
pala
their
yan.
hit. They have the tunes
Oo, comeback pala nila. Iba pala yung napanood kong NP.
find these auto attacks and find the damage in the fight.
Yeah, I love this idea. I think it's so true, and it's like at the core of how Spirit.
Bagay, ibang klase talaga mag-farm yan eh.
They maybe don't make too much sense together until you put the TB in the
Pero
picture.
pagka naano nila,
Picture, it makes sense. The Night Stalker,
nila Yatoro yan. Na-shutdown nila si Satanic. Oh, grabe, 1,000 GPM nun per minute.
The entirety of everything, how it all fits around Yatoro and not
Ibang
like
klaseng
individual
tao yan
stars.
si Satanic.
This Ogre, the item progression, how it plays as a 5, because for it to not necessarily be looked at by any other team and then come out now, it's just like, where does your
Lone
vision
Druid nga eh, 35,000 yung net worth niya eh. 30 minutes.
Are you trolling everyone's pubs for the
Ibang
next
klaseng tao yan.
Yes.
Alright, well look, I'm not sure if I can fully trust you on that one, Insane. If there anything else here, you're fully in the camp of what Spirit have done for themselves, so that last twist was enough for you to...
Saan ka nakita ng Lone Druid na 35,000 yung net worth? 30 minutes?
A lot of this game will be dictated around how well Spirit deal with this and if they can weather the pressure that it's going to bring. If they can, their draft is fantastic here.
Yeah, fully agree. I'm worried for Slark. Slark Ember is a scary, scary matchup, so that's where I'm looking. But it's Spirit on main stage. It's game 1. I got to put my faith in Bald Yatoro.
He's not even bold yet. You can't do that.
He will be.
If he makes it to the finals, we haven't even looked towards that. By the way, I know you guys were reacting to the crowd reacting. That's because Zhao8 is casting over on the Chinese stream. If any of you guys wanted to open that one up, maybe have a dual stream going on.
Nagka-caster si Zhao8.
To another. It's Tsunami standing by with Maposhka.
That's right, standing by with Team Spirits, Muposhka. Muposhka, you spent quite a time in that booth before coming out. I'm wondering, how has your coaching style changed from your 5-position style when you're in the booth? Draft ends, you're telling your teammates, this is how we should play the game. Are you giving them more instructions since you're not playing with them now?
Definitely, yes. I mean,
Night Stalker.
not changed much.
Panghanap lang nila kay kay Satanic.
That's fair. Preparation and something like that. But now I'm trying to teach my supports because I played a lot on that position. So always trying to help them, trying to help like how you should put vision, how you should approach the thing. And also I'm watching a lot of replays of enemies, our replays, and trying to find some mistakes, like how we should change our approach about some things. Like a lot of work. I don't know.
How well have your
very many things?
Yeah, it seems that way. How well have your supports taken your lessons? Because you're doing very well in this tournament right now.
Ba't 210 ng consumable niyan?
I would say slowly, but
I noticed.
They're doing it anyway.
And then how about the lesson of Slark versus Ember Spirit? How are you feeling about that matchup?
I mean, we'll see. We played once, that matchup, and after the game, Lars said I would never play anymore on Slark against Ember because this hero is doing nothing after the lane.
Aray ko, masakit yan, Larl. Sige.
How it will go from enemy's view. So, I mean, I believe in our draft anyway.
Paluin ka talaga niyan.
Good luck in game number 1.
Hearing from a legend of the game, it does provoke the question. What does it take to become a legend? There's no doubt about Spirit's status as one of the greatest teams of all time, but to achieve that status, they did so by trampling over the gods of their time, beating players like Puppy and Faith Beyond to claim the Aegis. Same path now lies in front of Team Vision. To stay on the high road, they have to beat Yatoro and collapse.
A lot of rings in this series here, and a lot more to potentially come for the young squad of Vision trying to seek their own. It's a tough team to play against on the main stage when the pressure's on, when you know these guys are going to clutch it up. And to me, these two teams, it's such a mirror match in some ways because they are both defined so much from that one position carry.
Parehas na parehas playstyle niyan eh.
He is your win condition. He is what's going to define how this game goes down past that 30, 40, 50 minute mark. And I think the same can be said for Vision. This is a team built around the young gun in Satanic. You need him to pop off. You need him to have a good time. When Satanic is ahead of his opponent carry at 10 minutes, you win the game 3 out of 4 times. Straight up. And the flip side, when Yatoro is behind at 10 minutes on the enemy carry, Spirit only managed to win that game 35% of the time. So you're looking at these two carries going up against each other, and if the net worth gap starts to open up around that 10 to 15 minute mark when Vision want to explode the map and take the game over, especially between a Furion and a Terrorblade, this could be a very one-sided series. Spirit need to find a way to equalize that advantage, control the map, and not fall behind. I think Vision have been the faster team so far this event.
Doom na may ano,
Losing a lot of tempo here between
Terrifier
and the Slark mid with an Ogre to back it up. Extra bloodlust, some extra attack speed, extra movement speed, it all comes together.
It does kind of link back to Satanic's entrance onto the scene, right? Like, he shows up when Yatoro wants to take this break. He plays for Team Spirit, right? And Team Spirit went from the slow kind of 4-protect-1 sort of team.
Yung patay si Collapse.
That's looking like your first blood,
Naku,
Satanic.
first blood Satanic.
There with the treants to collect a kill on a former teammate.
Yari kayo.
Big gold injection for a hero that was already free farming. It's just so scary to give Vision this kind of start on their safe lane. They're already dominating this lane. That's the downside of the Night Stalker pick. He's just not that strong early on. You really have to get to this first nighttime period. It's a hero you're going to have to rotate into. And the issue is the Ember, he has the toughest matchup mid, already just having to walk to base. This lane stage is already incredibly rough for Spirit. And it comes down to who is going to salvage that? The Terrorblade? Like, does this have to be some crazy Yatoro game where he's the one making some moves, making something crazy happen? This is not the easiest hero to do it on because you have to commit metas to get through the lane yourself.
Yeah, we heard a lot of theory crafting from the panel about how they're going to get out of this Ember Spirit versus Slark matchup. And so far, Team Spirit have not hit us with any of those wrinkles. So maybe their plan is a little bit later on, but so far, it's going to be Team Vision running away with the lanes. They're going to win that safe lane. They're absolutely going to dominate the mid lane matchup. And it looks like the off lane matchup is going to go pretty damn well for
Maya pa to.
It's fine. He might die up here.
Magpaparman lang to.
Meta drop. That's your one concern in this lane. Otherwise,
Mga 6 minutes.
And with a Rubik, that
Magsesecurean na ng run yan.
A classic team secret support duo. You know, Puppy bringing his own player here with the Rubik.
Late game yan, Brett.
How many times he played this with the Apps are on that Rubik.
Oh, no one comes so close to drawing the
Aray
aggro.
ko.
Yatoro gets overwhelmed here. He does manage to pop his wand, stay alive. 9 class.
Patay si 9 class.
Trouble trying to deal with the tombstone. Both of them are so low.
Patay rin
They
to si
collect the
Notice.
kill on 9 class.
Ay, hindi
Staying in front
nahabol
of
ni ano.
Notice. Can they get this second kill?
Ni Yatoro.
Low on mana, will not have the decay to finish him off.
Early raindrop boots stick for Yatoro, gets him out of trouble there. The reflection
Big-isa na.
while you're trying to kill that tombstone. That's going to be the toughest lane for Vision, and honestly, they're still pulling a little bit ahead there. As you mentioned, these other 2 lanes are where the damage can really be done. Laurel just forced into the jungle super early. No one having a free time mid.
What'd you make of what
Dikit na
Momoshka
dikit
said
to.
about Laurel in this
25
matchup?
parehas.
Like, yeah, okay, Slark dominates the lanes, but, you know, going into the mid game, what is this hero really doing for you?
I can kind of understand what he said, especially if they had scrims versus it and it went better.
Kaso mas nape-pressure si Yatoro. Di katulad ni ano. Satanic, walang pressure.
They're a peculiar team with it because they've played so much with the
15 denies eh.
Yeah, they're familiar at how to control the map, get the proper D wards, utilize the vision. It can do a lot of damage here. I think no one's going to be very comfortable playing this hero, and it's not necessarily the worst Slark game outside of that Night Stalker. I think it's pretty obnoxious for the supports. There's not a lot of direct control. The Terrorblade matchup is a little frustrating sometimes with the later Death Shroud, and can't really get some big ultimate off. You go in, you try and Sunder, someone gets Death Shrouded, he ults. It gets a little weird. Yeah, there are some interactions
Ay, di ka kita dyan.
so I don't think this is a game where the Slark is going to
Night time. Ayun, kita siya sa taas.
If anything, I think Spirit are more dependent on Laurel being able to make moves.
Pero ito may tao pala doon sa taas. Wala. May tao sa taas eh. Kita na kayo. Oh, ayos. Napagana pa.
Fortunately, a high ground tombstone is going to be whatever his Vision just walk outside of the AoE.
Apat yung rotation.
Here from Team Spirit. And that means a whole lot of damage on this mid tower so early on to the game. I mean, just keep the heroes here. Carl can't do anything about it.
Catapult stayed alive. Not able to lane. Tower's just gone to Bloodlust Furion.
Yung baba nyo. Bagay, gabi. Oo nga. Tama yun, tama. Tama ginawa ng Satanic.
He is doing a really good job of taking this tower early.
Yeah, he got a lot of damage from the catapult too. Vision, I think a little late to defend that, honestly. Especially if you're going to TP the
Wala na, mag-neutral na to si Satanic.
Unless they can actually convince Team Spirit to fight into them, but of course, Nighttime Vision of Collapse should read most of this
3
situation.
minutes.
I also think this Slark going bottom is
Whoop.
freedom for Laurel. It's like, yes, please give me some time to CS mid without getting my regen drain.
Yeah.
Noticed he does have Doom available. You gotta
Pwede
be
na yun ah. Pwede na mag-rotate si Notice.
linger too long with this Terrorblade and just give up that free kill.
Di pre si Balad na riyan.
Free kills. Ogre is very oftentimes a free kill. Takes a little while to get him sometimes because he's a big tanky boy, but
Oo, si Balanar.
extra bit of golden experience for Collapse. And for me, I feel like that's so much rides on Collapse being able to deal with this Slark. Like if he can have a good enough lane, transition that into a mid game where he's shutting down the Slark, get a blink.
Daya rin kasi yan pag gabi.
Be some pretty easy kills.
I think the Night Stalker is absolutely the X factor in this one. How much is Collapse going to be able to do in controlling some of these night times, being a presence on the map, not letting no one just play a free Slark.
Parang meta yata yan sa sa mga pub games.
Can he match some of the Furion rotations? There's a lot of potential there. You just have to pick your moments really well.
Ewan ko ba ba't di ginagamit yan ng iba?
Nice little extra gold injection for him.
Yeah, I like that Collapse took the last hit too. For a second there, I thought Yotaro was going to walk in and take it, but you need this gold on Night Stalker.
You have to make this Night Stalker as strong as possible, as fast as possible. He's your best ticket into the early game team fighting that you know is coming to you at a pretty fast pace right now. I like this wave drag top. It's going to stall up this tower push considerably.
Ayan na.
Might die for it, but it's going to force a lot of heroes from Vision to try and catch him. He's actually stays ahead of them.
They're TPing the Night Stalker.
May nagtitipi.
Yeah, they want to fight with these heroes behind tower like this. Dark Ascension ready to go.
You got to fight something off this
Ayaw
rotation.
pa.
Don't want to move Collapse without getting at least a support kill out of it.
Do you think it's okay if it just means Collapse this tower?
Si 9 class nandun. Naligaw.
Get held no matter what with both supports going up here like that. Okay. I think it's a little sad for the Night Stalker. Good defense from Spirit. Not overly sad about the overall exchange. Collapse, he just wants to get more out of these night times. I think that's the nature of the hero. You're always looking for as much as you can during these 5-minute windows.
2,000 net worth lead as the laning phase kind of breaks down Team Vision. Get the lead that is about expected, right?
Yes, we're approaching that 10-minute mark, and it is the Furion ahead of the
Wala na. Uy, magkikita sila. Eh, may mga tropa yan dyan. Uy. Hop, hop, hop. Nagagawang pa kayo ah.
Very friendly rune battle, you know?
And we're back to daytime. So, Vision, they ran over the first 5 minutes. Had to take a bit of a break with the Night Stalker threatening them. But now I feel like it's back on again.
I also think this period was not that bad for Spirit. There weren't too many extra Furion rotations. They defended top tower. The Embers recovered, and you didn't give up any just extra bad kills with the supports, which means this support duo for Vision is not that they're super low level, but they could have been a lot higher level. And it's actually the Undying who's the highest level support in this game. So that's pretty nice here. You don't have this Rubik ult online. He's nowhere close to it. The Ogre levels don't really matter. You have 3 points in Bloodlust. That's all he's contributing. You can keep playing around this top tower. Might be able to stabilize this early game. That is a very fast defusal, though.
Super scary.
Gara ah. Walang ka-action-action na.
It is daytime.
Pangat talaga maglaro yan dalawa na yan eh.
They're continuing to dodge him.
Farming game eh.
Does not want to go anywhere near no one. Scepter Hop. That sounds like a little too...
Ayan na.
This time
Doom.
he'll be punished for it.
Ayaw mo pa i-doom.
He gets a number of those creeps killed. Delays this push a lot. They still haven't taken that safe lane tower.
They've been really annoying on that top tier 1.
Nakuha pa ni Satanic.
The Wrath of Nature, there's where the tip is coming through.
Yeah, of course.
Classic. Give me that gold.
Do you think these Furions like click their ultimate straight up on the hero when they're at 100?
No, it's if he's really low, yes. Usually it's 1 or 2 units low. Finally, this tower will go down. You could have committed your
Fitness
darkness
aura.
to again try and defend it even further, but I think you bought enough time here. You're okay conceding it, using that Dark Ascension for either a turnaround play or defending some power for the Ember, something like this. It's going to be a defensive game for Spirit, though. Until you're ready to just play through Collapse and his strength. He does have a blink. I mean, he's fairly far.
Maya pa yan. Ay, patay ka na.
I do feel like it's one of those weird things that...
Uy, buhay pa si Raccoon.
That evasion's so
Uy.
obnoxious, man. It'll cost him a few extra seconds, and Collapse does TP away successfully there. I do feel like, can they make moves with Night Stalker? Because it's kind of like making moves with a Tidehunter, right? Like, oh, we've got Ravage, guys. Let's go use it. Okay.
It's not as
you make a move, you use that Ravage. Well, guess what?
Dagger.
That Ravage is now on cooldown, and Vision could just run you over.
Patay ka dyan sa dagger na ginawa mo.
You kind of know Vision are going to go into you, particularly the Slark with the Furion backup. If you can bait him in a little bit, TP him with Night Stalker Blink on the backline, that's where the fight's going to look good for Collapse with this early play.
Hindi ko nagustuhan yung dagger na yun.
Yourself, though. So Vision do have to be careful overextending deep into enemy territory.
Who's going to tank another gank?
Matatalo kayo niya. Ma-early kayo.
Trying to help him out. They burst down the Undying so quickly, and
Dagger.
Tombstone's easily dealt with. Yeah, Team Spirit not actually going to fight this. It would be all up to Collapse if he wants to make that call, and he did not have TP.
Downside of him keeping the base there.
Yan na.
If that's 20 seconds later, I think
Game 1 na yan, Brad.
Otherwise, we're just going to write it off. Base for the Ember, who did commit for first item.
Layo, no?
Extremely defensive itemization.
13 minutes.
It does save you against a lot of this damage early. It's just always one of those things, okay, you survive, but what are you surviving for if you're just some Ghost Scepter Ember? Are you actually doing anything?
Vision game 1 na.
So,
Nagdagger pa yung Night Stalker.
no one, there's that blink.
Got him on that AoE silence. They've got plenty of disables to follow through, so an easy pickoff, big kill on no one, and they use it at a period of time.
Okay.
Not that big of a daytime window.
Kaya bawi ko na. Maganda pala yung dagger.
Toro, he's in the vicinity. He's gonna meta for this. Yeah, that's another kill. 2 kills off that Dark Ascension, and you got the big one in the Slark. And
even going into the triangle here, take this stack.
Wala, nakuha pa yung triangle.
Here from Collapse. As we mentioned, like 30 seconds till nighttime.
Bawian.
It's a pretty small window for Vision to abuse. Try and steal the Ancients. This is a little greedy.
They absolutely should
Okay,
try.
ipalag nyo yan, ipalag nyo.
Nice, good.
Ipalag nyo yan.
Out. They're going to be walking into that one. Doom already used
Nice, ipalag nyo yan. Uy, yung ano, TV.
Doom already dead. Satanic coming through with the follow. He should just be able to clean most of this up. Team Spirit on the retreat, trying to get as many heroes out, and they will get 3 of them out. So in the end, definitely okay
The
for
big
Vision.
boss.
But if you put together everything, like the stacks that were stolen, feels kind of even.
Not the worst gold exchange. I just don't like Spirit losing Yatoro there. I think you're okay
bias.
anybody else other than Terrorblade. He's too important for how you're going to scale in this game.
Bias sa Spirit. Oh, patay ka ngayon, boy.
Collapse continuing to do work here. He is really holding this game together with some clutch kills.
Yes.
Still, Satanic, he was the biggest beneficiary of that fight. 5-0 start for this Furion on 150 CS. I've seen this before. Austin, he's almost 3,000 ahead of the enemy carry. There's a limit to how much you can give this man before he just runs away.
Walang yan, 9,000 na.
That really is the perfect way to watch the Satanic versus Yatoro showdown.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yatoro just trying to hold the game going. Satanic with his aggression of farming every single bit of the map while also being a part of these kills. Rubik is going to lane Satanic. Here comes
Nood
Noah
ka lang.
as well. Can he hit a pounce to get a kill here? Nah, both these heroes are way too mobile.
Coach goes right. This Slark is useless. He can't find the connections right now. Spirit are honestly playing really well around him. They're kind of initiating all these skirmishes away from where the Slark is. And maybe if you're no one, you're going to have to position yourself a little more aggressive on the map, but he's worried about this early Blink Night Stalker.
Yeah.
If Collapse finds him, just Blink Silence, the Slark's dead, so no one's trying to find this balance of being involved in the fights, being on the front line, the thing you want to do with Slark, and at the same time, you're afraid to give Collapse the jump. Once more, they're going to try and backstab this tower. No one, he shows this is dangerous.
Going to be no one. Caught inside the silence. Can he get out of the AoE? He was almost there, but no. Locked down and killed. The TP coming in from Team Vision. Still want to fight this out, but it's just Notice scaring back Team Spirit, preventing them from going for more kills and maybe objectives. He does complete out a Radiance on Notice, so as rough the game as no one is having these last few minutes, Notice is climbing the network charts.
Oh, they're incredibly far. The net worth is not going poorly for Vision. You can feel the impact of this Night Stalker, though. Collapse is controlling the game right now. And that's buying a lot of time for his other two cores. It's not that he's pulling ahead, it's this Ember is all of a sudden having a fine game. This Terrorblade is getting to punish a tower mid. This is all a product of the Night Stalker finding the clutch pickoffs.
Vision want to fight on this tower. They smoke up. No one TP's in.
You don't have any hard initiation, though. No blink on the Doom. They got to run in.
The information. They see these heroes coming in on the left-hand side. Almost got him inside the silence. No one pounces away just in the nick of time. Team Spirit, do they keep this going here? Toss back, easy kill onto the Rubik, but up into the high ground. Are they willing to chase up there?
Oh, he is.
Collapse is willing to go up there, scouts it out, sees no heroes. They've already gone back behind their tier 2s. A really fast flip of who's controlling the map. It went Vision for the first, 5-6 minutes, and now it's Team Spirit taking most of it. But as you said, both teams are experienced enough to keep the losses. They're losing some heroes, they're losing some map, but they're still keeping the economy relatively even.
Oh, but if
Satanic dies, that would be a massive blow.
Dead if he goes
He's
to
trying
camp.
to get to his BKB. This is the time for Team Spirit to kill him. He needs the hoodwink here.
Does a lot of damage.
Fighting back though. Collapse just gonna hold this ground. The TP goes out. They stop it with a bushwhack. Now a follow through with a sharpshooter. Collapse making sure he doesn't die.
He's so strong.
Oh my God. Wait a minute. He gets one kill when it shouldn't have happened. Almost got a second one, which would have been the improbable. Ultimately impossible for Satanic to stay alive, though.
You gotta respect this kid. You really gotta respect him. He does a lot of damage. He almost triple killed him there. That was extremely dangerous for Spirit. I do not think they're gonna make that mistake again. Yeah, you're strong in the Night Stalker if people are running away from you. If they just stand there and fight you, you're a Blink Dagger. You don't really have any extra stats.
Yeah, Satanic had no fear whatsoever. He saw the Night Stalker and said, okay, I see what's going on here.
That was a terrifying situation. However, they do get the big Furion kill. It's going to slow down his progression, help the Terrorblade close that gap. This has been a very interesting game so far, and I still feel like Spirit are controlling it a little bit more, while Vision are extracting a little more out of the map. Bloodlust is definitely going to do that. You are concerned about some BKB timings here, though. You have no BKB control in this Team Spirit lineup. And you can potentially have 3 cores that have BKBs and Bloodlust just sitting there. Are you going to be able to run into them and actually kill people?
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of steroids they've got in their
It's
lineup.
tough. That's when this game becomes tough. I also think these early fights have been difficult because you don't have a true initiator in this Vision lineup. It comes down to Blink Doom later, maybe Slark Ags, or the Slark having BKB so he can just confidently run in. We have not been at that point yet. Laurel, you are due.
Gets caught. Notice blinks forward, hits him with the stun and a Doom.
He actually had a 3x streak, huh? A little extra gold in the way of the Doombringer. And there's that Blink Dagger. So the fights become a lot easier. You can send this Doom in first. You're going to have BKB on the Slark soon. Those are 2 points of attack to play behind here if you're Satanic looking for an opening. The Toro trying to get a little cheeky mid with some extra meta duration. Tombstone save is going to be huge in this game as well. Just being able to buy time on the target that gets doomed, stall out some of the Furion right clicks. This spell has been super impactful as TI. Spirit play really well around it. So already online, something you have to keep in mind. Can also bail heroes out of the Slark control if some of your utility is down. trying to wade through this daytime. You have a Dark Ascension available, level 2 now for Collapse. However, I think he needs BKB to really stick in the fight. You go in the fight, you get Ogre stunned, Rubik lifted into the Furion damage. You're just getting melted.
It is Vision. I feel like Tormentor's got to be pretty important here. They've got great heroes on the side of Team Spirit. Of course, they already bought their shard on the Undying, but I also feel like Vision, like if 9 class can complete a Force Staff, but also get the shard from the Tormentor, they would have additional way to be able to help no one get out of that crippling fear. That would kind of even things out when it comes to the saves being on both sides.
Yeah, there's some nice extra shards for Vision in terms of those saves. On the flip side, Spirit have already bought 4 of them.
What? They bought 4 of them?
Yes, there's only 1 left to grab, and it's that Hoodwink Boomerang.
Yeah, I mean, all the Night Stalkers are doing it. It helps their farm. I guess everybody else kind of makes sense. Shield Rune.
Oh, that is a dangerous jump.
Yeah, Collapse. Yeah, I don't know if that you just saw that Power Rune and thought I have to get to that or what, but that was not a good start for a fight.
Just didn't expect them all to be there right at the start. What can Vision get off that? A lot of time with the Night Stalker off the map. It is during the daytime, he's a little less valuable. However, I feel like every time you lose a core in this game, you're going to lose 1 or 2k net worth advantage as Furion just cleans up the map. Maybe they can just do Roche with some of the extra single target burst from the Bloodlust. The Midas is online for the Ogre, by the way, so Ducalis, he sometimes goes the Midas, sometimes goes more utility. This time he's going to opt for the Midas and just scale it better.
How did he make that decision in your head?
I honestly think it's one of the more difficult ones to make. I think it's about your read of when you're going to try and end this game. If you're going high ground around 30 to 35, you don't want the Midas. If you think this game is going to go the 40-50 minute period, the Midas is better. Okay. It's really just about how well this game's flowing, how much of a lead we've built up. Are you going to just run this over and be able to end it before any of the scale comes online? I think here he made the correct read. I don't think you're snowballing this game enough to just say, hey, I'm going to buy 4 staff and we're just going to go higher on Selene. This Midas will pay off. It always does.
$4,000 net worth lead for Team Vision, but an even kill score of 11-11. We are approaching this next nighttime. They do have Dark Ascension up on Team Spirit, so we might see them do kind of similar what they did last time, which was try and connect for a play around this 24-minute marker. Pop Dark Ascension, and that goes seamlessly into the next nighttime. The Collapse is going to have to park Dark Ascension here defensively. Not what he wanted whatsoever.
No, not at all.
He'll take the creeps, try and make the best of a bad situation there.
Will flow into that 25-minute nighttime period. You're just throwing up the extra damage for the fight.
He's skittering away from no one here in the trees, who's trying to figure out some D-ward situation here.
Honestly, I'm impressed with how much Laurel is found in this game. I think Spirit did get out of this Ember Slark matchup pretty well. I don't think that's been the issue here. Just a question of can you win a team fight. The team fight still looks difficult.
No one catches him. Force Staff. Nami gets away just before the pounce lands. Nicely done. Another support in some trouble. Though Yotaro is actually here, and it's going to force a fast TP away from the Furion. There the save.
Oh, that bushwhack.
What a beautiful bushwhack. Locked down 2. Rue marches forward a little bit too far forward. No one turns around and kills him with his ultimate and gets out. He still has BKB. Not too much he's afraid of. In fact, he's even going to stand here. See Team Spirit stumble a little bit too far forward.
Does hit nighttime. Just a little too deep to push. There were still BKBs available for the 2 frontliners on Vision. Satanic did not like what he found on the other end of that teleport. Instantly pulled the Nightfall. He was out of there.
Speaking of BKBs, Collapse is about to be done with his, and he's already see his queue up of items, Nullifier and a Basher. No surprise there. Just anything to keep these heroes locked in crippling fear for as long as possible.
It's scanned down here. Vision really gonna try and make a play. That's a hard play to connect on.
Drop the ward. I wonder if Collapse saw the ward being dropped. Certainly saw the heroes coming in.
A nice dodge here. Continuing to close this gap between the Terrorblade and the Furion. I mean, both farm extremely fast. It's going to be Butterfly for Satanic. It's going to be Butterfly for Yotaro. One of them is going to reign supreme here.
do either one of them go MKB to deal with the other, or is it just both carries are going to try and kill
It would be,
else on the enemy?
I think it would be quite hilarious. They both went Butterfly, saw it, and both went MKB. Though I think it's a much stronger item on Terrorblade than Furion on average. I'd be pretty surprised if Satanic ends up with MKB this game. He might. If he thinks he can just TP and BKB, bring this Terrorblade down quickly. Bloodlust does give some extra value to some of these proc items.
Sure.
That's a consideration.
Right now, he's queued up his namesake in Satanic. Collapse Vision in the top wave. Still have his off-lane tier 1 tower. It looks like he's even going to try and set up for, see if there's a support down here for the Wisdom Shrine. Maybe even take the Wisdom Shrine, or at least force Vision to defend. Slipping up the side.
They're smoking to him.
Those are emptied out.
He's trying to anchor a position that Spirit can go to here and get a really nice backstab on the fight. Just catch Vision off guard. It might work out here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good with the smoke happening. Collapse ready to pop the Dark Ascension. Instantly jumps onto the Rubik. Wants to go with the supports first. Same goes with the rest of the team after Dakalis. Both supports, well, the Sharpshooter doesn't land, but they got both of them anyway.
That was very fast. And you could see Vision, the attack came from multiple angles. They just weren't sure what this fight was looking like. Just kind of failed on it. Way too chaotic. Way too hard to get a read there.
Still caught no one.
Yeah?
His team is going to be pretty far away to get here, and the BKB has to be used. BKB exchange between Collapse and no one.
Going to continue to scout. Ascension's out. However, you have that 5-on-3.
Yeah, Yatoro's already teleporting back to the triangle. He wants to just farm. Try and clear through these camps before the next minute spawns. Efficient as possible. There's the butterfly. More butterfly.
Pretty nice timing here for Satanic. He's not as far ahead as I thought he might be, given the early game. Once more speaks to Spirit's ability to limit the damage being done. The fact they're up kills in this game is kind of astounding to me.
All right, so Vision, they weren't able to snowball the game quite the way they probably wanted to, but there's nothing wrong with their scale.
No. You absolutely get to play game Dota here. Especially if you can find openings like that.
Pick off. Satanic, not even required. Just so well executed by
Let
Vision.
the Ogre beat him down.
Yeah.
That's going to be Roshan.
Straight to Roche. No defending for Team Spirit. Getting a kill like that during nighttime, doing Roche off, that's going to be a massive win for Vision in the context of this game.
What a sick smoke. Just straight into the Terrorblade right by the Roche pit. Spirit, they steal these though. They can test them.
But he doesn't have Dark Ascension. If he had the full flying vision, maybe he could pull that off.
Not me, not going to go for the play. Tanic going to try and find the squirrel. It's going to be a difficult catch.
Time for Team Spirit to rad, especially as we go into another daytime. Vision, this feels like a moment where they're going to take a lot of objectives. They could start taking tier 2s in my head.
For sure. I think the only thing they're really missing for me is some of those extra saves between the Slark Rubik Shard. However, if they're snowballing and they're playing aggressive, you don't need them here by any means.
Yeah, if you're balled up, it's not like Team Spirit have big team fight that really punishes you, right? They've got, what, an AoE Void, an AoE Silence, Tombstone.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. If you have Depth Shroud and the Telekinesis, you can throw the Slark out of the Night Stalker range. You can Depth Shroud someone the Night Stalker goes on. It becomes a lot more difficult to latch on to some of these squishy heroes and just bring them down to get a numbers advantage.
Yep.
That's the reason I like it here. However, like you said, if you are just grouped and you're kind of forcing objectives, you can protect your backline just through close vicinity. You're not worried about clumping into anything in this game. There's no clump abuse in this Spirit lineup.
Move the Ember Spirit over here.
They're going to smoke. They're going to try and fight into this Aegis.
Yeah.
This is really difficult with the extra life on the Furion. You really have to find a good angle. Butterfly done for Yatoro, though. He says, I want to get something done with my timing.
Might find a good angle to get the Lark. Well, it's just the Ogre.
You don't want this Ogre. You don't want to commit the Night Stalker jump on it.
Well, they don't have to.
Yeah, you can poke him down.
Not too bad.
Very, very smartly played. Do not want to jump in with Night Stalker until you find the target you're looking for.
So they relieve some of this aggression for, about a minute with the Ogre dying and then coming back onto the map without having to use Dark Ascension. If they can pull it off again, they might just weather through this daytime without too much lost. It's still Vision that's going to be gaining an advantage through this.
For sure.
Between the Aegis and Furion being Furion, they've got a 7,000 net worth lead now.
would say Toro's fairly comfortable right now scaling, other than this Doom, which it's just a skill-based thing. If you can find the connection on the Terrorblade, it's a very one-sided matchup. If you can set up illusions, kind of enter the fight, it's not an easy jump for notice, then this Terrorblade's difficult to deal with right now.
Boss 9 class and the Dark Ascension for that kill.
He's done.
They're snowballing support pickoffs again to try and get through this period of time.
And he did go MKB on the Furion.
Okay.
He's going to commit for the ability to just bring Yatoro down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they get the Doom on him. He can't sunder. Furion then delivers the damage to kill that life.
Tombstone save is the one wild card there.
Yes, right? They can really hold down for a long time against Doom.
Oh, the jump, the stomp.
Initiation with a stomp there. A nice huge bushwhack. Is that going to be enough to save him?
No.
Panic teleports in. He goes straight for Yatoro with his MKB. Yatoro, he's dying. He's taking a lot of damage. Can't really thunder anything. But oh, whoa. They actually do manage to get the Ember Spirit. Satanic got low. Run down Rue as well. Managed to get 2 off of that one. Not too bad for Vision.
Tombstone stalled a long time. You're just coming out into a world of pain. No way to really turn that fight. Yeah, Toro definitely felt that MKB eating into him there. You have the serrated Shiv as well. So you have some extra True Strike on top of that MKB. A really nice roll here for Satanic.
Look how fast he attacks with his Bloodlust. That's scary.
That's that Ogre power. It skews these carry matchups.
They're going to keep the aggression going. Vision, they've done this a number of times. One of the teams that have closed out some of the fastest games here at TI. The question was, are they just that good, or is it part of their style?
I think it's a little bit of both. Still a minute left on this Aegis. Not gonna risk the high ground push with it expiring.
Yeah, he got the glyph out of him. That's good enough.
Oh, Yatoro.
Yatoro. Where do you go from here?
No
he doesn't have TP. He's kind of stuck. He has to make a Sunder play and kill Satanic. It's his only option. And he might just be able to take away the Aegis, but no one will clean up the rest of the life.
Another costly death. He's died twice on this bottom lane. Some of the deep wards for Vision really paying off, scouting the sides of the map.
Yeah, Jakalis had that deep ward earlier on the right-hand side, and I assume that's what spotted Yatoro making his way down there. I can't believe he was out there without TP, though.
That was a really weird situation to be in. Your Aegis expired. You can absolutely still go high ground, though. No way this Terrorblade has buybacks. You're not worried about that.
Yeah,
30 seconds
easily
here.
A tier 3, maybe a lane.
Slark might not have done a lot in this game. He might not have to do a lot at this rate.
Managed to get the hoodwink. Nice force snap forward. Or maybe that was actually, unfortunately, not me using his force snap on himself.
Was trying to get out of there.
Way into Team Vision. And with 10 seconds to spare, they've got a full lane of barracks and out, hitting a tier 2 now. Satanic is just picking up speed, going faster and faster.
All of a sudden, he's 8,000 ahead of that Terrorblade. Blink and you'll miss it. You just can't afford bad deaths against the squad. They're playing too well right now, too efficient. They understand their win condition. They understand the game plan. They're not just going to go back to their side of the map and chill for 10 minutes and let you recover. Nighttime will strike once more.
Now this is one of those night times where you're just desperately trying to claw back some net worth.
You have to.
Instead of putting your stamp on the game.
Have to get something here. You're very close to some big items too. It's going to be Ags for Laurel. We'll finish it here in 20 gold. You're close kind of to that Scotty for Yatoro. He's an ultimate orb away. I don't know if you can really wait for that. And you do have that nullifier on the Night Stalker. So this is as good as it gets for Spirit for a long while until that next Roshan spawn. They would love to take a fight right here. Find a nice angle, bring down supports, assassinate this backline, and then rally around the Terrorblade.
Can they do a fight without Yatoro? Can Yatoro just farm his ultimate orb and the 4 just go hunting for heroes?
It's getting difficult.
Yeah, Vision aren't really splitting up too much, not giving too many chances. They're going to spot no one here. Instant slide jump away. The Power Rune will lie unclaimed, taken by no one now with a regen.
Full Hex on that Ogre, by the way. This might just absolutely paid off in this game. get multi-shot on that.
Link sight the Vice, he's huge. Drew playing around this ward. Collapse actually going to go for this kill onto no one, but the BKB makes it simple. He'll try and deal with Ducalis with the bounce around there of the Aghanim Scepter. He'll get back. Notice chasing after Yatoro. Through the Lincoln's out on Yatoro. They're trying to work their way through it, but he's up to the high ground now. Bushwhack to hold back Satanic. Team Spirit, if they can just get out with a kill on Ducalis, it's not the worst, but they're actually kind of hiding Satanic.
They want to use the meta
Still
Ascension.
thinking they can fight this one with the Dark Ascension to the high ground.
No BKB on the Slark.
Bottom 9 class. Telekinesis is himself out of there.
Disengage is too good. Able to assassinate one support. That's all you get there.
That really can't be good enough for Team Spirit.
No, running into control issues. This Night Stalker was good for the first half of the game. Once the BKBs came out, it's a way different story. You also have the shards up on the Rubik and the Slark, so now you have the Depth Shroud plus the throw. Becomes way easier to disengage from this zone of control the Night Stalker's proposing.
Yeah, they have such single target focus, right? Nullifier on Night Stalker, who's right-clicking people down, Terrorblade, swinging on one hero. These single target saves are going to be amazing. Psychic Headband puts himself inside the Tombstone. They're farming a Tombstone inside of the base here. Team Spirit can do very little to stop it.
Very ult dependent. No meta, no Ascension. You don't have the damage to take that fight.
They do finally get to that Scotty, and it's still nighttime vision. This would be very bold. They could just wait until daytime, but...
This Furion is peaking right now. He's 25. He has the player's Boda. His damage is out of control.
But if they lose this fight, it could be teams getting an Aegis off of it.
What can Spirit do here? Meta in 15. They force him in.
Force Daft Man trying to hit the Bushwhack. He activates the BKB in time. It costs not me. Almost his life. Still trying to kill him here. He's trying to sharpshooter his way out of here, but no.
Collapse.
Force do die.
Nowhere to go.
Collapse in some trouble. Fire blasted down. An easy kill. Pop through the Lincoln's of Blarl. He's forced away. They're going to have to buy back for this one. They might be able to fight it, though. Satanic turns, stands his ground. Up against Yatoro, but the Bushwhack Telekinesis trying to get him away, but no, he dies all the same. Now it's up to Team Spirit. They got to get as many kills out of this as possible.
Got the stun.
No one. They get hit as well. How much more? A TP away from Ducalis? Not in time. Collapse, unable to get the Void out. That'll be just 2 cores. They lost a lane of barracks. They have to get Roshan for this.
Triple buyback plus a lane. A brutal economic blow. You don't lose Yatoro. That's the silver lining. It's going to TP bottom, try and fix the map, and you're absolutely right. You have to play for the Roshan here.
The sad part for them is it's not going to be up another 40 seconds. There will kind of be a window if they really play to it.
I think you have to. I think you will have to park someone in here and man up for it.
Despair as Team Spirit go into the pit and find Roshan has not spawned yet.
That's a rough
There's
spawn.
still hope that they can get it. But
Collapse.
Got Hex. Collapse. Getting caught by the side device. He's in. And, whoa, Tombstone save. Could he possibly get out of here? Out of the Tombstone, he's going to be so low. It only takes so much for Vision to take him out. They're trying to push these heroes back, and he'll just hold inside the Tombstone. They
might get something more.
He's out now. Collapse. He's playing with them. He's toying with them, but he got doomed. The Doom is out. They'll get the Rubik for it. This kind of snowballed some kills now. Now Team Spirit do have a larger window to take this Roshan. It's up now.
You have the confidence to do it without Night Stalker for 90 seconds. That's the dieback there. He did tank the Doom. And honestly, it's kind of worth it in some ways, because now you can take this fight without Doom available. I think you have to man up here. You have to take the opportunities when they're presented.
Oh man, Roshan trying to get to the other side. Do they have to disable this?
I don't know if they do.
Oh, it's going to be really weird. He's full rushing out of the way. They're going to buy back.
It's a disaster.
It's an opportunity. If they can take it out, Roshan destroying hero after hero. Moving to the Doom. They're being used by Yatoro. Meanwhile,
oh my God.
He just keeps on rampaging through these heroes. Rose trying to get away from Satanic. Yatoro's back to base. Vision will take the Roche.
That could not have gone worse for Spirit. They did not have enough time to do it as Roche just annihilated them in the river.
They were seconds away. If they could have just done it 5 seconds faster, they could have killed it even as Roshan was out the base, but instead Vision had the extra life on Furion, something that wasn't even necessary. And Aegis was a threat, a prayer for Spirit to have some sort of hold in this game against the extra life of Furion. It's gotta be over. I don't know how they can take this.
They're gonna get Vegas here. Damn, damage for the Slark was just the cherry on top. We saw no one laughing all the way to the bank.
Watching Laurel throw himself after Roshan time and time again. Knows that they needed that extra life. It's Megas, it's Vision hitting tier 4s. It's a buyback from Laurel. And a desperate hold, trying to make the initiation on the Furion. Got him on the bushwhack, no real follow through. Laurel, he jumps to the back line, spotting to cause, but he can't stick around, not against the site. The Vice, he has to play his distance. He's gonna make a run for it, try and cut some waves. He gets hit by a stomp, break through Lincoln, see if they can get the site. Fire blast on him, and now he's dead. Doom guarantees it.
Too far, too deep. These heroes are too slippery. Just can't align the control and the damage. That's been the problem for Spirit all game. Without an Ember for 100 up against Megas. Metas was popped here. Vision, you can just wait out meta.
Yeah,
go back in.
They just hold this. They'll have plenty of time with the Ember Spirit still down a 4 versus 5, 4 versus 6 if you include the Aegis.
Still have to respect the Terrorblade. Yatoro is having some very free fights, being able to sit in the back and just bring these heroes down quickly.
Double pounce in, trying to catch not me. Force staff gets Yatoro out of danger.
Meta down for 65 seconds here.
Yeah, what is that melee Terrorblade able to do here against the range of the Furion? See it there. Sprout forces Yatoro into a Manta. Telekinesis toss back in, and he's gets off asunder. It doesn't matter though. They can just fight right through all of it because Satanic stands there and swings on his former mentor. He goes down, and that is too easy for Vision. They'll finish off the rest of these Team Spirit heroes without a carry. They don't have the damage to stop Satanic. GG is called. Team Spirit will go down. Vision, a dominant Game 1 victory. No surprises there.
Team looks almost unbeatable right now. When they're behind, they recover. When they're ahead, they snowball. And then in weird games like this, where it kind of feels even for a long time, it feels like they're always the team that finds that one kill, that one opening, and the second the levy breaks, you're down 10K, you're down 15K. Now you have to make some desperate move. That Roshan play almost bails Spirit out. Even if they get that, do they win this game? I don't know how much it shifts the odds. I think this situation for Spirit's just very uncomfortable. You're in a game where the onus is on you to make all these incredibly difficult moves with Night Stalker because your Ember just doesn't have a lane to play. It's all on Collapse. He finds some of those, but he just had to find so many.
Too many problems. Vision constantly pose too many problems for their opponents.
Though Miposhka there at the end of the draft talked about how Slark doesn't really do anything post the lane. You have to question, but is your Ember going to be able to do anything in the lane after that as well? It felt like so often we were seeing Lal be put in precarious situations and have to do so much with so little, but still massive props to Spirit for being able to drag out this game that they did, put themselves in a position where they're contesting objectives, they're taking towers, and we actually almost saw them get a strong grip on this game, potentially even lead it into that win.
Yeah, I think it's an incredibly impressive performance from Laurel because his position is super hard, and we saw what we talked about. He didn't die. He's holding on. He catches up really well. His net worth is totally respectable, even in a situation where he's playing an impossible lane. I think it's a great show of resilience and the magic Spirit has, but I don't know. This Vision team is they're just on fire right now.
Yeah, in a way, the Doom pick to me was the really genius aspect of how Vision played it. With the opening in the draft, I think you alluded to it a bit, Quinn, about how they're going to set up for something even later on, and then the Doom kind of looked like the backup plan. They had the Slark up their pocket. They were going to shut him down later on. They didn't want them to pre-address the Slark in the earlier picks. And even if Laurel managed to recover it, that was where Doom existed. So many fights, even though Slark was being handled by the Night Stalker, Doom was dooming the Ember. And what can you do after that? Even if you try to recover, it's very hard to take those fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think the prior draft, obviously, like, it played out into their favor, but I think this game is a lot closer than people think it is. I think Spirit, it's not a lot of things that needed to go different for them to actually win this game. I feel like we mentioned it already, but the way they recovered Ember's game with, like, some really clutch moves, because I don't think it's just Laurel. It's something to do as a unit, and they're really good at helping him find his footing back into the game. And in this game in particular, I think it was when you saw the Slark TP down to the bottom lane, they opened up the mid tower, it ends up actually favoring Laurel, I think, this whole rotation that they do there. And it's because of Collapse's pressure. And they're just, I think Spirit are really good at finding these key moments. And unfortunately, the game breaks for them when I think
1-0.
and they lose the first Roshan. I think that really is the key moment that closed the game for Vision. But if you're
1-0
playing a game like
na.
this, it feels really close.
Kumain lang.
No, 100%. Collapse is A special shout out to him because I think he played incredible this game. I think one of the only players in the world that could play the way he did, buying Blink first, finding so many kills, and still having solid net worth, making space for Laurel, making space for the rest of his team to farm and catch up. Like, Toro had no pressure on him for such a huge portion of this game. It was honestly an incredible performance that ended up not working out, but I still have hope for them for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I look at Vision, everything that they were able to do for themselves, and it is hard to pick a player or a hero that stood out just that little bit above because they were all doing everything they needed to do. This Slark is supposed to win lane. It does it. This Nature's Prophet is supposed to be able to either get on the back line, shut down whatever Yutoro wants to do, and Satanic played that beautifully. The supports are the ones where I always like to draw my attention
Sila Satanic, Brad.
because normally they do.
Ako nga, pagka upo ko, panalo na eh.
Felt like they were kind of just there, almost in a way that we could have seen Vision succeed with a multitude or a plethora of different heroes for themselves.
Yeah, Vision are so good at enabling Satanic within their drafts and their support picks and creating situations where he's at least 3k net worth ahead of anyone else in the game very early on. And even if situations happen in the game, like when Collapse got his Blink Dagger and started to find kills, even if this happens and they lose a little bit of grip on the game, they still have their carry 3k net worth ahead of anyone else. And it gives them that security and that failsafe where when the games slow down, it feels comfortable for them always. And Vision are looking really scary because of that. They've consistently picked Nature's Prophet. Teams have tried to counter Nature's Prophet, and he still wins with it.
We're going to talk about those later portions of the game in a little bit, but for now we wanted to look more towards what that earlier part entailed for Vision and how they were able to find a lead and a success for themselves in those lanes. The person walking us through that is Paj.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, these drafts have been very instrumental, not just in this series, but lots of other ones. We saw the Slark versus Ember matchup earlier in the Liquid series yesterday, actually. But let's take a look at the laning stage. It wasn't just that matchup. It was also this cool Ogre pick. Last pick, Ogre. Not very often your support gets to pick last, but what he's doing for his team is he's giving Bloodlust to the best player in the world, Satanic. And that extra attack speed and that extra movement speed allows him to bully the crap out of his opponents. And it also allows him to potentially get first blood here. They do a nice sprout into a fire blast with some right-click rundowns. That's how they got the first kill. And then as the lane continues, it's the same kind of story. The Night Stalker's getting hit like 6 times every time he might have one opportunity to get a last hit. So he gets bullied out of the lane, and generally really good starting farm for Satanic. But again, Team Spirit did do a good job stabilizing. But Slark is the guy that we need to talk about. He's the little fish in the room, basically. There's some small changes to the hero that you might not be up to date at, but he's got a new ability, his third one here. It basically steals regen from his opponents and gives it to himself. And his old passive is actually right here. It's near an innate. So he just gets this for free. So his melee trades are disgusting. So when you lane him against a hero like Ember Spirit, you're basically putting your regen down to 0 whenever Slark hits you. And that's going to make a bad outcome for you in your game. Take a look at this. 0 HP regen per second as he gets hit by Slark. So he basically can't lane in this matchup here, which makes his CS very, very bad. And even at the 6-minute mark, they're ready to pressure. The net worths right now are already looking kind of bad, and them diving under this tower, killing the Undying, backing and taking the tier 1. They got what they wanted out of this early game. They would have loved to have more kills, certainly, but this is basically the hero matchups that we need to be looking for in further matchups if there is an Ember Spirit that shows up, because it will get you off to a really bad early start.
Thank you so much, Pudge. We've spoken multiple times about the theory behind a Slark coming up against an Ember, and whilst it did happen in groups, seeing it here in the main stage get picked the way it did, they're trying to close out their second phase in the draft, be able to protect it as much as they can with the remaining bans they do, but at the end of the day, it felt like they didn't even really necessarily have to do that. I would love to see Spirit focus up a bit more on lanes, because remember, we do see that Night Stalker struggle up against the Nature's Prophet, but later on, what was it, around the 14-15 minute mark, still have so much impact, so we could see the ideas behind what Miposhka was talking about, what the teams wanted for themselves.
Yeah, it did look like a really rough lane for Collapse, but what that hero was able to achieve in that game definitely justified the pick. I really think the big issue here and the big story of the game, like we mentioned, was the Ember versus Slark mid. That's truly where all of the issues were created. That's what changed the gameplay, and that's what forced Night Stalker to have to overperform. In situations like that, you don't really want to be in there, but it just happens. The Slark mid as a counter to Ember is kind of a new thing that's going on, and teams are going to have to adjust to it in real time. But, you know, as we can see here, this team fight, I think, happened after Collapse's pickoffs. But the game kind of looked like it was Visions all along.
Yeah, it's tough. It's just it's a hard game, and they fought back very well. I think this Vision team, part of what makes them so strong is those early moves. You saw Purge talk about it in the video, but the fact that they're a team that consistently makes these. You see some teams, they make a move once every few games. They open a tower. Vision, every game, they're making a move, combining cores, opening towers. That's a sort of a really basic concept that was everyone sort of agreed upon at some point years ago, that you combine cores sometime in the first 10 minutes, and that allows you to make the heroes that are strong actually, be in the same place. You can open a tower and start opening up the map. And they have crystallize that, and they do it every game. They do it so consistently, and I think that's one of the things that they do better than everyone else that allows them to have such good positions, to Satanic be so farmed every game. It's not wizardry. They've got a formula going that works really well.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree. I mean, this concept in Dota has existed that you kind of always want to play where you're strong, and as supports is especially important that you want to move to the areas of the map where you have strong cores. And what they're doing that excellently. And then when you bring another core to an area, that area suddenly becomes like your fortress, and nothing can enter it. And that's what we see here. Like, they have Nature's Prophet winning his lane, connecting to Slark winning his lane, and opening up the mid tower.
Yeah, I mean, these collapse moves, again, were very valuable, especially the early kills on Slark to get Laurel back into the game. But when the Ember came back into the game, there was still the threat of Doom that I touched upon a little bit earlier. There were a few fights that were taken, but if Ember is getting doomed, it doesn't really matter if Slark's getting blinked on, because at some point, the game's going to stabilize, Slark's going to go farm a BKB, and they're content to let Doom devour creeps, let Nature's Prophet hit whatever, and wait for an opportunity to take a fight.
Bago tong caster na to nasa kaliwa.
He goes Ghost Scepter first.
Oh, siya rin yung kahapon.
How many games could you say you've
siya nga
done
rin.
that build, or you feel like people...
0.
Okay.
And I've played like 3,000 Ember games.
I just want to put context out there as to why you're talking about that, because that is a thing that people are not looking towards at all.
Yeah, you're just buying incredibly weird items, and it makes you not
Aray
only
ko,
uncomfortable, but also
dali siya dun, oh.
I don't know, you're missing those normal
Doom
times
agad.
you have. It makes you have to play off of the moment and not so much off of the bank of knowledge you've acquired over playing so many officials on those heroes and other heroes. You're just put in an uncomfortable position, and that is a way of countering heroes that is not easy to create, but when you do, like owning both paths of their itemization. Ember wants a BKB, or he wants just the Ghost Scepter, but now he needs both, and he needs a Linken's too, and you can't buy them all. You can't buy 4 defensive items. It's not how Dota works. You need something that allows you to build damage, and so I think it's a great point, and part of why
Kaya sila nag-doom pala.
and just the Slark. Well, Ember buys a Ghost Scepter, and these fights look very different.
So double
For
whammy
Protect
from
1 din
Vision
kasi
doing so
yung
much for
Team
themselves. We
Spirit.
saw in that clip as well there is, it was this lead or this comeback, whatever you want to coin it for Spirit, it was surmounting for themselves. The ball was really rolling, but Vision wanted to nip it in the bud. They go, we're going to smoke up, and the only target we're looking for at this point is Yatoro. We want that Terrorblade, and they find him. It's really hard in Sania these days to praise enough how well a successful smoke can go, because more often than not, supports are aware of it. Supports are in positions to be the ones to sacrifice themselves for it. So Vision getting it, is this like a big brain 100% on them, or also a little bit too, we could have seen Spirit be slightly more aware of it, and we're hoping they're going to be more critically thinking when it comes to a game 2.
I mean, I think that kind of move, you have to credit Vision for it. It's essentially what's happening is Roche is there, and they're smoking towards the triangle, which is close to Roshan, and looking for any sort of kill that will allow them to hit Roche, and they happen to find the most important target, which is Yatoro. When he dies, there's just absolutely no way that Roshan is getting contested. And for me, I think prior to that moment, everything we've said about like Ember being countered, his item build being weird, all this stuff is true, but I think up until that moment, Spirit had a realistic chance of winning the game, because I feel like their heroes were finally coming online, but when they get that move, they kind of solidify that like the game is now ours, and you have to let us like dominate the map for the next 5 minutes with the Aegis.
Yeah, it's just tough. And I think when I look at Spirit in those cams, I find it interesting to look at them between games when they're in the hallway about to come out on stage again. Like, how is the vibe? How do they look? And when I look at them, they look kind of tense. They look a little tight. I don't know. To me, they're not talking that much. Little mutterings here and there. And I've been there when you're about to go back out on stage and things feel kind of tight. You lost the last game. You didn't play super well. And so I'm looking straight at the gate. How does the draft go? How does the beginning of the lanes go? Because when I look at them, it didn't look ultra inspiring, if I'm being honest, between games.
Yeah, I mean, to add to your point, Insania, about how it could have been close up until TV got smoked on, I think that's something that Vision really have to be praised for, because if one smoke on your carry at one point of the game is why you lost, then there are issues. While Vision do a similar thing in building up Satanic to be the end-all and be-all for them, there's still backup plans. There's still Doom, who is a secondary carry who's scaling. There's still a Slark that's playing with an Ogre with Bloodlust. it's not that if Nature's Prophet dies, you don't have a means to fight back. So potentially incorporating, more of a fail-safe into Team Spirit's draft could be better in this game too.
I just feel like that's not Spirit, though. You know what I mean? I feel like they are that team. They will go all in on Yatoro, and he has delivered for them in the past. And I think that is like one of the, sometimes it's plays to their strengths, and sometimes it's to their detriment, like in this game, right? Where it is all in on Yatoro, and he has
nangulangot na lang.
If he doesn't, then there just isn't any plan.
I'm gonna go out
Nangulangot ng
and
live.
say you can't win with just Yatoro versus Team Vision. You need Laurel as well, and you need to enable him within your drafts.
I think if you're essentially giving
Pantay lang pala yung
two
farm nila.
lanes to the advantage of Vision, and you go the only lane that matters is Yatoro's, that's where the issue arises. If you're like, okay, one lane is going to have an issue, you could walk away with it. I feel like that very much falls into the multitude of formulas Spirit has for success. But both Wall and Collapse walking away with rough lanes, that's where, the big question mark ensues of can you actually get a win from that one here. And Vision is another one that we have to talk about here because the draft has been so tough to predict for everyone. Their supports have always been changing it up. Their cores, despite Satanic staying more towards that Nature's Prophet side, it feels like everyone else is able to experiment in some way, shape, or form because of how stable of a pillar Satanic has been.
Yeah, it's just individual excellence across the board. You look at all of their players, and you can argue that all
Ano
of
yan?
them are the top player
Ba't
in their role
naipit yung ano?
across the whole tournament's field.
Yung
I
item
think
niyan.
it's very rare you look at a team and you can do that. Oftentimes there's a star player, and then these other guys are fine. They're good players, but they're not quite at the same caliber as this guy. But you look at that team, and they're all incredible. They're all super high on MMR. They're grinders. They have dedicated their lives to this game. They're playing it day in, day out. And you just see them online. You see them in their pubs. I see them more than any other team in my games when I'm playing pubs, and you can feel it. These little small things, the little intricacies, the knowing the matchups, I think that's why we see so many different heroes from them, is because they are so in love and dedicated to the game that they just know all of these things intuitively and they can find the right moments for them.
And that's a very valuable thing that you bring up because in the past, Dota could not be won or TI could not be won with just the best players. We've seen all-star rosters be formed in the past and it not being enough. But now it's become so streamlined. The fundamentals are pretty universal amongst most teams. It's agreed upon what the best way to play Dota is in any current patch. What the big difference maker is now in 2026 compared to 10 years ago is how good are your players individually? How much do they study the little things? And can they step up and clutch when they need to? For Vision, they can.
They must be the highest MMR team, right, in the world.
I think so.
I think, like, just thinking
Sorry,
about the players,
Vision.
I think all of them are, like, probably in the top 30.
Top 50 at lowest, I think.
Yeah.
Wow. Top 50 at lowest. It's insane to think that the caliber of a team like Vision is even going to potentially falter here, but we'll see if game number 2 is Spirits.
Team Spirit versus Team Vision.
Ban MP yan. Or kukunin
It all
nila.
starts with a draft. Looking towards this second game, we do wonder, is there going to be a reaction
Mawala.
to what was let through in terms of bans? Do we have to look at anything new that needs to be
First
taken
pick
out
ulit.
of the hero?
Vision
This
naman.
time around, we're going to have Spirit with the opening. Sorry, we're going to have Vision with the opening pick here. Game 1, it was Spirit who had that. So Bane being taken out, Lina being taken out, and the Slaughter for the side of
Bandom.
Vision, whereas it is a true
Ayaw niyo
Bounty
ban?
Hunter and Earth Spirit. And that is a
Pipik.
change up in the bans.
Pipick
And the
nila
Slaughter is a
ulit
fun one
yan.
Because this is considered one of the counters to Earth Spirit mid, and Team Spirit are like, okay, we're not going to give it to you. We lost to it twice, you banned Slaughter. You don't
Automatic yan, Doom yan.
They do leave the Nature's Prophet in the pool, though, so they could potentially be taken again. As Nature's Prophet owns it, and he's farmed, and he's doing everything he should do. But at the same time, it didn't feel unbeatable to me. It feels like Spirit has potential answers for it. And I agree with Mira's point that I think the Doom and the fact they lose mid so bad, like, Nature's Prophet is strong, but he's not infallible is kind of how I feel. And they agree. They don't take it. They say, maybe we'll look at it later, but not right
Support
now.
muna.
It is a hero that they do like to have more towards the second phase. They want to see a little bit
9
more. They don't
class.
necessarily like to open up with it. But we've seen teams in the group stage try and target Satanic's hero pool. And I promise
si
you,
9
you
class
cannot
yan.
do that. You could use
Sure
every
yan.
single ban against him as a player, and he will still find the best hero in the situation that can possibly be found and play it to an S tier level.
That's just what you get when you have Satanic on your team, right?
Yeah.
It's the
Ang
benefit of having
pangontra
him.
dyan.
But So interesting stat that popped up. Willow has had 100%
Mirana.
9 class, and I think when I think of Vision and their style of drafting, I
SD.
think they're generally speaking more of like a second pick team. And what they've done here is they've gone with a pretty casual pick. They picked a hero that they know is going to be good for their draft. It doesn't have to be anything special. It's not too
Wyvern.
defining, and it allows them to get some information leading into the next phase for what type of hero that they want.
Yeah, this is also the second time we've seen this happen where someone first picks a support and there's a winner Wyvern on the the second pick after in response. We saw it yesterday against the Bounty Hunter, and I think this is another situation where this doesn't really make a ton of sense.
I think Spirit just really prioritized the Wyvern because in game 1, even though they had first pick, they weren't necessarily willing to pick it for themselves, and they banned it. They used one of their 3 bans to take out the Wyvern. It gets let through here. It's not picked up by Vision, so they clearly place some importance on it. No one else necessarily is, or something we aren't seeing, for them to be able to confidently say, this is what we want in this trade.
I do think an aspect of this Wyvern that we talked about it a little bit in game 1 is that Lone Druid is a hero that has to be on the mind for both of these teams. They both played it yesterday on the main stage, had incredible games on Lone Druid.
Wyvern.
Wyvern is one of the only supports that you can pick comfortably to play against it. So if you secure it early for yourself within the draft, you've pre-solved an issue. It's not the only solution, but it's one that teams do like.
There you go. Stand out.
It's a very fair point. I do think at the same time it's weird to pick a hero that is really good against physical damage and against heroes that commit against a hero that kites you, that plays sort of far back and is exclusively magic damage. Like, I think that's like the hero Wyvern has no interaction with Willow that's particularly good other than cursing a guy and taking her out of the Shadow Realm by force.
My take on that is when Team Vision pick Willow, or at least what I've seen is that they pick to lane. Like when 9 class is on Willow, he wants to play with Noticed, and that's when we'll see kill threat heroes like Centaur come out. I think Centaur should be on
Timber
the
ba si
radar
ano?
of Team Spirit, and Wyvern, while he doesn't interact
Si
with
Noticed?
Willow, can counteract a lot of the lane harass that comes out of kill threat lanes with the
Pwede mag-timber yan.
early on does a good chunk of healing.
It does do a lot of healing. And to add to what you said, like, Wyvern hates playing against these position 4s that like to pull waves. Like when we saw the Bounty the other day, he can pull the wave, he can make the lane weird. So if you have a hero that wants to lane up against you, you're almost always very happy to play that matchup out.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Timber tapos
And I
ano?
think Spirit,
Dark Wheel.
like, to be honest, they lose last game because they're behind early and they're playing on the back foot and it's just a tough game. Like they have to play extremely well to close it out. And so maybe their takeaway is our scaling was fine, scaling wasn't an issue, but we have to actually get to play the game from a reasonable footing. And so they say, okay, maybe it's slightly worse scaling, but we're prioritizing the laning because we think that's what we need. That's their course correction from a game 1.
Yeah, no early pick Ember. It's good for Laurel, you know? They can do it, but it hurts.
There was this conversation throughout the year, Spirit have on
Wala ninyo, Vision. Nagkiklinks yan.
say this, but they were no
Siya
longer
Toro.
the Spirit of old. They were no longer that Spirit that could surmount when it comes to late game. They weren't necessarily that different beast they used to be.
I feel like in the last game we saw glimpses of the old Spirit. I feel like what they were trying to accomplish was you could sense Miposhka's impact, right? Because I think that is the type of game that Miposhka shined in. And like I really feel like the last game they had opportunities, they did a lot of the right things. It just unfortunately came down to a couple of small moments that really flipped the game. But this time around, I think like Mira said, they're not putting all their eggs in one
Contra
basket.
Doom
They're
yun.
going with Doom, which is like almost
Ay,
guaranteed a
Dante.
second core in every single game that you pick him. And he has this like, again, inevitable time bomb that's coming in the Shivas on the Axe.
That is a hero that I feel like has been missing for quite some time. I don't know if for the good or the bad here, but it's nice to see some different carries have their moments. But at the end of the day,
Confident
will always
pick
be
yan
there
ah.
if you can get your hands on an Undying as well.
Yeah, it's probably the single best lane you could craft against Doom. Not only do you have Undying, who steals the strength hero, you're stealing his damage as well as his HP, but Drow Ranger is just insanely good against this hero because he does damage through Scorched Earth and through Infernal Blade. Neither of these spells is far ranging, so you just kite him and you slow him, and if he runs at you and he tries to get close to Infernal Blade you just slow him and you walk away. So he has a really hard time really doing damage to you without a pretty good setup, and you've got an Undying up to body in front, so you just get pelted with arrows indefinitely, and then you're slow and you're a hero who needs to farm a lot, so you can end up with sort of dead weight on your team.
Yeah, Spirit's gonna need some lane pulling shenanigans to be able to withstand this. Like some melee hero that's gonna
kinontra nila yung top.
make Collapse's life a little bit easier.
Depende.
One of the most common approaches against Undying is just you try to avoid the lane. Adding Drow on top of it even makes it more, you're making more inclined to do it. Doom does have a pretty decent
Snapper.
recovery though. Like he has a way to farm jungle camps pretty fast. You can stack
Snapper
farm.
na ano.
Think about how Iron Wing plays with Doom. It tends to not be so focused on the lane, but also
Na
like,
support
how do we recover this
Snapper.
hero quite effectively? And that's usually
Possible
when we
yun.
look more towards heroes like Rubik and stuff like the ranged boys. So they have kind of like a choice to make here.
Oh, PL. Aray ko.
It's been a minute.
Was it
Kontra sa Doro.
Spirit that picked like first phase PL against?
I think that was XG that picked it.
It was the other way around.
Yeah, I think so.
Kontra sa Draw yan.
I mean, this hero is great against all three of these heroes. There's very little AoE, it's very little ways to kill the illusions. And Manta is super good, which is what PL wants. He wants a game where Manta makes him invincible. He gets rid of the silence, gets rid of the roots, and can doppel away. The real worry is the heroes that counter PL are offlaners. It's the big chunky guys who sit there and they kick you out of lane and they own you and they make you sad. That's what's good against PL, stuff that clears the illusions, and the offlaners haven't been picked yet. And so while it's amazing against these three heroes, there's two heroes yet to be picked that could potentially screw him real hard.
I feel like mid heroes also fall into the category of what beats PL.
Timber
It wasn't
Axe.
so much about the carry matchups per se. Like obviously he's good against Drow, but the heroes that cause issues for him are going to be mid and offlaners.
Oh, Matic, Timber.
You're picking PL
Automatic
after you
yan.
Doom for yourself. So things like Ember from the mid lane seem a little bit harder to pick. Things
Mid
like
lane na lang.
that could be played from the off lane to itemize against PL. They also don't want to play into Doom. And they just
Ember
prefer
yan.
the old school hero.
Banyo Ember.
I do have a question about the PL Drow because Drow
Ember, Ember.
has the
Ember Storm.
hypothermia with her arrows. It doesn't work on PL.
Ember
Like,
Storm.
what's that?
There's too many PLs.
Okay, so you're like it does, but it doesn't matter because of the hate.
I mean, it works. Obviously, like it's an effective
Pwede,
item, and if
pwede,
you combine it with,
Snapper.
like, some Mjolnir or something, you'd have a way
Ember,
to
Ember.
fight against
Banyo
the hero.
Ember.
But there's so many illusions that it's not like necessarily. It's still PL favorite.
But you can just disjoint it with Doppelganger, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well then, yeah, that definitely does not make it feel good at all.
She'll still buy it for sure, and it is like the route you have, and it's a great itemization. You know, you do what you
sila
can,
nagban?
and you're looking for the other heroes that are
Pares pala. Pares pala mid laner.
If she's got help on her team, is not that bad. Like the hypothermia is something you can spot the real PL relatively easily with those stacks, so it's not all bad. But I mean, there's the Timbersaw. It's the hero you're expecting. It's the kind of thing you're looking at. And at the same time, Spear does have the double prong scaling. You know, they've got a Doom that goes late, a PL that goes late. They've
Kakainis yun.
But do you get Raffle Stomp? Does Vision just run you over? Because you now got two cores that want to farm for a long
Monkey
time.
King.
They're not good at making moves to other cores. They're selfish heroes. They want people to make moves to them. And Vision, we've seen the tempo that they can
kasi
bring.
wala kayong stun.
That's a big question
Okay.
mark now is how does Spirit actually survive the onslaught that's coming?
Wala kasi kayong stun, kaya binan yung Monkey
Timberfic is
King.
very strong in this phase because Winter Wyvern, while she does sustain a lot and help in the laning stage, at some point it's going to be too much damage coming out of Willow and coming out of Timbersaw.
Kailangan nyo na stunner.
Bedlam and a Chakram on top of whatever target
Pang
that it is.
control.
This Timbersaw to me feels like the scariest piece of this draft. I've seen Notice have games on Timbersaw where he's just completely carried.
Yeah.
Like, at this TI, he's been a bit more quiet, where it's
Ayun,
kind of like a
Pango.
satanic show. But only a
Laban
month
na
ago,
yung
he was
Pango.
solo winning games on his Timbersaw.
I do have a question about the clock pick. Like, what
Sabi na, pak eh.
does the clock add that other position fours that are being favorable right now?
It's the wave dragging, right? The wave dragging for Doom.
They're saying like Mira
Pang
said,
kontra
they're
sa
gonna
pack.
decide to not play the lane. They're gonna try to pull the wave.
Broken.
What hero can do this
Viper.
effectively without like too much.
Feeling ko
combo?
magba-Viper yan.
Always melee?
It's a lot easier.
Nagba-Viper ba si Larl?
If don't deal as much damage to you, you're also generally speaking a harder hero to just kill. And
Parang
melee
hindi.
heroes tend to be faster. Clockwork's one of the faster heroes, and that gives you an
Nice.
edge in that regard too.
Holy Night Stalker mid? Question mark?
It
It's
must be.
so
Against
clear.
Clock, right?
Yeah, so we've seen Niku try this a couple times for Navi. It
Okay.
worked to pretty decent effect. We also saw Chira Jr. do it a couple of times, so it is something that people have dabbled with in the past. I think the real weird thing with this hero is always Spirit needed a tempo maker, someone to make moves, to connect to the other heroes. The problem is Night Stalker only exists for half the game.
Half the
So
game,
there will
yeah.
be big chunks of time where the sun is shining and he doesn't do anything and your other guys are farming. So I'm
Yep.
always a little bit skeptical if Puck chills, he doesn't feed, and you don't get this snowball rolling from the Night Stalker, then, well, every 5 minutes you don't do anything for 5 minutes.
It's also one of those games where like I look at their heroes and they're gonna silence them with Night Stalker, but
Hindi
then
naman
where's
half of the
damage
game.
coming from? Like,
Ah,
Neon's gonna
3/4.
wanna farm, Doom is gonna want to farm, and we talked about this concept about connecting cores.
3/4
and
kasi
when you look
meron
at the
naman siya
cores
ulti.
from Team Spirit, and this doesn't really have the best synergies of PL or Doom in that like early game section of the game.
Yeah, that's a very valid and concerning point. there's a lot on Laro's shoulders to crush the lane and just make things happen even without his cores. Just play with his supports for as long as possible, make the first 20 minutes difficult for the enemy team, and hope that your PL gets strong early enough. If anything goes wrong, it's going to be
Wala na,
really
2-0
hard.
na to.
It's also worth noting that
Sasablay yung
shuts down
Night
Nightstalker
Stalker
pretty
na yan.
effectively with her brambles and her essence distillers, and it's not the most comfortable NS game outside of the lane.
I like the fact, though, that Spirit seemingly have that slight edge in the lane, because we saw what they were able to do when they didn't have favorable lanes. So even though it could get potentially tough in the nitty-gritty, Quinn, there is a light for them and a stronger start.
Yeah, I think the lanes will be better. I mean, their offlane's going to be rough, but I think both mid and safe lane will be pretty solid.
Alrighty, we'll see how game 2 plays out, but before we jump into the game, we're going to get some more words on this draft and what this series means with Tsunami and Puppy.
Thank you. I'm standing by with Puppy of Team Vision. Puppy, you guys had a very clean group stage, and even now in this playoff bracket, you're not dropping many games. How often do you find in tournaments that early losses help you out in figuring out what your team may need to fix as you get deeper into the playoffs?
Draft-wise.
I mean, there's not enough games actually in this group stage. We only played 4 teams before we went to playoffs. So losses do matter a lot. I think losses actually build the team that actually does win the tournament. But in this case, we're just trying our best to do whatever we like the most.
So then, in terms of what you tried to develop after the group stage, since you lost so few games, were there any things that you were like, we need to work on this, we need to improve on this, or were you just doubling down on the things that you already are doing well?
Mostly double
Respect
downing.
ban na lang yan. Puro mga respect
we weren't
ban.
doing the things correctly anyway, so there's always room for improvement.
Improvement.
So we were just trying to figure out exactly why we weren't perhaps capable of doing everything we wanted. So yeah, we're mostly trying to force our playstyle.
And my last question, I heard in the Chinese interview that you did with Dove after game number 1, draft did not go according to plan, and so you had to just start improvising. How often is that happening during this TI where you're like, all right, first 2 picks, not sure what's happening. I need to start figuring out of a backup plan quick.
Hindi, nagkakitaan na sila dun.
I think
kasi natanggal yung yung smoke.
And I do like
Gulat
to do crazy drafts from time to time, so this is not anything, unrealistic for me. So it's fine,
Kala nila sa high ground.
Seems to be happening in the game, so Puppy, I'll let you go as we get into game number 2.
Kala kasi nila sa high ground.
Who knows what it takes to win? It's that man right there, one of the best Dota players of all time, one of the longest living careers in Dota, and he's been helping Vision quite a lot because they look like a crazy dominant team. They were good last year. In fact, they had podium finishes for 3 of these players, something that is rather unique. Not many players manage to, on their TI debut, manage to get a podium finish. And even rare, of course, is winning your very first TI. But what's also pretty rare is back-to-back podium finishes after your TI debut. And that is on the table for 3 of these players for Team Vision.
Certainly making a run for it here. They are the team to beat right now. They're the team to beat in this series. Spirit have got to step up in this game, too, if they want to take on Vision and the Puppy drafts. Because honestly, I favor them again. I think their draft looks easier to make moves with. The connection seemed a little more straightforward. The 2 or 3 man kill squads, the lockdown the puck's going to provide with the damage coming in. My big concern for Spirit here is I see the counterplay they have. I see the counter picks they went for. What is going to deal the damage under the control?
Oy, na-deny.
It's a long time for these 3 cores to build up and start to connect towards each other. And I'm really surprised they went back to the Night Stalker again. Because to me, this is a hero that it's difficult to execute on any position, and once you don't win with it, it tends to get written off really quickly. So maybe it speaks to the confidence Spirit have in both their drafts and themselves, of being able to look past game 1 and still go back to a hero that is very difficult to run right now. On the flip side, could be a little bit of hubris.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I was looking at that Night Stalker and going, okay, did they have a conversation about Team Vision's playstyle? Night Stalker is their solution and it has to work in a way?
They might have put some extra emphasis on it in this matchup. It is a backline assassin. It is one of those things that can kill unkillable supports quickly, make the game a lot more straightforward to play if you're looking for a numbers advantage. Can also sometimes cause some issues for carries if you can gap close them early and just take the man fight. They also did show the Yatoro hero very early in that second phase with this PL. Gave 2 core counter picks Also not something that I think Yatoro likes to do that often. He doesn't like to put himself in a position where you can decide how much scale he's allowed to have. And that is the choice that they gave Vision in this game too. So he's really going to have to play this PL into some tough answers, make the hero work in the team fights. One of his signature.
Meron armor siguro kagad to.
Yeah, and that's really interesting with Maposhka drafting, especially how often do you feel
Binubuli
like
niya si
Team Spirit
Yatoro.
did that when Maposhka was doing the drafting and playing on
Meron nga.
Maybe not as much, or at least they were better at securing his game, I want to say. Okay. I think this version of Spirit is better at some of the random skirmishing. The supports are super mechanically gifted. They can definitely play a little bit of a faster game when they start rolling. However, I feel like the piece that's been
Hindi na siya mag-ano.
getting over that finish line. Actually,
Falcon Blade.
where Yatoro does scale past the point of no return, and you just win that game. I think we saw it last game. This Terrorblade's getting bad. Did he ever feel like the true threat he was supposed to? I felt like that game always felt tough going into some of those counters.
Not me. He was wondering where his core is at. He's going for the kill. Kalas wasn't certain about getting this kill. High ground tombstone is going to make things difficult. The zombies are building up, but they get the kill all the same. That's a first blood.
Tombstone. Kunin niya tombstone.
Might go up high ground and kill the tombstone here. Still some decent time to do it. It's worth a lot of gold.
And they'll have some neutrals that are low too that they can farm.
Expensive death. Give it to Klaus plus 125.
125.
One of the little creeps. You get the extra mana.
125.
Not a bad sequence here for the Doom. And honestly, that's one of the things in this game. They took the Doom very early after it won that first game. To me, this hero has looked pretty strong on the main stage. It did lose some games earlier today, but I think it was still a force in all of those games.
Nami making some moves here. Unfortunately, does not have the speed to get the Water Rune ahead of no one's puck, but not a bad idea. Eating away a Yatoro Courier, so he misses out on the Gloves of Haste in a matchup that is already quite difficult. I mean, the Timbersaw. Did you see that coming? When you had all the picks in the world, did you think, okay, Timbersaw's got to be the pickup against Phantom Lancer?
I think it's a totally reasonable one, for sure. It's one of the better answers. You always have damage. He doesn't threaten you. This is not a mana burn Phantom Lancer anymore, right?
Right.
That version, I think, had more gameplay against the Timber. You could take away his mana. This one, you're pretty much just completely impotent. It's also a really good matchup against Wyvern. Wyvern hates playing against Timbersaw. None of your spells do anything to this guy, so you're
trialing. Papasukin yan.
If they can land the bramble, Laurel might just die. In fact, Laurel has to run away from
Nice
the bramble
one.
to try and fight them, but they just get
Uy, isa pa to.
in this mid lane.
Hindi, meron. Walang mana. Walang mana yun. Walang mana yun. Patayin yan.
Trying to dodge the orb. 1-2 more hits. He's going to get run down. No
Nice
one
one.
gets a double kill for that one.
What a nice timing to make this play. Right before
Walang
the
mana
night
si
time
Wyvern.
hits. The two supports on Spirit are not going to offer you a lot in this turnaround play. And you're pretty happy leaving your side lanes. Drow against the Doom is going to freefarm. Timber against the PO is going to kick Yatoro out of lane. Top 3 CS all belong to Vision here. They get the double kill mid for the puck. And now if you're Laurel, you have to come
Matik
back to
yan,
this lane
Timber.
a little behind.
Kawawa sila sa Timber mamaya.
Worried about where their supports are going to stay around here and defend against your move. And that's another concern. If you just defend the Night Stalker gameplay here, who else is creating pressure in the first 15 or 20 minutes? It's not Phantom Lancer. And the Doom is in a lane where you're pulling waves and playing that a little defensively. You might be able to find a Doom connection. It's a long cooldown. So Vision are just going to have to keep checks on Laurel, and I think they're pretty cruising here in the early game. Maybe find a little bit extra here. Bramble connection.
Rude trying to play the cliff line area. Vision are just going to give up on the chase.
Well, did find a shield rune. Honestly, probably the better rune you can get here without the bottle. Just to exist with it mid. Super tanky.
Nice little double mana burn there. Maybe almost a courier. No one gets control of that before it goes too far.
Are you going to try and use this Night Stalker, though? Who are you bringing this Night Stalker to find some extra kills during the nighttime? You got to do something with him, right? This is not a game where you just want Laurel to sit mid and trade farm against Puck.
Yeah, in a way, it feels even harder for this Night Stalker to stabilize the game for Spirit.
It's going to run top. They don't have any ward.
Level 4 si Doom.
In theory, this move can land.
Tsaka si Phantom
Right
Lancer.
now, no one. He's hitting an empty lane. He's going to make the call. Hey, this Night Stalker just ran somewhere. We had the ward on the bottom.
Kawawa kayo.
This is kind of an interesting play.
Level
They're going to go
4.
through the gate and put the pressure on the Phantom Lancer away from these gankers, but they're also going to go through the gate.
They're getting
And they could maybe sandwich here. Dekal's going to drop the tombstone. They're going to choose to fight this one. The cogs immediately go out. Satanic is
Alam
spotted.
nila.
Are they going to run him down, trying to deal with the Undying with the tombstones first? Notice coming in with his level 6. It's scary.
Di yan. Peke yun. Peke yun, Satanic.
Behind. Got the tombstone. Laurel will chase after some of these heroes.
Gotta find something off this
away from the Phantom Lancer. He's good. And Night Stalker, none of these heroes are isolated enough that he can get a kill. So, Team Vision playing
Magpupush
against
yan.
Night Stalker 2 times
Push
in a row.
nyo na.
They know what to do. They just clump up. Don't give him the opening.
Tension runs out.
Gay palag nyo.
To play with here.
Well, it's going to be slowed down. Body blocks. Cogs nicely.
Patay yun, no Wyvern, no?
Pushing back these heroes. And they're the ones. They went for the aggression. And they are the ones who die. It's Rue is the casualty of Satanic. And now that the pressure is relieved from that Night Stalker, he goes back to top.
Maybe the best thing that happened
Illusion
there
lang.
is time for Collapse to free farm top. Honestly, the one guy who
Swerte.
didn't go to it got the most out of the play. It's Laurel trying to make something happen on the map, but the play call was too good with the empty lane mid. And I like the idea.
Laurel just going to run the map at the Drow Ranger just non-stop.
If you connect, it's amazing.
Oo.
It's just not connecting
Tatakasan
so
lang
far,
kayo niyan
but
eh.
maybe Satanic will think, okay, they're not going to go this deep, right?
Hindi, lilipat yan.
Watcher here. They do take the long route. He doesn't see this. They don't commit.
Ah, di nila nakita.
One of those moments could have been huge for Laurel.
Laurel is going to be very under-leveled at this rate.
He's full committing to the roam. This
You go for Tikal as they have to get this kill just to get some levels for Laurel. They will get it.
I feel like the last time I saw a roaming Midnight Stalker at TI was what, TI3, like S4 type of gameplay.
Yeah, I literally thought like to myself, this looks like Cinderin on main stage. Playing
Well, I don't know about
Midnight Stalker
Cinderin.
and roaming around, that was 100% what he did.
I don't think this looks like Cinderin. Let's keep the bar high, but I agree. This is a really old school style of mid.
Lang yan naka-threads yung ano.
It can
Timber.
free up some space for your two greedy side laners. Like, you're attracting a lot of attention to where's this Night Stalker going? What is he trying to do? Can we counterplay?
Lang mana yun.
But unless he's actually getting the kills, he's just going to fall so far behind by 20 minutes.
You got to be careful with it. Don't want to overdo it here. Not the worst nighttime. You have Dark Ascension available. Collapsing super deep on the map. How do you end up there? Super fast in that river, too. My God. He has the Quicken Stonefeather Satchel, plus Drum, plus Phase Boots, plus Speed Aura. The man be zooming out here.
Percentage-based movement speed from the Aura on
Look at him
all
go.
these extra small bonuses.
That's a cool idea here. Gives you a lot more extra gap close in the early game. Notice did take that bottom tower eventually. Automatic kick out on this Phantom Lancer. Nothing Yatoro can do about it. And he is real fast on this
Underfarmed.
timber. We've seen him take games over on this hero.
Toro got level 6 at 10 minutes. He's hitting neutrals without Doppelganger. Like he
Parang support.
is very slowed down, even more than Laurel. Yeah, it's looking like Collapse once again has to put Team Spirit on his back, shoulder the burden to try and close this net worth.
Yatoro bottom.
First round on the real one here. And no one commits
Patay
to the kill.
na.
They do get him. Punish is going to come through from
Ayun,
Laurel.
punishment.
Dark Ascension with the silence. Easily cleans up no one. They didn't even get the last hit on Yatoro. He died to the neutrals. So that actually worked out very well for Team Spirit. In particular, Laurel.
Probably the best trade you could hope for right there.
Yeah.
I don't think Yatoro's happy about it. He has to spend some time on the sideline. That is time he needs to recover in this game. However, it's great for his Night Stalker. A little extra puck kill going Laurel's way.
Yeah, Laurel's actually not that far away from Blink Dagger now. He's got the chip best to help him farm.
Is this a kill?
This is just an instant TP. Yeah, they've got tons of slows, no stuns.
Heads up play. You're on target.
Hook shot, really? They're going for notice. They actually got him down to about half, but now
Puro
his
kayo.
armor is full
Doom na.
up. Can
Patay
Yatoro
kayo.
finish him off here? They do manage to get him with the final nuke from Yatoro. They get that kill.
That's huge. The fact that you bring the Doom, you don't have to use the
Delikado pa
Doom.
rin.
You keep that spell on the map. You do lose your mid tower. That's costly. Nice rotation from Satanic, making his presence felt again. I guess you did have some mana burn in this lineup. It's the Cogs. Bringing that Timber's mana down low. Nice spell against him for sure. The Clockwork matchup's quite good. Always has been.
Kaya nga eh.
Such a nuisance, man. These cogs are so stupid.
This is another one of those games, like game 1. I think it could be going worse for Spirit in some ways, but they're making
Lamang
some
pa
nice
naman,
moves,
Brad.
getting some kills.
Lamang pa naman sila sa farm.
I expected them to be much further behind.
And they have hook shot up in 5. You can go for hook shot cogs into the Doom play. This can catch no one off guard.
Yeah, with an amp damage, it could be really easy. Even the
Problema, sila magiging aggressive yan eh, Team Spirit eh. Yun na, sabi na eh.
Nicely placed. Yeah, that's
Bawian niya.
coil drop. All this extra movement.
Ay, di nyo mapapatay yan.
He's gonna do with this.
Di nyo mapapatay yan.
There's a possibility here. They're gonna deal with the tombstone as quick as they can, trying to keep their distance away from no one. Make sure that they don't
Atras na
die
kayo
with this
dyan.
puck. They're just taking kills, not losing any lives.
Wala, si Satanic talaga
Insane in this game. There's
pag-asa.
so little control for him. He just hazed it every fight. He's running the map at 525 MS. 13 minutes in. What are you supposed to do against that if you're Vision? You only have Bramble. You only have Coil.
Hit him with a winner's curse. Set up, not me.
Couple cog hits.
Cogs.
Naku po.
Land, but it doesn't matter. What a got him.
This is just Spirit finding openings where there are none. Like making something happen in a game that
Okay.
is otherwise going to look very Vision favored. And this is all without the Night Stalker playing through nighttime or using that Dark Ascension. So that's
Pero problema nila si Satanic.
Was actually going to die to Satanic, but he was so fast he outrun the multi-shot.
He's 550 in Scorched Earth. This is...
Pag di nila na shutdown to si Satanic, yari sila. Dapat si Satanic hanapin nila.
Creating some space, time for Yatoro to recover here.
Laurel can complete his Blink Dagger with this wave, maybe 1 or 2 neutrals. You get that alongside the second nighttime. Then they can start cooking a bit more.
15 minutes.
In the first nighttime were too easily read, but the extra mobility does give way better opportunity.
Blink Night Stalker.
Kailangan gumalaw sila 15 minutes.
Nighttime supports have ults. You have way more play options across the map. And
Kundi, yari sila kay
we're gonna
Satanic.
have to be on the defensive a little bit and just try and protect the Drow, protect the Timbersaw until he's tanky enough to weather the storm. Because I don't think you can run this Timber in head first into that Doom.
Another hookshot land, another
Patay na naman si ano. Grabe naman.
Cogs. Go for another one. Why not? Oh, the cog expired right as he was about to get that final hit. 9 class will still tick out from the distiller.
Supports are doing work in this game.
As they tend to do. Team Spirit supports this season have been amazing ever since the pickup of Not Me. They're going to 3-man smoke up. Time to connect this nighttime. They go for the Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger must be shut down because
15 minutes gagalaw.
to an Aghanim Scepter. And that's
Eh umatras si ano, si Satanic. Atras na Satanic. Atras.
Very deep play.
Atras.
Find the carries behind this
Atras
tier
ka
2,
na.
because you already have vision there. We get one deep ward under a century.
Managed to get the scan.
Ayun na, nagping na.
He's gonna run down, and he's actually maybe gonna run straight to Laurel. Though the supports
Okay.
are here, they've already dropped the tombstone. They went for the blink onto the Drow Ranger, didn't connect.
Nice
They're,
one.
Pushed through, back into the rest of the team with the coil.
Patay niyo na yan.
Not Me as well. The 2 supports to die, and oh wait, the hook shot. Not Me can't get away from the decay though.
And that's Vision just defending the Drow.
Another neutral creep deny, man. Team Spirit have gotten lucky. Indeed, Tukala says lucky. They couldn't, they had some problems with their Roshan. Oh, got the silence on no one's puck.
No,
But
not
with
enough
notice
damage.
here, they don't have the damage, yeah.
The Doom is lingering. Has Blink available.
Maybe Vision get baited. Oh, they ran away. They're still looking for the fight. Try to get the Doom on him. No one.
Should get him here.
Got the Doom
Ayan
on
na.
him. Can they finish him off? Yeah, with the Inferno
Trade.
play. That's probably
Ah,
gonna take him.
yari
Laurel's
kayo.
getting low. Yatoro meets the support on the other side. Laurel almost
Kailan mabawi
dies
nyo yan.
there. Satanic
Pag di nyo
chasing
napatay
the
yan.
There's that boost to movement speed.
Yun lang.
Juki
Hop.
left and right, blinks back to the
Oy!
other side. You can't
Grabe
miss
naman
out.
yun.
He's too smooth with it.
This build
Grabe
has
yan.
done so much work in this game. It is absurd. Just dancing around them. Laurel, he's even going back in.
Yeah, going back in for the support. They've got to be careful of Satanic. Still is a threat to slow down these heroes.
I really want something off the back of that.
Well, maybe once it's
Oo nga, Brad eh. Pero depende. Depende pa. Alam mo namang ano eh, medyo demonyo mag-farm si Satanic eh.
It's going to be the clockwork.
Yeah, he's still TP.
Ayan, katulad yan, hindi nila napapatay.
Support, but it did force Vision, all of these heroes back to this side of the map. But very importantly, Satanic did not die.
Oh, yun, di ba? Hindi pa namamatay si Satanic.
The Timber was also farming that entire time period. Good space for Yatoro. Spirit are overall happy with that exchange.
Kaya pa yan, Brad. Kaya pa yan.
They get some space for this PL to continue to find some more impact.
Grabe nga yung game sense ng bata na yan.
He's definitely strong. You can't underestimate the damage this family can do if he's
Alam niya kung kailan aatakihin siya ng kalaban.
He has 2 other cores to go in and start things for him. You also have a Clockwork to go in and start things for him. If you can take out the Timber early with a Doom or something like that, the fight doesn't look that difficult.
Notice wants to go for the Phantom Lance.
Naku, mali yung mo, ginawa mo. Gabi pa eh. Dapat nag-farm na lang sila sa neutral. Oy! Hindi pa. Kaya pa yan. Uy, sabla yung coil. Tabla yung coil. May, yari kayo kay Yatoro.
Jakal's being kited around. They'll finish him off. Jakal tries to do what damage he can to Yatoro, but he can't fight him here. A killing spree for Yatoro, and you know one chased away by Laurel.
He's still hunting him. The Doom, he can potentially connect.
Silence. Can he kill him with just him?
Collapse running.
Collapse on his way. Can he get the blink dagger?
Uy, Doom. Op.
Can he jump far enough away? They're chasing after him.
Ay, wala kang dagger. Face ship.
Oh, they got him.
Wala na.
They've got the kill anyway.
Team Spirit, Magic on the main stage.
Aray ko.
Absolutely outplaying Vision in this team fight bottom. Finding so much afterwards. So much extra gold going in Yatoro.
Hanggang 20 minutes yan. Aggressive yan.
So we can finish some of these heroes off. It takes so much time to bring this Timbersaw down that you need all this outplay to convert that fight into a win. And guess what?
Oh, hindi titigil yan. Dapat alam na nila yan. Hindi titigil yan. Mali naman.
For Team Vision to keep up.
They have absolutely stepped up in this game too.
Hindi titigil yun. Night Stalker yun eh.
Vision need to find a way to stabilize. They need to slow this game down, regroup, control the map, and not continue to bleed more kills. Because this is getting a little out of hand, 18-6.
Dumikit na si Yatoro.
They bet on it 2 times in a row. They didn't work the first time around with the Night Stalker, but it's working now in game 2.
The crazy thing is I don't even view their lineup as this fast. You look at these heroes on paper, you kind of have to...
Doom.
Yeah, Phantom Lancer takes time to come online. The Doom and Night Stalker can sometimes be a little cooldown.
Makati ang Phantom Lancer.
Looking to land...
biggest playmaker, little skirmishes.
You don't have Enchantress Bane or something setting stuff up. I think Spirit are just the best team, perhaps ever, at playing slow heroes fast.
Hindi naman slow heroes yung mga Si Doom, hindi naman slow hero yan. Aggressive nga yan.
I do not know how Nami ended up here, but he might just get out.
Nakatax na naman na yan.
They're dancing on him. They're absolutely dancing on him here. The chat wheels are flowing. The Ags is almost done for the Phantom Lancer. His damage is going to pick up considerably. You still have Satanic at the top of that net worth chart, but he does not have the carry matchup at all in this game. You cannot rely on him to come in and deal with the Yatoro if the Timbersaw gets doomed. If the
Araw na. Farm na.
This is the teamfight advantage the Spirit have in this game. The strength of their draft and their
25 minutes ulit.
Tools to debilitate the other 2 cores to free the fight up for the Phantom Lancer.
Ano to?
Especially if you can get to BKBs. What is your control for BKB?
Aray ko, Ganims na.
In this game, if you're Vision.
Here comes that 3-man
papalag na naman sila.
There's a lot of touch.
Wala pang dagger siya, Si Pak? Meron na.
The hook shot, cogs, into follow-up spells. No one gets out of there. You really have to be careful in this game as Puck. If you get cursed, if you get hook shot, there's going to be follow-up chain stun silence from the Night Stalker, the Doom, the other support. All of these spells can be death sentences for no one in this game. We'll likely see him go some early defensive item here. I'd say you generally want the BKB here on the Puck against the NS. It's expensive. It's going to take some time.
Ulang ma-farman si Noan.
now that they're herding Team Vision back into their side of the map. But, I mean, you said it, like Team Vision, they needed to slow things down. They're doing just that.
They're getting to some of the items they need.
Lugi sa support. Lamang sa support talaga. Lamang sila sa support.
No escape for these supports. Farther and farther back, Team Vision are pushed all the way into their base. And Laurel,
he's still thinking about it
every step of the way. He's thinking about that satanic kill with the amp damage. He blinks away. No one who's kind of pushing out. Thought, okay, maybe they have vision of me. Don't want to be caught in a coil.
Yeah,
spot. They deal with the ward. Not me. They can't even go after him.
That's a super nice D ward because the only 2 wards on the map were kind of double placed.
Magpa-farm na lang si Yatoro dyan.
Not going to have a lot of ward vision to play around here in the next 5 minutes or so.
It does leave us to a daytime period with no Dark Ascension. So
definitely some downtime.
Yeah, they can definitely.
Pangit pa ng build nito ni Notice.
Moves during this window, or if this is just going to be a time where they could farm more aggressively on the map.
Oo, nakabalanar nga sila kanina.
Force Roshan with this cooldown. It's just not that fast right now. Otherwise, I think it's tough to find the play. Spirit are well aware of the downtime. They're not going to give you some crazy opening. BKB is done for Doom, so Collapse can push.
Hindi rin naman nila siguro mapapigilan si Satanic.
Very difficult to find the Phantom Lancer. He's actually going to TP top.
Hindi pa rin namamatay.
Shot actually lands here from Nami. He's got a blink dagger, so he can still escape if it comes his way, but the clocks are just too good.
Grabe talaga. Support diff. Yun lang. Makati yan. Aray ko.
He took a lot of the pop damage off the Clockwork dying. Satanic had a really good position
Kontra rin yung ano eh.
Overplayed his hand. A costly death.
Yung Aghanim kay PL pala. Ayun lang. Huli siya. Ay! Kala ko mabubuhay pa eh.
Not respecting the potential vision on that spot. Kind of a rare misplay from Satanic in terms of his map read. This guy's usually untouchable. Spirit will find him, even out the score. Look who's about to be top net worth in this game.
Bawi pa rin ah.
It's your boy Collapse.
Yep.
Doing it again. 4-0 and 6. A perfect Doom performance here so far.
Yeah, they've just the trio of Team Spirit have given so much space to Collapse and Yatoro. Yatoro may have thrown some of that away. Collapse has not.
Guy's just ridiculous. Every time Spirit need him to step up, he steps up. And they need him in this series.
He's going to try and connect, but they do have a ward to spot this, but it might be too late for Vision. They're going to start getting run down here. TP away from Notice. Good call there. 9 class. No hope for him. And Collapse doesn't need to go through the gate.
Support diff talaga.
Stay on that top side if he wants. Laurel is going to sweep across the map.
This is a scary.
Ayan na. 25 na naman.
Really scary.
No one's playing out like this.
He has no defensive item, by the way.
Okay, Collapse trying to kill the on the top side while they're also going for the kill onto no one with a silence, but no one barely gets away. A TP out from the Doom. Lack of stuns
Walang mga stun.
beginning to hurt Vision, that's for sure.
They were very close to grabbing the puck there. And no objectives being taken. That's the other interesting thing about this game. It's just all brawl. All trying to force heroes out of these jungle areas. Tormentor's available. Roche is available. Surely someone eventually wants to try and do one here.
He's so obnoxious with the cogs. He doesn't care if you know he's there. He's going to burn you out with at least 2 of them every time.
There's a lot of map control going Spirit's way during this nighttime, especially with the D-wards we mentioned earlier. This is kind of at the end of that 5-minute interval where Vision didn't have another set of obs to get on the map. They're flying blind here in this nighttime. They're very low on information. You don't know if this PL is just trying to do the Roche right now. You don't know if the Night Stalker is running at you. So you're very clumped. You're very grouped. You're playing defensive. Need to get this mid lane out so you can just see something in this game.
And when you stack so much, it usually means you know, maybe you don't
behind.
die as much, but you fall behind in net worth. They're not down that much. We'll see how that grows over the next 3.5 minutes. This nighttime pulls through.
Makakainis na Clockwork ko. Support dip talaga.
Roshan in a way, something Vision kind of have to clump up and deal with.
They're definitely getting the clump out of Vision.
And Team Spirit not clumping at all. You've got Collapse from the top side, Yatoro bottom, Laurel sweeping through the map, same as the supports, but in different areas.
It's rare we see Vision put in this situation where they feel they have to just kind of move as a 4 or 5 man ball. They're usually very efficient on the map, always looking for some sort of setup play. 9 class is one of the best killing supports of all time. There's not enough information to look for that type of thing here. You need to see a little something top with this Night Stalker going through the gate. This should let you push out top lane and sort of reset the map equilibrium. Still a little worried about the Roche play if Yatoro feels strong enough. Otherwise, you're okay playing a traded map.
I mean, surely Team Spirit trying to...
That's what it feels like.
Right? Like, you have so much map control.
I would be really tempted here. And again, if you're not going to do the Roche, you're just conceding an even map state division while they have less information to go off of with. It's not going to feel great 3 or 4 minutes from now.
But Vision, I mean, in a way it's working out for them because Vision keeps playing to this Roche and Team Spirit's not doing it. Collapse trying to make the jump with the Conqueror.
Uy.
Deep, it doesn't land. He's gonna have
Uy,
to
nag-doom.
immediately dooms up. Timbersaw
Patay
goes
ka
to the
agad, Timber.
Well, there's just too much damage. The curse in the back catches more. The hook, the undying. No hook shot land onto no one. Here comes that Phantom.
Patay si Satanic.
Not able to do much about it at all. The Terrorites trying to push these heroes back, but here comes
Patay si
Yatoro.
Satanic.
Put him inside the tombstone. Nah, can't get it. It's gonna
1-1 nga, Brad. GG, 1-1 na. Automatic.
What just happened? The fastest GG call that Vision has put out. Crazy.
Alam na nila. Di. Oo, matagal kasi yun. Masisira lang yung ano nila. Confidence nila pagka tinuloy nila yan. Tama lang yan. Tama lang, tama. Tama lang yan. Tamang GG lang yan. Hindi. Yung confidence kasi nila. Masisira. Pagka hindi nila.
Okay, they got things really snowballed really badly, and that what? It was like 15 to...
Okay, but here's the thing I go back to. You lose that fight, you get team wiped. You're going to be down 12 or 13k. They get Rose.
Kaya nga eh. Dapat din na sila naglaro dun sa ano. Sa triangle eh.
You should not be in that game thinking to yourself, man, we're on a clock, and the second the PL wins one fight, this game is over. Because if you're in that situation, you feel that way.
Pero tama lang yun. I-GG na nila. Masisira confidence nila eh. Pagka pinatagal pa nila. Oh, Brad, ilang beses sila nadali ng gabi. Di pa rin sila nadala.
All it takes is a couple Manta dodges and suddenly Vision are Manta dodged off the stadium right now. Brutal stuff. What a way to that game to end.
Spirit even up the series.
Malas. Nagalit siguro si Satanic. Ilang beses sila nadali.
We don't normally get that at TI. Teams fight till the very end, the bitter end.
Kaya nga eh. Ganda na nga lineup nila eh. Nadali sila ng Balanar.
We heard Cap and SVG mention it. You had a lot of the draft to do it. You had what should have been a slightly better lanes for yourselves to be able to snowball into something, but Spirit really showed up for game 2.
I mean, I think Spirit just completely...
Galing ni Larl.
It was just unbelievable.
Yung timing niya magaling.
They out-execute them. I think they have a much harder draft to play.
Nalugi pa nga si Larlo.
I'm like, yeah, I like our draft. We have good setups. We have good ways to snowball this game.
Nalugi siya eh.
Deal with Theo later. We have a pretty free puck
Under-level siya eh.
Somehow Spirit finds like these small openings. And I think this is the same thing that I saw in game 1, which is signs of Spirit just outperforming.
Galing talaga.
Yeah, that was a masterclass. It was actually beautiful to watch.
Magaling din yung support nila. Si Natmi. Support dip sila kay ano. Ayun, grabe. Nakakairita.
They all stepped up. Pio with the Manta dodges like he's Arteezy. This game was like, holy crap, that was impressive.
Yeah, I just love to see Laurel not be shafted, to be honest. Because people forget Laurel's also a TI veteran. He does have an Aegis under his belt. He has delivered many times for this team, and if you put him in a position where he gets the counter pick and he gets to play the game, you can absolutely depend on him.
Ang galing nito. Boom. Nilagpasan niya lang si Satanic eh.
Strategy, we didn't see it in this game too. It looked infinitely better.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think, honestly, that the fact that they gave Laurel a real game and he wasn't just completely sent to the Wolves was a huge and pivotal turning point. Like, Laurel was everywhere. He's a part of every kill. We talked about how their other two cores are greedy. We need someone to connect. Well, Laurel connected to just about everything, and Collapse also bought Drum and Blink, shifted from the normal Doom gameplay we'd see a little bit, and he's fighting too. Even PL is coming to the fights
no,
pretty
gabi
early
yan
on.
eh.
Like, they all recognized, I think, why they lost the last game and changed course quite a bit.
I love that, right? They go, okay, we want to put this all in for Yotaro. Everything felt like we want to wait for him. But at the end of the day, we look at it. You have someone like Nightstalker that can do so much early. We have this Doom that when it comes to that
support
mid-pot,
dip
he's
po.
still able to
Ang laki
have
ng
a great
pera ng support
initiation,
nila.
be able to try and put numbers in your
7,000
favor
tapos
because
4,000 lang.
Doom's hero feels like pretty much a hero that's dead. You can't really do
Ito,
much more
pantay
there,
lang eh.
Effie. So I just love it. Spirit having so much more
Support,
for themselves
support
into
talaga.
this.
Support
But
nagpanalo
at the
sa
same
kanila.
time, like, you see these cores building up for themselves. The Winter Wyvern is the one, again, for me that I want to go back to because you like to pick something up, whether it's to dissuade the Lone Druid, which has been favorable for these two teams or not,
Bakit si
it
Lard?
still ends up having a
Hindi
great
sinat me?
impact for them and not just this dead weight of a support that we picked early and then didn't amount to much.
For sure. I mean, Rue is such an impressive player, and one of the things that goes understated about Rue is that he doesn't need to be the main character. Like, picking up a Wyvern early in the draft just for the sake of the draft and not for his own gameplay, and just kind of being a guy who's just going to be able to help his team with teamfight, he does that very well. He was able to take a step back and allow Not Me to take his role as the position 4. He transitioned to position 5 comfortably, and that's not something, Aiden, that most people can do. Most people don't want to give up the role they've practiced for so long.
It's also, you underestimate how different position 4 and 5 are. I think for many, many years, they were quite interchangeable, but I think the skill set that players have developed over the years as a 5 and a 4 vary greatly. And Rue, honestly, he's not been around for that long.
Yeah.
He's been on the pro scene for 2 or maybe even, is it 3 years? I think it's 2 years.
I want to say 2 because it was that time where we saw
Yeah.
a lot of Spirit plays take a break right after the what was it, the Seattle TI, the Copenhagen TI. That's where he came in. A couple of people took breaks, and then we didn't know how long he was going to stick around, who was going to come back for them, and it was this sort of soft way of them wanting to replace Mira, who used to be their position 4.
Yeah, he joined after TI 13, and it's just been a really incredible journey for him. You always sing his praises about
Oh,
how he's
I
such a
think
good
when
player.
he first came to Spirit, I honestly thought he was quite a
Oh,
weak
sorry.
player. Like, he came up from the tier 2 scene, he didn't have the experience, and I remember laning against him, it felt like this guy is like does not know what he's doing, and we used to make jokes about how Collapse misses Mira all the time. But by the end of that same season, it was incredible how fast he learned, and that speaks to his talents. Like, it's very difficult to learn Pro Dota that fast as he did, and now he's transitioned to 5, and I personally think Spirit's support duo is the best support duo in the world.
Yeah, I know when I play pubs with this guy, he's just always in the right place at the right time. Some players you play with, I wish this guy was here, or why isn't this guy doing that? With that guy, it's like, man, he's here. That's awesome. Like, it's the whole feeling is like he just is always in the right place at the right time. When Poshka says he's, trying to teach them, and they learn slowly, but they're learning, to me, that's what I think of, that this guy, I feel like he just gets better over time. He's like the opposite of Milk. He is just, I don't know, he's just a beast.
Wine is normally the opposite of milk, by the way, Quinn, in terms of aging.
I'll note that down for future use.
You can have that one for free.
He really is a beast. But I do want to talk about how Team Spirit
naka-threads.
channeled their TI magic in this game too. We can praise the support duo over and over, but I really do think Yotaro, Laurel, and Collapse delivered. Every single one of them brought their A game.
Hindi siya
And
nagkaroon
something
ng
that they did
magic
this game that I thought was
resistance.
so cool was that they brought all 5 of their
Direkta
heroes to
niya
the
ng
safe lane early on. They all
Kaya
connected
Sanch.
to PL, and they killed the Timbersaw that was
Hindi
diving his
marunong
tier
talaga
1. Usually you
mag-timber eh.
don't bring both of your other cores from other lanes to early moves like that.
Yeah, and I think this is a really old concept of Dota that we've talked about earlier on the panels too.
Hindi
But
pang kaya
you take
Sanch yun eh.
slow heroes, and then you play them really fast. You have this PL that's considered a slow hero. You have Doom that's also considered a slow hero. And the way you buy time for yourself is by connecting to these early moves and finding the opportunities where you can outnumber your opponents. Because every time you get kills, essentially what you're doing is buying
Wala
yourself more
talaga.
time.
Yeah, no, it's super true, and I think also the best place to do that is, like Mira said, at these towers oftentimes. Because if your heroes don't naturally fight and kill stuff, that often means they lack catch. And so you want them to be close to you, because that means they're already overextended, so you can kind of just run them down, which allows you to actually get your damage off, which is why in modern Dota, towers are so important, because it's a place to fight. It's not so much that you have a place to TP and that it, like, keeps the map state. There's some truth to that, but a lot of it is
Sisirain yata ng Team Spirit yung prediction ko
a way to fight, especially when you're waiting for that overextension. There's such a fine, delicate balance of where the enemy walks. Are they over the invisible line? And as soon as they cross, bam, Spirit snaps, they jump, and they win fights. And it's so true. It buys you so much time.
I feel like that's also like the Miposhka influence, because like Spirit's way of making moves is through baits. It's been their MO for so long, and I think throughout the season, Spirits look kind of like a different team, but ever since Miposhka has joined, I'm now seeing like his influence seeping into them, and they're finding those opportunities to make those moves that they used to do with him.
He did say as well that in the coach interview after game one, he's like, I'm trying to give them all the lessons I can. And then Neil follows up like, how are the players taking that? He's like, slowly. And look, maybe the game one was the slow idea there, but game number two, it felt like everything really ramped up. And I love that Miposhka not only is offering so much when it comes to guiding these players and how they play, but of course in the draft, right? That's where we really see a lot of impact when it comes to coaches and not losing the idea or the faith behind the Night Stalker. It was in that off lane, did still do really well for them in game one, but to pick it up, shift it to mid, and give Lal the playstyle, the opportunity to demonstrate why they're so confident in picking it in back-to-back games. Look at this, 12-1 and 7 at the 28-minute
Yan
mark.
kasi talaga kailangan nila panghanap ng
That's when
ng mga
GG was
hero.
called compared to no one's puck.
Vision game.
4 and 2.
This just brings me back to you can count on
Clockwork,
Laurel.
maganda rin
Like,
vision.
oftentimes he's put in situations where because he's so able to tank bad lanes and he's so able to be a sacrificial pawn during the drafting stage, we don't really see him have performances like this. But when we see him get heroes like counter picks to a puck with a Night Stalker, when we see those rare Invoker games where he has like an axe set up for him, he can put the game on his shoulders. And the big difference from game one to game two to me is very impressive because a team to adjust their playstyle entirely in one map, it's hard to do.
I think it speaks to Laurel's skill as well, because like while he's enabled in his like hero to hero matchup mid, he has nothing really to play with. He has like a heal, a doom, a wyvern, and a clock. Like it's not natural combos that you would think like because NS wants to silence the guy and then he just dies. But there's nothing to dump on top of it, and you could see how they were fighting. Like,
pangit kasi yung last pick niya ni no one
Timber saw, and he's like silencing him, and they're hitting him the entire time. Timber's not dying, and then they reset back and wait for the silence to come off cooldown
Naubos yung hero niya.
And I think these things require so much skill for you to time correctly. Because if you're off by half a millisecond, you're caught and you're done.
Yeah, there was even one moment where we laughed about in the green room because Yatoro and PL just ran mid because Yatoro didn't have anybody. So he's like, oh, okay, I guess I'm coming. And he gave them a few right clicks during a crippling fear, and they didn't get the kill. But the fact that they were moving PL to the Night Stalker means that they were aware of this too. But they somehow made it happen.
Yeah, I think it's actually an unbelievably difficult thing to pull off in games. And I think it's one of the most beautiful and high skill parts of the game is whenever you walk into the kitchen and there's no like normal ingredients and you've still got to make something great, like it's very hard. And he takes a radish and a knife and a pizza and he ends up with something gorgeous.
A whole pizza already.
That's right. And I think like you see it in this game. Like how do you combine these heroes? And that's
tayo ni kaya
I don't know, that's
bumalag
something you
kaya
build over
sila.
time is these situations, okay, the draft is the way it is. Now, how do we play good Dota with the weird tools we've been given that worked well together later, but
Wala kasi
early on
silang
it's not
stun
as obvious? Like it's so impressive and difficult. Watching this game backstage, we're all like amazed. It's so fun to watch. We're locked in, like we're watching a Christopher Nolan movie because it's just, it's cinema.
If you had to title it, what would you...
Maybe The Odyssey.
I don't know if that's his best one, but I'll give it to that. Yeah. For sure. There's like one extra bit about it as well. It's almost this mental game because we're talking about, okay, they poke a little bit,
Tama,
they
nag-GG
reset,
kayo.
and then they
Mental
re-engage.
game yun
There's
eh.
a lot of times as well where we see them poke,
Tama yan.
they fully disengage, and they're getting reactions
Kung
out of
pinatagal
Vision,
pa nila
but
yun,
now
kawawa
they
sila.
go to re-engage, and Vision go, we don't want to react because they're probably just doing this whole, oh, they're poking at us, and they're not actually going to commit. They fully commit, and that's it. Now your Timbersaw is gone. They fully commit. Your puck's gone. They do it again. They disengage, and you've reacted to it. So I think also
Tama lang yun,
mental
tatlong
back
beses
and
sila
forth
dinali
playing
ng
with
ganun.
Vision was something that really treated them well with
Nakakasira ng ano yun,
That's a
mental.
great point that you bring, and it begs the
Mental
question of the early
confidence din.
GG. We haven't really talked about it, but it's not something that we see at TI where teams just give up after a bad fight. Can you guys shed some light on why that happened?
I think it's like Puppy also talked about it in his interview where he says like you build at TI you need to have some losses to build like stuff and learn from it, and there's not enough games at this TI. They've won all their games in the groups. They played 4 teams, won all their games, came to playoffs. They lost 1 game, but they won the series. So they haven't had that experience of experiencing defeat. And if you want to be a TI winner, you're going to have to go through that part as well. You're going to run into losses.
Yeah, and it's weird to like have that loss, to be in a rough position to say, you know what, call it quits. Because I think the teams that win TI are the teams that play hard games. I remember playing against Spirit in the finals and being up 15k gold, and they come back and they beat us in
Nigma.
Vegas. And I think
Katulad ng
at the same
Nigma.
time, while that game is hard, and I don't think their
Nigma.
odds of winning are very high, I also think
Lamang na lamang yung ano, kalaban nila.
be snap calling GG like that. Because to me,
30,000 net worth clip. Nanalo pa rin sila.
like, I'm pissed, I'm dead, I'm calling GG as sort of like a I know best type deal, and that it can be okay. You can recover from that.
Yandex
But
din.
at
Ganun.
the same time, it's a little contentious.
I do wonder about it because Team Spirit would never call GG in a position like that. They're the team known for playing the hardest games and dragging them out until the very end.
Grabe naman
And
kasi
if you
Team
mentioned
Spirit.
that Satanic did it before everyone
Mga
else,
veterans na yun.
is that okay? I mean, it's hard for me to understand whether this was good or bad because
Tama
you can
lang,
make an
bago
argument
lang
that
yung team
they
ng
knew it
ano
was over
eh,
and they didn't want to
Caribbean
waste
eh.
time and energy. But you can also make an argument that
I think those situations do exist where like sometimes it's just better to call the game
Yes,
and like
exactly.
let's reset and
Oh.
go ahead over to the
Reset.
next game. But I agree with Quinn that the way it was done here didn't feel like one of those moments where everybody's like, you know what, we messed up so much that we should just drop this game and move on and go to the next one. It more felt like a, whoa, where did that come from? You know, like
Yeah,
they just
nagulat
called
sila.
it. Satanic called
Oo,
it and
nagulat
nothing
sila
happens
eh.
from a couple of teammates, and then the
Nagulat
GG start
sila.
rolling in. They're like, oh, okay, I guess it's GG.
Tsaka pag sinabi na kasi ng carry mo na GG, wala na yan. Hindi na
Spirit
makakapaglaro
comparison is pretty
maayos yan.
fair, though. They've said it multiple times in different iterations of Spirit that if as long as one person has one idea to see an avenue back into a game, not even winning it, but back into the game, that's enough for them to not want to call GG. But not to not have a conversation around it. I will also add a grain of salt, or tell everyone to take it with a grain of salt, because you weren't liking the vibes coming out from Spirit after game 1, Quid. You're like,
tama
it's
lang
a
yan.
little tense in the Spirit camp. I'm not sure if they're going to reset for game 2. You're building up this whole, Vision's got it on luck type of narrative.
Ayun, no?
Yeah,
Support
apparently it was
diff na
battery
support
abuse.
diff. 0-10, no?
When I say with maybe not a grain, but an entire shaker of salt. But no, I think, I don't know. Like, so you saw Satanic smiling after, and you also have to keep in mind that he's a kid, and some of the players on his team are a lot older and more experienced. You look at No One and Puppy. Like, I think they have the experience and the wherewithal to come out from that, say it's fine. You know, the game was very hard. We're probably going to lose anyway.
Na camera
Like,
naman
it's
yun.
not some, I don't know, it's not some end-all be-all.
Yung
some
camera
doomsday
nila
thing
pang
called GG
ano,
like that. You
pang
can recover from that.
professional.
It may not be ideal, but it's also okay.
Yeah, for sure. And that's like where I think people like No One. or
Camera
Puppy,
pa lang,
where you're gonna tell someone
100,000.
like this, like say, we don't know, we're speculating, right? But let's say Satanic is tilted. You tell them like, these opportunities, there's only so many of them that you're gonna come across. There's only so many times you're gonna be a TI main stage with a good team around you coming in as favorites. And let's not waste this opportunity by being upset in this moment. Let's reset, go into the next game, being fresh. It's 0-0, right? We start over from scratch. There's nothing from the last
Uy,
game
huwag
actually
kang
affects
matutol.
the next game if we
Huwag
don't carry it.
ganyan. Huwag kang ganyan.
This is zoned out, just thinking about
Patatalo kayo ng ganyan. Huwag kang matutulala ng ganyan.
That wasn't fun for me.
I missed the Monkey King patch. Pick me Bounty Hunter. Pick me Clockwork.
Uy.
Everything.
Yeah, I think honestly his
Yeah.
progression
Tulala
as a
si
player is
si
so
Nine Class,
interesting because he was one of the most unique players ever whenever he first entered the scene. The way he played Dota was unlike anything I've ever seen. It was completely bizarre and strange. And to then go from the weirdest player ever to now someone who plays normal heroes and is a cog in a machine rather than some other machine entirely, that's such a wild transition. And I think it makes him such an incredibly interesting player to watch and see how he changes.
You know what I really like about him? He started off being like an old Techies player.
Yeah.
Like the original Techies. with the
Oh, you should have
lines.
started with that then.
So he played that. The hero gets reworked, essentially just disappears from the game. And I think at the time he was like a top 100-ish ranked player. His hero disappears. He loses a bunch of MMR and then comes back to becoming a pro player with other heroes.
Hopefully we can see some more of the old techies and style coming to game 3.
Team Spirit versus Team Vision. Game 3.
Whether you love it or hate
Pinotis
it, you
kasi.
have to
Timber kasi
acknowledge
dapat
that is a
magdadala
player
dun eh.
of 9 class.
Kaya
A player of
Sanj,
vision
anong
we've
gagawin
only
nun?
gotten to
Sayang
see in
2,000.
dabbles here and there of the last few months, and hopefully they go back to that. It is an elimination for them. We're looking at the upper bracket here, but a win top 3 at the bare minimum, that's something you would love to be able to do, especially Vision. That would be back-to-back TIs of a top 3 finish. For Spirit, it would be getting back into that top 3 form for themselves after missing out
Kung
on main
nag-graph
stage
siya,
for 2
pwede
years
pa.
in a row. Looking at our bands or our draft in general,
2,000
not so
lang,
much just our
3,000
bands,
lang
we're
yung
going to have
graph.
Vision be our first pick. That's similar to game number 2, how it went in draft order. And looking down the list of the bands, there is a small change up. Vision have left Leaner in the pool and decided to ban out Darkseer instead.
Yeah, the Nature's Prophet is also first phase banned. Was it last game?
No, it was not. It was second phase. It was Coddle that was in that place.
Okay. So that is a very potent 9 class hero, but they're just going to rip a Shadow Fiend. Man, it's so hard to predict what this team will do.
It's crazy. I think SF last game was also in the pool, and they didn't pick it. They ended up being a second phase ban for them. So they decided to go a different route here. I find the NP ban so interesting because I feel like for Spirit, that means like we now played against them without NP, and they've just looked like a completely different team. They weren't able to find that tempo. They weren't able to find that ramp, and we had like essentially like the most possible solo losing off lane ever.
Yes,
So playing up against
magdodraw
SF,
ranger yan.
you just get destroyed on your lane, and we're happy to give them that so long as we get our Wyvern.
Yeah,
Magdodraw ranger si
what they
Yatoro.
had planned for the NP today was the TV,
Banyo.
and it didn't work out for them, and they don't have a plan B against it.
Yeah, it is very possible and very smart, I think. I like the idea if you come in, you have one strategy, the strategy doesn't work, and you're like, okay, let's not disrespect this. And how the bans move and when the draft happens is very interesting from game to game. I totally agree with that read that like, okay, we're going to ban it second phase. Like, we're okay if they first overall it. But then they lose, they get smacked, and they're like, okay, now we're going to move it up a little bit because maybe they want to go back to comfort. Like, a lot of draft is the ideas and the technical aspects of the heroes, how they match up against each other. But there's another level that is reading what they
Draw
want.
ranger.
What do they actually want to play? What's comfortable for them? Are they, they're on the back foot. When you're the back foot, well, you go to something that's comfortable, that's chill. And so that ban, maybe there's more psychology than actual like practicality.
Pango.
And on top
Ay,
of that, it's like
wag
within
pala.
their comfort, what makes us
Ay,
unable
ano
to play
pala,
our
magpapango
comfort.
pala
And
yan.
it seems to be like the Nature's Prophet, the tempo that it brought,
Magpapango
it was
vision.
just difficult for them to play. And I think this current
Pango
Spirit,
SF.
we see it in the last game, and they want to be able to set some degree of pace. They're not as passive as the old Spirit.
Baban
They're
yan,
not
yung
as okay
Pango.
with being ran out as the old Spirit. So I like the removal of the NP. What's really interesting is that the Coddle gets skipped now by Vision, and do Spirit decide to ban it, or is it left through for another phase?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's very good against Wyvern because you're not trying to pressure the lane, right? He's playing for the heal and the harass, like I mentioned last game. Well, Coddle's like, yeah, sure, whatever you want. And he stacks the camps and he gets super farmed. And then you get into this mid game where he's got all the heals of his own and he's got the slow and the magic.
Banyo
and
Pango
he
kasi
plays some very long
tatagos yan
range,
eh.
so it's hard for Wyvern to actually get good
Oo nga
curses
pala,
off.
vision nga
So
pala.
I could definitely see it being a potential hero that the
Pag
9
di
class
nyo
goes
binan yan.
Yeah, I mean, going for Coddle would mean that it's about enabling no one from the mid lane. And something that I did want to bring up was that Notice was put in a situation
Pango.
where he could shine. He was the solution to PL with his Timber Saw. He got a Dark Willow and he had a very
Ibaban
strong
nila yan,
laning phase,
Pango.
but he couldn't turn it into anything. And that's very rare from Notice because he had a fantastic performance 1 month ago at EWC where he looked like the best player on that team. It seems like he's had a bit of a weaker TI showing despite Team Vision doing so well. I've just seen him in a better state.
I think that might be the case, but I also feel like it doesn't matter if you're Miracle or who you are. When you get doomed, you don't get to play the
Yeah.
game, right? So, he was getting doomed. He was the target of being silenced. They were not letting him click his buttons. So I think that's just where I credit that to Spirit. I think Notice was put in a rough position in that regard.
On that note, Doom's won both games this series, and it's got to have gone up in value now.
Yeah, you would think so. But it's like, it's funny because last game you picked the Doom blind and then they countered you with the Drow Ranger. It's a slightly different tone in this game in that you would be picking Doom into Shadow Fiend, which is also one of the biggest counters to Doom. And there's a bit different picking hero and saying counter me compared to seeing a counter and said, I'm down to be countered and just walking right into it. Like there's a different feeling to that.
Yeah. I mean, this pick is really interesting because usually, like, you're on second pick, you pick a support. The next follow-up pick that you want to pick here is a core. Also, we didn't mention it, but the Coddle is banned. So Spirit recognizes the same thing that we talked about where they are able to be able to dodge the lane that way. And for Wyvern, you absolutely do not want that. So yeah, here you generally try to look for a core hero, but this core hero is very blind. Like, you only see the SF. SF at the moment is a hero that's quite stable in almost every single game.
Pwede
I think it's
is Ben.
quite hard hero to counterpick just like 1-to-1. Usually you want to set up a strategy that beats it at the end of the line.
Poker.
Wow.
Wow,
Lol.
good.
All good.
Okay.
A bit surprising because I think Spirit's not been a team that's prioritized Invoker a ton, but in the same way that Akata will be good against a Wyvern because you outrange him and you play a slower fight, it's the same way that Invoker is good against Shadowfiend. Shadowfiend wants to sit there and hit people, and he's a stationary dude, and he's getting Tornado, he's getting Deafening Blasted, Cold Snapped, and getting kited, and so we can't actually get all of his immense damage off, and so I think when you combine that with a Winter Wyvern, it's a lineup that makes it very difficult for Shadowfiend to actually function because he gets kited
Mapipilitan
and
si
you
ano?
get Cold Embrace that he goes on.
Isa Tanic
for me,
mag-BKB.
psychologically, it also says that Team Spirit, after that game too, they're like, we love you, Laurel. You're good at Dota. Like, let's go back to some of our old
Tapos
school
magdudum
strategies.
pa.
Because while we only saw him play
Aray
Invoker
ko po.
one time this TI, it is a strategy that
Pipilitan
used to
pa
run often,
mag-linken.
particularly with Axe on the offlane, and like a stunning carry from the safe lane, like a Tiny or a Sven or something.
Bandung.
And they would just give him as many Sunstrike kills as possible, then he would run over the map.
I think it's also cool that Invo is one of those heroes that can kind of play a lane and have very low CS and recover his game through kills, through Sunstrike
Kaya
side lanes. So you pick him quite early and you tell Vision that you can counter me.
Ay,
and I'm going to be
Ember.
fine with that because I can recover in other ways. But they decide to go with Ember, which is another hero that's a little bit of the same kind of thing. And I guess, Quinn, you can explain it better than anybody.
Yeah, I mean, the hero is just like these two heroes. They lack a lot of
Walang
solid
talo
lockdowns. So if you
vision
get
ah.
first, and then there's an Invoker there. How can they kill you, right? You can just press flight and run
Makaka-counter
away.
pick sila.
And on the inverse, you've got Chains, you've got
Ember.
something that can really hold the Invoker in place, and you've got the Shadowfiend who's being
Ayaw
kited. So
lang
these
nila
follow-up picks, you're
tamaan
looking to have
ano eh.
tools to actually lock these Spirit heroes
Yung
in
M.
place, to let your Shadowfiend have a way to interact with the
EMP.
heroes. You're enabling this hero that has been countered, and so you need to pick stuff to help him get back into the game. This has been taken out a little bit by the Invoker and Wyvern.
Ano
And
support
Ember
ka? Ay,
will,
Willow
you've
na
got
naman.
multiple routes, lots of disables, lots of stuff to help your Shadowfiend. I think these
Di
picks
ko
with your
trip
first
yung
pick make a lot
Willow
of
eh.
sense.
I also think it's the first time this series that we see an honest matchup mid. We have the Slark against the Ember that is like very one-sided. NS against Puck that to some degree is very one-sided as the NS comes online. But Invoker and Ember are like classic
Ang daya nga,
swing
di na
heroes. It's
binaban.
like skill heroes that don't necessarily
Wala na naman kayo
steal each other's
stun.
game over, and they're both
Hanip
gonna have
kayo.
like a decent chance to play the game.
Yeah, it's cool, and I think it's a lane that can swing one way or the other a decent amount, pending skill. Like I think it can be a lane that can be 60-40 either side, and there aren't many matchups that actually can be like that. It could even go further than 60-40 depending on skill. So I'm looking forward to see how they lock in for the game 3.
Do you guys think that Largo may be an issue for Team Spirit? Because you've got this
Aray
Ember,
ko.
like Ember-Largo
Layo.
combination popped off quite a bit. Is it something they're concerned about? Do they want to ban it? Do they want to just let it happen? How do their heroes fare against it?
In my mind, Invoker is quite good against Largo because he has
Dying
such
na
high
naman.
single target burst damage when he clicks all his spells on one dude. And they have the Finger of Death, they have
No
the
choice
Underlord,
sila.
they have a
Ang
lot of
dying.
damage that they can just pump onto a target and keep him in place. So I'm not
Ang
sure.
dying
It might still be
no.
a good pick for them, just like you said, because of the innate combinations that they have
choice.
with their own heroes. But I love these heroes from Spirit. They see Ember. Ember likes mobility. He hates playing his instant disables. They go strongest disabling offlaner into strongest disabling +4.
Yeah, it's a great response. Spirit loves making sure that none of your heroes are immortal. They hate when one guy is untouched and has a free
Support
game,
nila.
and they love to respond in ways that we can always kill everyone. We don't want to have a situation where you're immortal. I think that's Spirit's worst nightmare as a team, and so this directly addresses the Ember, but good old Satan's back in the game.
So support nila.
I mean, Doom won both games
Silencer.
so far, but I will say it looks like a less scary hero versus Spirit than it did in the game 1, where they had one core in the Terrorblade, and they had an Ember that was shut down, so there wasn't really a means to play against the Doom. This time around, the Underlord's going to be strong. The Invoker's gonna have a game regardless of what happens, and there's still the Toro hero that you don't see. So there's a tri-core that you have to pick
Gulat
one,
kayo,
and the
mag-PL
other two
ulit
can
yan.
carry the game after that. And when Doom plays against dual-core, tri-core lineups, it's a lot more complicated than it was in game 1.
We were playing Guess Who with that shot, by the way. You know whose back of the head that was?
I believe that's Zhao 8.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was curious who's back of the head is so significant. That makes sense. TI winner. Yeah, I think the other element of why it's a trickier Doom game is they've got a lot of ways to disengage.
Yeah.
If he Dooms a guy, suddenly he gets cursed.
Yep.
Or if he doesn't pop BKB, he gets pitted, or Lion Stunned, or Tornadoed, and they just
Oo
run
nga
away.
pala,
Like, that
Lone
is one of the
Druid
best
pa
ways to deal
pala.
with Doom is he presses it, and sure, you're stunned for an hour, but if you just
Aray
run
ko,
away and you
open
reset
PL,
that, then
open
that's
spin.
probably the ideal way to deal with it.
And we haven't seen it come online in the series because the games have
Ano
been so
unahin
fast,
nila?
but this
Spin,
Aghanim Doom
kontra
with
rin yun.
Shiva's Guard is a really big problem, and Wyvern kind of pre-solves it because it's one of the few ways that you can peel that Doom off of yourself, so you can play that game out. I agree. It doesn't look as quite as scary like end game end boss Doom in this game.
Oh, yeah, you know who's missing though is Yatoro.
I was gonna say it,
The
but he's
Ranger
overall last
opened
pick,
and-
so I was like, you know, I kind of want to focus on Vision a little bit more. But gosh, there's always a joy in knowing that Spirit are gonna last
Dying?
overall a
Wala na,
Yatoro
no
hero.
choice na
But
kayo,
he is
Undying
gonna
na
see everything before we even get to that.
This position's kind of interesting when you're Pulse 5 because you're not used to getting last
Yeah.
picked, right? When you play your practice games and
Dying.
your pubs, you're almost always first picking your hero, and being in a position where you get to see the entirety of the enemy draft, it kind of can get into your head of like, I need to find something special. I need to find something unique because I can finally last pick my hero with all this information, and I'm going to
Mirana.
pick the hero that people always first pick in Mirana.
It's a good combination with Ember's chains. It'll give them a lot of kill threat early on. Like this support duo with Ember is very strong. There's a lot of damage, there's a lot of layering stuns, there's a lot of follow-up. The only thing that Mirana lacks this game is a save. When you play against Lion drafts, it's going to be, oh, we're going to blink Hex, insta-burst you, and you're going to die. There's nothing really offsetting that for Team Vision, so they have to be the aggressors with the way that they've set their draft up.
I think Mirana's only way to become a save in this game is to buy a 4-staff. And
Or
a
a
really
Wind
good... Or a Wind Waker, yeah. But that's very far down.
If it gets there.
Yeah, exactly. So you see on Spirit's side, they have a lot of stuns that they want to
Isbin, sabi na Isbin eh.
And
Aray
4-staff
ko.
is the best way to like break those kinds of combinations.
Brad, sure na yan. Panalo na
And
Team
this stun is
Spirit.
just setting up for Laurel's Invoker. Like we mentioned, stuns on side lanes, that's what you need.
Malas.
How early can Sven
Out-
end up joining,
outdrop
right? Because that's
sila.
what we also kind of lagged in certain games that Spirit have won for themselves, is Yatoro being able to do either early rotations mid, going through those twin gates, joining team fights between the
Sabi
12,
na,
15,
kukontra
and
nila yung SF eh.
It's
Isbin
definitely
eh.
dealing through Twin Gates, and I can see people come to him with the Underlord Pit. It is a game where I think they're going to have to get
Paano
creative
nila
again, because
papatayin yan?
Invoker super stationary, Sven typically very stationary, and same with Underlord. He wants to gate into things, and so I think it's a game where Spirit, they have to exercise those Dota memories and the muscles of the things you've seen, how you can combine heroes in different ways, because it's not overly clear.
I do like it though, conceptually. Like you have the Lion plus Pit set up on the side for Sunstrikes, then you have the Sven and the Wyvern who are also going to be able to give them to Laurel, and this BKB timing will be strong. Like you've got the Warcry armor to fight into a Shadow Fiend. His biggest strength is, minus armor, and you're protecting your whole team. The God strength is really good against Doom because if you get Doom, then you've ulted. It doesn't matter. You're still going to have impact in the team fight. So
And
it
to
makes
ti-
sense.
Yeah, and to tie back to Quinn's point earlier, nobody's unkillable when you play against Sven. And nobody's unkillable when you play against
Kaya
Sven.
nga.
I feel like Spirit has all the
Maglalaroan
damage in the
sila.
world, and they're going to have options to play this game out.
You know what I love the most, what you've brought up in the last couple of days in Senior, is having two heroes that can always be together to kill it off. And is that what you see a lot in Spirit?
Kontra yung ano eh, yung Isbin eh. Yung armor niya eh. Yung Warcry.
Have that aggression to be able to snowball.
Wala ang damage si Satanic dun.
So in this game, like any two heroes, yes, but it's not any two heroes because at all times there's an Underlord Pit and there's a Sunstrike. So even if you're only two, you're actually four.
Kalimutan
And
nila yung
that is
Isbin.
a power in of itself. Supports are going to be very
Mas
unable
gusto
to
ko
make
pa nga
moves.
Lone Druid.
Yeah, I love
Binigay
Spirit's
nila
game. I
Lone
think
Druid
it's-
eh, kaysa
I think it's
sa
stepping in the right
Isbin eh.
direction. I was so impressed by the gameplay last game. I'm Spirit all the way. They're just too
At
cool.
binigay nila ng Lone
And very, very
Druid.
quickly, last one, you're also Spirit all the way. You love their adjustments too?
Yeah, I love the draft. To me, it makes
Kaya
sense
pa
on
nilang
paper,
patayin
but,
Lone Druid eh.
Vision are a very strong team. They have the means to make a lot of early game moves, and they're going to have to be the ones to set the tempo here.
Well, the fun and the narrative of our Vision up against Spirit matchup here is the King up against the Prince. And well, we have our own King and Prince. It's Cap at SPG.
Oo.
Thank you, Nat.
Pag na
That's
early
right.
game
There
nila,
are
Brad.
some serious legends on the stage here. Some legends to be,
Hirap
in
niyan.
fact, in the
Pit
face
Lord
of
tapos Invoker.
a matchup
Puro
Yatoro
depensa.
versus Satanic here at
Hindi
TI
nga ma-early
on the
yan.
main stage in a game 3. Who is the best carry, Avery?
Tapos may
The old
Wyvern
gods
pa.
versus the new. So much Dota knowledge between those two coaches as well. That was something I was looking at. This game 3 draft, Puppy against Maposhka.
Yep.
What is that?
Sablay.
30 years of cumulative CIS Dota experience? It's absurd. That might be one of the most
Tinalo
loaded
sila sa
matches I've
experience.
ever seen on this stage. Think of how many TI finals those two coaches have been in alone.
Yep.
Let alone these 10 players. So I think this is the closest draft we've had of all 3 games. I think both teams are very happy with what they have. I don't think we're going to see an early GG out. I think these are two drafts that can scale really well, play the mid game, connect with some fast moves on the supports. A lot of stuns in this game, a lot of big hitters. This game has everything, Austin. It has everything.
Will it give us everything in the execution? That's the part that really strikes me for TI. Right throughout the year, we can talk about draft and mechanics and strategy and all these little things that make a team great in Dota 2. But TI, I feel like, is the one tournament, the only tournament perhaps, that truly tests mentality, right? That truly tests how tough you are inside of that booth. When the lights are absolutely the brightest that they can be, do you shrink under that or do you flourish? And Vision, in their case, how do you bounce back after a rough loss? Because we've already seen and we already know from game one to history in general that Team Spirit can bounce back after a rough loss. What is Vision going to do after that game two?
Spirit's proven they can be clutch when those lights are the brightest. And it's up to Vision to prove that they can hang with the big dogs now in a very high-pressure Game 3 for a top 3 at this year's International. It's all on the line.
Galit na si Satanic. Nagwi-wheel chat na.
Has some very interesting matchups. That first pick, SF for Satanic, trying to bully a melee hero. That Ember counter pick to the Invoker. There were other options in the pool, but I think they wanted something just more versatile for the game. See how much Laurel can find with these stun strikes as well. A lot of stuns in this laning phase for Spirit you might be able to connect on. And then Toro Sven.
Pinaparman lang siya, oh.
Getting low there.
Pinotis, oh.
Thrown out, and then a bit of a pressure
Under tower.
so far. Team Spirit have not given up that first blood to a Shadow Fiend who can be an absolute menace in the laning phase. We've got the Ember Spirit versus the Invoker mid lane match.
Aray ko.
Maybe he's
Sige.
got
Support diff mo.
fire. In fact, yeah.
Satanic does get Hex top with the Sunstrike.
Sunstrike and it lands
Oy,
on Satanic.
tumama.
Not quite. Fairy Fires keep him alive. Well, not me. He doesn't have the same luxury. DeCall's gonna hop to the other
Ay,
side.
support
He'll
diff.
claim the first blood, and maybe he gets away. Raises slowdown collapse. He can't finish the job.
Even with the Sunstrike connection, the extra wand charge
Lo,
plus the Fairy Fire.
nagbag yung ano, yung SF. Tinan mo.
Not dead here.
Yung animation.
Connection up top. That was
Wala,
the first
nagbag.
blood that Spirit really wanted with this extra Sunstrike
Nagbag yung SF, oh.
So that's a big win for Vision. Can ferry out some extra region, can stay alive.
Hindi gumagalaw.
CS with that Shadow Fiend sole advantage.
Is top lane where you feel like the
Ayan na, nagsabi na, nagbag yung SF. Nagbag yung SF.
I think this lane has the most potential to be explosive for Vision. Okay, that's what happens when you pick Shadow Fiend against the melee hero. You either start just raising this hero down, you get to that level 3, you pump in the damage, you snowball completely with the extra Necromastery, or you get killed a couple times and it swings the other way. It's looking really solid for Satanic here early, though.
Ang hirap nun, ang hirap maglasit ng ganun.
As well, Ember did well on the early waves mid. Just what you would expect from a veteran in no one. And this Doom is going to return for game 3. Doom is one.
Babalik kaya yan? Uulit yan?
Scary hero to give away when it's performed so well here.
Uulit kaya yan?
Bold move behind Maposhka.
Okay, how do you address Doom and what
Paano pag gaganon na yan?
In this game to address?
They have multiple carries. I think that's one thing. You don't want to end up in a 4-protect 1 where the Doom target's super straightforward. Sure. Underlord can create a gap against this hero where
Paano pag di nawala yung ano, yung bag na yun, ang hirap na.
Wyvern can also just freeze the Doom on the blink and help create that gap. So they have a
Kaya
lot of
tignan natin. Balik nyo nga. Balik nyo dun kay Satanic.
And then either just completely disengage or buy time for the Doom target.
Uy, balik nyo kay Satanic.
I think that's mainly what you're trying to do here. You can also just try and start things on your turn. Jam in damage with Alacrity, Sven, blinking, stunning.
Huwag niyong panoorin yan. Magpa-farm lang namin si Yatoro dyan.
Control in this Vision lineup for the Sven when the Toro goes in, if he can get him.
Got him on the Bramble. Blood grenade slowing him down. Don't see no. He
Ano lang yan?
there. I think he went the wrong way around the trees. He popped scorched earth.
Patay pa si Nine Class. Ay, kala ko mamatay.
Fortunately, Dark Will aggression never really gonna get punished just because Zero has Shadow Realm.
Uy, mamamatay ka dyan, Nine Class. Ay! Oy! Oy! Ayos ah.
Sometimes you don't need it. Just land a casual Sunstrike, help ruin that trade, some extra gold for the Invoker. These lanes are really going Vision's way in terms of just the straight up CS. So you gotta
Pero walang CS si ano, si Larl. Baog siya kay No One, no?
And Kind of something else we could see this top lane fall back on if the lane should be.
Doon na lang siya babawi, Sunstrike.
Because right now, Satanic is taking control. CS department threatening that triple range.
Mid lane. Laurel is 11 and 5. Lowest CS of all the cores.
He's feeling the pressure right now. I think Spirit have had the slower start in lanes all 3 games.
Yes.
And they're not a team that's afraid of taking that route towards victory.
Ba't hindi na binabalik kay ESF? Baka nagbabag pa rin.
They can probably start losing most of the late game. And if they find that one fight, that's all it takes. So you really have to be careful.
Hindi, wala na.
Get collapse away from the SF. Quick X. Turn around, blood grenade.
Does have Lotus.
Ultimately, in, trying to hit that Sunstrike. Not going to happen.
Ay, patay.
Die to the raise. Very volatile.
Patay nga yan.
Yeah. You're trying to bait with wand charges and all these Lotuses and Fairy Fires. Both teams are thinking about this Sunstrike a lot. The aggressive man up from Satanic pays off here. And Yatoro, he's just getting his regen burned down here, even if he survives.
Well hit. It's going to be close call. Couldn't get through the cold embrace heal.
Does a lion.
Napareact si Natmi dun.
What'd you make of the lion pickup anyway? Not a hero
Bakit?
that we see a whole lot of.
Definitely an outlier for this event. It was performing pretty well over the course of the year at various points, and then just fell off for this tournament in the last month in general. It is a good Sunstrike setup. It is a hero that historically has worked well for Spirit. Not necessarily this iteration, but just as a team concept. Always gives you that instant hex potential, which is, again, if you're playing with confidence, if the other team is perhaps tilting a little nervous, Lion does take advantage of that. I think it could pose problems for the Ember in this game.
Pangit naman na skin na yun.
Maybe the Doom on the
Kay
Blinken,
Doom.
if you don't pre-BKB, which we've seen a lot of this event. Yeah. Things like this. This hero can make a huge impact from a low net worth position. Still a difficult hero to execute, though.
Ang
So
ganda.
again, you're looking towards these Spirit supports to really mechanically play well, give us a performance like they did in Game 2, and then this support duo can really cause Vision some problems. They just end up in some open skirmishes in jungle areas or get run over on the map.
Collector's
by this
kasi.
Ember, they could become a liability pretty fast because they need some early items to really come online. I think both of these supports need a blink to really play the fights well.
I love that. Yatoro using the line. You're not panicking, are you? Well, Vision don't seem to be panicking in this laning phase. They are walking away with a 3 laning phase win. As you said, Team Spirit have never been a team very dependent on a laning phase.
This is a very big lane win, though, which is causing you a little concern. Mainly just how much the Sven is getting bullied bottom. I think Underlord getting bullied, whatever. Invoker's always going to lose some of the early CS. He'll make it up with some Sunstrike kills. Just Yatoro getting bullied. It's uncommon to lose your safe lane in this patch. You don't see it happen
Yan,
to a lot of
Dragonfly.
players when you have so many options at your disposal to just dominate the lane. So that's a
Oh,
big
ayos yun.
sacrifice to make. There is some payoff here with the wide.
Grabe naman yung detalye niyan.
It's giving a lot of room to this off-lane duo for Vision to maybe gain some momentum and snowball this game.
Cute.
And I feel like that's only going to be compounded by the fact that Vision also have a more active mid, right? If you're already down off of lanes and then you get those first couple of rotations from the Ember Spirit, which the Invoker can't really match, it's going to be a problem.
Always the risk with playing against Ember if you don't choose him out of the lane. In Game 1, he just got completely cheesed. None of that tempo came into play. In this one, he's going to have a lot more freedom to control the map, play off the power runes, make rotations that are not going to be matched. You really have to keep no one in check, keep him in the back of your mind, not overextend, and make sure you don't feed away some double, triple kill to this Ember in the first 15 minutes here.
Back to this bait in the bottom lane. Really need this line rotation to work.
A big committal down here. You're leaving that Underlord alone top, which has been a brutal lane for him.
Oh, and the ward's going to get dropped. They just immediately going to de-ward it. Not me. Spotted by that one. The Underlord Collapse is trying to pull waves, but okay, they say, all right, 2 can play that game. We can also try lane. Try and catch Collapse. Stop him from pulling at least.
Ay, yung tonton na may pizza.
Because this is not a lane the Underlord can enter no matter what. Sure. You can leave the SF up here solo and the Underlord can't enter. So if anything, you want to bring supports elsewhere in this game. And this is relieving pressure from Sven, who was the one suffering the most.
Boy pa rin pala.
He's tanky enough to survive though. Double gauntlets and 2 bracers.
Uy, muntik na.
He just raw HP is all it takes.
That is a tanky boy early on.
Nangyari dun?
They are
Ba't
gonna be able to
nag-ano?
rotate these
Nag-blank?
supports into mid, which is a great point of attack.
Nag-blink.
Anytime you kill this Invoker early, he's just a sitting duck. Ember automatically gives you the gap close. It's a 6-minute power rune as well. So there's a lot to fight for here on the side of Vision.
Good use of the Forge Spirits to pull the creeps back. They will not be able to contest the power runes at all. A regen for an Ember Spirit. This is already starting fantastic for no one. Meanwhile,
a lot of time.
1 CS
Yun
for
naman.
He's
Satanic.
just absolute free farm up there, which, you know, I don't know the exact stat for how often Vision win when Satanic has an empty lane, which is effectively what this bit has been, but it's got to be quite high. This is what Vision wants. They want the attention around mid. They're 2 side laners to just free farm, scale, and let no one control the pace of the game. They're going to rotate the supports back top. They want this SF kill with the Sunstrike on top.
This would fix so much of the damage. They've got him in place. The Sunstrike's going to land. They surely have enough damage. They're going to stop the Requiem. That's good enough.
Wisdom Shrine is getting contested off this kill. That is the bigger prize. Spirit needed that early SF kill. However, they're going to sacrifice some experience to get the job done.
Okay lang yan.
Both shrines are going to go Vision's way here.
The level 6's supports on Vision going to be a whole lot faster than Team Spirit, that's for sure.
Hindi, okay lang. Dalawa wisdom nakuha.
Cover that experience.
That was just a really, that kill was almost more important for Collapse than it was shutting down the SF. The Thunderlord needed something out of this laning phase.
Kaya nga eh.
Big boost. He's going to get to farm another wave, pulled his camp.
Wala kasi lang natin loob natin.
Satanic, he's got
Nakuha naman yung dalawang wisdom.
You don't know where these supports are lingering. Nice little rotation. And honestly, Spirit, they relieved a lot of the pressure in this laning phase that was going into the Sven too. With these Vision supports going top.
Yeah, malayo rin yung farm ni ni Satanic. Bagay, ganun din kanina.
This was a 2K lead for Vision a minute and a half ago. They weren't able to snowball it more. So the game's stabilizing for Spirit right now. Gotta, again, look towards the Ember, look towards the power runes. Try and connect something with no one here.
That class pops out underneath the tower. Quickly Hex stunned, but they do not try and...
Nasaan kanyan ngayon, Brad?
The Ember Spirit is going to be trying to run them down. Another power rune to work with. I mean, the Ember Spirit is just going to be the strongest hero in the game for quite some time if he's able to get every single power rune.
He's going to get every power rune. You're just not contesting
sa tagi.
behind this guy with an Invoker.
Nadaan ka na ba ulit sa Valenzuela?
You're just hoping he doesn't get the early haste and amp damage, which he didn't. He got Regen Arcane. A little weaker here for sure. Flows, you do have Doom available.
Spirit jumps after Nami, caught him on the other side of the tower.
Hindi ako makapunta sa mga ano eh.
This is a very dangerous area for Spirit.
Busy ako sa pamangkin ko. Hahatid-hatid kami.
You are just defensively bailing
Pasok niya Monday to Saturday.
around the river against this Ember. It's a death sentence.
He's basically playing Forge Spirit instead of his hero. His hero is always pretty far back.
Brad,
He keeps using the Forge Spirit
araw-araw.
to draw the aggro. Prevents too much tower damage being done.
Can also block the arrow off the chains combo. So
4 years old, Brad.
He will
Kaka 4
certainly
lang
not
nung
have any
April.
sort of recovery. I mean, Vision have full control of the triangle in case there was stacks, but Spirit also haven't had the
Kaya
chance
mahirap,
to make
Brad,
them
kasi na-diagnose siya, Brad.
That's gonna hurt.
Meron siyang
A little short there.
ASD.
One of them being a flag bearer as well.
Spirit are getting some nice D-wards. That is giving you some extra gold here and limiting the damage Vision are inflicting with December.
Me pushed out past the tower, immediately punished. Now, the slowdown isn't enough for Satanic Go. They got the Bramble and the arrow. And then both of those
Yun yung
abilities
tinatsaga
from the
namin
Ignite
yan.
class will return
Therapy.
the tip back to not me.
December is starting to be a massive threat. This 10-minute power run's gotta be a good one unless it's the illusion spawn. But it gets taken. Oh man,
his first power rune of the game.
No one not happy about that. Again, you're looking for the haste and amp damage in the next 2 or 3 here. You really wanted those for the Ember. So the fact Laurel gets to steal one of those away is huge. Base for the Sven. Spirit just trying to defend right now.
Nag-usap lang tayo, 3K na yung lamang.
SF matchup kind of go as the game moves along.
Uy, wala kang mana. Patay ko na naman, notice. Punot naman yun. Wala, Brad eh. Mag-isa lang kasi siyang bata eh.
Oh, if only they had a Sunstrike. Yeah, they needed it. The bottom, it would have made all the difference. Instead,
Minsan, pinupunta namin sa San Rafael. May mga nakalarong bata.
Double support TP bottom. That's huge for Spirit. Limiting the aggression going through the Ember right now.
Pero kasi lumaki yun. Wala talaga siyang kasamang bata.
After Yatoro with the Moonlight Shadow kind of trailing him as he works his way through.
Oh, not me. Does he have enough here with Sunstrike? Sunstrike's back off cooldown level 4 in the X-Sword.
Mask of Madness has healed him up so much.
No shot now, that's for sure.
Okay naman, Brad.
Meanwhile, Rue getting chased out of bottom. They do not want to let anybody linger behind this tier 1 tower and just absorb XP.
Playing around the neutrals.
Meron din yung pinapasukan niya, puro bata rin naman kasama. Kaso 2 hours lang. Ay, 1.5 nga lang.
Underlord is not going through that gate to join.
Dito rin sa amin, walang mga bata sa labas. Kanya-kanyang buhay yung mga tao dito.
Vessel is around the corner for no one, and that's when the presence around the map is going to pick up significantly to bring SF into any of these engagements to let him convert on the objective. No one's going to want to defend.
Sa clubhouse, puro mga batang ano na, Brad. Mga may edad na rin. Mga naglalaro. Mga 10 years old pataas na.
And that's a lot of the Sven matchup. You mentioned the carry matchup in this game. Sven can absolutely deal with Shadow.
Ayun, nakapag-push na sila.
EKB, God Strength, SF doesn't fight you, especially in this game with Alacrity on top. It's a huge
favorite talaga ni Satanic yun, umiikot.
You have to hit some nice timings here if you're Satanic to really get the most out of this matchup. Of course, SF's always going to scale. It can be a massive threat.
So he's going to have a number of timings early on with the Sven is still kind of building up. He'll have another time later on when he gets Butterfly against Sven, right?
Potentially Aegis in line with that, and you're going to maybe try and push.
Okay, 20 minutes pagka natapos ng... Oh, Brad, si Collapse Pitlord. Di ko nga alam kung nagpi-Pitlord dyan eh. Parang hindi. Parang sinubukan lang nila ngayon.
It's tough to initiate on the Invoker. Can be a real big thorn for Vision in this game 3. They are up 5k. So this laning stage did pan out for them quite nicely.
No surprise there. Notice is getting so much farm in this game. Like, it's no surprise that Satanic gets big. He kind of gets big no matter what happens in Vision's games. But the fact that their other 2 cores are keeping up with the Sven says a lot.
They have their early fighting items too. Drum done for the Doom. Spirit Vessel for no one, and that's kind of the signal to start getting more aggressive with this Ember Spirit. There's a 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. They're not really heading that direction. They're looking for the Sven Bahada. The juiciest kill on the map right now is he's the fastest farming hero for Spirit.
Rue trying to run interference. He's going to break some of the smoke.
Parang takas. Ay, nakatakas.
Get out. Look at that. Oh, he's running right in.
Kaya lang yung hindi nakatakas si Yatoro. Nice. Ganda ng ikot niya, no? Satanic.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They broke that gate and he's still
ganda ng ikot ni Satanic doon.
Vision was so on point. Very sick play. And what's your trade-off? Normally you're trying to get some sort of equivalent exchange. Underlord cannot push out deep top, which means it has to be around this mid lane. And that is just not a...
Kailang gumagawa ng ganun eh. Si Satanic. Oh, Brad, naka-doom sila ano? Sino ba yan? Si Collapse yata ang doom nun eh. Ay, hindi. First game? Di ba balanar si ano? Si Collapse nun. Naka-doom rin yata si... Naka-doom ba si Notice nun? Ah, oo, naka-doom rin yata sila nun. Sa Vision. Parang naka-doom nga.
Gonna have to go deep for that kill.
So many of these ganks, time and time again, and it'll happen.
Yung nanalo sila, no? Alam ko naka-doom nga yata si, ano, Notice.
Our hammering, try and open up the map a little bit.
They got to. They're gonna have this really awkward window where this Underlord Collapse isn't really much of a hero yet until you have that Aghanim Scepter, and it's still, you know, a solid 1,500 away.
At least he recovered pretty nicely here. Even without stacks, he got the job done. Closing in on that Ags will make a big difference in this game. You have a lot of global capability. It's going to make your net worth count for a lot more here. Even from
Magpa-pike kaya kagad siya, no? Si Satanic.
Might have been spotted there by the Forge Spirit.
O
Another power rune, this time an amp damage.
BBKB kagad siya.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You want to defend this mid tower. You also don't want to get caught in a bad fight right now against all the strength on no one.
All in kasi yung SF ni Satanic eh. Wala nang yan eh. Walang defensive items eh. Yan lang, pike lang. Tapos mag-ano yan, magsi-silver edge.
There's a lot of defensive capability in this Spirit.
Silver edge yan.
Set up and ready for the play. You think you're just going to go on Laurel and kill him, and all of a sudden you get stuck in a pit, firestorm, there's a wyvern.
Hindi na pagpaparmin yan ni Satanic.
It's a lot of chains done.
Ayan, umikot na naman si Satanic.
However, once again, Vision not forcing the issue into the mid invoker. They're hunting the Yatoro Sven. They refuse to let him hit camps down here.
And even without the ward, which they'd get dealt with, they're still gonna try and find heroes in this area. Rue kind of spotted Sven a little bit out of sight. Team Spirit are beginning.
May dagger na ba si Yatoro?
Thinking maybe this is an opportunity for a fast kill. They've got it with the Sunstrike. Here comes 9 class though. Trying to keep Rue alive. Throws down a Winter's Curse. Actually backs up and stunning the rest of his team, but it doesn't matter. Team Spirit, their defense, they parry Vision's aggression perfectly.
Nice map read from Yatoro. This time it's him knowing the gank is coming in and Spirit just set up on it, and that's where that fight is dangerous. You do not want to overcommit these towers into all of the muck that Spirit.
Mali talaga ginagawa ng mga support ni
which is where this game can feel a little awkward for Vision. You have all this strength. How were you able to use it in the last few minutes here? You lost net worthly. You're just watching Invoker recover off the Ancients. You're watching Sven recover off of some of these smaller jungle stacks. Weren't able to kick him out of bottom. The fact that Yatoro can sit down here is really important for Spirit right
Dapat
now.
nga nag-back na sila nung nung hindi nila nahuli yung Wyvern.
So you need the other core to be able to farm somewhere.
Pinilit pa nung niraan eh.
So it has to be Yatoro finding farm deep on the
Muntik pa nilang papatay si si Yatoro. Ay, si Yatoro, si Satanic.
And eventually the Invoker pays that back out to the Sven, right?
Nasa harap si Satanic eh.
Then he's able to play out
Tatalunan na ni Yatoro eh.
Ghost walk, pushing waves, and then the Sven gets to farm the nicer parts of the map.
It'll switch at some point. And at that point, the front of the map goes up a lot for Spirit with the gate global capability. For now, just kind of play through Yatoro. Does have Blink available. Is level 13. He's
Tagilid talaga tong Team Spirit fight vision.
Behind his initiation too. There's a lot of burst damage coming out off this jump. Vision just going to try and dodge this play right now. They're trying to just get to triple BKB in this game. It's going to take a little bit of time here. However, they get
dagger na yung layo.
Very strong with that timing. They can absolutely take a team fight into a Roshan.
Kind of a crazy backstab, especially the fact it's just the two of them. They don't have a tier 1 tower to play off. No heroes can TP in.
Kitang-kita. Ay. Ayan na. Habulin nyo, habulin nyo. Habulin nyo. Habulin nyo. May panghabol ba kayo? Yun, nice one. Galing.
A play call from Yatoro and Rue goes horrifically wrong. Vision are gifted into a fantastic fight.
Nice one, nice one. Kala ko di nila habulin.
Very quick reaction from 9 class. Completely kills this play attempt. And you're able to bring all your heroes into it. And guess what? Tormentor, 20 seconds. If Vision want to just man up for an objective here. They were in the area. Opting not to.
Now Vision back up to a 6,000 net worth lead.
Every kill is going to
Naka-shard na ba yung Invoker?
So much lane push and farm capability. Maybe they get this mid tower.
Shard na.
Really like to glyph this.
They refuse to give this up. Jeez.
It's a very strong objective in this game with the Invoker and all your defensive capability. Can really bait Vision onto this objective and try and get some extra kills out of it.
Mid tower is also the one that controls that triangle, right?
For sure. See that Dark Realm come out
Galing.
in time, and now
Sakto lang yung niya, skill ng Dark Willow.
That's going to be a problem for him. He may have the matchup against the SF, but you've got some very, very mobile heroes in the supports. The Dark Willow and the Marauder are both difficult to kill. Ember Spirit obviously highly mobile. be difficult for Yotaro to find openings for fast kills like he wants.
Also just needs BKB to deal with a lot of the control here. The Brambles, the Moonlight Shadow, Doom's waiting for you. There's a lot you have to worry about right now.
That's not a problem for Satanic. Mask of Madness, Hurricane Pike, BK.
Uy, kunin niyo yun. Si Wisdom. Kukunin niyo ni Not Me.
Not me?
Uy, kukunin yun.
It's a risk, isn't it? Is this a bait? Is there an opportunity here? He's waiting for some support to come by and he can impale, finger, sunstrike, but instead, Vision are making a move.
Wala, kukunin na ni Not Me.
To find an opening TP out, not gonna happen.
It's a big smoke break. This was double BKB timing for Vision on the Ember and the SF, and they get the Wisdom Shrine on the other side with the Lion. So honestly, Spirit, they dodged that pretty successfully here. Oh, he's out of mana now. Oh, he's gonna peek his head out.
Nope. Okay. Stun, TP.
Should be fine.
Hearing.
Doesn't happen.
Wala na.
Big space created.
Galing talaga ng kumag na yun,
for Vision, which only left them with, you get some deep wards out, and you're getting to the point in this game where you're going to start to threaten a Roche after any big 4 kill. Laurel trying to make a big play.
KB inside of this Aghanim Scepter, the combination of the Ice Wall and the pit. You just don't go anywhere. It doesn't matter. Before,
pailing ka na lang.
Phase, right? All that extra HP allowed him to survive through the burst, but that is not really a problem now. Team Spirit have ways to just hold you there and never really run out of damage.
Game's starting to feel a lot more comfortable for Laurel. We're going to see him impact the side lanes a lot more. It's been centered around mid. That mid tower died. He got a lot of time out of that. The farm Ancients recover off of a rough lane. And now he's going to start to do Invoker things with that Ghost Walk.
Atakin nila si Invoker.
The map's going to become more difficult to play with your Sunstrike threat with a gate on top of it. That's what makes it extra deadly here for these otherwise survivable heroes. Might have to pop some BKBs just to be able to get the lanes out at some point in this game.
Panel said it's not just 1 or 2 heroes, it's potentially 3
Yan,
or 4.
yan. Habulin nyo, habulin nyo, habulin nyo.
They'll have the advantage for Vision. What a crucial kill that would have been, catching Yotaro on the TP.
Spirit are starting to outmaneuver them a little bit. Perhaps feeling like game 2, they're starting to flow.
Fortunately, Satanic is still the rock that is keeping that net worth solid for them. They're still holding on to a 5,000 net worth because he's just getting so much gold. Nobody is getting more gold than Satanic on the map, and that continues as he takes the tower.
Insane how much extra he gets compared to everybody else in this event. Every minute he
Grabe talaga mag-farm to sa Satanic.
Just got the reads. He's able to play aggressively in the right parts of the map.
He has to execute well, though. If he dies in a random fight, it's going to be a massive blow.
Through, running into the Vision duo once again to call us in. No one searching for kills. He's just trying to buy as much time as possible.
Toro kind of lingering around here. You don't have BKB, though.
What is he looking at?
Just looking for the next mid wave.
He can collect that because Vision going to back up to do Roche.
I think this is the correct call. Put an Aegis on this SF. Make sure all this net worth gets guaranteed use on the map. He's closing in on Daedalus as well. Sunstrike will not.
Nice job. They pulled Roshan outside of his default position to make sure there was no Sunstrike steal. Make sure it's a little bit more difficult for crazy Aegis steals.
Always got to worry about that. You're playing against Team Spirit here. They pick up a gem at the exact same time. So this is Vision signaling. We know how strong our SF is. We're going to take over the map in this time period.
Notice, runs right into the line. Now there are 2 cores close by. The Sunstrike, it's not going to land. That is crucial, missing damage. The Spec still goes for it anyway, and he got him off the cleave. No one pops the BKB with a Terrorize inside of these brambles. These heroes are going to be...
Lalaban si Satanic. Lalaban si Satanic.
Try and fight, but Satanic is too much to handle. Force now trying to get Yotaro away. Oh,
uphill miss.
Critical.
Just keep on missing. Yotaro is
Wala pa critical yun.
Making a run for it now with the pit. It's going to hold back the rest of these heroes. Oh, Vision got a bit unlucky there.
Hindi na critical.
I can't believe they couldn't capitalize on that more. A full duration arrow on Yotaro. SF hitting him. And he just walked it off.
Wala man lang isang critical eh. Napakaswerte naman ni Yotaro.
For Yotaro right there.
And they got the kill. They got all these Vision heroes.
Ilang percent ba yan?
Laurel TP's up to the top lane, shoving that out. The supports
30%. Wala man lang critical.
This is one of those windows we can claw back another 1K net worth, maybe another 2K.
They're really playing the map well. You have so much extra on SF, and you're not pulling ahead in this game. You're not finding anything with this Ember Spirit. No one's running around with
Ano
gem now.
magamit nito ni ano?
Control. Still looking for some
Aganims?
9 assists for that Ember, not a kill to his
Aganims o ano?
like some extra gold here.
Ang tawag doon?
They actually want to defend this tier 2. They're gonna fight this.
Yung sa Radop Atos.
It's really bold to go into the Aegis, though. You don't know where other heroes on the map are. You don't have God Strength.
Yeah, I think maybe the only reason they were even considering it was just because they know the BKB got used earlier.
That is true.
There was a real chance they could 100-0 Satanic twice.
Aganims nga.
Especially with no real saves on the side of Vision. But Satanic, once again, Maverick backs out right before danger strikes.
I'm still worried for the SF in this game if ever gets jumped. There's no save in this lineup. One of the downsides of that Mirana pick, the offensive potential in the early game, maybe the ultra late Mirana scale, super nice, doesn't help the SF here. Other than, I guess, Moonlight Shadow maybe giving you a little more entry to the fight. If Satanic gets jumped and blown
Hindi
up
siya magsi-silver edge.
very quickly, the fight can
Para sa Underlord.
Smoke right now for
Sa
Spear
Pit
looking
Lord.
on mid. It's gonna take.
Ay, Diyos ko.
He's fast with it. It won't save him, but that was an impressive bit of reaction time.
They're gonna try and get more off this. Still have God Strength running.
Walang iya. 5 minutes faster.
Even in a 4 versus 5.
It's tricky. He already has
Grabe
Data
naman
was
yan.
done, almost about to hit level 20.
Yeah, you could see Vision feel confident. They're not really heading for the hills. They're not running away.
They are
Saying,
lingering.
if Spirit run into us, we can take this fight.
Not me, got around it without the smoke break.
Interesting position to be in. He doesn't really have any wards he's working off of here. Can't get
scout the
Vision
SF.
down, but yeah, his high ground vision on Satanic.
It's one of those moments. Are you bold enough to go for this play and make the call? It's just such a high risk play. If it goes wrong, it's going to go so wrong while he has this Aegis for another minute. I don't think Spirit are too interested in trying to bring him down.
Basag yan?
No, you can't get
Basag na yan?
They'll poke at him. See what
Ano
kind of
lang yan?
response is.
Pinapatagal lang nila.
Vision are going to show very soon. They were away, but now they're smoking straight into him. Collapse.
Ayun, Doom.
Someone jumped here. Winner's
Doom.
curse, but BKB
Ayaw pa.
notice, and he's going to ensure they get multiple kills out of this. They'll finish off Collapse.
Naantay nila Isben.
Stuck there long enough
Di pa
that the
nagdudum.
SF shows up. 2 fast kills for Vision. And
Basag,
off this
basag,
Aegis,
basag.
maybe can take some objectives as well. This tier 2 bottom right for the taking, but
for Laurel top.
Yeah, Vision want to keep this going.
Really tough to catch Invoker in this game. 9 class.
Nice one, 9 class. Oy, meron pang Isben ha. O yun.
He pops out with an amp damage. No God Strength needed.
See you later. That is some burst damage right there.
Aray ko.
Vision finding kills across the map, using this Aegis to kind of bait Spirit into a fight.
Fast ward, D ward can't get spotted by Laurel here. Otherwise, they'll
They
know
saw
about the ward.
Stiller.
They managed to get
Kita
a
nila.
Stiller on him, but Satanic's far enough away.
Arrow.
They're not actually.
No stun setup there. You need a Yule's Marauder or something to make that kind of play. Aegis going to expire here. It was somewhat a successful Aegis period for Vision. Kind of a difficult one to use. You're not going to go high ground with it. You did get that tier 2.
Ay, Diyos ko.
This SF is
May
here.
Enigma Galaxy
He's got
pa.
high ground vision he's playing around, of course. So, but it's still just kind of crazy to me that he is playing so far forward when the rest of his team is so far back.
You got to extract something off the map with how strong you are.
Yeah.
You can't just sit back and let Invoker Sven farm up in this game. They're not good matchups for you. They put this first pick SF in a little bit of a bind. He's not going to feel insanely comfortable scaling here on his own. It has to be a team effort as you go into that late game.
It was really surprising to me they placed those double high ground wards. Those are like the most obvious D ward spots.
They both got
Normally,
killed.
when you do that, it's when you're so much control of the game, you're not leaving the enemy side of the map, right?
I agree. It's too bold for your position. If you're going to place those high ground wards, you need to stay on the side. You need to defend those wards. Instead, they conceded both of them. There's a gem running on this Invoker. And now you're flying blind for another 5 or 6 minutes here.
Hmm.
Which is deadly against lineups that operate off of single target jump burst.
Lamang lang save.
Ember Spirit's gonna jump after it. Spots the Winter Wyvern.
Nice
He'll
one.
Start this fight out. First will not save you. And he got
Uy, nadum. Nice.
BKB, he'll go for the TP.
Ay, nabuhay pa.
There. Everybody else, BKB, Lars,
Wala na rin.
TP.
The Nightfalls get him out of trouble.
The cores get out, the supports do not.
And that's the type of fight that Vision are looking for in terms of just sending the Ember on supports. He already has an Ags done. What are you going to do about that? You pretty much have to land some.
Wala nang ano, BKB. Basag, basag.
Nothing you can really do about it. It's going to create a lot
Sag.
of space in the fight, break the formation early. You're going to get vision on the Sven.
Uy, walang
And the
BKB
second
yan.
the Sven gets tagged, SF has free entry into the fight. You're not worried about getting jumped on Satanic. No one has a really important role in this game for Vision. Maybe the most important on this Ember in terms of just setting the fight up, being a nuisance, giving Vision, letting Satanic have the confidence to go in. The other route is to put an Aegis on the SF and let him hit a building. And we'll see if it ever comes to that.
Shivas, kailangan mo
They
Shivas.
take gold lead now. Starting to build a little bit here.
Para mabawasan yung ano.
Approach the second Roshan in this game a minute away.
Attack speed ng
Losing some of those wards is going
Sven.
to cost Vision a bit. This next Roshan fight, you're not going to have the extra obs to place in the river. Spirit can take advantage of it. Vision counts so much for their lineup. Finding that jump, finding that big Wyvern curse, not getting doomed on the right target.
Oh, tama. Shivas.
Not sure where Vision are right now. Just trying to ghost push the waves bottom, play off the map mid, try and break some more smokes here.
Light Shadow, but they do have the Sword Sentry combo mid. Vision, if they try and shortcut through, they'll be spotted, and they do get spotted trying to play for the power room.
Could see this ward here as well.
Yeah, they'll handle it.
Spirit also losing some of Vision in this game.
And
Down to that
considering
one
the fact
defense.
they're the ones trying to dodge, it becomes real spooky when you don't have too many wards out on the map.
At least Invoker can always go shove. Pretty hard to find this hero forward. Spirits get the job done. He's going to show bottom just to try and bait some TPs. Nice little heads up play from Laurel. He's instantly out of there. Gem running on both of these mid heroes that are just untouchable right now. It's going to create a lot of pressure on the enemy team. Still, Yatoro climbing that chart. Almost level 25, has the Daedalus and the Harpoon. He's fat. He does a lot of burst damage with the Invoker backup. Whoever he jumps is just gone. Even if you doom him, he's still just got to sit there and cleave.
Not me. Straight up an arrow. Blinks back.
It's Scout.
There you go.
Vision
So,
gets some information.
pinakita nila information.
Roshan spawns
Tatalon yan,
here, so
sinat me.
both teams are going to be playing for that Rosh, trying to get this map control in this area.
Long
Sunstrike even counting into the pit.
With Blink for Satanic, he's going to buy out going into this Roche fight. Farmed all this gold for a reason.
Good time, yes. My internet.
Collapse is always on point with the voice lines.
All right, items coming up. Some additional utility from the Wyvern. We've got the Harpoon Daedalus for Yatoro, and he's level 23. He's getting closer and closer to that 25. We get the God Strength damage. Alongside, as we talked about, all these levels play to Wrath of God, his innate. The hero scales better than maybe he kind of ever has. Invoker looking at a Shiva's next. Got an Aether Lens build up for Not Me. BKB required for Collapse in this game. Vision, meanwhile, Satanic. Trying to go back for a Satanic, replace that Mask of Madness at some point. Notice is just fit, man. He's just full HP. He went all the bracers early. He's going an Aeon disc, and he wants to go for a heart after that.
The game plan is let him tank some of the Sven hits. Right. Create some space for this SF. Because you got to remember, we talked earlier about this SF Sven matchup. You have a butterfly timing. He skipped it entirely. This SF item build is really susceptible to the Sven jump. You have no defensive capability other than a really fast.
Oo nga, kailangan niya butterfly. Ba't di siya nag-butterfly?
Take 3 hits and you're just gone in this game. So he went Swift Blink. This is an insane amount of offensive potential for Satanic. And it requires the other two cores to set the fight up for him. Go on some targets, let the SF Swift Blink in, BKB, start hitting them. His damage is also going to be insane in this game. It's all about the jump. Who gets more information for their team early on, who's able to set the control up. And this is one of those games where having instant stuns counts for a lot. That Lion, that pesky Lion, if you can find that clutch hex on a core that lets you jump and BKB first, it could be everything. You have to keep buybacks in mind as well. This is one of those games where you commit a lot on the initiations on the side of both teams. You have to keep the buybacks in mind. The second round of that fight can win you a Roshan, can win you some of these later team fights. Especially with how tanky two offlaners are.
Spirit making a move. Smoke up across the other side of the map. Vision.
Kala nila nandun si ano, Satanic.
The Ember Spirit might show. He's the one with the gem too. They cannot afford for him to be jumped on here.
Very sneaky move. They're taking the long road around.
Light chain, so he kind of shows Team Spirit drop a very deep lane ward.
That's a great obs. But if they're patient on this, it might pay off. The smoke is running out. They see 9 class. Not wanting to. They don't want to force the fight under the tier 2, jumping a hero that likely has buyback in this situation. Would not have ended well, so they give up their obs back through the gate.
There is a Tormentor on the other side.
Yeah, there is.
They would be kind of forfeiting the Radiant side Roshan potentially, which they Sunstrike.
It's going to switch sides now. You're okay playing down here. How many wards do you have left to plan for the fight, though? They have no obs.
Toro feeling like Vision can't get here fast enough. They'll take that tier 1 tower, but they are going to be
Nako, huli.
An arrow to the knee, tries to deal with the ward. He's going to die. No one leaves him for more. Trying to get the BKB out of Yotoro, who harpoons pretty far away. He's going to blink. He really
habulin mo pa.
BKB intact.
Habulin mo pa.
Be able to here.
Para mag BKB.
I don't know, Satanic, he's super fast.
Yan, habulin mo.
Got the BKB now.
Gonna have the BKB TP.
Habulin nyo, nice one. Patay. Very good, very good.
Yeah, no respect whatsoever for Vision potentially scouting him out here.
Maybe just underestimating how much they were going to commit for that kill. It's one of those instances you're thinking to yourself, there's no way they chased me to the corner of the map, right? Well, they did. And that SF is really fast.
Force nila yung buyback, no? Push nila.
That's Roshan.
Hindi, nagano muna, ages muna. Bagay, saglit lang yan.
Look at Nolan. Push so far outside of the pit. He's making sure the Winter Wyvern can't get close.
Uy.
Even maybe getting a jump here on
Papalag sila.
That forces his BKB. He's going to drop the meteors onto the Dark Willow, hoping he gets a good return of that BKB usage.
Oh, what is happening in this pit?
They actually, yeah, Collapse are going in.
Uy! Uy!
Piped himself outside of the pit.
Hindi, meron pa yan, meron pa yan. Meron pa yan. Ay, naku! Grabe naman yun.
What a stat. Just when you thought there's no way Spirit do it again, they do it again. A sick read in that situation. It
di push nyo. Oo, na still Brad. Nakuha ni Wyvern.
Well worth it to take an Aegis out of this SF's hands when Vision needed this to push the net worth advantage on top of Satanic and threaten that high ground. Now you miss that window, and you're left sitting in this game thinking, we want to go high ground, but can we go high ground without an Aegis? Who's going to tank all these jumps? Who's going to go first?
Kaya nyo, 5v3 yan eh. 5v3 yan. Pasukin nyo, pasukin nyo, pasukin nyo, pasukin nyo, pasukin nyo, pasukin nyo. Pasukin nyo, pasukin nyo. Pasukin nyo. Pasukin nyo. Very good, very good.
Goes to work. That is a big pickoff. Might be able to just run down the mid lane here.
Rue may have pulled off that great move, but Spirit are still crumbling in the bigger picture here.
Yeah, they're bleeding a lot of kills right now. They played that 10 to 20 minutes really well around the map. This 25 to 35 has been Vision's. Building a significant lead. Getting this SF to the big 25 talent. He really hurts with these raised connections. Some big crits, serrated Shiv on top, insane attack speed. 3,500 HP. He got Pendulum as well, so a little survivability here for this SF. If he does not die in the instant burst and he gets to swing back with the Satanic hits, you're going to be in big trouble.
Yari na sila.
So much burst with a Sven. And an Invoker. Next turn back.
Ay, sige, patayin nyo yan. Ang kukulit niyan, kanina pa yan eh.
Power the Ember in this game. No one can just run its supports, make their life miserable. Nothing they can really do about it with so many remnants to play on. He's also almost level 25. It's going to be a big talent in this game. Vision are coming alive here towards the end of this mid game. Yeah, really putting the pressure on Spirit. I don't think we've seen 5 Spirit heroes alive in the last 5 minutes. You know, just always someone dead. Always someone getting forced off the map.
Oro loses his courier. Didn't have a Satanic right now or anything, but there's the heart.
Hey, mag-hex to.
This is getting bigger and bigger. He's able to play more and more of the front line. The bigger threat he is, because he's kind of like I mean, this version of Doom, right? It's kind of similar to the Centaurs we see with the Shard.
A little bit,
ignore him, and he does double edge after double edge. In Doom's case, it's this Infernal Blade that has percentage-based damage.
It does a lot. If he just exists, he's killing you. He gets to doom you as well.
He's got that new 66 damage talent at level 20.
Juicy. I was just about to say, can you go higher on this period? Because surely that was second Roche, you got Banner, right? Yeah.
Ano ba yan? Ano ni Doom? Ganims.
He took both away. Just extra value on top of that Aegis snatch. That's insane he got both. Though I guess when everybody's cursed in that pit, you have some time to click everything, right? So you killed that Banner.
Maganda yung talent nito eh.
First Banner's
Permanent Scorch Earth.
However, you'll take anything extra you can get here down 15k.
Maybe we could see a replay of that play at some point in time because it was so sick.
And honestly, it could have gone better for Spirit and Vision were not very disciplined around the initial Gaiden from Collapse. Because if they just kill Roche there, I think there's a very high chance Collapse snatches it with his record.
They definitely did not panic.
No, they just said, okay, we'll leave Roche, we'll just kill you. You don't have the damage to finish it. It was a smart read of the situation as...
Talon, nice one.
The Underlord if they want. BKB instantly going out route, trying to get away from this Ember Spirit, who just keeps hunting them down time and time again. Good force tap, gets him away from the arrow. Collapse also takes that one up, and no one has to give up.
Okay na, nag-BKB na.
He's been able to get these kills most of the time, thanks to the Aghanim Scepter, not here.
Andito, Brad.
Bail out. You don't want to die near your base right here, given easy high ground. Sven did hit 25, by the way, and they did get Conjure Catalyst on the
Andito, nasa likod. May harang lang.
They're just parking this Doom on the front line. Aeon Disc, 4,000 HP Doom.
Sa kwarto lang naman yung ano ko, yung PC.
Gotta find a different angle, a different path into the fight.
Rapping all the way around the
Night Class, no.
Night Class is gonna break this beautiful stuff. Instant
Gundo
shadow,
naman nun.
instant brambles, and now Spirit are in an awkward spot here. They're gonna use the gate to hold back notice.
That's not the target though.
For the kill, but yeah, he's got that heart. He's so taking
Brad.
hard to kill. Ember
Siya pa
Spirit
rin.
jumps right in. Got him inside the pit. There goes the line. Dealt with him rather easily. Satanic is having a free game right now with the Ghost Scepter onto the Sven. He's not hitting anything. He's gonna try. Oh, now he connects onto no one. Now he fights.
Wala na rin sila ni Alvin, yung ano, pinsan.
There's the buy.
Pag may pera, Brad, diretso na yun. Medyo busy pa kami kay ano eh, kay Levy.
Buybacks are too powerful here. And the arrows from Ducal is debilitating Spirit at every turn.
And the buyback is not the same for Team Spirit because of the net worth advantage from Vision.
He doesn't have it.
Yatoro doesn't have it, not for 500 gold.
Even if you use it here, you don't have God Strength. Yeah, not the same battle. Vision are going to get some base damage here.
Siyempre naman,
You
Brad.
have a great high ground defense lineup between the Underlord and the Invoker. You have a lot of outspam here. No BKB on Satanic, no buyback. If he somehow dies here.
And they slow this down enough. They minimize the losses.
Doom available.
Si Joms nga, nadadaanan namin eh. Doon sa pinagtatrabaho niya.
On top of Laurel, he's gonna buy out.
Drop the ward. You definitely, they're looking for an
Pinadalo
opportunity to
namin.
end the game. They want to see if they can get a fight going while the Sven is dead.
It's too hard to go super deep here though.
They're gonna go for him. XF in some trouble.
Uy.
Great force staff.
Oh, Brad, doon sa may kawayan.
Now the Doom's gonna be dropped on Laurel.
Isang beses pa lang din kami nakapunta pero medyo mahal din yung ano yung mga benta dun. Pero masarap yung paano nila.
This game is flowing in your direction. You're getting a lot of economic damage.
Anong end-an? Ano yun? Yung building? Hindi ko nga matandaan kung anong pangalan ng building. End na. Okay. Hindi pa nga nila tinatapos eh. Umatras pa sila eh.
Don't respect it. Maybe go back. This is Butterfly. Surprise late Butterfly for Satanic saying you
wala naman ng MKB yan eh, pang boost na yan. Oh, walang MKB yan oh. Wala na yan, tapos na yan. Walang MKB. Dapat push na nila kasi ano eh, walang MKB.
And that's the power of buybacks in this game. They're a big deal for both teams because you have to just full send your initiation here between the Doom and the Sven.
Yeah, like SF died so casually in that last fight, but it was
Carry
right
dip.
here too. It didn't matter. They just won it just purely through the power of network.
Magaling talagang carry si Satanic.
Net worth SF twice.
And the only advantage you get as Spirit in all this is, okay, SF doesn't have buyback for 5 minutes. Vision can dodge for 5 minutes.
Sure.
There's gonna be a Roche spawn in that interval. That's the only downside for them here. It's a fast Roche, so might have to fight this without the SF buy.
Is it even worth it? If you're going to dodge for 5 minutes, well, that's you can dodge the Aegis time.
Yeah, you can give it away.
Yandex ka, di ba, Brad? Feeling ko mag-Yandex din mamaya. Yandex kasi ako noon eh.
The thing is, you're missing 2 core buybacks. You bought the Ember as well.
Di ko alam bakit nagnigma ako. Nagnigma ka ba?
It's also a spooky situation.
Nigma din ako eh. Gusto ko mag-champion Nigma.
Towards that MKB, deal with the butterfly threat before he has to fight it heads on without the evasion.
Makapag-champion man lang, no?
Not a bad idea here. That SF is
Sayang,
incredible.
wala na sila Miracle.
Wind Waker for Ducalis, by the way, quietly having himself a game here with the.
Bakit nangyari doon sa tao na yun? Biglang nawala.
There is no nullifier in this lineup right now. No way to deal with the 4 staffs, the Wind Wakers on the Shadow Fiend.
No, this team has all the same game plan because Notice has queued up a Wind Waker as well.
Bigla na lang nawala yung tao na yun, si Miracle.
You do not want to fight Spirit.
Underlord picks
Posible, Brad.
Incredibly clutch.
Saan? Middle East kasi siya eh.
Wind Waker is the be-all end-all save and they don't have an answer because Sven's not
Alam mo naman, medyo ano sa Middle East. Yung mga family.
Spirit are all in though. They have no buys available. They have a Wyvern
medyo
buy,
strict.
not really relevant at this point in the game. Their cores are just all in.
I mean, in some way.
They got to Laurel's buyback.
Oo, nakaperad.
Vision's pretty all in for this fight. They spot Laurel. Tornado trying to stop the initiation.
Look at 9 class.
They back away.
9 class in the back.
Sneaking in with the Moonlight Shadow.
What an angle.
Ooh.
At the same time, they jump on the Lion. It's a masterpiece of initiation.
Ganda.
Now Yatoro, a must-win fight.
He's not
winning.
He's not winning this.
The carries trying once again, but he pulls back in. But it's
tatakbuhan lang siya ni Satanic eh.
Satanic now. Collapse is holding this. Try and get him with the pin. They're gonna drop the meteor.
Big meteor.
Panic, but they can't handle him. This carry is too much.
There's another one.
First, he can't kill. Notice another meteor gonna be dropped on.
Uy, nice one. Nice Wind Waker.
A tornado Laurel on the run.
Oh, naka-Wind Waker siya, no? Mirana. Galing.
He is the number 1, knocking out the other.
Galing nung ginawa ng Mirana.
You are not number 1 anymore. You are just another casualty on Satanic's climb to the top. Vision's climb to top 3. Vision
Galing nga,
closing
Brad.
it out in just the most beautiful way. A perfect initiation. You couldn't ask for better.
And I think that's what defines this team. Their support duo is so obnoxious to play against on the map. In the team fights, they always have some weird angle. 9 class, he's sitting on that high ground. The jump from Notice
grabe.
the AoE
Kasi
stun
Spirit.
hitting 2, setting up the terrorize, setting up a beautiful initiation for December to just go in and wreck them. Caught Spirit off guard completely. They just don't get a chance to play that fight nearly how they want to. Their lineup is super predicated on getting the jump, having the vision. They're not able to find it. They full sent it with all the item buyouts. Vision come on top in this series in a very close, very clutch game 3.
I love the way they wanted to. The fact that they didn't have the buyback from these heroes. That could have been.
They just sent it.
Completely throwing the game, but it didn't matter. They played with aggression still.
Galing,
Played
galing.
to win. They played with confidence. That's what you need to claim an Aegis.
Yeah, you want to be a championship team here in the arena. You got to play like that. You got to play to win.
Yari.
Step forward. No one on the main stage ready for an interview.
Ay, ito, interview. Busy panot.
精彩的比赛不仅仅是 Team Spirit 和 Team Vision 两支队伍粉丝的狂欢，也是所有 DOTA 2爱好者们的狂欢。朋友们，你们看得还开心吗？
Ano daw?
No, and that was a very, very fun series to watch with one very quick game. That game 2 had a real fast GG. I wonder if you could tell me about it.
我们想来问一下 No One 第2场比赛，他们很快的就敲出了 GG。在现在的版本当中，其实不常看到，可以跟我们讲一下发生了什么吗？
I think they surprised us a lot with PL pick and the last pick NS, and I think they just outplayed us in the second game super hard. Like this clocker is so annoying for us. Like props to this guy. I think they just outplayed us super hard.
第二场比赛，我觉得我们感到有一点点惊讶的是，他们选出了猴子，和他们的最后一手选择也让我们感觉有一点难处理。而且在比赛当中，我觉得他们比我们打得好太多了。
Parang yung mga nasa Chinese drama.
比赛当中，而且他们的这个发条技师这个英雄也给我们造成了很多很多的困难和阻碍。所以在第二场比赛，我觉得我们没有打过他们，所以我们就敲了。
I saw you did an interview on your team's vlogs where you mentioned that once upon a time, getting the Aegis was your singular focus. Since then, as you've gotten older and wiser, perhaps you realize it's not just about that. It's about having a good time with your team, about making good friends and enjoying the journey. And I was wondering if you could tell me about that journey and how you made that realization.
在他们自己的 vlog 当中 ，No One 曾经提到过，过去的他曾经将举起冠军盾作为自己唯一的目标。现在他可能随着年龄的增长，并且变得更加睿智了之后，他开始享受和他喜欢的人们一起打比赛，和他喜欢的人们一起做队友。那现在，你想问他说 ，No One 可不可以给我们讲一下你现在在这个队伍里面的感受
？Well, through the
Nakalimutan niya na yung tanong.
I just dreamed about the wins, about the win of Aegis.
Nakalimutan na yung tanong.
And like time keep go, and my life getting harder and harder because like you get grown up and you need to do a lot of things to your life, and like you starting to realize that it's not only about the wins, it's actually the journey that's the most important. Yep.
在我年轻的时候，我曾经傻傻的、天真的以为胜利是我唯一想要达到的目标。随着我年龄的增长，我在现实生活当中也发现，我的这个生活上可能有很多生活出给我的难题。在这个时候，我意识到，其实最终胜利的那个目标好像变得没有那么重要了，而更加重要的是通向胜利的这条道路，这个旅程它怎么样
And in that journey, you've been playing Dota for a very long time, and Dove, I was wondering if you could maybe check the crowd to see how many people have been watching this man play Dota for years and years.
那么在 No One 成长的道路上，我相信有很多的观众，有很多的粉丝一路陪伴着他，从他过去的队友到他现在的这支队伍。想问一下，现场有哪些观众朋友们是一路陪伴 No One 看着他成长的呢？
And to all these people who have been following your journey for all of these years, what does it mean to be able to play in front of them yet again and get another top 3 minimum placement after this event or after this game?
在所有支持你的粉丝面前，在现场，在上海，在他们面前赢下这场比赛，锁定了你们 TI 2026前3的名额，对你来说意味着什么呢？
I think to me as a human being, this is everything, to be honest, because like that's what my journey about, you know, like to be here, like, and to end up in this position, if I can, of course. So it's incredible to play in this in front of this crowd. Thank you so much, guys. I love
Check
you.
ko nga yung delay ko. May delay ba? Check ko nga yung delay ko. Ayun, wala. Delay ba?
体验的旅程，在这里，在大家在现场这么热情的粉丝面前赢下这场比赛，对我来说意义非凡，非常感谢你们，谢谢。最后，让我们把掌声和欢呼声送给 No One， 送给 Vision。
So beautiful from No One there. A top 3, back-to-back top 3s for himself, for Team Vision here. TI last year, it ended in 3rd place for them, but I feel like the way that they could bounce back and be so candid of, we got simply outplayed in Game 2, and we wanted to come back even stronger in Game 3. To be able to execute it, to be able to have the game that they did, to now secure minimum top 3 and maybe even make it into the grand finals through the upper bracket. I just love this growth of No One, just the journey he's had and just everything that he's giving us this year at this TI.
I mean, watching No One talk, you can't help but feel emotional alongside him. He has been around for so long in Dota, has had so many phases from his dominance on that Virtus Pro roster that was winning every single major for 2 years, to taking a break, to then joining some wishy-washy flip-floppy teams for a bit, and then finally finding a home in Team Vision after all of these years, and still finding a way to keep up with the young kids, be on top of his game. and potentially even be the best in the world here at this international. They could do it. They could just win the whole thing.
Yeah, it's genuinely, I think he's one of one in that I don't think anyone else has been the best in the world, fallen off quite a bit, become, I don't know, sort of a mediocre player for a long time, and then go back up again. Like that arc, I think has never been done in the same way that he has. He stands alone to me as someone that was the best mid player in the world, and then whatever, and then the best mid player in the world again. And so I think he deserves all the praise in the world, not just for like how he's changed, I think, emotionally and his maturity over time, but his gameplay. And to do that arc is astounding.
I think also alongside, you mentioned it quickly there, but he's also grown a lot as a human being throughout these years. Like when I think of VP No One, it's like toxic kid, you know, like you would play pubs
Most
with
mid
him.
lane is all right.
Maybe, but I think he stood out even in that regard. You know, he was impressively toxic in pubs back then, I have to say. And the person that he's become today, I feel like is someone that his teammates can look to for support. He inspires them. And when he talks about his journey, I feel like it's not only as a Dota player, it's also as a human being. And what he's learned about, like, how to be able to appreciate the moments and appreciate his teammates and even just, you know, have a positive influence on the people around him so that they can also shine.
I think that's one of the things that has probably helped him grow so exponentially.
Qualifier pa
Is
kasi.
you now have young people looking up to you. You don't get to be that young, cocky mid laner anymore. You have to set an example, and bringing in someone as young as Satanic under your wing,
Ganda nung
you have to
ginawa
make
ni
sure that your
Ducalis
head's on
dun.
your shoulder, because you need to ensure that this player, who is going to be such a pivotal role in your team, is going to be doing the same thing. That
Ang
they're going to be able to
GG
bounce
talaga.
back. I love just the laughs, the emotions that were happening at the start of Game 3,
GG
and you
talaga
can
yan,
see it
GG.
displayed in their gameplay there. It was so good from Vision. They were able to say, Spirit stepped it up in Game 2. They were being the aggressors towards us. Now we're going to make sure our draft is able to do that, and we're not going to give them any space on the map. And so we see it shine in Game 3 here, and that's what ultimately secures them a top 3 at TI 15.
Yeah, you can even see it in his scoreline, 5-1 and 28. That's a scoreline. If he's not trying to like solo carry this game. He's there to help people out. He's the supplementary role. That's how it is in the draft. It's how it was in the gameplay, and I think that's how it is in his sort of vibe and the way he carries himself these days. It is a very well-deserved victory, and I would be shocked
Okay,
if we didn't see
late
them
na naman
win,
yung
like go further in this
Enigma.
tournament, because they are. I mean, they came into it with the favorites, and I think that pressure can dampen a lot of people and make you play worse and be worrisome, and people focus you and they learn about you, but they've had none of that, and they've continued to stand strong, not dropping a series yet. They are beasts.
Yeah, they've shown us why they're considered the best team in this tournament. Coming into this tournament, everyone was afraid of them. Everyone was studying their replays. They're just so clean with their execution. And you mentioned, Aiden, that this is an honest 1v1, finally, that we're going to see in the mid lane. And no one delivered. He crushed his lane as an Ember Spirit versus an Invoker, which really destroyed the game a little bit, because a lot of what Spirit wanted to do was get those Sunstrike kills, play through their Invoker, have their side lanes maybe be more of an enabling role, but no one said, nope, leave him to me.
Yeah, it was instrumental, and it's not an easy thing to do, and it's a lane that oftentimes goes pretty even, and so to squeeze out that little bit extra to get that gap there, it is huge, and it's so much about individual skill and being in the
Tinalo
moment,
niya.
and it's just,
Tinalo
I don't
niya
know, it's
talaga yung
massive.
I also
Invoker.
feel like his supporting cast in this game deserves a lot of credit. Like there were a lot of clutch moments. And towards the end of this game, we see Ducalis, like he leaps in, and then Wind Waker's his SF that's about to die to like the Invoker combo that's coming from the Refresher Orb. And I honestly think I see a lot of signs that I look for in a TI winning team in them already. They are finding the clutch moments. They're able to win games fast. In this game, they're able to play like kind of a slower game and be more clutch. So huge praises to the entire team. I think they're all playing extremely well.
Yeah, that Wind Waker moment that you're talking about was so key in the final fight, especially because what we had seen earlier was when Satanic and Yutoro were almost having this 1v1 in the middle of a fight, right? This took place on the dire side of the map, down mid lane.
BRB.
And
Wait lang.
Yutoro was able to come
Magpo-post
out
lang.
victorious. They had to force a buyback from Satanic. So not only is it imperative that
Posting.
Satanic lives through that because he doesn't have buyback
Posting,
anymore, but
posting.
you're just so mindful on the side of supports that if it comes down to it, Yutoro is going to be able to do a lot. And at the end of the game, this is our carry-to-carry comparison, what they're able to do for themselves
na yan.
and the rest of their team.
Absolutely. I mean, we know the meme, we know the joke. You can't beat Satanic, and Satanic proved that in this game. But I do want to mention that out-executing Team Spirit in late-game team fights, even if you're in a net worth advantage, is an impressive thing to do, because this is their bread and butter. This is their forte. And Team Vision did that. They got the jump at the very last fight there, and they won off of getting the jump. And maybe you could say it was a mistake that Winter Wyvern did the D ward and then got jumped.